Dragon Ball World. Age 761 October 12th. The Supreme Kai Realm. Xion lowered his head and examined the body he now wore. Strange clothing, purple skin, and white hair like a rooster's comb. He fell silent for a moment, then closed his eyes as fragments of memory surfaced in his mind. It seemed he had become a Supreme Kai. Xion frowned, recalling how the Supreme Kai had been portrayed in the Dragon Ball anime. To put it simply, a complete nobody. He was supposed to be a supreme deity on equal footing with the god of destruction, someone whose presence should have been awe-inspiring. But in the anime, his performance could hardly be called satisfactory. He was barely a step above a nameless extra. So I've transmigrated into the Dragon Ball world, and I'm the East Supreme Kai. Xion murmured to himself. He frowned a little dejected. Why didn't I transmigrate as the protagonist? Even Vegeta would have been fine. At the very least, make me an ordinary scion. Hell, even a frost demon would do. Why did I have to be a Supreme Kai? Although a Supreme Kai's initial battle power was above that of a Super Saiyan, Dragon Ball's power scaling inflated so fast that by the middle and later arcs the Supreme Kai's strength was practically no different from an ordinary person's next to the main cast. How am I supposed to survive this? Xion felt his future darken at the thought of competing against a group of overpowered prodigies. Ding. The source point check-in system has been activated. Xion froze, then grew excited. I knew it. Every transmigrator gets a golden finger. System, what functions do you have? Xion asked impatiently. Ding. The host has one check-in opportunity per day. Each check-in earns one source point, which can be used to unlock the host's potential. Ding. Scanning. Ding. Scan complete. The host's current body has a potential unlocking progress of 0.01. Xion was stunned. He couldn't help rubbing his eyes, but no matter how he looked, the number on the interface before him was 0.01. Damn. No wonder the Supreme Kai is so weak. With only 0.01 of his potential unlocked, there's no way he could be strong. Xion complained. System, how much potential can one source point unlock for me? Xion asked expectantly. Ding. According to the system's assessment, your current body possesses extremely high potential, but it is firmly sealed by a sturdy genetic lock. Unlocking it will be extremely difficult. Therefore, one source point can only unlock 0.01 of your potential. 0.01. Xion thought to himself. His predecessor had spent millions of years cultivating just to unlock 0.01 of that potential, and now he could do the same in a single day? Actually, that didn't sound bad at all. Xion's eyes brightened. System, sign me, and then unlock my potential. Xion urged. Ding. Check-in complete. You have received one source point. Ding. One source point consumed. Your potential has been unlocked. Current potential progress 0.02. The system's voice faded. Xion felt as though his body were being sublimated. His entire being, essence, energy, and spirit, was forcibly elevated to an inconceivable realm. Xion lowered his head in disbelief, staring at his trembling hands. Though he had only just become a Supreme Kai, he could clearly feel that he was now far stronger than he had been a second ago. I feel like one slap could kill me from 1 second ago. Xion clenched his fist and said with complete confidence. But I wonder, if my potential were fully unlocked to 100, could I stand above Beerus? Xion speculated. Forget it, that's not important. What matters now is getting used to this body and completely mastering the abilities it originally had. Xion closed his eyes and began absorbing the memory fragments left by his predecessor. From those fragments, he slowly sorted through his abilities and the useful memories. A day later, Xion let out a long breath. By now he had largely mastered most of his predecessor's abilities: telepathy, creation, instant teleportation, universe perception. All kinds of incredible, miraculous powers. Earth. Xion murmured, closing his eyes. He activated his universe perception ability and began searching for Earth's location. He wasn't sure of Earth's exact coordinates in the 7th universe, but as a Supreme Kai, one of the supreme gods of the universe, he possessed miraculous power. Even a mid- or low-level god like the North Kai could precisely locate planet Namek in the vast universe, so there was no reason a Supreme Kai couldn't. After a moment, Xion opened his eyes. He had found Earth. The corner of his mouth curled up, and his divine gaze descended upon Earth. In an instant, the entire appearance of Earth unfolded in Xion's eyes, every detail sharp and clear. His divine gaze swept across the planet like radar. Earth. The lookout. Clatter. The guardian's staff fell to the floor. Mr. Popo looked up at him in confusion, only to see a look of utter shock on the guardian's face. As if he had been terrified out of his wits, his skin turning green with fear. Lord Guardian, what's wrong? Mr. Popo asked anxiously. The guardian trembled, all over, cold sweat streaming down his forehead, frightened to the extreme. And Mr. Popo, did you just feel that? Terrifying divine power has descended upon Earth. Mr. Popo blinked, then shook his head. Forgive me, Lord Guardian. Popo didn't feel anything. The guardian trembled, recalling the immense divine power he had felt moments ago. It had lasted only a brief moment, yet it was unforgettable. Compared to it, he was like a firefly facing the bright moon. Could that power just now be Lord Kai? No. Even Lord Kai shouldn't give me such an overwhelming sense of disparity. See, could it be A thought struck the Guardian, and he said in disbelief, "See, could it be? Lord Grand Kai, back in the Supreme Kai realm." Xian withdrew his gaze and opened his eyes. From observing Earth just now, he had roughly understood what point in the timeline he was in. It should be the day after Raditz reached Earth. Raditz was already dead. On Earth, Xian found Piccolo and Son Gohan. Son Gohan was still very young, struggling to survive in the wilderness. The Scion Saga time point then. Xian lowered his brow and silently calculated, from now until the Bu Saga, I have about a dozen years to develop. My potential can probably be raised to over 40. I wonder if unlocking more than 40 of my potential would let me defeat Bu. Xian felt uncertain. After all, Bu's strength was plain for all to see. Who wouldn't feel a little afraid to face him? At least Xian was certain that if he fought Majin Bu now, he would be completely crushed. Forget it. I'll take things one step at a time. Worst case, I'll just hide behind the protagonist. Thinking of the protagonist, Xian was reminded of Son Goku. Son Goku should be on Snake Way in the underworld now, Xian thought, and cast his gaze downward. Compared with locating a planet in the vast universe, finding the underworld was much easier because Xian's memories contained its coordinates. End of this chapter. Shin's gaze descended upon the underworld. With a sweep of his divine sense, he landed upon Sun Wukong, who was traversing the Serpent Road using the skydancing art. Looking at Sun Wukong at this moment, Shin had only one thought. How weak. Shin had an intuition that he did not even need to make a move. With but a flicker of his divine sense, he could crush Sun Wukong across the boundary between the realm of the King of Gods and the underworld. It is hard to imagine that this creature, now as fragile as an ant, will in merely a dozen or so years grind the exalted King of Gods beneath its heel. Shin sighed. Shin turned his gaze and landed upon North King Planet at the end of the Serpent Road. Looking at the miniature planet before him, even though he had known it all along, Shin could not help but exclaim, "So tiny." Shin compared the sizes of Earth and North King Planet back and forth, and his wonder only deepened. What a tiny planet. I recall that this planet was destroyed by the god of destruction Beerus, and thus cannot be restored. Shin's gaze flickered as he concentrated his divine power and probed toward North King Planet. North King Planet. North King was at this moment leisurely driving his newly purchased sports car in circles around the planet. Suddenly, North King felt an overwhelming divine power descending from the heavens. North King was so frightened that every hair on his body stood on end. What? This divine power is. North King was so frightened that cold sweat poured down his body, and he collapsed limply in his car, not daring to move at all. After quite a while, North King felt that oppressive heaven-collapsing divine power recede. Only then did he climb out of the car, trembling only to have his legs give way and slump to the ground. Just now. That divine power. Could it be the Grand King of the Worlds? North King was so frightened that he kept wiping cold sweat with his handkerchief. That immense divine power just now, its rank and purity, was at a level North King could never attain in his entire life. The owner of that divine power must certainly be a deity far greater than North King. And no, that's not right. I have met the Grand King of the Worlds, and his divine power was not this terrifying. Could it be? Could it be? Thinking of a certain guess in his heart, North King wiped his cold sweat in fear. That Lord. Why would he take notice of a mere King of Worlds like me? Could it be that I've made a mistake in my work recently? The realm of the King of Gods. Shin's expression was grim. He had already mobilized enormous divine power and his unique creation ability in an attempt to restore North King Planet. It must be known that his creation ability originated from the law of creation, the very opposite of the god of destruction's law of destruction. Logically speaking, Shin's creation ability could create planets out of thin air, yet it could not even budge a tiny North King Planet. The moment Shin's creation divine power touched North King Planet, Shin felt a mysterious force on the planet that was preventing him from restoring North King Planet. The nature of this force was completely opposite to Shin's creation divine power. Shin judged that this force should be the destructive divine power left behind by the god of destruction. This destructive divine power should have lingered for a very, very long time, and it was likely just a casual strike by Beerus. Yet even so, I cannot budge it. The King of Gods and the god of destruction are supposed to be deities of equal status. Why is the gap so huge? This is unreasonable. Shin gritted his teeth. In the world of Dragon Ball, the King of Gods and the god of destruction are supreme gods of equal standing in the universe. The King of Gods governs the law of creation, and the god of destruction governs the law of destruction. Even if one's power surpassed the other's, the gap should not have been this enormous. In the eyes of the god of destruction, Beerus, this King of Gods, is probably no different from an ordinary person. Shin laughed at himself. Just as he could now crush the present protagonist's son Wukong like an insect, Beerus could just as easily crush him like an insect. Shin suddenly felt a sense of powerlessness, one that even a golden finger could not catch up to. System, tell me, to what extent must my potential be unleashed before I can match Beerus, or even surpass him? Shin asked listlessly. Ding, system scanning. As the voice fell, The system's mighty power spread outward from the realm of the King of Gods, covering the entire seventh universe in the blink of an eye, and locked onto the target. Ding, target confirmed. Beerus, god of destruction of the seventh universe. Scanning. Ding, scan complete. Analyzing data. Ding, analysis complete. According to the system's data analysis, for you to reach the realm of the god of destruction, Beerus, you will need to unleash at least 31 of your potential. When your potential is unleashed to 35, you will be on par with the god of destruction, Beerus. When your potential is unleashed to 36, you will be able to surpass the god of destruction, Beerus. After listening to the system's analysis report, Shin blinked, could not help but dig at his ear, and asked in disbelief, "System, how much of my potential did you say I'd need to unleash to surpass Beerus?" 36. The system said flatly. 36. Shin's eyes widened. He lowered his head and began counting on his fingers. Soon Shin calculated the approximate time. 10 years. Shin opened his mouth in disbelief, confirming, "System, do you mean that I only need 10 years to surpass Beerus?" Ding, the precise time is 3,598 days, approximately 10 years. After receiving the system's confirmation, Shin suddenly felt his previously bent back snap straight. Happiness came so suddenly that Shin was caught off guard. The previous sense of urgency vanished, replaced by an unprecedented lightness lingering in his heart. Who else? A famous scene flashed through Shin's mind, and his face bloomed into a smile like a chrysanthemum. Is surpassing Beerus really this easy? Shin's fear of Beerus completely dissipated. At the thought of the scene when he would meet Beerus in the future, he could not help but want to laugh. Alright system, what about Whis? To surpass him, roughly how much of my potential do I need to unleash? Shin asked curiously. Ding, system scanning. The system's power manifested once again. In the span of a few breaths, it locked onto Whis at the edge of the universe, inspecting and analyzing him from the inside out. After a moment, Ding, according to the system's data analysis, to surpass the angel Whis, you need to unleash at least 50 of your potential. Note, in the 50 potential state, the host's strength is very close to Whis's, but purely from the numerical analysis on paper, your stats will be slightly higher than Whis's. How much? Shin's eyes widened, shocked by Whis's strength. Is that guy Whis really that amazing? His strength surpasses Beerus by that much. Really? His strength surpasses Beerus by that much. Is that real? Although Shin had long known that Whis was much stronger than Beerus, there had even been a feat in the anime where Whis defeated Beerus in a single move. Shin had not expected Whis to be this powerful. According to the data provided by the system, Shin estimated that Whis could instantly kill Beerus with a single move, with absolutely no ability for Beerus to resist. Then, what about the Grand Minister? How much potential do I need to unleash to surpass him? Shin continued to ask. Beep, system scanning in progress. This time the system's grand power pierced through the barriers of the universe, descending into a higher dimension and locking onto the Supreme Kai residing within the Omni King's palace. The system's analysis took slightly longer this time, approximately a minute, before it finally yielded results. Beep, according to the system's data analysis, host, to surpass the Supreme Kai, you need to awaken at least 71 of your potential. Is that actually possible? Xion's mouth hung agape. He had always believed that even awakening 100% of his potential wouldn't suffice to defeat Beerus, yet now the system told him he only needed 71% to surpass the Supreme Kai. System, are you sure you're not joking with me? Xion asked cautiously, his heart pounding wildly. He was far too excited. Beep, at least from a purely numerical analysis, the system's conclusion is correct. However, numbers alone do not guarantee victory in battle. Sometimes raw stats are insufficient. Mechanics also play a crucial role. The system's words poured cold water over Xion's excitement, cooling his fervor. So mechanics too. Xion knew things wouldn't be that simple. When he thought of mechanics, one person immediately came to mind. Someone unavoidable in the Dragon Ball world, the Omni King. Setting aside the Omni King's numerical values, his mechanics alone rendered him invincible across the Dragon Ball world. If the Dragon Ball universe were a drawing on paper, the Omni King's mechanics would be the eraser. Simply erase whoever displeased him. Truly invincible. System, what potential threshold would I need to surpass the Omni King? Xion asked timidly. After all, the Omni King's supreme status was undeniably evident. Even with the system's dimensional striking power, Xion no longer harbored absolute confidence. Beep, system scanning in progress. The system's grand power descended once again to a higher dimension, arriving at the Omni King's palace, and locking onto the Omni King, who was currently playing with planets like marbles. Beep, according to the system's data analysis, host, to surpass the Omni King, you need to awaken at least 91% of your potential. 91%. Is that little guy's numerical value really that high? I thought he only relied on mechanics. Xion was somewhat surprised. The Omni King was undoubtedly the pinnacle of Dragon Ball. What left the deepest impression about the Omni King was his utterly insurmountable mechanical ability, while his numerical values, they hardly seemed to match his petite frame. A true pinnacle in every sense, invincible both numerically and mechanically, Xion reflected. But then he thought again. If the system could silently scan and analyze the Omni King's data, didn't that make the system even more formidable than the Omni King himself? Glug glug. Xian suddenly felt a tremor of nervousness. What qualifications did he have? Before transmigrating, he was merely an ordinary wage slave. Why would such an extraordinary system choose him? No, he couldn't keep thinking about it. The more he pondered, the worse his headache became. Xian shook his head to dispel those thoughts. It didn't matter why the system chose him. What mattered was that before the system, he was nothing more than a speck of dust, utterly unworthy of idle speculation. For thinking about it was useless anyway. "Oh right, system, haven't I signed in yet today?" Xian suddenly remembered and quickly asked. Indeed. Xian grew anxious. Then what are you waiting for? Sign in and boost my potential. Beep. Sign in complete. You have received 1 source point. Beep. Consuming 1 source point to awaken your potential. Your current potential progress 0.03. As his potential increased, Xian experienced the process of bodily sublimation once again. His strength surged dramatically, terrifying power concealed within Xian's slender frame, filling him with wild enthusiasm. After his excitement subsided, Xian tentatively asked, "System, can you change the sign-in method to automatic? I'm afraid I'll forget the time and miss signing in during my cultivation." Permissible. Beep. Shall I switch from manual sign-in mode to automatic sign-in mode? Yes, no. Looking at the 2 options before him, Xian decisively selected yes. Beep. Modification complete. Manual sign-in mode has been changed to automatic sign-in mode. The system will automatically sign in at midnight each day. Would you like to enable the sign-in reminder feature? Yes, no. The sign-in reminder feature. That means when the system automatically signs in, it will notify me. Xian asked. Correct. Will disabling this feature affect the automatic sign-in? Xian asked. It will not. Then I won't enable it. Xian said. Understood. The sign-in reminder feature has been disabled. After automatic sign-in, you will not receive any notification. Please check your source point balance yourself. Understood. Xian closed the system and continued to immerse himself in adapting to his newly augmented strength. Rustle, rustle, rustle. Suddenly a sound of cracking air echoed beside Xian's ear. Xian looked up and saw a burly man with white hair and rosy cheeks soaring toward him. Gibbet. Gibbet, the servant of the Eastern Kaishin, was a character whose presence in the anime was even lower than that of the Kaishin himself. Gibbet descended from the sky, landing before Xian, then respectfully bowed. Lord Kaishin. Xian nodded, placing his hands behind his back and adopting an aloof demeanor. What is it? Lord Kaishin, the Galactic King, has sent a distress signal. Currently, the galaxy ruled by the Galactic King is under invasion by Frisia's army. Shall I assist the Galactic King? Galactic King. Xian pondered carefully. He was unfamiliar with this Galactic King, but he did find information about him in his predecessor's memories. To his surprise, this Galactic King was actually a subordinate of the Eastern Kaishin, Frisia's army. Upon hearing Frisia's name, Xian felt a familiar headache. In the original setting of Dragon Ball, Frisia was a weakling that Xian could annihilate with a mere flick of his finger. Yet despite being dead for over 10 years, this same weakling suddenly rose to prominence. There was not even the slightest sign of that rise. For months, merely 4 months elapsed. Frisia leveled up like some cheater, leaping across countless power tiers in an instant. From a bottom-tier nobody to the very apex of the pyramid, able to pin the formerly exalted Kaishin to the ground with just 1 finger. By the later stages, it seemed as though anyone, human or spirit, could step on the Kaishin. Did the Kaishin not have dignity either? Oh right, and there was the protagonist group as well. The protagonist group endured countless hardships and rigorous training, battling ferocious enemies, life and death, to achieve their later stage strength. Yet before Frisia, all their efforts were rendered nothing more than a joke, completely devalued. Xian mused that even with his current cheat abilities, he couldn't achieve what Frisia had accomplished at that time. So what exactly had Frisia activated back then to be so outrageously insatiable that it outshone even the system's grand power? Yes, Lord Kaishin, Frisia's army is a faction that has recently risen within the cosmos, and its momentum is fierce with tendencies toward unifying the northern galaxy. Shall I intervene? Gibbet asked. End of chapter. Xian came to his senses and examined Gibbet from head to toe, suspicion flashing in his eyes. Gibbet should be able to defeat the current Frieza, right? Xian wasn't entirely sure. After all, Frieza's later self left an incredibly terrifying impression, especially those jokes online about how during his final battle with Super Saiyan Goku, Frieza could defeat the protagonist with merely a few push-ups. Xian pretended to be deep in thought while actually using his divine sense to search for Frieza's location. Soon his divine sense swept across the northern galaxy and settled upon Frieza, who sat inside an infant carriage. Xian's divine sense inspected Frieza from the inside out, and as he felt the life energy emanating from Frieza, Xian harbored only one thought. How weak. Weak enough that a single thought from Xian could crush him. Yet somehow such a feeble creature managed to achieve those monstrous feats later on. Xian racked his brains, but couldn't figure it out. He then carefully sensed Gibbet's life energy level. Also quite weak, but compared to Frieza, their life tiers were worlds apart, one in the heavens and the other in the depths. Xian was certain now the current Frieza, if facing Gibbet, would be utterly crushed. Relieved, Xian said to Jebet, "Very well. Go warn Frieza to restrain himself." "Yes, your divine majesty," Jebet replied. The Frieza army. Frieza stared at the white-haired, pink-faced Jebet before him, veins bulging on his forehead. For someone who had suddenly invaded his territory and wounded many of his subordinates, Frieza naturally showed no courtesy and attacked immediately. Unfortunately, Frieza was no match for Jebet whatsoever and was slapped so hard by Jebet that his vision cleared instantly. Frieza clutched his swollen red cheek, gritted his teeth in secret, but forced a smile, and asked, "Who are you? Why have you intruded upon my territory without cause and injured my subordinates?" "I am Jebet, a servant of the Supreme Kai," Jebet declared with an arrogant air. "Your subordinates are currently invading the Galaxy King's territory, a realm under the protection of the Supreme Kai. Order your people to leave the Galaxy King's domain immediately." Supreme Kai. Frieza's eyes widened in shock. He had once heard his father speak of several existences in the universe that his family must never provoke, and the Supreme Kai was among them. A bead of cold sweat trickled down Frieza's forehead. He quickly said, "I apologize on behalf of my subordinates' insolence, Supreme Kai. I will recall my troops from the Galaxy King's territory at once." Upon hearing this, Jebet glanced at him with an expression of, "At least you're sensible," and said, "A wise decision. Move quickly. I trust one won't need to visit you again." With that, Jebet activated instant transmission and returned to the Supreme Kai's realm. Supreme Kai's realm. Xian kept his gaze fixed upon the Frieza army the entire time. Only when Jebet returned did Xian finally exhale in relief. It wasn't cowardice. It was that Frieza's later feats were far too absurd. He feared that Frieza, upon realizing he couldn't beat Jebet, might suddenly start doing push-ups and reverse the situation, flattening Jebet into the ground. Well, Xian himself found that notion utterly ridiculous. But that's exactly how absurd Frieza became in the later arcs. The sheer scale of his power growth was enough to make anyone gape in disbelief, no matter how many times they witnessed it. "The matter has been resolved, your divine majesty," Jebet said respectfully. Xian gave a composed nod and said, "Good. I've noted it. You may go. By the way, inform the Galaxy King that he need no longer trouble himself over the Frieza army, but also tell him not to provoke Frieza." "Yes, your divine majesty," Jebet replied. Spring yielded to autumn, and a full year passed in the blink of an eye. Throughout this year, Xian never left the Supreme Kai's realm. He had been entirely devoted to familiarizing himself with and adapting to the miraculous power coursing through this body. The more Xian learned about the role of Supreme Kai, the more amazed he became by the wondrous nature of their power. Setting aside raw numbers, the Supreme Kai's abilities were truly plentiful. Mind reading, instant transmission, healing, creation, transformation, cloning, stillness, technique, telekinesis, universal perception, memory manipulation, weather control, planet creation, life creation, and so on. Virtually every ability Xian could imagine this body could accomplish. The sheer variety of mechanisms left Xian gaping in astonishment. And yet how did such a mechanic-abused vessel end up as a street dog in the later years? Oh right, the stats were too low. Never mind then. System, unlock my potential. Ding. 1 origin point has been consumed to activate your potential. Your current potential progress 388. And there went the numbers. Xian felt the vast power surging within him, and his heart raced with excitement. I wonder what level I stand at now. Xian mused to himself. Why not take a trip to the future? Xian pondered. Traveling through time was a taboo among gods. Even Beerus, the god of destruction, dared not tread upon time. But Supreme Kais were an exception. As the gods of creation, their daily duties involved birthing planets and life forms. To better understand the fruits of their labor at the moment of sowing, Supreme Kais were granted the authority to traverse time freely. Speaking of duty, Xian felt a flush of embarrassment. Over this entire year, he had completely neglected the obligations of a Supreme Kai, burrowing deeper and deeper into power enhancement. But then he reasoned, the god of destruction sleeps for decades at a stretch. Shouldn't a Supreme Kai be allowed to slack off for a few years? With that thought, Xian's mindset instantly balanced out, and he harbored no guilt for loafing off his duties at all. Which time node should I visit first? Xian raised his hand, revealing a silver ring on his right ring finger. This ring was both the tool and the credential that allowed Supreme Kais to traverse the future at will without consequence. The original Eastern Supreme Kai's strength should have ranked above Super Saiyan 1, but below Super Saiyan 2. In that case, Xian thought for a moment, his eyes lighting up. I'll head to the Cell Games timeline first, and see whether my current strength can suppress Perfect Cell. Having confirmed the temporal coordinates, Xian raised his hand and activated instant transmission, appearing in Earth's outer space. Both spatial and temporal coordinates are locked. Now comes the actual time travel. Xian's thoughts moved, and he immediately activated the time ring, initiating his journey through space-time. Age 767, Earth's outer space. Whoosh. Xian materialized at this time node and scanned the Earth below with his divine sense, skillfully sweeping across the planet. Found you. Xian's eyes brightened, and he instantly teleported forward. The Cell Games arena. Cell stood at the center of the ring, idly waiting for the Cell Games to begin. Xian hovered 10,000 meters above, gazing down upon Cell. Though separated by great distance and layers of cloud, Xin could still clearly discern every spot on Cell's body. This is Cell. Pathetic. Sensing the life energy emanating from Cell and comparing it to his own Cell appeared as insignificant as an insect. One flick of Xion's finger could crush him. No, it's not that Cell is weak. I'm simply far too strong now, Xion said narcissistically. End of chapter. Theoretically, I cannot interfere with events at this time node, but as long as it does not alter the original course of events in this timeline, it should be fine. A faint smile curled at the corner of Xion's lips. Since he had already come, wouldn't it be terribly boring to return empty-handed? So let me test your true strength. Xion raised one hand, and the power of creation activated. A figure identical to Cell appeared before him, created by Xion, though this imitation was merely a hollow shell. But that was sufficient. Xion's gaze fell upon Cell on the ground. He raised his hand once more, invoking the power of creation to forge an independent pocket dimension, enclosing Cell within it. The moment Cell was swallowed into the pocket dimension, his energy signature vanished from Earth. Almost simultaneously, the fake Cell created by Xion seamlessly projected his own aura, perfectly replacing Cell's presence. Inside the pocket dimension, Cell's brows knitted together as he scanned his surroundings. The environment had not changed, yet the vast array of life signals he had previously perceived across Earth had instantly disappeared. It was as if in a single instant, every living being on Earth except him had perished. What is going on? I can't sense anyone else's energy. Not even Son Goku and the others. There isn't so much as a single ordinary person's presence left. What has happened? Cell frowned in thought, unease stirring within him. Yet the thought that he was now in his perfect form bolstered his confidence. Oh, whatever had occurred, he feared nothing. Whoosh. Xion appeared opposite Cell. Cell narrowed his eyes at the sudden arrival and muttered, materializing out of nowhere. Does he possess the same ability as Son Goku? How interesting. Did you cause everyone's energy on Earth to vanish? What have you done? Have you killed them all? Cell demanded. Xion smiled without answering, merely curling a finger in a provocative gesture. Cell's lips curved upward. Amusing. You dare challenge me in my perfect form. Though the Cell game has not yet begun, warming up against you won't be a waste of time. The words had barely left his mouth when Cell teleported directly in front of Xion, delivering a crushing fist aimed straight at his face. To Xion's perception, Cell's blistering speed resembled that of a crawling turtle. His incoming fist moved in agonizing slowness, possessing neither force nor threat. So this is what it means to be completely overwhelmed by numerical disparity. No wonder the Kaioshin, for all their mechanical gimmicks, could never compete with those overpowered abominations in the late stages. This level of numerical suppression is simply insurmountable. Xion reveled in the sheer ecstasy of dominating a weaker foe. He moved with casual elegance, effortlessly evading Cell's attacks, no matter what techniques he unleashed, yet Cell could not so much as graze his clothing. The longer the battle dragged on, the more unnerved Cell became. He continuously ramped up his power level, yet no matter how fast he pushed himself, he could never come close to landing a blow. A frustration that gnawed at him relentlessly. After fighting for quite some time, Cell's original confidence had completely evaporated, replaced by a frayed, desperate glare. Is all you can do is dodge? Hearing this, Xion let out a languid yawn. It does grow somewhat tedious. You in your current state are insufficient for me to properly gauge just what tier my strength truly occupies. Let me bring this farce to an end. The moment those words left Xion's lips, Cell's biological instincts immediately screamed a warning. Cell's heart plummeted in terror. His mind raced to dodge, but his body, paralyzed by primal fear, grew sluggish, unable to keep pace with his own thoughts. Whoosh. Xion appeared behind Cell. Cell gritted his teeth, twisting his head slightly, his gaze locked mortally upon Xion, only to watch as Xion calmly raised his hand and gently pressed it against Cell's shoulder. Cell's entire body went rigid with sheer horror. A terrifying force surged through his shoulder, sending shivers of dread coursing through him. In the blink of an eye, Cell was driven deep into the earth, the overwhelming impact knocking him instantly unconscious. Cell awoke, gasping for breath. His gaze darted around. Everything seemed normal. His senses detected no anomalies. What had just transpired felt like nothing more than a dream. What just happened? Cell tried desperately to recall, but his memory returned only as a murky gray void. He had lost all recollection of what had transpired, yet his body still trembled with instinctive dread. Xion hovered 10,000 meters above, his gaze no longer fixed upon Cell. At this point, Cell no longer warranted his attention. Only if it were Frieza would Xion deign to look twice. After all, that bastard Frieza was genuinely capable of pinning Xion to the ground in a matter of moments. Assuming the super transformations were real, Xion turned his gaze to the fake Cell he had created and effortlessly annihilated it with a flick of his hand. Time to proceed to the next time node. Whoosh. Xion once again tore through the fabric of space-time. At a time node several days later, Xion looked down upon Super Saiyan 2 Son Gohan and the lightning-reed Cell who had just returned from the dead world. With cold detachment, he assessed them and remarked, pathetically weak. To Xion's perception, both Super 2 Son Gohan and Lightning Cell were as insignificant as ants before his overwhelming spiritual magnitude. My current potential activation is only at 388, and my strength has already surpassed Super 2. No, it should be far beyond that. Xian's eyes flickered with anticipation. He raised the time ring, preparing to activate it once more. This time I'll travel to the Bu arc. Let me see just how powerful I have truly become. Age 774. Above Earth's atmosphere. Upon arriving at this time node, Xian immediately extended his divine sense, sweeping across the entirety of Earth. The moment Xian's divine sense swept over the venue of the World Martial Arts Tournament, it hesitated, for he had spotted a version of himself existing at this very time node. As naturally as cause follows effect, this timeline's Xian sensed the intrusion and looked up toward the distant heavens. He offered a faint smile to his past self and gave a casual wave of greeting. A chill ran down Xian's spine, yet he summoned his courage and carefully probed his present self. Nothing but void. No matter how thoroughly Xian searched, he could detect not the slightest trace of energy from this timeline's version of himself, as if the other had completely merged with heaven and earth. Though he sensed nothing, an unsettling foreboding lingered heavily upon Xian's heart. He harbored no doubt that this timeline's self could obliterate his current existence with a single thought. Has my future self truly become this powerful? It makes sense. I have only possessed the system for 1 year, while the version of me in this timeline has likely had it for over a decade. His strength must be incomparably greater than mine. Xian mused to himself. His divine sense continued to sweep across Earth, searching for Bibidai's spaceship. Within but a few breaths, Xian pinpointed the location of Bibidai's vessel, and the egg of Majin Bu concealed in its deepest chamber. Found it. Xian's lips curled into a smile. In a flash of teleportation, he appeared inside Bibidai's spaceship. Raising both hands, Xian created an independent pocket dimension, enclosing both himself and Majin Bu's egg within it. He also crafted a decoy Majin Bu egg to place outside. After all, he could not disrupt the normal progression of this timeline, lest it fracture away from the main timeline and form an entirely new parallel universe. End of chapter. Inside an isolated pocket dimension, Xian's divine sense probed Majin Bu's egg from the inside out. At his current level of power, he cracked the logic behind the egg's operation in an instant. Come on, Majin Bu. Let me see exactly how strong I've become. Xian raised his hand, gathered a ball of energy at his fingertip, and injected it into Majin Bu's egg. A surge of immense energy poured into Majin Bu's egg, instantly awakening the Majin Bu slumbering within. Crack! The colossal egg split open from the middle, and thick pink gas poured out. Xian watched the pink gas streaming from the egg, knowing that this gas was Majin Bu. The surging pink gas gathered in the air, slowly condensing into a huge plump pink figure. It was Majin Bu. Xian looked Majin Bu up and down, sensing the level of his being. The corner of his mouth curled upward as the fear he had felt toward Majin Bu dissolved completely. Weak. Too weak. Majin Bu, you are pitifully weak now. Xian murmured to himself. Although his murmur was soft, Majin Bu in the air still heard it. He set his face grimly, glared coldly down at Xian, and said with a sneer, "Did you just say that I'm weak?" Xian smiled faintly and gave no reply. He merely raised a hand and beckoned to Majin Bu. Seeing this provocative gesture, Majin Bu was so enraged that white steam burst from his whole body. His once simple, honest face twisted into a vicious sneer. "I'll turn you into chocolate and eat you." As the words fell, the antenna on Majin Bu's head emitted a pink glow, and a ray shot toward Xian at terrifying speed. Xian did not dodge. He let the ray strike him. But when it tried to turn him into chocolate, the vast divine power of creation inside his body, like a provoked primordial beast, counterattacked on its own. Whoosh! Not only did Majin Bu's transmutation ray fail, it was also sent back along its original path by the divine power of creation within Xian. Majin Bu stared at the reflected ray, utterly dumbfounded. With a hum, the ray bounced back onto him and turned him into a life-size chocolate figure. Boom! The huge chocolate figure fell from the air and smashed to pieces. A moment later, white smoke rose from the chocolate Majin Bu as he canceled the spell himself and returned to his original form. Majin Bu's shattered body automatically regenerated. Furious, he flailed his limbs, wildly, white steam venting from his entire body, and glared ferociously at Xian. "See, I told you that you're pitifully weak now. Even I'm surprised that I've become so strong," Xian said with feeling. "Yeah. Majin Bu shrieked. The little runt before him would not stop provoking him, which drove him absolutely mad. He had to kill the little runt. "Yeah." Majin Bu charged over furiously. Seeing this, Xian put on an expression that seemed to say, "I really can't do anything with you," and began playing along with Majin Bu. Majin Bu kept swinging his fists and kicking, occasionally spitting energy blasts from his mouth, trying to catch Xian off guard. Unfortunately, every move he made was like slow motion to Xian and posed no threat at all. After playing with Majin Bu for quite a while, Xian gradually began to feel bored. The sensation of crushing someone with overwhelming battle power was certainly exciting, but it also became dull very quickly. "I'm done playing." Xian raised his hand and activated his telekinesis. Majin Buu, who had been ferocious a second ago, immediately turned horrified. He couldn't move. Exine slowly closed his raised hand into a fist. Majin Buu immediately screamed in agony as his body was compressed by an invisible force until he was squeezed into a pink ball of flesh. Forget everything that just happened. Go back into the egg. With a thought, Exine's divine sense invaded Majin Buu's brain, deleting all memories of him, and then he shoved Majin Buu back into the egg and sealed it again. My current strength should be above Super Saiyan 3. I just don't know if I have what it takes for Super Saiyan 4, Exine analyzed quietly. Even though he had fought Majin Buu, it was almost entirely a one-sided beating. Exine still could not pin down his own strength on the scale, but the one thing he could confirm was that he was far above Super Saiyan 3. It's only been a year. The system said that I would surpass Beerus within 10 years. Now it looks like it wasn't a joke. Exine smiled, his heart light. Should I go to an even later point in time? Exine lowered his head and pondered, then shook his head. No. If I go further ahead, Beerus will be out. At my current level, I'd probably be instantly killed if I ran into him. I'd better not go. Those stronger than me. And I won't fight them. Just playing. Let's head back. Exine raised his hand and activated the time ring. Time began to rewind. Age 762. At the exact point in time Exine had left. The moment he appeared, two fast-moving objects entered his perception. Exine looked over and saw two round white spaceships heading toward Earth. It's Vegeta and Nappa. Exine's gaze pierced through the spaceships, and he saw the two Scions sleeping within. Should I give Earth a helping hand? Exine thought it over. Forget it. This battle on Earth is a crucial battle for Vegeta's spiritual transformation. I'll need him later in the Tournament of Power, so let things take their natural course. Having made his decision, Exine teleported back to the Supreme Kai realm. There he felt refreshed and clear-minded. The mountains that had once weighed down on him had been toppled one by one. Now only Beerus was left. And Frieza too, assuming that guy's talent setting in Super was actually true. At the thought of Frieza, Exine's eyes flickered. He wondered whether he should kill Frieza now, while Frieza was still weak. Forget it. Let things go naturally. Besides, I have the system now, so why should I be afraid of a mere native? I dare you to make Frieza's battle power surpass the Grand Priest's. Exine had not forgotten that the system had once told him that as long as his potential was unlocked to 71, his battle power would exceed the Grand Priest's. I really wish time would fly. My power is still growing too slowly. Despite saying that, the smile on Exine's face never stopped. Time rolled onward like a great surging river. In the blink of an eye, 12 years passed. The Dragon Ball world had gone through the Scion Saga, the Frieza Saga, and the Android Cell Saga, and now entered the Buu Saga. During that time, Exine had kept watching Earth, but he never intervened in what happened there, letting everything develop naturally. Until today, Kibito rushed over to Exine in a panic and reported, Lord Supreme Kai, I have received reliable intelligence. Bibidai the sorcerer, who created Majin Buu, had a son. Now Bibidai's son is attempting to break Majin Buu's seal. Exine cast a glance at Kibito and said casually, don't panic. Let him do as he likes. Everything will follow its natural course. Kibito was dumbfounded. Had he not made himself clear enough just now? Someone was trying to break Majin Buu's seal. Hey. Kibito spoke anxiously, Lord Supreme Kai, that is Majin Buu. If Majin Buu's seal is undone, the entire universe will be plunged into a crisis of annihilation. Shin's gaze was indifferent, entirely unconcerned. As his power gradually rose, many things that he had once cared about no longer meant anything to him. At first he had planned to befriend the protagonist group, but every time his divine sense fell upon Son Goku and the others, sensing their minuscule insect-like presences, he lost all interest in forming a connection. How could a person make friends with insects? After all, Shin's potential awakening progress had already reached 45, 91, and his entire set of stats had surpassed Beerus by a wide margin. Now, let alone the protagonist group, even Beerus was nothing but small fry in Shin's eyes. That was why Shin had never once interfered with the course of Dragon Ball's plot over all these years, letting everything develop naturally. In truth, Shin's current level of standing was far beyond having any interest in getting involved in fights between insects. From Shin's perspective, every battle the protagonist group fought against enemies was no different from watching a bunch of crickets fight. When he was bored, he could watch to pass the time. In the present 7th universe, the only one who still deserved Shin's attention was the Angel Wisp, because Shin could not defeat him yet. Kibito, be patient. A glint flashed in Shin's eyes, and his ability, Calm Hearts, activated. Kibito, who had been frantic with anxiety, had his mind suddenly settle, as if struck by the Bone King's forced calm. With peaceful eyes, Kibito said in a flat tone, Lord Supreme Kai, are we not going to stop Majin Buu's resurrection? Shin thought it over. His consistent style was to let things follow their natural course. According to the original flow of Dragon Ball's story, this was about when he should make his appearance. In that case, whether Majin Buu revives or not is unimportant. What matters is how to deal with the chain of problems that will arise after his revival. Shin said indifferently. Majin Buu's instinct was one of savagery, though he would instinctively destroy everything and slaughter every living being. But after Majin Buu devoured the Grand Supreme Kai, his mentality had actually changed, becoming as simple as a child's. As long as he was given proper guidance, the current Majin Buu was actually harmless. Come Kibito, let's go to Earth. Earth should be quite lively right now, Shin said with a smile. May 7th, age 774. The 25th World Martial Arts Tournament was held today, and the venue was extremely lively. Apart from the ordinary people who were there to add to the atmosphere, the only ones at the venue worth Shin's attention were the protagonist group. Kibito was always watching over the Supreme Kai, and following his gaze, he saw Son Goku and his party. When he saw the halo above Son Goku's head, Kibito said in surprise, "That man is a dead person, isn't he? How did he get to the living world?" "That's how it is for people with connections," Shin said flatly. Suddenly, Shin felt a familiar divine sense sweep across the whole venue until it came to rest on him. Shin looked up, divine light flickering in his gaze. His line of sight crossed 10,000 li and fell upon a figure far away, himself who had crossed over from the past. Seeing his past self, Shin had only one thought so weak. Was his past self really that fragile? Shin sighed inwardly, and at the same time did not forget to show a friendly smile to his past self and raise his hand in greeting. Shin could clearly sense the shock in his past self's heart, but the other still had the nerve to keep probing him inside and out with divine sense. Black lines appeared on Shin's forehead. Was his past self really this reckless? "Can't you feel the gap in strength between us? I really want to swat him to death." Shin felt an offense he had not experienced in a long time because of his past self's rude behavior. Shin clenched his fist. With a single thought, he could erase his utterly boundaryless self 10,000 li away. But in the end, he slowly unclenched his hand. He took a deep breath and kept comforting himself inwardly. "Don't be angry, don't be angry. This is your past self, don't quibble with yourself." People cannot even empathize with their past selves. Back then, Shin was only curious how strong his future self was and had no idea how reckless his own behavior was. Fortunately, the one he had provoked was his future self, who otherwise he would probably have been done for on the spot. Noticing something unusual about Shin, Kibito asked anxiously, "Lord Supreme, Kai, has something happened?" Shin shook his head and said calmly, "It's nothing." At the World Martial Arts Tournament venue, Son Goku and his group walked out of the restaurant after having a big meal. Their mood was very good. Shin was waiting in the corridor of the venue for Son Goku and his group to arrive. Although Shin no longer intended to actively befriend Son Goku and the others, the story ahead still required frequent contact with the Son family. Coupled with the childhood connection, Shin had come specially to say hello. Son Goku looked at Shin and Kibito across the corridor, his eyes full of confusion, and asked him, "Can I help you?" Shin smiled slightly. "We have finally met, Mr. Son Goku." Son Goku was stunned and asked, "You know me?" Shin nodded. "I have been watching you all along. You are a very special person." "Watching me all along?" Son Goku tilted his head, his face full of confusion. Clearly his simple mind could not understand such a complicated question. "In the story ahead we will probably come into contact often, so I came especially this time to say hello." After saying this with a smile, Shin turned and left with Kibito. Watching the backs of Shin and Kibito as they walked away, Son Goku remained completely baffled. Cold sweat had already formed on Piccolo's forehead. His gaze was fixed intently on Shin's retreating figure. Although Shin gave off no pressure whatsoever, Piccolo inexplicably sensed a suffocating oppression. Piccolo walked slowly over to Son Goku and asked nervously, "Goku, do you know that man from earlier?" Son Goku shook his head. "No. And it's strange. I can't sense his ki at all, but when that man just stood in front of me, I instinctively felt a pang of unease. I figure he's an expert. This tournament probably won't be an easy victory for us." Hearing this, Krillin scratched his thick hair and said, "Is that so? But they look really ordinary. I can't see anything impressive about them at all. To me, they're just two strange guys." "Oomph." Vegeta let out a cold snort, turned his head, and glared at Son Goku. "Kakarot, you're making a mountain out of a molehill. Buffoons that crawled out of nowhere. This tournament's only person worth your attention is me." Son Goku scratched his head, smiled, and said, "Maybe I was overthinking it." "Uh-huh." Piccolo's eyes gleamed as he cautioned, "Vegeta, those two just now are no ordinary fighters. Judging by their appearance, they likely aren't Earthlings either. We should not underestimate them." "Oomph." Vegeta snorted coldly, completely dismissing Piccolo's words. In his eyes there was only Kakarot. Soon it was time for the elimination bracket draw. Sun Wukong and his companions arrived at the arena where the draw would take place. Piccolo's gaze immediately fell upon Xian, who stood in one corner of the ring. Sensing the intensity of that stare, Xian turned and offered Piccolo a gentle smile. Piccolo was so startled that cold sweat instantly beaded on his forehead, and he quickly lowered his head. The tournament's MC, an old acquaintance of Sun Wukong, exchanged warm greetings with them before beginning the official draw. Without Xian's deliberate interference, the draw results unfolded exactly as in the original timeline. Son Gohan versus Jeet. Piccolo versus Xian. Sun Wukong versus Vegeta. The others did not matter. The first match saw Krillin face a bulky opponent, and Krillin secured an easy victory. The second match, Piccolo versus Xian. Piccolo. Backstage area. Xian offered Piccolo a smile, then strode toward the arena first. Watching Xian's departing figure, cold sweat continuously trickled down Piccolo's forehead. Piccolo, what's wrong? Sun Wukong called out. Only then did Piccolo realize his entire body was trembling uncontrollably. He forced a strained smile at Sun Wukong, then stumbled toward the competition ring. Everyone from Sun Wukong's group turned their curious gazes toward the arena, including Vegeta. Although he had previously expressed disdain for Xian and Jeet, deep down Vegeta took them seriously, for he too could sense an indistinct yet palpable pressure emanating from Xian. A formidable opponent. That was Vegeta's first thought upon seeing Xian. Only his fierce pride prevented him from showing weakness. Vegeta stared intensely at Xian on the arena floor, his mind racing. Let me see just how strong you really are. Both fighters, take your positions. The second match begins now, the MC bellowed. As his voice faded, neither competitor on the ring moved an inch. Piccolo tensely watched his opponent across from him, while Xian simply stood with his arms behind his back, a faint smile on his face, gazing steadily at Piccolo. Piccolo's mind move. Act now. Piccolo's body, no. You don't wanna. Piccolo clenched his fists, his mind frantically urging his body to strike, yet this moment his body seemed entirely unresponsive, unable to muster even a fraction of his strength. Why? Piccolo gritted his teeth, cold sweat pouring down his face, his expression turning green with strain, yet he simply couldn't summon the will to fight. Why can't I move? Where has my power gone? Piccolo panted heavily. At this moment his mind and body were locked in a fierce battle. His mind screamed for him to attack, but his body lay completely defunct, not only refusing to obey his commands, but also seeming to sneer internally, as if saying, why don't you do it yourself? Piccolo's anomaly was immediately noticed by his companions watching the match from backstage. Son Gohan asked with concern, Uncle Piccolo, what's wrong with him? Sun Wukong scratched his head and said he must not be feeling well. I noticed his complexion wasn't good earlier. Vegeta's expression grew grave, his eyes locked onto Xian on the ring. On the arena floor, though Piccolo hadn't exerted himself in the slightest, he felt utterly depleted, as if he had just survived a brutal battle. Not an ounce of strength remained in his limbs, and the cold sweat soaking his entire cape. What kind of person is this guy? Panic surged through Piccolo's mind. Xian, having read his thoughts, smiled and replied, you'll find out very soon. Piccolo was so terrified that his inner defenses completely shattered. The moment he let go of his desire to fight, his previously unresponsive body instantly recovered. Competitor, are you alright? Your complexion doesn't look good. The MC called out from below the ring, concern evident in his voice. Piccolo panted heavily as though he had just endured an epic battle, his voice trembling with exhaustion. I apologize. I concede. Xian smiled and said, a wise decision. With that, Xian turned and walked off the arena first. Backstage, Xian offered a gentle smile to Sun Wukong and the others who were watching him, then returned to Jeet's side. Just then Piccolo followed behind and was immediately surrounded by worried inquiries from everyone. Uncle Piccolo, are you alright? Piccolo, was that guy really that powerful? Cold sweat still covered Piccolo's forehead. He risked a sidelong glance toward Xian in the corner, then whispered to his companions, yes. Incredibly strong. The gap between us in terms of realm is simply too vast. Piccolo's words sent shockwaves through the group, and even Vegeta was stunned. Though Vegeta held no respect for Piccolo, he did acknowledge his strength. If Piccolo himself admitted the opponent was far beyond his level, then one could only imagine how terrifyingly powerful the other must be. The most terrified person on site was undoubtedly Krillin, because... Piccolo, you're joking, right? My next opponent is that guy. Krillin's lips quivered in fear. Piccolo offered no response, but his tense expression made it clear he wasn't joking. Krillin instantly deflated. This martial arts tournament might end right here for him. Just as everyone grew increasingly tense, Sun Wukong curiously gazed toward Xian, his eyes sparkling with eager anticipation. Is that guy really that powerful? I really want to fight him. Hearing this, Piccolo's expression changed sharply. Old son, don't do anything foolish. Vegeta also spoke with displeasure. Kakarot, the only opponent you should ever desire to fight is me. Until that happens, keep thoughts of others out of your mind. Sun Wukong laughed heartily. I know. Though he spoke those words, Sun Wukong's eyes still occasionally drifted toward Xian. Xian likewise turned his head to meet that gaze, his faint smile never wavering. The MC raised his microphone and loudly announced to the audience, the competition continues. Up next is the third match, competitor Pidlalai versus competitor Spopovich. The moment the words left his mouth, thunderous cheers erupted from the stands. It was no wonder. They couldn't help themselves, for Pidlalai's fame among the common people was simply enormous. Watching the enthusiastic crowd outside, Son Gohan exclaimed in amazement, such incredible popularity. Pidlalai proudly lifted her chin, a look of pure triumph on her face. Son Gohan smiled and said to Pidlalai, good luck, Pidlalai. Pidlalai gave him a thumbs up and declared, watch me finish this opponent in no time. I'll see you in the next round, Gohan. Yeah. Son Gohan nodded. Then Pidlalai and Spopovich made their way toward the arena. The moment Pidlalai stepped onto the ring platform, the crowd erupted in unison, chanting her name. Pidlalai, Pidlalai, Pidlalai. End of chapter. You seem very concerned about that girl. Xian had already appeared before Sun Wufan seemingly out of nowhere, and said in a calm, indifferent voice. Startled Sun Wufan abruptly whipped his head around to look at Xian. It was not only Sun Wufan, everyone else also looked at Xian in astonishment. Vegeta stared at Xian in shock, thinking to himself, so fast. I didn't see him approach at all. Xian smiled at the astonished group, then turned his gaze to Sun Wufan, and asked, "You are called Wufan, right? You seem to care quite a bit about that girl from earlier." Sun Wufan snapped back to reality, his cheeks flushing. He stammered nervously, "Well. Actually, it's nothing. Dilly and I are only classmates, so I was just concerned about her." "Classmates, is it? What a fine friendship. Still, I want to remind you, Wufan, if you don't want that girl to suffer, it would be best to have her forfeit." "Forfeit? Why?" Sun Wufan asked, bewildered. Xian's gaze shifted to the tournament stage. "Because that girl's opponent is on a completely different level from her. If things go wrong, she could die." What? Sun Wufan was shocked and looked at the stage with worried eyes. Kulin nervously cut in at this point. "Is that big guy really that powerful? He doesn't look it." Xian cast an indifferent glance at Kulin, who immediately stumbled back 2 steps in fright. Sun Wukong stepped in front of Kulin at just the right moment, saying with a smile, "Hello, I am Sun Wukong." Xian smiled faintly. "My name is Xian. Mr. Xian, you are very strong, aren't you? I truly look forward to testing myself against you on the arena stage." Sun Wukong said. "Old son." Baiku was so startled that cold sweat broke out, and he hastened to stop him. Xian smiled faintly and said, "Is that so? If the opportunity arises, I wouldn't mind having a match with you, Mr. Sun Wukong." Baiku stepped forward, cold sweat streaming down his forehead, and said, "I apologize. He was only joking just now." Xian smiled at Baiku, then turned and walked toward the corner. "Old son, you were far too rash just now." Baiku scolded. Sun Wukong scratched his head and said with an apologetic look, Sorry, I simply couldn't hold back." "Very well, the third match will now begin." The announcer's voice came from outside, and Sun Wukong and the others immediately had their attention drawn to the match beyond. Only Baiku was the exception. His attention remained fixed on Xian the whole time. He glanced at Xian, and Jia Bite, who stood quietly in the corner, gritted his teeth and boldly walked up to Xian. Seeing this, Xian asked with a smile, "Is there something you need?" Baiku swallowed hard and asked nervously, "This is only a guess, but could you be Lord Grand Kai?" "No, you are mistaken. I am not," Xian said calmly. "Not." This time it was Baiku's turn to be dumbfounded. At the critical moment, Jia Bite, who had remained silent throughout, spoke up and introduced, "This lord is not the Grand Kai. He stands at the pinnacle of all gods. Lord Supreme Kai, WH. What? Baiku's face turned 3 shades greener with fear. He stared at Xian in disbelief, his heart churning with terror. As Supreme Kai, Baiku's entire body trembled. In his understanding, above Kami stood King Kai, above King Kai stood Grand Kai, and Grand Kai was nearly at the apex of all gods. But above Grand Kai there was actually an even greater deity, the Supreme Kai, the supreme god who governed creation in the universe, the otherworld. North Kai had been keeping a close watch on Earth, and when he learned of Xian's true identity, he was deeply shaken as well. That young man is actually Lord Supreme Kai. Why would a figure of such importance come to Earth? North Kai muttered shakily, a sense of foreboding rising in his heart. What was it that could stir a deity like the Supreme Kai into action? He is actually the legendary Supreme Kai. Baiku stared at Xian before him, clenching his fists in nervousness, his body trembling uncontrollably under the intense emotional shock. No wonder I felt such a tremendous gap between myself and him before. So he is the Supreme Kai. Seeing Baiku paralyzed with fear, a glint flashed in Xian's eyes, and he activated forced calm. In that instant, Baiku, whose emotions had been surging violently only moments earlier, suddenly calmed down. Baiku was a little astonished. Was this the power of a Supreme Kai? It could actually control a person's emotions. "Do you have any other questions?" Xian asked. At this moment, Baiku was disturbingly calm. His gaze flickered. Recalling what the Supreme Kai had said to Wufan earlier, he asked in a rush, "Lord Supreme Kai, what you said to Wufan earlier, was it true?" Xian was taken aback. He had not expected that after calming down, Baiku's first question would be this one. Was this question really that important? Xian was puzzled, but that did not stop him from answering, "What do you think?" Although it was a rhetorical question, Baiku still understood what the Supreme Kai meant. Baiku frowned and carefully sensed Sibobabiki's key from outside. It was a very strange key, but it was not strong compared with that girl named Bidilli. There was still a considerable gap. Although Baiku could not see what was unusual about Sibobabiki, since even the Supreme Kai had said that the girl named Bidilli was no match, then she definitely was no match. With this in mind, Baiku grew a little anxious. He bowed to the Supreme Kai and said, "Forgive me, Lord Supreme Kai. I must excuse myself for a moment." With that, Baiku turned and went back to Sun Wufan's side, urging Wufan, "You had better persuade that girlfriend of yours to forfeit. Her opponent is not someone she can handle." Baiku's words made Sun Wufan blush. He hastily waved his hands and explained, "You, Uncle Baiku. You've misunderstood. Bidilli and I are not in that kind of relationship." But Baiku said grimly, "This is no time to be caught up in such things. Hurry up and get your girlfriend to forfeit. Otherwise she really might die." Hearing this, the panicked Sun Wufan also calmed down, his expression turning grave. Kalin then spoke up, "By Ko, aren't you being a little too serious? This is a tournament after all. If someone kills, they'll be disqualified." "Exactly, Bai Ko. Besides, Wufan probably has no right to make decisions for others, right?" Sun Wukong said. Bai Ko rolled his eyes at the two fools, then said seriously to Sun Wufan, "Wufan." Sun Wufan was now completely serious, but when he turned to look at the tournament stage, his face was deeply troubled. "Uncle Bai Ko, even if I tried to convince Bai Dilly to forfeit, I'm afraid she wouldn't listen to me." While the group was talking, the third match had already begun. Bai Dilly's offensive was extremely fierce, and she knocked Sibo Babiki down in an instant. Backstage at the tournament venue, Kalin said with a smile, "See, Bai Ko, that girl knocked her opponent down in a flash. I told you were overthinking it." Everyone looked and saw that Sibo Babiki had indeed been knocked down. Bai Ko's expression remained stern. He refused to believe that someone the Supreme Kai had specifically cautioned about could be defeated so easily. Sure enough, Sibo Babiki, who had just been knocked down, immediately got back to his feet and grinned at Bai Dilly, a fierce glint flashing in his eyes. Bai Dilly frowned and urged, "I suggest you surrender now, or you'll get hurt." Sibo Babiki grinned broadly and charged at her with a roar. Bai Dilly did not flinch and met him head-on. Bang! Sibo Babiki was knocked down again. But soon he rose once more, covered in wounds, as if he were some kind of savage beast feeling nothing at all. Bang! 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 Sibo Babiki was knocked down again and again, yet each time he stood up as though nothing had happened. The prolonged battle was draining Bai Dilly's strength rapidly. She was already beginning to pant. Backstage, the Z fighters also sensed that something was wrong. The guilelessness had vanished from Sun Wukong's face, replaced by solemnity. "Gohan, if you tell that girl up there to forfeit now, it might still be in time." Kalin also said, "That big guy is really abnormal. He's covered with wounds, but his body seems completely numb to pain. His injuries haven't affected him at all, and after this much fighting, he doesn't seem to have used up any stamina. That girl, on the other hand, is dangerously low on energy." On the tournament stage, Bai Dilly was panting heavily. Looking at Sibo Babiki, who had been knocked down by her once more, she thought to herself, he shouldn't be able to get up now, right? But contrary to her wishes, Sibo Babiki, covered in wounds, stood up once again like an unkillable cockroach. At the sight, a flicker of fear ran through Bai Dilly's heart, but her tenacious character would not allow her to retreat. "What a troublesome guy," she gritted out as she watched Sibo Babiki charging toward her again. Feeling the severe drain on her stamina, Bai Dilly's expression turned serious. Watching Sibo Babiki crashing toward her like a heavy truck, she resolved not to hold back this time. She suddenly leaped, drove a heavy kick into Sibo Babiki's face, then spun in midair and landed a vicious elbow strike to his chest. Bang! Sibo Babiki crashed heavily onto the ring. Bai Dilly was gasping for air. Those last two strikes had been delivered with all her might, and both had hit vulnerable human body parts. This time he shouldn't be able to get up, and would likely spend a few days in the hospital. But then something that astonished Bai Dilly happened. Despite the vicious blows he had just received, Sibo Babiki grinned, as if nothing had happened, and stood up once more. Bai Dilly was shocked. Bai Dilly gritted her teeth. Bai Dilly charged in. After another round of punches and kicks, she knocked Sibo Babiki down again. In that exchange, Bai Dilly held back absolutely nothing, and she was confident her opponent would not get up this time. Yet those fierce consecutive attacks had consumed nearly all of her already dwindling stamina. Bai Dilly bent over, hands resting on her knees, panting heavily. Her stamina was visibly running out. Seeing Sibo Babiki fall, the commentator immediately launched into an excited commentary. "Contestant Bai Dilly's terrifying consecutive attack just now. I'm afraid this time contestant Sibo Babiki should. As he watched Sibo Babiki climb to his feet, yet again the commentator let out a cry of astonishment, and his voice echoed through the entire arena via the microphone. Not only the commentator, but the audience too stared at Sibo Babiki down on the stage in shock. After suffering that many heavy blows, a normal human being would not just need months in the hospital. At the very least, he would be unable to get up. Yet Sibo Babiki, as if nothing had happened, grinned, wiped blood from his face, and glared ferociously at Bai Dilly, whose energy was completely spent. Bai Dilly. Sun Wufan watched the stage with an anxious expression. By now, how could he fail to see how serious the situation had become? That big man named Sibo Babiki was far too abnormal. "Forfeit quickly, Bai Dilly," Sun Wufan shouted toward the stage. "Wufan." Bai Dilly glanced toward the backstage area, and saw Sun Wufan looking at her in desperation, constantly mouthing for her to surrender. Gritting her teeth, Bai Dilly stared at Sibo Babiki, who was approaching slowly with an overwhelming sense of pressure. Though she could barely lift her arms now, her stubborn nature held her fast. The watching crowd made it even harder. Her pride would never allow her to surrender. Huh. Sibo Babiki swung a wild punch at her. If she had been in normal condition, Bai Dilly could have avoided the attack, and even countered immediately. But now exhausted, she could barely dodge. Bang. Sibo Babiki's sandbag-sized fist slammed into Bai Dilly's face. With a cry of pain, her slender body was sent flying backward. Bai Dilly lay on the ground, unwilling to accept defeat. Using the last of her strength, she performed a kip-up and rose to her feet. But the moment she stood, Sibo Babiki rushed over and landed a heavy kick on her body. Up. Bai Dilly screamed in pain as she was kicked through the air toward outside the ring. If she landed out of bounds, it would mean she had lost the match. A look of panic crossed Bai Dilly's face. She hurriedly gathered the remaining chi in her body. She wanted to use the sky dance technique. Backstage, Xin's eyes gleamed with divine light, his gaze penetrating the thick walls to see what was happening on the tournament stage. When Xin saw that Bai Dilly intended to use the sky dance technique, he knew what would happen afterward and did not want to waste any more time. A flash of divine light shone in his eyes. On the tournament stage, Bai Dilly was horrified to discover that the chi she had just gathered suddenly dispersed. Instead of flying up and avoiding an immediate defeat, she unexpectedly fell outside the ring. Bai Dilly lay on the grass thinking to herself, how is this possible? Why did my chi scatter? Is it because my stamina is exhausted? With that thought, Bai Dilly immediately wore a bitter, unwilling expression. Seeing Bai Dilly out of bounds, the commentator paused, then shouted into the microphone, out of bounds. Contestant Bai Dilly has fallen out of bounds, so contestant Subodinate wins the match. The commentator's voice spread throughout the arena through the microphone, and the spectators in the stands all wore disappointed expressions. Bai Dilly's best friend, a girl with short golden hair, named Elisha, watched her in the ring with concern. Seeing Bai Dilly fall out of bounds and lose, Elisha felt sorry for her friend, yet she was also somewhat relieved. Since she had lost, Bai Dilly probably wouldn't have to keep fighting such a terrifying man. Aya. Despite winning, Subodinate was not excited. He had originally wanted to savagely torment Bai Dilly because he hated Satan to the core, and Bai Dilly was Satan's daughter. His hatred extended to her, as well, making Subodinate loathe Bai Dilly just as much. But he never expected that in his excessive force he would kick her straight out of the ring. At this moment, Subodinate was consumed by deep regret. A murderous glint in his eyes, Subodinate intended to ignore the rules of the match and attack Bai Dilly directly. Seeing this, Subodinate's companion, another tall, gaunt man, immediately shouted to stop him. Subodinate. Hearing his companion's shout, Subodinate turned to look at him. The man stared back coldly and said, "Don't ruin the real mission, or I'll make you regret it." Subodinate was reluctant, but he forcibly suppressed his rage and strode off the ring. Still, his eyes kept glaring viciously at Bai Dilly as if he wanted to devour her alive. Bai Dilly could distinctly sense the malice radiating from Subodinate toward her. She was utterly bewildered. This ought to have been their very first meeting, so why did he harbor such intense animosity toward her? Unable to fathom the reason, Bai Dilly decided to set the matter aside. Straining her weakened body, she staggered toward the backstage of the venue. Witnessing this, Sun Wukong rushed out from the backstage, supporting Bai Dilly with deep concern. "Bai Dilly, are you all right?" he asked anxiously. Bai Dilly shook her head. "I'm fine. I've merely exhausted my stamina." "Wukong, I'm sorry. I broke my word. I won't be able to stand against you in a showdown on the tournament stage after all," Bai Dilly said apologetically. "This is no time for such talk. Rest well and regain your strength as soon as possible," Sun Wukong said. He helped Bai Dilly back to the backstage where everyone gazed at her with concern. "Wukong, is she all right?" Kellen asked with concern. Sun Wukong shook his head. "Thank you for your care, Uncle Kellen. Bai Dilly is fine. She has simply exhausted her stamina. Her stamina is completely drained. Does any of you carry immortal beings?" Sun Wukong asked. Kellen shook his head. "We came to this tournament purely for amusement. How could we possibly have brought any?" "In that case, I shall make a trip to Kalen Tower and fetch 2 immortal beings," Sun Wukong stated. Sun Wukong exclaimed excitedly, "Really, Dad? That's wonderful. Thank you so much." "Wukong, you needn't be so courteous. Wait a moment. I will return at once." Raising his hand, Sun Wukong activated instant transmission. The moment Sun Wukong departed, the announcer's voice echoed from beyond the arena. "Now then, let us proceed with the 4th match. Will the contestants for the 4th match please enter the arena?" Hearing this, Sun Wukong turned to Bai Dilly and said apologetically, "I'm sorry, Bai Dilly. I must leave for a short while. Will you be all right on your own?" Bai Dilly smiled. "Go ahead, Wukong. I'll be perfectly fine by myself." Still somewhat uneasy, Sun Wukong said to Kellen, "Uncle Kellen, please look after Bai Dilly for me." "And leave her to me. It's time for you to take the stage," Kellen said. Sun Wukong nodded, then turned back to Bai Dilly and reminded her, "Bai Dilly, my father will soon return with a miraculous medicine. Once you take it, your depleted stamina will be restored in an instant." Bai Dilly remained skeptical. How could such a medicine possibly exist in the world? Sun Wukong wished to explain, yet he hardly knew where to begin. He could only scratch his head and say, "I can't explain it clearly in such a short time. But regardless, you must trust me." At this, Bai Dilly molded over and nodded. "Amen. If it's you saying so, Wukong, then I believe you." Scion Superman contestant. Scion Superman contestant. If you can hear this, please enter the arena at once. The 4th match is about to begin. The announcer's urgent voice rang out. Sun Wukong smiled at Bai Dilly. "Then I'm off. Amen, do your best, Wukong." Bai Dilly encouraged him. Watching the lovey-dovey young couple, Kellen wore a teasing expression and covered his mouth to stifle a snicker. Sun Wukong turned and walked out of the backstage, strolling unhurriedly toward the arena. His opponent, Jaibite the Supreme Kai's servant, had already been waiting for quite some time. Not long after Sun Wukong had left, Sun Wukong, who had departed earlier, returned with a small bag in his hand. "Wufan, I've brought the immortal beans," Sun Wukong called out, yet as his gaze swept around, he did not spot Wufan. Kellen explained, "Wufan is in the middle of a match." "I see," Sun Wukong said, realization dawning. His gaze then fell upon Bai Dili. Smiling, he took an immortal bean from the bag and extended it to her. "This is an immortal bean. It will quickly restore your stamina. Eat it." So said Sun Wukong. Bai Dili stared at the green bean. He proffered, profoundly skeptical of his words. They sounded for all the world like a charlatan's tall tale. But recalling Wufan's earlier words, Bai Dili, still half in doubt, took the immortal bean and swallowed it. Almost the instant the bean entered her stomach, Bai Dili, whose strength had been nearly spent, surged back to full vigor. Bai Dili moved her body in astonishment. Her stamina had truly been restored. "How miraculous!" she exclaimed. "Who exactly are you people?" Bai Dili asked with curiosity. Everyone merely smiled and remained silent. At that moment, Xian walked over, his gaze settling on the bag of immortal beans in Sun Wukong's hand. "Are these the famed immortal beans?" he inquired. "Their effects are certainly remarkable. Mr. Sun Wukong, might I have a look at one?" Sun Wukong replied with a smile, "Of course." Sun Wukong took out another immortal bean and handed it to Xian. Xian received it and examined it closely, his divine sense probing through every layer of the bean until he completely grasped its composition. "It is indeed a miraculous bean, yet it is not without its flaws," Xian remarked, returning the bean to Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong tucked the bean away and scratched his head. "Is that so? I never sensed any shortcomings in the immortal bean." Xian smiled. "This bean can restore a mortal's stamina and heal injuries, but it cannot cure diseases, regenerate severed limbs, or replenish the divine power expended by the gods. Its flaws are rather considerable." Hearing Xian's appraisal of the immortal bean, Sun Wukong tilted his head and asked, "Does the immortal bean truly have that many flaws?" Xian smiled. "For mortals, the immortal bean is indeed a precious treasure, but for gods its value is virtually negligible." Bai Dili was deeply irritated by Xian's lofty demeanor. "One mortal this, one mortal that. You speak as though you were a god yourself." Startled by Bai Dili's behavior, Bai quickly bowed his head to Xian and said, "My deepest apologies. She does not know your identity. Please do not take her words to heart." Xian smiled. "Rest assured, I have not grown so bored as to bicker with a mortal." Bai Dili protested indignantly. "You." Before she could finish, a gleam flashed in Bai's eyes. A spell known as silence was invoked, rendering Bai Dili temporarily unable to speak. Bai Dili clapped her hand over her mouth in horror. Why had she suddenly lost her voice? Bai breathed a sigh of relief and said to Xian, "I truly apologize. Thank you for your tolerance. Do not be nervous. I am not a cruel or vicious god, nor would I stoop to a mortal's level," Xian said with a smile. Listening to the exchange between Xian and Bai's, Sun Wukong finally understood. Pointing his finger at Xian, he asked with a grin, "I've got it. You must be a god, right?" This disrespectful gesture sent another jolt through Bai's heart, prompting him to bark, "Old son." Xian, however, did not mind Sun Wukong's rudeness. He smiled and nodded in acknowledgement. "Indeed, I am a god." Seeing Xian so openly acknowledge his identity, Bai hastened to explain to everyone, "This lord is Lord Supreme Kai, the great deity who stands at the very pinnacle of all gods." As Bai's words drew to a close, everyone stared at Xian in profound shock. Could this man truly be such an exalted figure? Supreme Kai? King Kai once told me of the Supreme Kai, the greatest deity in the universe. "Is that deity you?" Goku asked, pointing at Shin. Piccolo's forehead bulged with veins. He knocked away Goku's rude hand and snapped, "Goku, mind your manners." Goku rubbed his stinging hand and grumbled, "Honestly, Piccolo, you're too serious." Piccolo said through gritted teeth, "You're the one who's utterly dense. Do you understand the weight of the greatest deity in the universe? Show Lord Supreme Kai some respect." Meanwhile, Videl, silenced by the spell, listened to Goku and the others with a face full of bewilderment. What Supreme Kai? What greatest god in the universe? Videl's head spun. She naturally refused to believe them. They were definitely lying. If Videl had not been unable to speak right now, her fiery sense of justice would have compelled her to expose the charlatan's trickery on the spot. "MH." Videl whimpered, flailing her arms and legs without pause. No one could understand what Videl was trying to convey, except Piccolo and Shin, because both of them could read minds, and they clearly heard the voice in her heart. "A liar. That man is a liar. Don't believe him." Videl's heart cried out. "Supreme Kai." Vegeta was also deeply shaken. He had heard that title before. The Supreme Kai. A god of equal standing to the god of destruction. Is that him? When Vegeta was very young, he had once met the god of destruction, Beerus, and that memory had cast a terrifying shadow over his childhood. Besides that, he had heard that there was another god in the universe whose name equaled the god of destruction, the Supreme Kai. What was more, during his time in the Frieza Force, Vegeta had heard the title of Supreme Kai many times. After all, the Supreme Kai was not some unknown entity in the universe. The Galactic Patrol, famous across the entire galaxy, was an organization under the Supreme Kai's protection. It was even said that the Galactic King could speak directly with the Supreme Kai, though whether that was fact or fiction remained unknown. The Supreme Kai, if he stands alongside the god of destruction, then he must be a being just as terrifying, right? Vegeta thought to himself. While everyone was talking, Kibito and Gohan were also conversing on the tournament platform. What did you say? You want to see me become a Super Saiyan? Gohan asked in surprise. Backstage, Shin turned to Piccolo. Piccolo, please ask Gohan to cooperate with Kibito. At that, everyone froze. Cooperate with what? Because the distance was too great, none of them had clearly heard what Kibito and Gohan were saying on the stage. But Piccolo had heard it clearly because Namekian hearing was extremely sharp. Though Piccolo was confused, he did not hesitate to follow the Supreme Kai's instruction. Gohan. Piccolo called out telepathically. Gohan was taken aback. He turned to look at the backstage area and saw Uncle Piccolo give him a nod. Gohan was puzzled, but since Uncle Piccolo had approved of his transformation despite not wanting to expose his identity, his respect for Uncle Piccolo made him ready to obey. Gohan removed his sunglasses and looked gravely at Kibito opposite him. Very well. I'll do as you wish and become a Super Saiyan. I don't know what your goal is, but let me show you the ultimate power that surpasses a Super Saiyan. Oh, power that surpasses a Super Saiyan. Kibito was somewhat taken aback. The next instant, Gohan clenched his fists and his aura climbed without end. As his power level rose, the tournament stage began to tremble. Yawa! Yawa! Gohan roared. His aura swelled visibly in a violent frenzy, and the hair wrapped beneath his headband shot skyward, whipping in the wind. Yawa! Yawa! With that final roar, Gohan completed his transformation. His whole body blazed with golden light, while blue arcs of lightning flickered up and down around him, like a god descending to the mortal world. Backstage at the venue, everyone was astonished to see Gohan turn into a Super Saiyan. Krillin quickly said, Hey, why has that kid Gohan become a Super Saiyan? Wouldn't that expose his identity? Goku scratched his head and said to Shin, Lord Supreme Kai, just now you had Piccolo ask Gohan to cooperate. Was it because you wanted Gohan to turn Super Saiyan? Shin smiled and nodded. Yes. Videl stared at the stage at Gohan bathed in golden light and was utterly shocked. At that moment, she had 1,000 things to say. But because Piccolo had silenced her, all she could do was cry out in her heart, Gohan. Transformed. Could he really be that mysterious golden warrior? In one corner of the venue, Spopovich and the man beside him stared at the device in their hands. The needle on the gauge spun wildly as if it had gone mad. Yamu, Spopovich's companion, looked at the frenzied energy detector and marveled, what astonishing energy. He's the one we're looking for. On the tournament stage. After transforming into a Super Saiyan, Gohan's confidence swelled. He cast a mocking glance at Kibito and said, I've become a Super Saiyan as you wished. What should we do next? Are you going to fight me in this form? Kibito stared at Gohan, whose body shimmered with golden light and electric arcs, and a bead of cold sweat rolled down his forehead. Such incredible energy. Is he truly just an ordinary mortal? Kibito thought. Backstage, Vegeta watched Gohan, who looked like a deity descending to the world, but said with exasperated disappointment, Humph. When he defeated Cell, his power was far stronger than this. What a shameful display. Hearing this, Videl glared at Vegeta in displeasure. Who are you? What right do you have to talk about Gohan like that? In the audience, spectators looked at Gohan shining with golden light on the stage, and someone said in surprise, that appearance. Wasn't that the man who appeared when Mr. Satan fought Cell? The crowd burst into exclamations. Even Gohan's classmates quickly recognized him. That person. Is that Gohan? Impossible. Wait, it really is him. Gohan is the Golden Warrior. In a corner of the venue, Yamu was holding a kettle-shaped container, an energy extraction device. He said excitedly, Spopovich, go up and pin that kid down. I'll drain his energy while I have the chance. Spopovich answered with an excited grin. Fine. No sooner had the words left his mouth than the two of them dashed toward the stage. This scene astonished the Z fighters who had been watching from backstage. Sensing two rapid auras closing in from behind, Gohan whipped his head around and saw Spopovich and Yamu charging at him with fierce, malicious eyes. They were unmistakably up to no good. What are you trying to do? Gohan demanded furiously. But Spopovich and his companion had no intention of answering. They pounced at Gohan with savage ferocity. Son Gohan naturally feared neither of the two. Dodging their attacks with a swift movement, he countered with a flurry of punches and kicks. Bang! Bang! Subobiki and Yamo were knocked down, crashing heavily onto the competition stage. Backstage, the Z fighters stared in astonishment at the two who had suddenly charged onto the ring, only to be swiftly defeated by Gohan. Krillin remarked, what are those two up to? That's already a foul, isn't it? Piccolo's eyes flashed with cold light as he cast a sidelong glance at Shing, musing, could this be the Supreme Kai's true purpose? But why? Son Goku showed little reaction, remarking, strange. Why would they attack Gohan? Did Gohan provoke them in some way? Everyone was at a loss for words. Was this the right moment to be considering such things? At the competition arena, the announcer, finally catching on, bellowed into the microphone, WH. What's going on? Contestants Subobiki and Yamo suddenly stormed the ring and attacked contestant Simon. That's a serious foul. Both of you must leave the ring immediately, or I'll disqualify you both. Subobiki and his companion struggled to their feet. Even with their bodies enhanced by magic, the assault from Super Saiyan Son Gohan had been devastating. They'd nearly seen their great-grandmother. Subobiki clutched his violently spasming abdomen. Hearing the announcer's relentless commentary from below, his expression turned vicious, and he unleashed a ki blast downward at the announcer. "It's a ki blast," Krillin cried out. Seeing this, Son Gohan's eyes narrowed as he positioned himself before the announcer, swatting the ki blast away with a sweep of his hand. "You idiot. What do you think you're doing? Are you trying to kill him?" Son Gohan demanded furiously. Yamo picked up the energy extraction device that had fallen to the ground, his expression grave. "Subobiki, this guy's no ordinary opponent. We need to take him down together first, then extract his energy." Subobiki nodded, and both of them charged at Son Gohan with furious roars. Son Gohan let out a cold snort, showing absolutely no concern for the weakened pair. Though their bodies had been magically enhanced, making them seem like superhumans compared to ordinary people, against the Super Saiyan Son Gohan, they were nothing more than helpless stray dogs. With just a few strikes and kicks, Son Gohan had Subobiki and his companion curled up on the ground in agony. Even with their pain-resistant bodies, they couldn't get up for some time. After a long while, Subobiki and his companion spat out sour water as they painfully struggled to their feet. Yamo's gaze darkened as he told Subobiki, "We can't defeat him. We should go find the master first and let him handle this." Subobiki nodded in agreement. The two shot vicious glares at Son Gohan before launching into the sky and flying toward the horizon. Backstage, Shing watched Subobiki and Yamo fly away, then calmly remarked, "I think it would be better if you chased after them." Everyone was taken aback. Son Goku scratched his head and said, "Even though they just attacked Gohan, he beat them pretty badly. I don't think we need to pursue them further, do we?" Krillin also nodded and agreed. Yeah, with their level of strength, letting them go shouldn't be a problem. However, Piccolo wore a serious expression. He couldn't believe that someone who caught the Supreme Kai's attention would be so easily dealt with. Piccolo asked, "Supreme Kai, is there something special about those two?" Shing replied calmly, "Those two are connected to the survival of your Earth." "What a—" Shing's words caused everyone present to change colors, simultaneously gazing at him in disbelief. "The situation is complicated and hard to explain quickly, but I suggest you chase after them as soon as possible, because those two are almost out of sight," Shing reminded them. Upon hearing this, everyone looked up and saw that Subobiki and his companion had already flown to the edge of the horizon and were about to disappear from view. "Damn it," Piccolo cursed under his breath and was the first to give chase. Seeing this, Krillin looked helplessly at Son Goku, hoping he would make a decision. Son Goku, seeing Piccolo had already given chase, said to the group, "Shall we go help Piccolo?" Vegeta complained, "Kakarot, it's almost our turn to compete. Where do you think you're going at a time like this?" Son Goku looked at Vegeta with a headache and pleaded, "Vegeta, this isn't the time for a competition, is it? Didn't you just hear what the Supreme Kai said? Those two who just attacked Gohan are connected to Earth's survival." Vegeta's expression showed reluctance, but the thought of Earth potentially being destroyed softened his stance. "I'll let you off this time, but once this is over you'll have to face me in a one-on-one duel," Vegeta declared. Son Goku was somewhat surprised that he had convinced Vegeta so easily, yet he was very pleased inside. This meant Vegeta had truly accepted Earth as his second home. "Alright, I promise you. Once this is resolved, I'll definitely have a good fight with you," Son Goku promised. "Since we've made up our minds, let's go and catch up with Piccolo," Son Goku said to the group. Krillin hesitated and replied, "I can go, but I need to tell my wife first. Goku, you guys go ahead. I'll let Android 18 know and then catch up with you." After saying this, Krillin ran toward the deeper backstage area. Seeing this, Son Goku turned and jumped onto the ring, explaining the situation to Son Gohan as concisely as possible, then asked, "That's how it is. Gohan, will you come with us?" Son Gohan barely hesitated before nodding in agreement. "Then let's go." Son Goku flew into the sky, first to chase after Piccolo. Shing smiled faintly and also rose into the air, following in Son Goku's footsteps. Vegeta spat and quickly followed. At this moment, Krillin also ran out after reporting to his wife, only to see his companions had already flown away, so he quickly gave chase. Just as Son Gohan was also preparing to follow, Videl ran up. "Woo woo woo." Videl sobbed, gesturing wildly with her hands. The silent spell on her hadn't been lifted yet. Son Gohan was startled to see Videl, gesturing wildly, her face flushed red as she tried to say something, but couldn't speak at all. He asked worriedly, "Videl, what's wrong?" Videl pointed to her mouth, tears shimmering in her eyes, looking extremely aggrieved. "Can you not speak?" Son Gohan asked anxiously. "Uh-huh." Videl nodded repeatedly. "What's going on? How did you suddenly lose your ability to speak?" Son Gohan appeared even more anxious than Videl, constantly pressing for answers. But no matter how much Videl tried to make sounds, she couldn't utter a single word, which distressed Son Gohan greatly. At that moment, Jabit walked over and explained, "This girl has been cast under a silent spell, which is why she can't speak." "Magic?" Son Gohan gasped, his eyes wide with shock. "Which bastard did that?" On the other side, Piccolo, who was chasing after Spopovich, suddenly sneezed. Kibito turned his gaze to the gleeful Videl. A glint flashed in his eyes as he removed the silence spell Piccolo had placed on her. Realizing she could speak again, Videl jumped up in excitement. This is no time to celebrate. We need to catch up to Lord Supreme Kai. As he spoke, Kibito's body slowly rose into the air. Would you like to come along? Kibito asked. Son Gohan nodded. Of course. Videl, you stay here. I'll be right back, Son Gohan said. Videl glared at him in displeasure and retorted, don't think you can leave me behind. I'm going to. Son Gohan's expression turned troubled. He glanced up at Kibito, who remained expressionless, neither agreeing nor objecting. Fine, but you must stay close to me and not act on your own. Son Gohan instructed. I'll do as you say, Videl replied. Hurry, or we won't catch up to Lord Supreme Kai, Kibito urged. Sorry to keep you waiting. Videl, let's go. With that, Son Gohan took Videl's hand and flew off into the sky. Son Goku and the others were racing through the sky at tremendous speed and soon caught up with Piccolo, who had gone on ahead. Lord Supreme Kai. Piccolo addressed Shin respectfully. Shin smiled and nodded. The group matched their flight speed and stayed close behind Spopovich and the other man. Along the way, Son Goku turned his head toward Shin curiously and asked, Lord Supreme Kai, can you tell us now about those two ahead? Hearing this, everyone else also turned their curious gazes to Shin. Shin explained calmly, simply put, the one controlling those two wants to resurrect a terrifying monster. That monster has neither reason nor emotion. By instinct, it destroys everything and slaughters all living creatures. Long, long ago, before that monster was sealed away, it had already destroyed countless planets and killed countless living beings. Everyone stared in horror, their eyes wide. Son Goku, however, looked eager for a fight. Lord Supreme Kai, is that monster strong? Shin said calmly, compared to you mortals, it is indeed very strong. Among the mortals still alive, there should be no one capable of defeating that monster. Vegeta clicked his tongue in disbelief. Rather than being frightened by the Supreme Kai's assessment, Son Goku grew even more excited and asked at once, then, what is that monster called? Shin said flatly, Majin Buu. Buu. That sounds kind of like a fart. Son Goku laughed heartily. The others were speechless. Was this really the time for jokes? Then, Lord Supreme Kai, our goal now is to prevent Buu from being resurrected, right? Son Goku asked. That would be my recommendation, because at this stage, none of the living mortals can match Buu. Piccolo had noticed that Shin kept referring to living mortals. The phrase was easy enough to understand literally, but why did the Supreme Kai feel the need to emphasize it again and again? Piccolo asked tensely, Lord Supreme Kai, you keep saying that among the living mortals, no one can defeat that Majin. Then, what about Goku? Vegeta narrowed his eyes and turned to look. Everyone's attention focused on Shin. Shin smiled faintly. As expected of the former guardian of Earth, quite perceptive. Indeed, when I say living mortals at this stage, Son Goku is not included. Piccolo was pleasantly surprised. Then you mean Goku can defeat that Majin? Vegeta clenched his jaw, his face darkening. Shin smiled and said, if we speak purely in terms of power, Son Goku's strength is indeed superior to Buu's. Vegeta could no longer hold himself back. Are you saying that Kakarot's power is far above mine? Shin ignored Vegeta's rage and remarked calmly, at least in terms of power level, Vegeta, you are far from matching the current Son Goku. What did you say? Vegeta's aura surged violently, veins bulging from his forehead. He was clearly furious. Vegeta calmed down. Son Goku urged repeatedly, cold sweat streaming down his face. At the same time, he was inwardly astounded that the Supreme Kai before him had seen through his power at a single glance. Shin turned to Son Goku and said, Son Goku, although your power surpasses Buu's, that power is not what makes Buu so difficult to deal with. Buu's most troublesome aspect is his practically immortal life force. No matter what injuries he suffers, even if he is blown to pieces, it makes no difference to Buu. For a human, such an injury would not even amount to a scratch. What a... Shin's words stunned everyone once more. To think that such a monster actually existed in the world. A sharp glint flickered in Son Goku's eyes. Clearly he had not been frightened. Instead, he was even more eager to do battle with Majin Buu. Shin's gaze rested on Son Goku as he cautioned, Son Goku, if you put forth your full strength, you might be able to defeat Majin Buu. But do not forget, you are already a dead man. Do not overstep by meddling too much in the affairs of the living. If not for the fact that no living mortal can match Buu at this stage, and that without someone to stop him the entire universe could be destroyed by Buu, I would not have intervened in this matter either. At that, Vegeta's eyes flickered as he demanded, are you claiming that you have the power to stop Majin Buu? Shin smiled faintly. It may sound boastful, but Majin Buu in my eyes is no different from what ordinary people are in yours. Shin's words left everyone utterly astounded. Even Son Goku felt somewhat intimidated. The only one who remained relatively composed was probably Piccolo. After all, in his mind, the Supreme Kai was the mightiest deity in the universe, so possessing such power was hardly surprising. On the other side, Kibito was also relating the information about Majin Buu to Son Gohan, with Videl as an afterthought. Videl said in shock, how can such a terrifying monster exist in the world? It has to be a lie, right? Son Gohan, however, wore a grim expression. If what you have told us is true, then Majin Buu absolutely must not be resurrected. Naturally. That is exactly why Lord Supreme Kai and I descended to the mortal world. Kibito narrowed his eyes and warned, at our current speed it will be hard to catch up with Lord Supreme Kai. We need to go faster. Son Gohan nodded. Right. As Kibito and Son Gohan accelerated, Videl, who had already been struggling to keep pace, was immediately left behind. Seeing this, Son Gohan said apologetically, sorry, please stop for a moment. Videl, are you okay? Son Gohan asked with concern. Videl gritted her teeth. I hate to admit it, but I think I've reached my limit. Gohan, I may not be able to follow you the rest of the way. Son Gohan said it should be dangerous ahead. It's good that you're not going. Videl's gaze flickered. I'm still a little skeptical, but Gohan, I believe you. We absolutely have to stop the Majin's revival. Yeah, I will. Videl hesitated for a while before she finally gathered the courage to ask Gohan. The one who actually defeated Cell wasn't my dad, was it? It was you, right? Son Gohan fell silent. Videl smiled. I guess that's how it was. Don't worry about my feelings. On the contrary, knowing the truth makes me feel much more at ease. Gohan, go. Remember to come back alive. If you do come back alive, Videl blushed, but she still summoned her courage and added, I'll go on a date with you. Son Gohan blushed too, but he nodded with great seriousness. Don't worry. I will. Do your best, Gohan. Sorry to keep you waiting. Son Gohan apologized to Kibito. Kibito said we've already wasted too much time. We need to hurry. With that, Son Gohan and Kibito vanished at incredible speed into the distant horizon. Watching them leave, Videl gasped in shock. That fast? Gohan, is this the gap between us? It's so vast it's almost impossible to imagine. Kibito and Son Gohan pushed their speed to the limit and soon caught up with the Supreme Kai's group, which had been leisurely trailing behind Spopovich and the other man. Dad, Uncle Piccolo, Son Gohan called out. Son Goku smiled and nodded. Gohan, you're here. Piccolo gave Son Gohan a faint nod. Lord Supreme Kai. Kibito flew to Shin's side and called out respectfully. Shin gave a soft then turned to look at Son Gohan and asked with a smile, Gohan, Kibito has already told you everything about Majin Buu, hasn't he? Son Gohan nodded, his face grave. Yes, mister. Kibito has told me all about Majin Buu. What a horrible monster. We absolutely cannot let him revive, or Earth will be finished. Shin smiled calmly. Don't be nervous, Gohan. Among everyone here besides Mr. Son Goku, who has power that surpasses Majin Buu's, you also possess that kind of power. Son Gohan was stunned. Vegeta gritted his teeth. This guy had once again said that Kakarot's power surpassed Majin Buu. Wasn't that just a roundabout way of saying that his own strength was inferior to Kakarot's? Vegeta refused to accept it. If not for the tremendous shadow the god of destruction had left in his heart during his childhood, and the fact that the Supreme Kai was a deity on par with the god of destruction, he would have shot back a few sharp words. As for Gohan, as early as the Cell games, Vegeta had already admitted that his own talent was inferior to Gohan's. Being surpassed by Son Gohan was no disgrace. Son Gohan asked in surprise, why, you must be the Lord Supreme Kai, that Mr. Kibito mentioned, right? You said I also have power that surpasses Majin Buu. Everyone looked at Shin curiously. Shin smiled and explained, at your current stage, of course, you are nowhere near a match for Majin Buu. But you possess the potential to easily surpass him. Across the entire universe, there are only 2 people at the moment who have the potential to easily surpass Majin Buu. One of them is you, Gohan. Hearing this, Vegeta curled the corner of his mouth. If someone said Gohan's potential could surpass Majin Buu, he believed that. As for the other person the Supreme Kai had mentioned, it was definitely him. Son Goku, serving as Vegeta's mouthpiece, asked the question everybody was curious about. Lord Supreme Kai, who is the other person with the potential to surpass Majin Buu? Is it Vegeta? Vegeta snorted coldly and lifted his head proudly. Shin said calmly, no. Everyone froze, then was stunned. Vegeta gnashed his teeth and glared at Shin, demanding, in the entire universe besides me, Vegeta, who else has the potential to surpass the Majin? Shin explained calmly, Vegeta, you do indeed possess the potential to surpass Majin Buu, but it would take grueling training. What I said just now refers to those who can easily surpass Majin Buu. Across the universe, there are only 2 such people, and Gohan is one of them. Son Goku's eyes lit up. Lord Supreme Kai, then who is the other person you spoke of? Everyone stared at Shin curiously. Vegeta was no exception. He wanted to see who besides Kakarot and his son could have potential greater than is anywhere in the universe. As for the other person, you're actually no stranger to him, because he is also a Scion, Shin said. What? Everyone was astounded. Vegeta's eyes flew wide in shock. Impossible. The only pure-blooded Scions left should be me and Kakarot. Shin laughed softly and didn't argue with Vegeta. Their understanding of things was not even on the same level, so there was nothing to argue about. While everyone was talking, Spopovich and the other man ahead suddenly descended. Seeing this, everyone slowed down and descended toward the ground. They landed on a mountaintop using the rocks as cover to hide, and watched the scene below with wary eyes. Below, Spopovich and the other man landed in front of a strange house. The door slowly opened and an alien that looked like a xenomorph walked out from within. Krillin stared at the alien coming out of the house, his heart quaking. He could feel the cold, sinister ki radiating from it, and couldn't help stammering, Is that person? The mastermind. Shin shook his head. No, he is only a minion of the real mastermind. Pui shot Spopovich and the other man a mocking glance, then walked to the side of the door and bowed respectfully. Seeing that Spopovich and the other man hastily bowed respectfully as well. Then from within the house 2 figures walked out one after another, one tall, one short. When he saw the tall figure emerge from the house, Kibito's face changed. That person is. Seeing Kibito so alarmed, everyone's hearts clenched. Following his gaze, they saw the tall figure. Piccolo broke out in a cold sweat. Just how strong must an enemy be to make even the Supreme Kai's attendant panic? Piccolo looked at Shin nervously and asked Lord Supreme, Kai, is that man the mastermind? Shin shook his head. No, that one is also just a minion. The true mastermind is the short man. His name is Babidi and he is a warlock. Babidi. Goku tilted his head and asked, Lord Kaioshin, is that Babidi fellow very strong? Shin replied with a smile, not really. Even Mr. Krillin could kill him. Huh, he's that weak. Then why is he panicking? Goku looked at the flustered Kibito and asked curiously. Kibito shot Goku a glare and explained, Babidi may not be strong, but the tall one beside him is terrifyingly powerful. He is the king who rules the demon realm. King of the demon realm. Cold sweat trickled down Piccolo's forehead. Just the title alone was daunting. Krillin asked in a trembling voice, the king of the demon realm. Then how powerful is he? Everyone was equally curious. Shin smiled and explained, he isn't that formidable either. Dabura's strength is roughly on par with Cell, whom you fought against a few years ago. Cell, Piccolo, and the others were stunned. Cell had left a deep shadow over them back then. Even now few could claim to possess the strength to defeat him. A man with strength equal to Cell was nothing special. That was terrifying. Strength on par with Cell? That still isn't much. Vegeta said disdainfully. Goku asked curiously, Dabura, is that the big guy's name? Shin nodded. Yes. Dabura, king of the demon realm. Compared with you, Mr. Goku, he is merely a small player. TCH. Vegeta clicked his tongue in displeasure. Shin smiled at him. Mr. Vegeta, even for you, Dabura would be a formidable opponent. However, if you and Gohan join forces, you can easily take him down. I alone am more than enough. No need for that brat to interfere. Vegeta said irritably. Gohan broke out in a cold sweat, scratching his cheek awkwardly. What exactly is the demon realm? Shin explained, it's like the 2 sides of a coin. The world you live in now is the front side, while the demon realm where Dabura lives is the reverse side. At present among the living mortals in your world, the strongest is the other scion I mentioned earlier. As for Dabura, he is the strongest being in the demon realm at the moment. Vegeta's eyes widened in disbelief. He pointed his thumb at himself and declared with utmost confidence, in this entire universe aside from Kakarot, the strongest person should be me. Shin smiled without saying a word. Vegeta gritted his teeth and demanded, you keep talking about another scion. Who exactly is he? Are there any other pure-blooded scions in this universe besides me and Kakarot? Shin nodded. Naturally. As far as I know, apart from you and Mr. Goku, there are at least 3 pure-blooded scions in the universe. 3, Everyone stared with wide eyes in shock, especially Vegeta. He had never imagined that pure-blooded scions had survived elsewhere in the universe. Shin said, as for the other scion I keep mentioning, you will meet him if the opportunity arises. Goku asked curiously, is that scion very strong? Shin replied, very strong. Even you, Mr. Goku, at your current level may not necessarily be his match. Is he really that strong? Goku was somewhat surprised, then a look of eager anticipation crossed his face. I really want to fight him. Shin said with a smile, if there's a chance in the future you will. At this point Gohan interrupted, Lord Kaioshin, you said that scion is even stronger than my father. Then why not have him deal with Majin Buu? Shin explained, at present that scion's power is not as great as Mr. Goku's or Buu's. But his strength lies in his talent. As long as he fights, his power rises rapidly. Theoretically, that scion's power can increase without limit as long as he keeps fighting. Upon hearing this, everyone was deeply shocked, especially Vegeta. He clenched his fists in unwillingness, refusing to believe that a scion with such terrifying talent could exist in the universe. Among pure-blooded scions, the one with the highest talent should be none other than him, Vegeta. Unfortunately, precisely because that scion possesses terrifying growth talent, his mind cannot withstand the rapidly surging power. Once he enters battle, he easily loses reason. If we had him fight Buu, I'm afraid that before Buu is defeated, Earth would be destroyed by that scion first. He can't control his own power. That's a real headache, but I'd still love to have a go against him. Goku said expectantly. While the group was conversing, down below, Spopovich and his companion reported their mission failure to Babidi and even begged him to avenge them. With a cold sneer, Babidi used his magic to kill one of them on the spot. The other man, terrified, immediately turned and fled. Pui, I'll leave him to you, said Babidi. As you command, Lord Babidi. Pui cackled grimly, raised his hand, and with a burst of energy the fleeing man was instantly blown to pieces. The commotion over there drew the attention of the Z fighters. Gohan watched the cruel Babidi and his men below, clenching his fists. How cruel. They even kill their own allies. Krillin was already terrified, his body completely limp. He secretly wondered if he shouldn't have come. Piccolo's gaze lingered on Pui for only a moment before shifting to Dabura. Though Dabura was not deliberately releasing his aura, Piccolo could still sense that he was a fearsome enemy. The king of the demon realm, with strength comparable to Cell. But from the looks of it, why does he seem so deferential to that Babidi? Piccolo asked curiously. Shin explained, that's because although Babidi himself is not powerful, he wields sinister magic. He can corrupt those with evil hearts and turn them into his servants. Dabura was like that, and so were the two earthlings who were just killed. They were merely manipulated by Babidi through the evil thoughts in their hearts. Is there really such a sinister power? How terrifying, Piccolo said through gritted teeth. A mere cheap trick. Vegeta commented disdainfully. Krillin raised his hand shakily and said in a trembling voice, I don't seem to be of much help here, do I? Maybe I should head back first. Goku laughed heartily. It's fine, Krillin. You go back. Leave this to us. I'm really sorry. Then I'll be going. Just as Krillin was about to leave in shame, an unexpected event occurred. Below, upon witnessing his two pawns slain, Bibidi's visage twisted into a sneer of utter disdain. What utterly useless wretches. However, even scum can serve some purpose. Dabura, I trust the Supreme Kai has already been drawn to us. Bibidi inquired. Dabura smiled and replied, Indeed, my lord. I sense observers not far from here. A considerable number, I should say. The Supreme Kai must be among them. Yes, I detect 3 individuals whose energy reserves are extraordinarily potent. The very essence required to resurrect the Majin. Bibidi chuckled sinisterly, his tone chilling. Spare those 3 and the Supreme Kai. Eliminate everyone else. As you command, Lord Bibidi. Dabura responded with deference. Then I leave the remainder of this operation in your hands. Once the unnecessary obstacles are eliminated, immediately retreat into the spaceship. Driven by rage, they will inevitably pursue us inside, at which point we shall extract their life force to revive Majin Buu. As Bibidi spoke, he and Poo made their way into the spaceship. Only after watching Bibidi disappear within did Dabura turn his gaze mocking as it fixed upon the mountain ridge where Son Goku and his companions had taken refuge. A troubling premonition flickered through Piccolo's mind, and he immediately cautioned, Everyone stay alert. We've been discovered. At that moment, Krillin was just preparing to move when he heard Piccolo's warning. He froze mid-step, turning to look, and there before their eyes stood Dabura, who had only moments before been far in the distance. Dabura regarded the assembled group with mock amusement, secretly deliberating whom to eliminate first. His gaze randomly settled upon his first chosen victim, Great Simon. Let us begin with you. Dabura raised his hand, energy coalescing in his palm. Though the description may seem lengthy, all of Dabura's actions and thoughts transpired in a mere instant. From Krillin's perspective, the moment he had turned around, Dabura was already before them, swiftly raising his hand toward Great Simon as energy gathered in his palm. A flash of light erupted from Shin's eyes. Boom. The energy concentrated in Dabura's palm was unleashed, completely engulfing Great Simon. When Dabura's attack energy dissipated, Great Simon's figure had vanished entirely from the spot, as though he had been obliterated by Dabura's assault. Witnessing this, everyone stared in shock, their eyes wide with disbelief. Gohan was particularly enraged, crying out loudly, Great Simon. Supreme Kai's world. A figure suddenly materialized. It was the white-haired, rosy-cheeked Great Simon. It had been Shin who used instant transmission from afar to rescue him, employing a minor technique to keep Great Simon in a temporary slumber, preventing him from using instant transmission back to Earth and causing further complications. Haha. Dabura sneered, twice his mocking gaze fixed upon the group below. You bastard. Son Goku cursed furiously and immediately charged forward, engaging Dabura in combat. Seeing his dear friend take action, Vegeta immediately joined the fray as well. After exchanging a few swift moves with Dabura, both had gauged his strength. Indeed, it was comparable to Cell's. Because neither Son Goku nor Vegeta had transformed into Super Saiyans, Dabura held them in utter contempt. If not for the task assigned by Bibidi, he was convinced he could annihilate everyone present, including the Supreme Kai. Right then and there, Dabura's gaze swept over the 3. The Son Goku, Vegeta, and Son Gohan trio whom Bibidi had ordered to be spared. That meant the only ones he could kill now were. His eyes landed on Krillin and Piccolo, a murderous glint flashing within his pupils. Tui. Dabura's figure flashed, appearing near Krillin, and he spat a mouthful of thick phlegm. Splat. Krillin touched the phlegm on his face, a wave of nausea washing over him as he reached to wipe it away. Damn it. Piccolo glared furiously at Dabura and charged forward, as well seeking to engage him in battle. Dabura looked upon Piccolo with utter disdain. Though this man's energy was considerable, it seemed utterly negligible compared to the other 3, and nothing beside Dabura himself. Dabura snorted contemptuously and spat another glob of thick phlegm toward the charging Piccolo. Piccolo was startled, touching the phlegm on his body, a look of disgust crossing his face. Just as Piccolo was steeling himself to channel his humiliation and anger into power, ready to fight Dabura, he heard Krillin's panicked screams. Awea. Krillin stared in terror at his own body, gradually turning to stone. Krillin. Son Goku cried out in alarm. He rushed forward attempting to save his friend, but found himself helpless, utterly unsure of what to do. Upon seeing Krillin's pitiful state, Piccolo's heart sank. He looked down, and his eyes widened in horror. His own body was also gradually turning to stone. A look of unwillingness crossed Piccolo's face before his consciousness faded into darkness. Uncle Piccolo. Son Gohan also cried out in panic, his face displaying the same bewildered expression as his father. Watching his friend and Piccolo turn to stone, Son Goku anxiously asked Shin, Lord Supreme, Kai, what is happening? Shin maintained his usual faint smile and explained slowly. This is Dabura's special ability. His saliva can turn living beings to stone. Be careful, everyone. Do not let it touch you. What? Damn it. Son Goku gritted his teeth, raising his blazing eyes toward Dabura in fury. The same rage burned in Son Gohan's eyes as well. Glancing at the petrified Piccolo, his own fury began to ignite like wildfire. Kid, you've angered two Saiyans. Dabura hovered in midair, letting out mocking laughter toward the group below. As he flew toward the spaceship beneath him, he taunted, Consider yourselves fortunate to have escaped with your lives. Scram while you still can, for soon this entire planet shall belong to Lord Bibidi. Son Goku and the others glared angrily at the departing Dabura, yet did not immediately give chase. Son Goku approached Krillin's stone statue, while Son Gohan came to Piccolo's. Both father and son harbored flames of fury in their eyes, but beneath it all lay an overwhelming sense of grief. Son Goku raised his gaze toward Shin, who stood at a higher vantage point, and asked, Lord Supreme, Kai, is there any way to turn them back? Son Gohan remained silent, but similarly lifted his head, gazing hopefully toward Shin. With his hands clasped behind his back and a faint smile gracing his face, Shin chuckled softly and replied, This is quite simple. As soon as the words left his lips, a divine radiance flashed from Shin's eyes. In the next instant, the stone statues of Piccolo and Krillin reverted to their original forms. Witnessing their restoration, the Son father and son both broke into joyful smiles. Thank you, Lord Supreme Kai. Son Gohan said solemnly, bowing respectfully to Shin. Shin merely offered a gentle smile. What happened to me? Piccolo looked at his body, now restored to normal, his memory still lingering on the panic of the moment before when he had been turned to stone. Uncle Piccolo, you and Uncle Krillin were both turned to stone just now. Lord Supreme Kai saved you, Son Gohan explained. I see. Feeling relieved, Piccolo looked up at Shin, who stood above, and bowed respectfully. Thank you very much, Lord Supreme Kai. Krillin hastily bowed as well. Lord Supreme Kai, thank you for saving me. Otherwise my wife and daughter would surely be heartbroken. Shin smiled at them and said calmly, it was merely a small favor. No need for such formalities. Krillin, you and Piccolo should head back first. What comes next is too dangerous, so you shouldn't be involved. Goku said with a grave expression. Krillin nodded repeatedly in agreement. Piccolo's expression darkened. He felt extremely bitter about it, but remembering how Dabura had utterly defeated him in a single exchange moments ago, his fighting spirit immediately deflated like a punctured balloon. Though I hate to admit it, you're right, Goku. Then I won't stay here and hold you back. Piccolo turned to Krillin and said, let's go. Krillin nodded eagerly, and the two flew away. Watching them leave, the remaining three Saiyans all turned their gazes toward the spaceship below. Lord Supreme Kai, what should we do next? Gohan asked curiously. Shin casually raised 3 fingers and said there are 3 options. First, wait. Second, enter the spaceship. But it's obviously a trap and powerful enemies are certainly waiting for you inside. Third, simply blow up Bibidi's spaceship. But that would wake the sleeping Buu at once, and then you would have to face opponents far more terrifying than Babidi and Dabura. With an easy smile and a relaxed demeanor, Shin explained, as I said before, Buu's power is immense, absolutely immense. Of the 3 of you, only Goku has the strength to deal with him. As for you, Gohan, and you, Vegeta, even if the 2 of you fought together, you would be no match for Buu, unless you fuse. Hearing this, Vegeta's expression turned extremely displeased. Gohan also wore a grave look. Goku scratched his head and asked curiously, fuse? Lord Supreme Kai, what do you mean by fuse? Exactly what you're thinking, the Metamoran fusion technique, Shin said. Lord Supreme Kai, you know about the fusion technique too? Goku asked in astonishment. Shin raised his chin slightly and said proudly, naturally. I am a Supreme Kai. If I wish, there is nothing in this universe that can be hidden from me. Oh, amazing! Goku exclaimed. Vegeta narrowed his eyes and asked with displeasure, Kakarot, what's this so-called fusion technique you keep mentioning? What is it? What have you been hiding from me? Goku explained, I learned the fusion technique from a Metamoran during my years in the other world. It's just that fusion requires 2 people to use, so I've never had the chance to use it. Is the fusion technique very powerful, Dad? Gohan asked curiously. Shin explained the fusion technique allows 2 people to merge into one. After fusing, their power increases dramatically, but it only lasts for 30 minutes. It can be regarded as a way to rapidly increase one's strength in a short time. Just describing it probably doesn't give you much of an idea. In that case, let me show you what the fusion technique really looks like. Shin said with a smile. A flash of divine light flickered in his eyes, and he forcibly inserted a memory into Vegeta's and Gohan's minds. Vegeta's eyes went wide with astonishment. So this is a Supreme Kai. He can directly implant information into someone's mind. What an incredible ability. After the shock passed, Vegeta turned his attention to the information in his mind. Once he saw the fusion dance, he couldn't bear to watch any further. As for the result, he no longer cared. Those shameful moves. Vegeta's cheeks flushed red as he glared at Goku through gritted teeth. I will never use fusion. You can all give up on that idea. Really? Is it that weird? I thought it looked fine, Goku said. Yeah, I think so too. It actually looks pretty cool. Gohan echoed in agreement. Seeing the father and son pair looking so naive, their eyes practically radiating foolishness, Vegeta gritted his teeth and shouted at them with unyielding resolve, I would rather die than perform those shameful moves. If you want to fuse so badly, go ahead and fuse yourselves. Vegeta, don't be so hung up on it. After fusing, your strength will increase enormously. Goku tried to persuade him. Vegeta glared at him coldly and snorted, Kakarot, you can forget about that. Seeing that Vegeta was impervious to reason, Goku could only give up the attempt with a helpless sigh. Shin simply watched the whole affair with a calm, detached expression, offering no opinion. This time he had descended to the mortal world purely in search of amusement. As for how things would develop, Shin truly didn't mind. This was the composure that absolute power brought. Vegeta shifted his gaze to the spaceship below and declared fiercely, Kakarot, I would rather fight Majin Buu and die in battle than ever use fusion. With those words, Vegeta immediately charged toward the spaceship below. Seeing this, the exasperated father and son could only follow. Shin smiled and followed along. The four arrived at the entrance to Babbidi's spaceship. The door was not shut. When they came to the entrance, they saw there was no floor inside, only a long passage leading deep into the earth. Vegeta jumped down first, and the others followed without hesitation. They reached the first level underground. The passage entrance above immediately sealed shut like a cage that had caught its prey. None of them paid attention to the sealed exit above. Goku looked around, scratched his head, and said, there's nothing here at all, is there? Shin explained the enemy Babbidi prepared should be arriving soon. Just as he finished speaking, a clanking sound came from the room's only door as it slowly opened. Pui stepped out from behind it, cackling, arms crossed every inch, the arrogant provocateur. Welcome to the first level. I'm your opponent. Which of you four will be the first to die? Pui sneered at the group, murderous intent flashing in his eyes as he considered how to torment them to death. Seeing him so arrogant and self-assured, the hero group couldn't help but feel a little less confident. Gohan asked nervously, Lord Supreme Kai, is this man strong? Shin explained, he's just a small fry. One of you go deal with him. Hearing that, Gohan sighed in relief, and the tension on his face turned once again into confidence. Pui's face darkened. Glaring at Shin, he roared, what did you say? How dare you call me a small fry? You've angered me. I was planning to save you for last, but I've changed my mind. I'll kill you first. Enraged, Pei completely ignored Goku, Gohan, and Vegeta charging ferociously toward Xn. Standing beside Xin, Gohan's expression tightened. Be careful, Supreme Kai, he roared. Whoosh. Gohan teleported, intercepting Pei in an instant, then launched a powerful punch. Bang. The punch struck Pei squarely in the cheek. An overwhelming force slammed into him, sending him flying backward at an even greater speed than when he arrived. Bang. Pei crashed heavily into the spaceship wall, embedded so deeply he couldn't be dislodged. His struck cheek was completely deformed and visibly swollen. Pei's mouth hung open, unconsciously blood and saliva dripping from the corners. His eyes rolled back, and in his fading consciousness, he vaguely saw his great-great-grandmother waving at him from across a river. Gohan, his expression still grave, was momentarily stunned by this sight. He glanced down at his own fist and thought to himself, did I really hit that hard? No, wait. It wasn't that I'd used too much strength. The enemy was simply too weak. After that single punch, Gohan had a clear picture of Pei's power level. Pathetic, he thought. What a weak and ugly creature. Vegeta coldly observed Pei, now unconscious and half buried in the wall. Raising his finger, he unleashed a burst of energy from his fingertip, completely obliterating Pei until nothing remained. That useless Pei, defeated in a single blow. Babbidi, watching the battle on the first floor through his magic crystal ball, stomped his foot in fury. If we can't wound our enemies, we won't be able to gather the energy needed to revive Majin Buu. Damn it, I never expected these people to be this strong. Noticing Babbidi's anxiety, Dabura reassured him, Lord Babbidi, there's no need to panic. Even if things go to the worst possible outcome, I'm still here, and I'm confident I can eliminate them all. At these words, Babbidi breathed a sigh of relief, his panic subsiding. Immediately, he clenched his fist and commanded Dabura behind him with gritted teeth, Dabura, send Yakin to the second floor. As you command, Lord Babbidi. I'll arrange it immediately, Dabura replied. Meanwhile, with the protagonists. With Pei defeated, the passage to the second floor automatically opened, and everyone jumped down to the underground second level. After waiting for a while with no sign of the enemy emerging, everyone began to complain. Son Goku shouted at the door, hey, aren't you ready yet? Come out already. Vegeta snorted dismissively, boring. We're just wasting time. Why don't we destroy the floor and charge straight to the bottom level at full speed? Gohan advised, but in that case the Supreme Kai warned that it would directly awaken Majin Buu. "Umph. Do you think I'd be afraid of that demon?" Vegeta said coldly. Gohan said angrily, "We can't joke about Earth's safety." Vegeta narrowed his eyes at Gohan, saying coldly, "Kid, are you lecturing me?" Click. Just as Gohan and Vegeta were about to start arguing, the door to the room slowly opened. Thud, thud. Heavy footsteps echoed as Yakin, a magical beast from the dark planet, slowly emerged. His fierce gaze swept over the four people in the room, drool dripping from the corners of his mouth. Which one should I eat first? Yakin didn't take the four people present seriously at all. His gaze moved back and forth across them, using rich experience to judge whose meat would taste best. Seeing this huge creature, Son Goku was startled and covered his nose, asking in surprise, "What? What kind of monster is this? It's disgusting." Xin waved his hand, and an invisible layer of energy blocked the foul stench emanating from Yakin. Xin explained, "This is a magical beast from the dark planet. It has some strength, but not much. Which one of you will deal with it?" Hearing this, Son Goku stepped forward eagerly. "I'll do it." Vegeta narrowed his eyes discontentedly. "Kakarot, why should you be the one?" Gohan also objected. "That's right, Dad. We should have a fair competition." Son Goku glared at both of them resentfully and countered, "You two both fought upstairs. Only I haven't fought yet, so I should handle this enemy." "Humph. That level of trash doesn't even count as warming up, so it doesn't count." Vegeta snorted. "Exactly, Dad. I got down with one punch. That level doesn't count as a fight at all, so it doesn't count." Gohan argued. Yakin watched the three Saiyans ignoring him and arguing with each other, his forehead veins bulging with anger. "You bunch of food. Don't ignore me." Yakin roared in fury, then launched his attack at Son Goku first. Bang! The three Saiyans jumped backward in unison, dodging Yakin's attack. Son Goku shouted excitedly to the other two, "You saw it. He attacked me first, so I'll handle this duel." Vegeta and Gohan naturally disagreed, but Son Goku disregarded them and charged straight at Yakin, engaging in combat. Witnessing this, Vegeta was displeased and Gohan was disappointed, but neither intended to intervene. Instead, they focused on watching Son Goku's duel with the enemy. Son Goku exchanged dozens of moves with Yakin without a clear winner. Vegeta sneered and cursed, "That bastard Kakarot is playing around again." Gohan commented, "That big guy's body is so massive, yet his movements are surprisingly swift. Really interesting. I want to fight him too." Xin said, "Gohan, Yakin is just a minor character not worth mentioning. The enemies on the third floor are probably not easy to deal with." "Really?" Gohan was somewhat surprised, then excitedly said, "That's great. I'll fight next." Vegeta complained, "You already fought on the first floor. Let me handle the next level." Gohan retorted, "But Uncle Vegeta, you fought too, so we're even." Vegeta gritted his teeth and glared at Gohan. "If that's the case, let's compete fairly." "Good. Let's do it," Gohan said excitedly. The two faced off as if they were about to fight any moment. Rock, paper, scissors. "Yeah, I won." Gohan cheered happily. "TCH." Vegeta pouted displeasedly. "Gohan," Xin called out. Gohan paused, then asked Supreme Kai, "What's wrong?" "I expect the opponent on the next floor will be that Demon King Dabura. His power level is roughly comparable to yours now, so you should face a tough battle," Xin said. "Is that so? That's really exciting." Gohan's eyes sparkled with eagerness to fight, completely unfazed. "Humph." Vegeta huffed displeasedly, "Don't embarrass us, Science, you brat." "Yeah, I won, Uncle Vegeta," Gohan promised, patting his chest. Just as Shin and his companions were conversing, the battle between Sun Wukong and the demon beast Yakuin had already reached a fever pitch. Sun Wukong looked at Yakuin, who was panting on the opposite side, and said with some disappointment, "I have already seen through your strength. It is truly disappointing. I am done playing." "What? You bastard, how dare you look down on me?" Yakuin glared viciously at Sun Wukong. Meanwhile, Babidi saw that the demon beast Yakuin had fallen into a bitter struggle, and his expression darkened. He immediately raised his hand and cast a spell. Just as Sun Wukong was about to move and defeat Yakuin, the space around them suddenly warped, and then everything turned pitch black. "What's going on?" Sun Wukong, utterly baffled, murmured, "Why can't I see anything all of a sudden? This is really troublesome." "Lord Supreme Kai, what is happening?" Sun Wufan asked, also panicking. Xin explained, "This is Babidi's magic. He has moved us from Earth to the dark planet." "What? That little man can do something like that? Then how are we supposed to get back?" Sun Wufan asked in a fluster. "It's just a minor trick. As long as we defeat the demon beast Yakuin, we will naturally be able to return," Xin explained. Sun Wufan immediately felt relieved and said, "I see. Then I'm reassured." Meanwhile, relying on the advantage of his vision, the demon beast Yakuin tried to launch a sneak attack on Sun Wukong. But Sun Wukong used his fists to teach him some manners. No, not how to be a human, how to be a beast. The demon beast Yakuin, having been thoroughly beaten, was dumbfounded and asked in shock, "Can you see?" Sun Wukong shook his head. "No. But who said you can't fight just because your eyes can't see? Besides, there are many ways to see clearly. Like this." Sun Wukong curled the corners of his mouth, energy surging from his body. With a hum, golden light blazed all over him. He had transformed into a Super Saiyan. The golden light scattered the darkness of the dark planet and illuminated the surroundings. Staring at Sun Wukong radiant with golden light in the crystal ball, Babiti's eyes widened in shock. Such astonishing energy. Turning his head, Babiti said to a subordinate, quickly bring the highest grade energy detector. Yes, Lord Babiti. Soon the subordinate brought the highest grade energy detector. Babiti lowered his head to look at the value displayed on it, his mouth falling open in disbelief. 3000 Kiri. That earthling actually has 3000 Kiri of energy. How is that possible? Dapula frowned and said 3000 Kiri. It is indeed astonishing energy. Strange. I once probed Earth, and at that time there should not have been anyone this powerful on it. Babiti gnashed his teeth and said the reality is that someone like this has appeared. Damn it, Yakuin is in danger. With only 800 Kiri of energy, he is absolutely no match for that opponent. The demon beast Yakuin looked at Sun Wukong, whose whole body was flashing with golden light, and curled his lips, saying smugly, idiot. As his words fell, Yakuin opened his mouth wide, and a tremendous suction force burst forth from it. Sun Wukong was stunned because the golden light radiating from his body was actually being drawn away by the demon beast Yakuin. Sun Wukong dropped out of his Super Saiyan state. Strange. What just happened? Sun Wukong wore a puzzled expression. The demon beast Yakuin patted his belly and explained with a satisfied look, idiot, I can even devour light. Your energy is the most delicious and the most abundant I have ever eaten. I really want to eat it again. Sun Wukong suddenly understood. I see. Since you want to eat so badly, I'll let you eat your fill. With that, energy surged around Sun Wukong, and he transformed into a Super Saiyan once again. Fool. No matter how many times you do it, the result will be the same. The demon beast Yakuin sneered and opened his mouth wide once more, absorbing the light energy from Sun Wukong's body. Sun Wukong remained calm, a faint smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Then his expression sharpened. He let out a mighty roar, and his energy exploded violently as he actively fed the energy straight into the demon beast Yakuin's mouth. At first, the demon beast Yakuin was eating Sun Wukong's energy with a contented expression, but suddenly an immense force of energy was forcibly poured into his stomach. His face contorted in pain, his body wildly swelled, and then, boom. The demon beast Yakuin's body exploded from within, blasted into pieces. With the demon beast Yakuin dead, the passage to the third underground level opened automatically. Seeing this, everyone went to the entrance and jumped down, arriving at the third underground level. Vegeta turned his gaze to Sun Wukong with a grave look. In that instant, just now Kakaluo's energy had surpassed his. Thinking of this, Vegeta looked at the Supreme Kai again and thought to himself, this guy isn't lying. Kakaluo's power has indeed surpassed mine, but it shouldn't have surpassed it by much. Xin felt Vegeta's gaze and said with a smile, Mr. Vegeta, I told you long ago that your current strength is far inferior to Mr. Sun Wukong's. The power the two of you now possess can no longer be described by numbers. There is an absolute gap in realm. Upon hearing this, Vegeta was startled, then immediately reacted, thinking to himself, damn it. I forgot this guy can read minds. Xin listened to Vegeta's inner thoughts and gave a slight smile. Sun Wufan exclaimed in admiration, is that so? As expected of Dad, truly amazing. Sun Wukong scratched his head awkwardly, then carefully observed Vegeta. Seeing the other's face turn pitch dark, he involuntarily looked up at the sky, feeling very uneasy, as if he had been caught red-handed. Humph. Vegeta snorted discontentedly and glared at Sun Wukong. Kakaluo, I admit you are indeed stronger than me now, but it won't be long before I catch up to you. The strongest Saiyan will always be me. You'd better remember that. Sun Wukong's awkward expression turned solemn, and he nodded. Yeah, I understand, Vegeta. After they had talked for quite a while, the door in the room still had not opened. Sun Wufan, itching to take his turn, grew somewhat impatient and shouted at the tightly shut door, hey, it's my turn next. Open the door quickly. How can this be? With a panicked expression, Babidi stared at the energy detector in his hand. Although it had only lasted for the briefest moment, the energy reading on the detector had indeed exceeded 400 Kiri. That earthling. His energy actually exceeded 400 Kiri in a single instant. And it was only for an instant, which means that earthling's energy is far above 400 Kiri, who otherwise he could not wield such immense energy with such ease. At that point, Babidi fell into complete panic and muttered, damn it. How could someone this powerful exist on Earth? That earthling's energy, by a conservative estimate, is at least 450 Kiri or more. Dapula tried to soothe him. Lord Babidi, calm down. A mere 450 Kiri is nothing. Don't forget my energy is above 500 Kiri. With my strength, I am more than enough to kill that earthling. Dabura's words brought a measure of calm to Babidi's fluttering heart. Yet the thought struck him. If a single one of them possessed such terrifying energy, then with all three at the same caliber, even Dabura might not be a match for them. At that realization, Babidi's face darkened, a vague unease coiling through his chest. He wondered silently, was I too rash? Seeing that Babidi remained unsettled, Dabura narrowed his eyes. Allow me to put your mind at ease. I shall take the third level myself. Babidi gnashed his teeth. Then it must be so. Dabura, you absolutely must not lose the next match. As you command, Lord Babidi. I Dabura shall surely bring you victory. Dabura bowed respectfully, his manner deferential. Underground, level 3. Son Gohan looked at the door opposite with unbridled eagerness and called out impatiently, "Hey, who's our next opponent? Come out and fight me." Son Goku laughed. "Gohan, you're certainly fired up. But don't be hasty. The enemy must be preparing some formidable super warriors." Vegeta let out a cold snort. "Just don't bring shame upon us, Science." Through his divine sense, Shin had been silently observing Babidi and his cohorts on the lowest level. Just as he expected Dabura to head to the meditation chamber to elevate his ki, as in the original story, Dabura instead went directly to the elevator and arrived at underground level 3. "Oh, has he grown anxious?" Shin mused with a knowing smile. "Gohan, the enemy is coming, a powerful one. Be careful," he warned. At those words, Son Gohan's eyes sparkled, his gaze fixed unblinkingly upon the door opposite. Vegeta shot a sidelong glance at Shin, thinking such keen senses. I couldn't perceive a thing, yet he already knew the enemy had arrived. Damn it. Creak. Sure enough, shortly after Shin's words fell, the door opposite slowly slid open. Step. Dabura's towering figure emerged with confident strides. His imperious gaze swept contemptuously over Son Goku, and the other two, an arrogant smirk curving across his lips as he taunted, "I'll be guarding this level. Which of you three will be the first to die?" "I wouldn't mind if you all came at once," Dabura added. "Me? I'll take this one." Son Gohan raised his hand high like a schoolboy eager to answer his teacher and proclaimed with excitement, "Oh, a fool who wants to challenge me alone. Very well, let me send you to hell first," Dabura said. Babidi watched the scene in the magical crystal ball, a gleam flashing through his eyes. Before the battle could even begin, he raised his hand and cast the arena transfer spell directly. The next second, the scene within the magical crystal ball warped. Son Goku looked at the abruptly altered surroundings around him. The area changed again. "Is this Babidi's doing?" Vegeta snorted. "What nonsense are you spouting at a time like this?" Observing the shifting landscape, Dabura's smile deepened. "Boy, this will be your burial ground." Refusing to be outdone, Son Gohan retorted, "Is that so? I don't think so. Victory and defeat can only be known after a true fight." Haha. Quite the hilarious deadpan joke. Now. A cruel glint flickered in Dabura's eyes as he struck first. Son Gohan met the challenge with confidence, yet he committed the same flaw as his father. He did not unleash his full power at the outset, only sparring with Dabura in his ordinary form. Bang! After a few exchanges, Son Gohan was kicked by Dabura into a great mountain. The mountain, overwhelmed by the ferocious impact, collapsed on the spot, burying Son Gohan alive within. Seeing this, Vegeta clicked his tongue, glaring at Son Goku and scolding, "Kakarot, you and your son share the same rotten habit. When you meet an enemy, you don't go all out from the start. If your luck is poor, you might not even get the chance to use your full strength." "Is that really so?" Son Goku scratched his head with a look of utter confusion, clearly lacking any self-awareness of the matter. Boom. Suddenly a tremendous ki erupted violently. From within the very mountain that had buried Son Gohan, terrifying energy exploded outward, blasting enormous quantities of rock and stone into the air. Son Gohan's entire body blazed with golden light, his emerald green eyes fixed icily upon Dabura. "Oh, you've gone golden like that earthling, have you? Your energy has risen considerably." Dabura narrowed his eyes, his expression turning grave. Son Goku watched his son with pride and called out, "Well done, Gohan. Show me your true power." Swoosh. The instant Son Goku's voice faded, Son Gohan's figure vanished, appearing before Dabura the very next moment. "What a—" Dabura was stunned, then a piercing pain erupted in his abdomen. He spat out a mouthful of blood, and a searing impact slammed into his cheek. Bang! Dabura felt an irresistible force crush against his cheek, and his whole body went flying backwards. Gritting his teeth, Dabura forcibly steadied himself in midair, his gaze fixed ferociously upon where Son Gohan had just stood. Yet when his eyes found the spot, there was no trace of him. Swoosh! Son Gohan appeared abruptly behind Dabura, then drove a heavy kick into him, sending him crashing toward the ground. Bang! The earth gave way like soft tofu beneath Dabura's impact, gouging out a massive crater. Layer after layer was torn through until he was driven into the deep depths of the ground. Swoosh! Son Gohan appeared at the rim of the crater. He raised both hands, gathering energy, his fearsome ki condensing into spheres that he fired like a barrage into the depths of the pit. Rumble! The colossal detonations echoed without end, and only after a long while did the commotion finally subside. Son Gohan hovered in midair, gazing at the crater that continued to spew black smoke, assessing whether his barrage had felled the enemy. Son Gohan's expression suddenly sharpened as he raised his arm to block. Bang! Dabura, who had somehow come up behind him, drove a crushing punch forward. Heh! Son Gohan let out a light chuckle, a smile curling at the corner of his mouth. He thought to himself, now this is interesting. Dabura likewise smiled, though his eyes brimmed with pure cruelty. The two locked in stalemate for a brief moment before dissolving into a frenzy of afterimages. Explosive cracks resounded endlessly through the sky, shockwaves spreading visibly outward. Under such force, the hardest mountain stone shattered like foam at the lightest touch. Watching the two locked in an even contest, Son Goku asked curiously, Lord Supreme, Kai, do you think Gohan can win? Shin answered with calm detachment. In truth, their abilities are on par with one another, yet Gohan is the slightly weaker of the two. If Gohan wishes to win, I fear it will prove very difficult. Vegeta clicked his tongue at those words, watching the clashing pair with impatience. You brat, don't bring shame upon us, Scions. Almost the instant Vegeta's words fell, the equilibrium between the two evenly matched fighters collapsed, brought about by a single moment of carelessness from Son Gohan. He was instantly forced onto the back foot. Arg! Son Gohan let out a shrill cry of pain as an energy wave from Dabura hurled him into a great lake. Dabura hovered high above, gathering ki into his palm and compressing it into a small sphere, then cast it fiercely down into the water. Boom! The unassuming little sphere had barely sunk beneath the surface before it unleashed devastating energy. It was an energy far more horrifying than the blast of an atomic bomb. The lake was vaporized, earth and stone transformed into gas, and for miles around the land was blasted into a bottomless, unfathomable chasm. Seeing this, Dabura grinned and said, one down. Then he turned to look at Goku and the others who remained unmoved and sneered, have you all been scared, stupid? Haha, no need to rush. You're next. Yaya. Suddenly from the seemingly bottomless pit, Gohan's furious roar rang out. Boom. A brilliant golden light shot into the sky. Gohan shot up from the bottom of the pit and hovered opposite Dabura. His clothes were tattered with several bleeding scrapes across his body, yet his aura had only grown stronger instead of weaker, and arcs of electricity crackled around him. Once again he raised his energy level, transforming into a Super Saiyan 2. Dabura narrowed his eyes at the imposing Gohan, and sneered, so your power has increased again. It's useless. I was only toying with you just now. Before me, Dabura, the king of the demon realm, you stand no chance. Now in Super Saiyan 2, Gohan's expression grew colder, and his confidence stronger. Curling his lips, he said calmly, I let my guard down just now. Let's begin round 2. No matter how many times, the outcome will be the same. Dabura said with a grin. We won't know until we fight. Gohan replied coldly. Then let me crush that confidence of yours. With a ferocious glint flashing in his eyes, Dabura struck first. Gohan fought back with all his might. Down below, watching the two locked in battle, Vegeta grew impatient and sneered, what a disgrace. He was far stronger when he was a kid. This boy Gohan, what has he been doing all these years? His power has fallen so far from when he was little. Goku complained as well. TCH. This is irritating. Let me take over and deal with Dabura. Vegeta said. Goku glared at him in dissatisfaction. Why should you be the one to take over? If anyone's taking over, it should be me. Kakarot, you already had your turn in the last fight. I haven't had mine yet, so don't you dare steal this from me. Vegeta shot back irritably. Goku argued with conviction, I'm Gohan's father. If there's an enemy he can't beat, then I should be the one to take him down. Seeing the two about to come to blows, Shin sighed helplessly. So this is the Saiyan warrior race, treating battle as entertainment. Truly a warlike people. Goku and Vegeta argued back and forth, but neither was willing to yield. In the end, they had no choice but to settle it in the fairest way possible. Rock, paper, scissors. Scissors. Rock. Paper. Humph. I told you, Kakarot, this one's mine. Vegeta withdrew his fist and smiled smugly. Goku lowered his scissors and let out a disappointed sigh. Bad luck. Having decided the order of battle, Goku and Vegeta looked up and saw that Gohan had already fallen into a desperate struggle. Even in his Super Saiyan 2 state, Gohan was still being overwhelmed by Dabura, looking worse for wear. Seeing this, Vegeta gave a cold snort and charged straight up, inserting himself between Gohan and Dabura. What? Uncle Vegeta, what are you? Gohan asked, startled and bewildered as Vegeta suddenly cut in. Dabura stared at Vegeta with a grave expression. Just moments ago, it had already been a considerable struggle to handle Gohan alone. If both of them came at him together, he likely wouldn't stand a chance. At that thought, a sense of crisis rose in Dabura's heart, and cold sweat beaded on his forehead. Step back, Gohan. Leave the rest of this fight to me. After saying this coldly, Vegeta's aura exploded as he transformed directly into Super Saiyan 2. Seeing this, Gohan protested, but Uncle Vegeta, this is my fight. Gohan. Goku's voice rang out from below. Gohan looked down and saw his father waving to him, shouting, Gohan. You've already done very well. Leave the rest to Vegeta. Dad. Gohan gritted his teeth, unwilling to give in, but in the end, deflating like a punctured balloon, he dropped out of Super Saiyan 2, reverted to his normal state, and slowly descended toward the ground. Goku hurried over to his son and asked with concern, Gohan, are you all right? Gohan shook his head and wiped the blood from his body. I'm fine, Dad. It's just a few minor injuries. Just then Shin walked over, a divine light flashing in his eyes. A soft hum. The next moment, Gohan, who had been covered in minor wounds, found his injuries healing before his eyes. His depleted energy was restored to its peak, and his tattered clothes became as good as new. Seeing this, Gohan exclaimed in astonishment, wow. My wounds are healed, my ki is restored, and my torn clothes have become brand new. Goku turned to Shin and asked, Lord Supreme, Kai, was this your doing? Since Goku couldn't sense Shin's ki, he hadn't perceived any of Shin's movements. Still among those present, the only person with such an ability, and the willingness to help Gohan, was likely Shin, the mysterious Supreme Kai. Shin smiled, and said it was nothing. Thank you, Lord Supreme Kai. Gohan bowed to Shin with sincere respect. Don't mention it, Gohan. When you fought Dabura just now, did you feel anything? Shin asked. Feel? Gohan rubbed his chin in thought. After a moment, he said, he's very strong. That Dabura, he's a formidable enemy. Is that all? Shin asked. Huh, what else could there be? Gohan asked, puzzled. Goku frowned and criticized him. Gohan, your fighting just now was too straightforward. The enemy could easily predict your next move, which is why Dabura kept suppressing you. That's right, Gohan. Your strength and Dabura's are actually about equal. In theory, you shouldn't have been overwhelmed by him, but because your fighting style was too blunt, almost completely lacking in technique, you were suppressed by the battle-hardened Dabura. Shin said. Gohan hung his head, just like a child being scolded by a parent after doing something wrong. Shin looked up and said, Gohan, raise your head, and watch how Vegeta fights Dabura. At those words, Gohan immediately raised his head, and saw that Vegeta was already locked in battle with Dabura. Compared to Gohan, who had been suppressed by Dabura the whole time, the tables had completely turned. Now it was Dabura being overwhelmed by Vegeta. Vegeta's fighting style was seasoned and cunning, and his raw strength was also a notch above Dabura's. From start to finish, Dabura was almost entirely on the defensive. What's the matter? This is the power of the king of the demon realm. How disappointing. Even while fighting, Vegeta never forgot to hurl venomous taunts. Damn it. Dabura's eyes turned bloodshot. As he parried Vegeta's attacks, he searched for a chance to win. And soon, the opportunity came. Dabura's eyes lit up, and he hastily spat a thick glob of phlegm at Vegeta. Oh, watch out, Uncle Vegeta. Gohan cried out in alarm from below. It's fine, Gohan. That's just an opening Vegeta deliberately left open, Goku reminded him. Huh. Gohan was stunned. Was that really so? The events unfolded exactly as Sun Wukong had predicted. Upon seeing Dabura spit at him, Vegeta's lips curled into a smirk. As the only means Dabura might use to turn the tide, how could Vegeta fail to guard against it? I'm curious whether your own saliva would petrify you if it touched your body, Vegeta said with a cold sneer. The next instant, Vegeta's aura condensed, and with a swift motion, he sent a blast of energy that caught the flying phlegm and splattered it across Dabura's face. Damn! Dabura wiped the phlegm from his face, his eyes blazing with fury as he glared at Vegeta. In the next moment, signs of petrification began rapidly spreading across Dabura's face and hands. Dabura's body is petrifying. Son Gohan exclaimed in astonishment. Sun Wukong asked curiously, since it came from his own mouth, why would it petrify himself? Wouldn't he have been petrified long ago then? Xin explained, the true cause of petrification isn't actually Dabura's saliva, but rather the magic contained within it. Before spitting, Dabura uses his saliva as a medium to conceal petrification magic within it. Once any living being comes into contact with the saliva, the hidden magic immediately activates and petrifies them. It's not limited to saliva. Theoretically, even Dabura's blood can serve as a medium for petrification. Is that so? We must warn Vegeta immediately. Sun Wukong looked up and saw Dabura nearly completely petrified. Upon witnessing this, Sun Wukong scratched his head and muttered, it seems that's no longer necessary. As he finished speaking, Dabura in the air had fully turned to stone and dropped from above. Sun Wukong grumbled, is this the end? Killed by his own method. Xin clarified, no, he's merely pretending. If you approach him now, he could easily turn the tables on you. What? Pretending to be dead? What a despicable opponent. I must warn Uncle Vegeta right away. Son Gohan urged. Patience, Gohan. Vegeta isn't one to underestimate his foes. Watch and learn from him, Sun Wukong advised. Huh. Son Gohan looked puzzled, then turned his gaze upward to where Vegeta hovered in the air. Vegeta looked down at Dabura's petrified statue below, a smirk playing on his lips as he murmured, self-destructed. Forget it. Whether real or feigned, I'll grant you a final release. Vegeta raised his hand palm, aimed at the petrified Dabura below. His expression hardened as energy from his entire body converged into his palm. Big bang attack. Vegeta grinned wickedly as the massive energy gathered in his palm erupted violently, descending toward the petrified Dabura below. Inside the statue, Dabura sensed the enormous energy plummeting from above. Cursing inwardly, he hastily dispelled his petrification magic and narrowly dodged Vegeta's attack at the last possible moment. Boom. The earth shook violently, leaving a crater on the surface rivaling the one Dabura had created earlier. Upon witnessing this, Vegeta smirked and muttered, oh, so you were faking death after all. Interesting. I didn't expect you to have any sense at all. Dabura soared into the air and hovered opposite Vegeta, his expression grim. With a mocking tone, Vegeta taunted, what's wrong? Is this really all the so-called king of the demon realm can do? I heard you were the strongest in your domain, but it seems your realm isn't particularly impressive after all. Damn you. Dabura clenched his fists and roared with a twisted expression, I'll tear you apart. Unfazed, Vegeta simply beckoned with a finger, his provocation unmistakable. From below, Sun Wukong called out urgently, Vegeta, that guy's petrification ability isn't limited to saliva. The Supreme Kai warned that his blood can petrify too. Don't let it touch you. What a... Vegeta was startled for a moment, then a disdainful smile spread across his face as he gazed at Dabura opposite him. So that's your hidden trump card. Pathetic tactics, nothing more. A cold sweat formed on Dabura's forehead as his secret weapon was exposed. He had planned to use it unexpectedly to eliminate his opponent, but now that was impossible. He had used this technique to defeat numerous powerful enemies in the demon realm. According to logic, anyone who knew about it should be dead by now. How did those people below know? Dabura glared viciously at the three figures below, his gaze settling on Xian, the only one whose background he didn't understand. He thought to himself, is that the Supreme Kai? The greatest deity in the cosmos. From what Lord Babidi had indicated, his strength wasn't particularly formidable. The pink creature I eliminated earlier outside was likely his servant. If his power were truly great, he wouldn't have merely watched his servant die without acting. At this thought, a plan began forming in Dabura's mind. A slight smile touched his lips and confidence returned to his eyes. What's wrong? Too afraid to attack? If so, I'll strike first. Vegeta's aura slowly rose, a killing intent flashing in his eyes. Dabura remained completely unfazed, chuckling as he replied, Earthling, I'll soon show you what the king of the demon realm truly is. He raised his hand, gathering energy in his palm, then hurled an energy blast toward Vegeta. Anger flashed in Vegeta's eyes as he slapped the incoming blast away with his hand. The purple energy projectile struck the ground and erupted with terrifying force, carving another massive crater into the earth. Though the energy blast had been devastating to Vegeta, it was no more threatening than a balloon hitting an ordinary person. This wasn't an attack, it was an insult. You bastard. Just as Vegeta was about to strike in fury, he was shocked to find Dabura had vanished from opposite him. Where did he go? Vegeta's gaze swept around rapidly before he finally spotted Dabura's figure, and he was diving straight downward. You're running away, Dabura? Vegeta pursued for only a moment before abruptly halting. Watching Dabura charge directly toward the Supreme Kai, an absurd thought struck him. Could that bastard actually be trying to? Vegeta was utterly stunned. Was Dabura really this reckless? Below, Sun Wukong watched Dabura charging toward them, a keen expression forming on his face. He's abandoning Vegeta to challenge me instead. I accept your challenge. Bring it on. Just as Sun Wukong assumed a battle stance ready to face Dabura, the Demon King completely ignored him and shot straight toward the Supreme Kai. Upon seeing this, Sun Gohan's face paled with alarm as he cried out, no. He's going after the Supreme Kai. Ha! Supreme Kai, hand over your life. Dabura laughed maniacally, gathering energy throughout his body, preparing to capture the Supreme Kai and use him as leverage against Sun Wukong and the others. Xian watched Dabura's furious charge with an air of detached calm. Slowly he raised a finger. A mysterious force enveloped Dabura, suspending him in midair, immobile, utterly helpless. How? Impossible. I can't move. Dabura's expression twisted in terror. He desperately summoned all the energy within his body, yet not in the slightest could he stir the power that held him bound. Foolish, Xian remarked, his tone flat and dismissive. Whoosh. Vegeta descended from the heavens, returning to his normal state. He fixed his gaze on the suspended Dabura for a long moment, then cast a glance at the Supreme Kai, shock apparent in his eyes. Silently he thought, to have subdued Dabura with a single move. So this is the Supreme Kai. Just as I thought. A figure every bit as terrifying as the god of destruction. Sun Wukong strolled over and curiously poked the suspended Dabura. Dabura rolled his eyes, shooting Sun Wukong a venomous glare. Observing this, Sun Wukong marveled, oh, he really can't move at all. Sun Wufan also drew closer, sizing Dabura up from head to toe. He then darted a glance at Xian and commented admiringly, Lord Supreme Kai is truly extraordinary. Xian offered a faint smile. It isn't that I am powerful, he said, only that he is too weak. At these words, the three Scions all fell into silence. A long moment passed. Vegeta broke the silence. What shall we do with him now? Just let me kill him right here. As he spoke, Vegeta's hand was already raised, energy surging within his palm. At the sight of this, a divine glint flashed within Xian's eyes, and the ki that Vegeta had just amassed scattered into nothing in an instant. Vegeta's eyes bulged. Casting an incredulous sidelong glance at Xian, he thought, he dispersed my ki so effortlessly. What a bizarre technique. Xian smiled. Dabura is the king of the demon realm. Killing him would plunge the demon realm into upheaval, and it might even spill over into your world. Therefore it is better to send him back. But before that, I need to erase every memory he has from the moment he encountered Babidi onward. Xian lifted his hand, pointing once more. A faint radiance shimmered at the tip of his finger as a miraculous power took effect. Dabura's strained expression relaxed, and his eyes slowly went blank. The memories within his mind rewound, finally grinding to a halt just before the moment he encountered Babidi. Return now, Dabura. Go back to your demon realm. With that, Xian swept his hand through the air, splitting space itself to reveal a rift. Beyond the rift lay a world utterly unlike Earth, the very opposite of the mortal world, the demon realm. Exion's telekinetic power surged, hurling Dapula back into the demon realm, after which the spatial rift slowly closed and sealed itself. Having witnessed Exion's effortless display of power, moving clouds and summoning rain with the turn of a hand, the three scions led by Sun Wukong finally understood what a Supreme Kai truly was, the very embodiment of the universe's utmost divinity. Whoa, Lord Supreme Kai, you're incredible. I find myself wanting to exchange blows with you more and more, Sun Wukong said enthusiastically. Dad. Startled Sun Wufan nervously rushed to admonish Sun Wukong. Kakarot, curb that foul habit of yours. Baijita chimed in with equal severity. In that moment, Baijita's understanding of the Supreme Kai's power crystallized. He had just seen Exion dispose of Dapula with a mere lift of his hand. It was a terrifying existence that his current self could never hope to shake. And so all that lingered in his heart was reverent awe for overwhelming strength. Exion chuckled. Everyone, no need to be so guarded, he said. Simply interact with me as you would with anyone else. Babidi trembled uncontrollably, his eyes riveted on the scene inside the magic crystal ball. He roared in sheer disbelief. Dapula was defeated. Damn it. That useless piece of trash. Some king of the demon realm. Some strongest being of the demon realm. All lies. Useless. Worthless. Babidi raged on for a good long while before finally settling down. His eyes bored into the image within the crystal ball. Exion, whose face forever wore that faint, infuriating smile. Supreme Kai, he hissed. I'm not finished with you. Curse it. I originally intended to revive Majin Buu in his most perfect state, but by the look of things I have no choice but to awaken him ahead of schedule. Gritting his teeth, Babidi turned and strode toward the deepest recesses of the spaceship, the place where the egg sealed with Majin Buu was hidden away. Standing before the sealed egg, Babidi gazed up at it for a long while. A leering grin curled across his face as he chuckled. Once Majin Buu is revived, Earthlings, the demon realm king, the Supreme Kai, every single one of them will be trampled beneath my feet. Babidi raised both hands, ancient incantations spilling from his lips. Creak. Following Dapula's defeat, the passage to the fourth subterranean floor stood open. Exion walked calmly to its edge. His divine sense flowed naturally into the spaceship, and therein he perceived Babidi attempting to undo the Majin seal. Exion's brow furrowed. Trouble, he said to Sun Wukong and the other two. By defeating Dapula, we've cornered Babidi. He is right now attempting to unseal Majin Buu. You must hurry and stop him. What a... Shock rippled through the three scions. Sun Wufan ground his teeth. We can't let him revive Majin Buu. And with those words, Sun Wufan was the first to leap down into the fourth basement level. Raising his hand, he unleashed an energy sphere that obliterated the gate leading to the fifth basement, crashing straight into the ship's very bottom floor. Wufan, wait for me. Sun Wukong gave chase immediately. Baijita cast a glance at Exion, his eyes heavy with inscrutable thought, then jumped down the passageway in turn. Exion watched Baijita's departing silhouette, a subtle smile tugging at his lips. As expected of Baijita, he murmured. He would actually let the enemy unleash Majin Buu, simply because he wishes to fight Majin Buu himself. But Baijita, as you are now, you are nowhere near Majin Buu's equal, not even against the imperfect Majin Buu of this moment. Deep within the spaceship, Sun Wufan tore through everything in his path with unstoppable momentum, felling every lackey who dared to block him. At breakneck speed, he reached the very core of the vessel, and there he saw an immense egg. What is this? Sun Wufan's jaw dropped as he stood frozen, staring at the enormous egg before him. Tap, tap, tap. Footsteps reverberated through the chamber. Sun Wufan's face tightened. Just then, Babidi leisurely stepped out from behind the colossal egg, letting out a sinister cackle. You are too late. I have already released the seal on Majin Buu. What a... Sun Wufan froze, then glared at Babidi with a mixture of shock, regret, and blazing fury. You bastard. Ha ha ha. Let the curses fly, for soon you will no longer have the voice to curse. Babidi turned toward the mighty egg, arms spread wide, and cried out. I have freed you from your seal. Awaken Majin Buu. As if in answer to Babidi's summoning cry, a slender fissure ran across the once still silent giant egg, and pink gas began to seep through the crack. Ha ha ha, Majin Buu. Mightiest and most malevolent of beings, arise. Conquer this universe alongside me. As Babidi's fervent cries resounded, the giant egg slowly split open, and an ever thicker tide of pink gas poured out. Seeing this, Sun Gohan's body was enveloped in a radiant aura as he transformed into a Super Saiyan. Don't even think about it. I'll destroy it. Sun Gohan clenched his fists, his ki rising once more as he ascended to Super Saiyan 2. Kamehameha. Blue energy continuously gathered and compressed, forming a terrifying destructive force. With a fierce roar from Sun Gohan, the condensed energy was unleashed. Yaya. Boom. The blue Kamehameha roared toward the slowly cracking giant egg. Whoa. The terrifying shockwave sent Babidi flying, who crashed heavily into the spaceship wall behind him, embedding himself deep into it, inseparable from impact. Babidi painfully opened one eye, anxiously watching Sun Gohan continuously attacking the giant egg with energy blasts. Stupid. Stupid kid. Stop it right now. Otherwise when Bu is revived, I'll have him kill you first. Babidi struggled to speak through the intense shockwaves. Son Gohan remained silent, focusing solely on amplifying his power. As his energy level rose, the Kamehameha grew thicker and more colossal, its power sufficient to destroy Earth 10 or 8 times over with strength to spare. Fearsome energy concentrated upon the egg, sealing the Majin, and with a sharp cracking sound, a thin fissure slowly split across its surface. Crack, crack, crack. More fractures appeared, and the giant egg from the outside looked thoroughly ravaged, as if it could shatter completely with the slightest force. Tap, tap, tap. The sound of rapid footsteps echoed from behind. It was Son Goku arriving. He glanced at his son, then at the giant egg his son was attacking. His normally simple mind suddenly grew sharp, grasping the key to the situation instantly. He transformed into a Super Saiyan, gathering energy around his body. Ka! Miha! Ya! With a mighty roar from Son Goku, he too unleashed a terrifying blue energy blast. With the father and son joining forces, the already crumbling giant egg was utterly shattered. Rumble! Vegeta slowly descended from the sky, but just as he prepared to land on the lowest level, a blue glow emanated from deep below. What is this? Vegeta's gaze sharpened, and his originally sluggish movements became swift as he dodged sharply to the side. Buzz! A blue-white pillar of light shot straight into the heavens. Xian was still on the 3rd underground level, and since the surrounding environment had not reverted, this blue pillar of light erupted directly into the clouds. It took a long while before this massive energy gradually dissipated. Tsk tisk, what a racket. Xian remarked with a smile, looking down to see the spaceship below visibly deteriorating. At the deepest part of the spaceship, the massive shockwave had hit directly. Fragile Babidi, despite having activated a protective barrier, unfortunately could not survive it. He perished with not even his remains left behind. Although the father and son also felt the impact, their powerful physiques kept them safe. Apart from torn clothing and various scrapes and bruises, they were unharmed. Vegeta and Xian arrived in succession. Vegeta glanced at the shattered remains of the giant egg, scoffed, and asked, "Did you two eliminate Majin Bu?" Son Gohan exhaled and smiled. "I suppose Dad and I managed to take him down." "What a shame," Son Goku sighed. "I really wanted to fight that Majin Bu myself." Xian chuckled lightly. "Is that so? Then don't feel regret, because Majin Bu was not eliminated." As he spoke, Xian pointed upward. "Look, he's right there." Everyone looked up in shock and saw a pink gas gathering above the spaceship. Son Goku, Gohan, and Vegeta stared at the pink energy cloud overhead, their expressions growing increasingly grave. "There's energy condensing," Son Goku warned seriously. "Damn it." Son Gohan clenched his fists, his expression filled with reluctance. "Hep." Vegeta grinned, his face brimming with eager anticipation. After a while, the gas cloud above took shape, condensing into fat Majin Bu. Thud. Bu landed and stretched his body, wearing an innocent smile. Bu turned his head and smiled at Son Goku and the others who stood ready for battle. He carried himself leisurely, showing no concern for the 3 warriors, until his gaze fell upon Xian. His narrowed eyes opened slightly as he tilted his head to look at Xian, as if confirming something. "You look familiar," Fat Bu said. Xian froze. "Familiar? How could that be? He should have erased all memories of him from Bu's mind. Bu shouldn't recognize him at all, unless his power had been too weak back, then leaving some memories incompletely deleted." A flash of divine light appeared in Xian's eyes as he delved into Majin Bu's memories. After examining them thoroughly, Xian confirmed that all memories related to him had been completely erased from Fat Bu's mind. Perhaps the time was too short, leaving behind some instinctual memory traces. Xian speculated. For Xian, encountering Fat Bu had been over a decade ago, but from the perspective of Fat Bu, they had only met less than half a day prior. Their physical instincts still retained residual impressions. This was why Fat Bu found Xian somewhat familiar. Upon hearing Fat Bu's words, Son Goku asked in surprise, "Lord Kaioshin, do you know this Majin Bu?" "What do you think?" Xian countered, staring at Son Goku. "Kakarot, now isn't the time for pointless questions. Let's focus on figuring out how to deal with this demon." Vegeta said, his eyes locked on Fat Bu with eager anticipation. He was curious to see just how powerful this Fat Bu truly was, whom Lord Kaioshin had repeatedly emphasized as so formidable. "You're right. Let me play with him first," Son Goku said, stepping forward. Seeing this, Vegeta reached out and grabbed Son Goku, pulling him back. "Kakarot, no cheating." Son Goku chuckled sheepishly. "Then let's settle it with rock, paper, scissors." Turning to Gohan, he asked, "Gohan, do you want to join in?" Son Gohan scratched his head, hesitating. "Gohan, facing Bu in your current state means a certain death," Xian reminded him. Gohan was taken aback, but the words only ignited his rebellious spirit. "Is that really so, Lord Kaioshin? But I sense that Bu's energy. It seems quite ordinary. I don't think he's unbeatable." Hearing this, Xian sighed in resignation. "You science. Never mind. Go ahead and try, and you'll come to understand the true strength of Majin Bu." "Sorry about that, Lord Kaioshin." Gohan offered an apologetic smile before joining his 2 fathers in their rock, paper, scissors match. Rock, scissors, paper. Vegeta grinned, withdrawing his hand. Watch closely as I defeat Bu. The Sun father and son looked crestfallen. Vegeta slowly walked toward Fat Bu, taunting him along the way. So you're the so-called Majin Bu. You're as fat as a pig. I'll soon show you the might of a Saiyan. Fat Bu tilted his head. Though he didn't understand the word pig, he clearly grasped the provocation in Vegeta's words, and his usually innocent expression turned cold. Fat Bu opened his squinting eyes, a fierce glint flashing within. You're so annoying, he sneered. I'll make you disappear. Vegeta scoffed and beckoned with a mocking gesture, his provocation unmistakable. Veins bulged on Fat Bu's forehead as he charged forward violently. Vegeta sneered, his aura surging as he transformed into Super Saiyan 2, ready to face Fat Bu at full strength. With a tremendous crash, the already dilapidated spaceship crumbled completely under their battle. Vegeta and Fat Bu shot skyward. Due to Bibidai's death, the magic sealing the third underground level had been lifted, so Vegeta and Fat Bu broke through the spacecraft and emerged above Earth, where they engaged in fierce combat. Xian and the others also flew out of the spacecraft, landing on the ground to watch the two figures battling fiercely in the sky. Amazing. Uncle Vegeta is gaining the upper hand against Bu. Sun Wukong marveled. High above, Vegeta rained down continuous strikes that left Fat Bu unable to retaliate, yet the giant remained calm and unfazed, showing no signs of frustration or concern. Vegeta delivered a powerful kick that sent Fat Bu hurtling through the air. The massive figure crashed through several mountain peaks before finally coming to a stop against a towering ridge. Hovering high above, Vegeta coldly stared down at Fat Bu, buried beneath the rubble, raising one hand as energy gathered in his palm. Destructive wave. The surge of energy blasted away the mountains, concealing Fat Bu as a devastating explosion erupted. The earth quaked violently, sand and debris flying through the air, while a massive crater formed in the ground below. Deep within the crater, Majin Bu removed the rocks, crushing him, and brushed off the dust from his body, maintaining his simple smile as he gazed up at Vegeta in the sky. Though silent, his defiant and mocking expression infuriated Vegeta greatly. Take this. Vegeta raised both hands, gathering energy in his palms before unleashing a barrage of rapid-fire ki blasts down upon Fat Bu. The energy blasts rained down like a storm, and Fat Bu stood firm, without dodging, absorbing Vegeta's entire Prince's assault combo. After a long pause, Vegeta halted his assault and peered into the thick cloud of dust and debris below, unable to discern what lay beneath. Suddenly, Vegeta's expression tightened. His perception detected Fat Bu's rapidly closing distance. The creature appeared behind him in the blink of an eye. Startled, Vegeta spun around to block. But Fat Bu's speed was overwhelming. Before Vegeta could fully turn, a massive foot connected with his face, sending him reeling. Vegeta screamed as he plummeted toward the ground. Fat Bu grinned wickedly, raising his hands to gather energy, then unleashed a barrage of purple ki blasts downward, mirroring the technique Vegeta had just used. The earth quaked violently as cracks spread across hundreds of miles of terrain, mountains and rivers, shifting like an apocalypse unfolding. Witnessing this, Xian shook his head with a sigh. If they keep fighting like this, I don't know if Bu will be defeated, but this planet certainly won't survive. Damn it. Vegeta, I'm coming to help. Recognizing the gravity of the situation, Son Goku didn't hesitate, despite knowing Vegeta might be angry, and jumped straight into the battle. Son Goku transformed into a Super Saiyan, then vanished in a flash, appearing beside Fat Bu, who was still using the Prince's assault technique. Fat Bu froze, turning his head just in time to see a massive shoe heading straight for his face. Fat Bu was kicked flying. Vegeta, are you alright? Son Goku shouted toward the ground below. A golden light shot upward as a bloodied Vegeta, gasping heavily, rose from below. Vegeta glared at Son Goku and gritted his teeth. Damn it. Kakarot, this is my fight. Don't interfere. Son Goku apologized. I'm sorry, Vegeta, but if you keep fighting like this, Earth won't survive. I have to step in. Hearing this, Bailia clenched his fists in frustration before letting out a cold snort. Don't hold me back. With those words, Vegeta charged toward Fat Bu. Son Goku smiled and nodded, then amplified his energy, transforming into Super Saiyan 2 to join the battle. Together, Son Goku and Vegeta managed to temporarily gain the upper hand against Fat Bu. Below, Sun Wukong stood with his mouth agape in awe. This is incredible. Both Dad and Uncle Vegeta are far stronger than me. Xian smiled and said, Wukong, don't underestimate yourself. In terms of talent alone, your potential far exceeds those two above. With proper guidance and training, you'll soon surpass all three of them. Do I really have that kind of potential? I've been training so hard these past few months, yet I'm still so far behind Dad and the others. Sun Wukong said dejectedly. Xian explained, that's because you haven't been training correctly. Those methods of yours, calling them training is generous. They're more like playing house. Great Kaishin, it seems you know me well. Sun Wukong asked curiously. Naturally, for I've been watching your family. Your father, Mr. Son Goku, is a truly remarkable individual, and you, Wukong. Your talent ranks second among all mortals in the universe at this stage. Second in the universe. Great Kaishin, you flatter me. Sun Wukong blushed and smiled shyly. Xian asked with a smile, Wufan, once this matter is settled, would you like to return to the Kaishin realm with me? With my guidance you'll soon surpass your father. Son Wufan feeling awkward. Great Kaishin, thank you for your kindness, but I still want to be a scholar. Xian was momentarily at a loss for words. Rarely did he feel such enthusiasm for someone's potential, yet he'd been turned down. Very well, since you decline, I respect your decision. Xian replied. I'm sorry, Great Kaishin. I've let down your good intentions. Son Wufan said uncomfortably. Xian shook his head and replied, refusing me is your own loss. You needn't apologize to me. Son Wufan gave an awkward smile, unsure of how to respond. He lifted his gaze to the three figures locked in combat overhead and changed the subject, asking, Great Kaishin, do you think Dad and Uncle Vegeta can defeat Majin Buu? Xian glanced up at the three warriors engaged in battle above and assessed coolly, if Mr. Goku doesn't unleash his true power soon, they'll be defeated by Buu within 100 exchanges. True power? Dad hasn't even given it his all yet. Son Wufan asked in surprise. Xian explained, based on Mr. Son Goku's maximum energy capacity as a reference point, he's only utilizing a quarter of his strength at present. He's far from giving it his all. What a... Son Wufan's mouth fell open in astonishment as he looked up at his father in the sky, his voice trembling with disbelief. Dad, right now, he's already so powerful his displayed strength even surpasses Uncle Vegeta's, and this is merely a quarter of Dad's power. End of chapter. That is why I have always insisted that Goku alone can handle Majin Buu. Even if you and Vegeta join forces, you are no match for Majin Buu. Even at this stage when Majin Buu is not at his peak, the result would be the same. Shin said calmly. What a fearsome Majin. To think that such a terrifying monster exists in this world. Gohan clenched his fists nervously, his heart shaken with dread. In the sky, just as Shin had said, Goku and Vegeta, who had been overwhelming Fat Buu from the start, were instantly suppressed. In turn, once Fat Buu grew tired of playing around. Damn it. This guy was toying with us the whole time. Sensing the pressure climbing, Vegeta said through gritted teeth. Goku shouted, Vegeta, watch out. What? Vegeta was startled, and then Fat Buu appeared before him. Just as Vegeta was expecting an attack, Fat Buu instead pulled his mouth wide open, stuck out his tongue, and made a face at him. Vegeta flinched and then burned with fury. This guy was humiliating him. You bastard. Vegeta threw a punch, but Fat Buu nimbly dodged, and then lashed out with a fierce kick. Bang! Vegeta screamed as the blow crashed into his lower back, arching his entire body backward and sending him hurtling downward at great speed. Vegeta! Goku cried out, then stared grimly at Fat Buu and charged into attack. Fat Buu and Goku became locked in combat, and for a while neither had the upper hand. Damn it! Vegeta struggled up from the ground and looked up at the two battling in the sky. Suddenly Golden Ki burst from his body, and he shot skyward once again. Majin Buu die! Vegeta shouted as he charged forward. Fat Buu glanced at him, stuck out his tongue, and did not dodge. But the flesh in the middle of his stomach suddenly spread apart. What? Vegeta was caught off guard and flew straight through the large hole that split open in Fat Buu's belly. A ferocious gleam flashed in Fat Buu's eyes. He raised both hands clasped together and smashed them down onto the back of Vegeta's neck. Boom! Arg! Vegeta screamed, his eyes rolling back. The Golden Ki around him was smashed apart by that blow. He had been knocked out of his Super Saiyan 2 state. Vegeta! Goku shouted, rushing forward to catch his falling friend. But Fat Buu would not allow it. With one kick, he caught Goku off guard and sent him flying. Goku screamed and plummeted at incredible speed. The terrifying kinetic force crashed straight through a mountain, and the remaining momentum did not diminish in the least. His body smashed into the ground, and the hard earth gave way like tofu, easily penetrated until he plunged deep into the underground rock straight up before barely stopping. Oh ho ho! Seeing the two he had struck down, Majin Buu danced gleefully like a little child, letting out strange laughter. Dad? Uncle Vegeta! Gohan shouted anxiously as he saw both of the older fighters knocked down. Shin reminded him, Gohan, Vegeta has passed out. Go protect him. As for your father, he's fine. Don't worry about him. Huh? Gohan blinked in confusion, then nodded. Yes, Lord Supreme Kai. He immediately dashed at full speed toward the place where Vegeta had fallen. Shin's gaze turned toward where Goku had crashed. Rumble. A beam of golden light shot into the sky. Goku, his entire body blazing with Golden Ki, stared gravely at Majin Buu, who was rejoicing like a child on the other side. Your name is Buu, isn't it? You're really strong. Even Vegeta and I together are no match for you, Goku said. At those words, Fat Buu was stunned for a moment, then happily raised his head, his nose stretching long and pointed. Goku stared at Fat Buu across from him and said, I've heard the Supreme Kai say that you have no emotions and no reason, that you only know how to kill. But in this brief battle with you, I've found that you're not what the Supreme Kai described. You seem very simple. So why do you kill weak, small lives? Goku asked seriously. Fat Buu thought for a moment, then said with a smile, because it's fun. What a... Goku's eyes widened and he asked indignantly, just because it's fun? You've killed that many lives for such a reason. What do you think life is, eh? Fat Buu thought seriously for a moment, then answered with a smile, food. When I'm hungry, I turn people into chocolate cake and candy and eat them. Food. Goku's eyes flickered with rage as he said coldly, I'm certain now. Even if you aren't as vicious as the Supreme Kai said, you're far too dangerous to the world and the universe. Majin Buu, I have to defeat you right here. With those words, Goku clenched his fists, energy surging up from his body. Hiya! Hum. As Goku summoned the hidden power inside him, an overwhelming pressure raged like a violent gale. It blew against Fat Buu's flesh, making it ripple without end. Fat Buu did not stop Goku as his power grew. He simply stared at him with pure curiosity. That's Dad. Gohan shielded Vegeta behind him and looked up in disbelief at his father, whose energy was rising in the sky. So amazing. Dad's ki is surpassing its limits. Gohan marveled. Yaya. Goku roared, his presence growing ever more terrifying. The mere energy spilling from his body made the entire earth tremble. Trembling in the literal sense. An earthquake covering the entire earth was sweeping across the world. Confronted by such a global catastrophe, ordinary people could do nothing but scream in terror, flee in desperation, and beg the heavens for mercy. Nothing else. Old son. His ki is surpassing its limits. What is he trying to do? Piccolo had already returned to the lookout by now. He stood at its edge looking down at the clouds below, but his perception remained fixed on Goku and the others. Feeling Goku's ki swell ever larger, Piccolo broke out in a cold sweat and cursed inwardly. Those Scions are a bunch of monsters. Din, the new Guardian, gripped his staff and used the Guardian's divine ability to watch the battle between Goku and the others against Fat Buu. Seeing Goku transcend his limits in transformation, he was so shocked that his mouth fell open and his body trembled with fear. At the World Martial Arts Tournament arena, the match had already ended by now, and the winner was no surprise to the audience. Mr. Satan, the invincible under heaven. Satan, Satan, Satan. The audience cheered Satan's name, their eyes blazing with fanatical worship. Mr. Satan reveled in the crowd's ovation, spreading his arms in a practiced motion and shouting to the audience. But at that moment, the earthquake struck. Aya! The crowd screamed and fled in terror toward the exit, the enormous tide of people instantly clogging the passageway in an impenetrable jam. Krillin had already returned to the World Martial Arts Tournament arena and informed his wife, Android 18, about the matter of Majin Buu. But just as he finished speaking, he sensed Goku's aura intensifying rapidly, followed by an earthquake. Krillin turned his head in astonishment, looking toward where Goku was located, his expression filled with shock. This is Goku's aura. It's so terrifying. Who's fighting Goku? They must have pushed him to this point. On the rooftop of the arena, the two little boys could feel the terrifying presence drifting from afar. Rather than being afraid, excitement danced in their eyes. That's my dad's aura. It's so amazing. Son Goten exclaimed excitedly. Trunks also spoke with enthusiasm. Goten, let's go check it out. Something really interesting must be happening in that direction. All right. Son Goten nodded in agreement. Once the two little guys made up their minds, they immediately flew at full speed toward where Goku and the others were. Yewa. Goku continued to roar, his aura growing more and more terrifying. At the same time, his hair was rapidly lengthening and his brow ridges were becoming prominent. With Goku's final roar, the transformation was complete. ZZZT. Electric arcs crackled around him. A golden aura enveloped his entire body, and waist-length golden hair flowed majestically in the wind. His emerald green eyes were sharp as blades, coldly staring at the chubby Buu across from him. Fat Buu opened his eyes wide, curiously observing Goku, whose appearance had undergone such a dramatic change. An unusual look of shock appeared on his normally simple face. A cold smile curved Goku's lips as he said, "Sorry for keeping you waiting, Buu. Round 2 begins now." Swoosh. In a flash, Goku appeared in front of Fat Buu and delivered a powerful kick. Boom. Fat Buu was kicked flying through the air. Goku instantly reappeared behind him and kicked again. Boom. Fat Buu was sent hurtling backward once more. Goku repeated the technique over and over. Thus Fat Buu was treated like a soccer ball, kicked back and forth across the sky by Goku. After more than a dozen exchanges, just as Goku caught up to the flying backward Fat Buu and prepared to kick him again, Fat Buu suddenly turned his head and spat an energy blast straight at him. Goku was startled and quickly crossed his arms to block. Boom. A deafening explosion echoed and Goku grunted in pain. Thud. Using the momentum from Goku's previous kick, Fat Buu crashed into him with all his weight. Yaya. Goku let out a painful scream as he was staggering from the impact of Fat Buu's massive body like a mountain of flesh, but he quickly regained his balance and launched a furious counterattack with a powerful punch. Swoosh. Fat Buu's rotund body twisted violently to one side, his entire form contorting into a pose completely defying his bulky stature, bent like a drawn bow. Goku was taken aback, his eyes darting to the side at the sight of Fat Buu, whose figure appeared compressed. Just as he was about to launch his second attack, Fat Buu's body executed a movement that defied the very laws of physics. His body twisted and coiled like a rope, wrapping tightly around Goku in spiraling layers. Darn it. Goku strained against the bindings with all his might, but couldn't break free in time. The simple smile on Fat Boo's face twisted into something fierce as he opened his mouth wide, energy gathering within. Bad. Goku's eyes widened in alarm as he roared, unleashing the power surging through his body. Rumble. But it was too late. Goku took Fat Boo's energy attack head-on, black smoke rising from his body as he plummeted toward the ground with tremendous force. Crash. The ground cratered deeply upon impact. What was once rolling hills had been reduced to rubble. Collapsed peaks lay scattered everywhere, and the earth was pockmarked with massive craters. Clang. Goku shoved aside the massive boulder crushing him and shot out of the crater. Brushing off the dust from his clothes, Goku wore a smile. Despite taking Fat Boo's energy attack head-on, he wasn't seriously hurt. Witnessing this, Fat Boo's excited dancing abruptly stopped, his expression darkening. Below, Xian observed the battle and shook his head. Mister. Goku was playing around again. Turning to survey the thoroughly devastated landscape around them, Xian sighed. Earth certainly faces endless calamities. Rumble. The battle in the sky resumed. The clash between Goku and Fat Boo resembled a godly war. Air tearing apart, clouds swirling violently, the earth trembling beneath their power. Mountain avalanches, tsunamis, earthquakes, volcanic eruptions. All the natural disasters rarely seen before seemed to converge as if summoned together. Yet even this couldn't stop the two demigods from fighting. Yaya. Goku punched Fat Boo straight into the depths underground. Scorching magma erupted from the cracked earth, but inside the molten lava, Majin Buu lounged comfortably, as if soaking in warm bathwater, completely unfazed. Seeing this, Goku gathered energy in his palm and fired downward. Rumble. The ground shattered and boulders flew as the magma vanished, replaced by an enormous steaming crater. Pew. An energy sphere shot from Fat Boo's mouth, but Goku casually swatted it away and retaliated with a Kamehameha. Boom. 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 Xian watched the demigod battle in speechless disbelief. Is this a fight? No, this is destruction on a catastrophic scale. Earth's health bar is about to run out. Son Gohan was too absorbed in watching the battle overhead to notice that Vegeta, whom he had been shielding, had already awakened. Gritting his teeth, Vegeta pulled himself up from the ground and looked toward Goku and Fat Boo fighting in the sky. His expression was complex, filled with resentment, anger, and loneliness. Kakarot, you bastard. Vegeta muttered resentfully. Uncle Vegeta, you're awake. Son Gohan finally noticed the awakened Vegeta and quickly turned around with concern. Uncle Vegeta, are you alright? Oomph. Vegeta snorted dismissively. I'm fine. Instead of worrying about me. What's with Kakarot? What's with that form? Xian walked over at this point and explained, that transformation exceeds the Saiyan limit once again. By your standards, it would be called Super Saiyan 3. Super Saiyan 3. Damn, Kakarot. Vegeta growled resentfully. Witnessing this, Xian smiled and said, as I mentioned before, the gap between your current strength and Mr. Goku's isn't just a matter of quantity, it's a difference in realm. You should be able to feel it yourself. Right now, Mr. Goku's power far surpasses yours. Vegeta clenched his teeth in frustration, but had to admit Xian's words were accurate. Damn, Kakarot. Don't get cocky about that Super Saiyan 3. I'll catch up to you soon enough. Vegeta glared at Goku in the sky and declared stubbornly. Now isn't the time to discuss catching up to Mr. Goku. If he keeps fighting Buu like this, the outcome is uncertain, but Earth definitely won't survive first, Xian reminded him. End of chapter. Of course I know that. Vegeta gritted his teeth, his tone laced with resentment. But what else can we do? Fights at their level. We can't even get close. Shin smiled lightly and said, do you remember the fusion technique I mentioned before? What? Startled Vegeta quickly realized where this was going and his face twisted with displeasure. You mean, you want me to fuse with Gohan just to go help that bastard Kakarot? Shin nodded, smiling. No way. Vegeta's stance was absolute as he snarled, I would rather die than make a fool of myself with those ridiculous moves. Even if Earth is destroyed, I won't do it. How stubborn. Shin shook his head and sighed. In that case, there's another way. Shin raised his hand and activated his creation ability, conjuring a new pair of Patera earrings. These are Patera earrings. As long as you and Gohan wear one on each ear, you will be able to merge. The effect is superior to the fusion technique and the duration lasts twice as long. You have no more complaints now. Looking at the Patera earrings Shin had offered, Vegeta's expression darkened. He felt entirely played. This was your true goal all along, wasn't it? Vegeta ground out. Shin smiled wordlessly, simply proffering the earrings even closer. Gnashing his teeth, Vegeta's gaze swept over the surroundings. Mountains shattered, rivers broken, clouds boiling in reverse. An apocalyptic scene in every direction. Despite his deep reluctance, Vegeta had to admit that Shin was right. If Kakarot and Majin Buu kept fighting like this, the Earth would undoubtedly give out first. Uncle Vegeta. Gohan shouted, gazing at Vegeta with determined eyes. Vegeta almost dared not meet the burning intensity of Gohan's stare. He averted his gaze, his heart racked with indecision. Seeing this, Gohan pleaded anxiously, Uncle Vegeta, the Earth is about to be destroyed. This is no time to hesitate. If the Earth is destroyed, everyone will die. Think of Aunt Bulma and Trunks. Do you want them to die? You brat. Vegeta glared at Gohan, but Gohan stared back with solemn gravity. Vegeta's thoughts churned and finally, he closed his eyes in capitulation. Just this once. Vegeta bit out. Gohan immediately cheered, joyfully, "Thank you, Uncle Vegeta." Humph. Vegeta let out a petulant huff, his eyes, then falling on the Patera earrings the Supreme Kai held out. He grabbed one, his displeasure evident. "All I have to do is put them on, right?" Vegeta asked. "Exactly. You and Gohan will each wear an earring on opposite ears. Once the earring's power activates, you'll complete the fusion and become an entirely new super warrior," Shin explained. Vegeta snorted coldly and with visible irritation put an earring on his left ear. Seeing this, Gohan hurriedly took the other and placed it on his right ear. No sooner had both donned the earrings than they blazed with radiant light. A powerful force drew the two together. Boom! Gohan and Vegeta slammed into each other, a beam of light engulfing them. Their bodies rapidly merged within the radiance, remodeling into a singular new form. Shin watched this scene with a smile. Moments later, the light of fusion subsided. Where Gohan and Vegeta had stood was now a towering super warrior radiating an intimidating aura. This newborn warrior had a face that closely resembled Gohan's, with hair and brows that took after Vegeta. A single strand of fringe fell over his forehead, lending him an air of mystery and allure. The newborn warrior inspected his own body from head to toe, a look of satisfaction crossing his face. "Not bad at all. This power," he said, giving his limbs a brief test. "How do you feel?" Shin asked with a grin. Wearing a self-assured smile, the newborn warrior replied, "Never better. Right now, whether it's Majin Buu or Kakarot, I'm confident I can crush them both. So this fusion is dominated by Vegeta's consciousness." Shin judged. "You're neither Vegeta nor Son Gohan now, but a newborn warrior. Here, give yourself a new name," Shin suggested. The newborn warrior bowed his head in thought for a moment, then quirked the corner of his mouth. "This body is the fusion of Vegeta and Son Gohan. From now on, call me Vegahan." "Vegahan." Shin echoed the newborn warrior's name, a smile blooming on his face. "Good. From today, you are Vegahan. Now then, newborn warrior, go help Mr. Goku defeat Majin Buu and save this planet from the brink of doom." Vegahan wagged his finger, a confident grin spreading across his face. "You're mistaken, Lord Supreme Kai." "What?" Shin looked utterly astonished. Vegahan declared with confidence, "I'm not going to help Kakarot defeat Majin Buu. He paused and pointed a thumb at his chest. "Super Vegahan, I'm going to take down that guy. Kakarot at best would only stir up trouble," Vegahan asserted. Shin blinked, then covered his face in exasperation. "You silence, honestly." Vegahan paid Shin's reaction no heed, stating confidently, "Lord Supreme Kai, feast your eyes. Watch me Super Vegahan defeat Majin Buu." The moment his words fell, Vegahan shot skyward and crashed into the brawl between Fat Buu and Goku, halting the battle with sheer force. Goku, staring at the stranger who had suddenly intruded, asked in bewilderment, "Who are you?" Fat Buu too stared at Vegahan with puzzlement, his narrowed eyes even opening wide with curiosity. Vegahan wore a proud, arrogant smile, and in the unique dual voice of a fusion warrior declared, "I am neither Vegeta nor Son Gohan, but a newborn warrior born for the sole purpose of defeating this guy, Super Vegahan." "Super Vegahan." Goku tilted his head, then his eyes widened in realization. "I see. You're the fusion of Vegeta and Gohan, aren't you?" Vegahan cast Goku a sidelong glance and said coldly, "Kakarot, watch closely. I'll show you how Majin Buu is defeated. And after him, you're next." At those words, Goku frowned and cautioned Vegeta. "Oh no, Vegahan. Don't underestimate Majin Buu. He's far too powerful for you to handle alone. Why don't we take him down together?" "Heh." Vegahan smirked coldly. "Kakarot, you underestimate my power. Yoshi, let me show you what Super Vegahan can do." "Huh." Vegahan bellowed, golden chi blazing all around him. Boom. The terrifying pressure erupted into a violent gale, forcing Super Saiyan 3 Goku and Fat Buu to squeeze their eyes shut. A long moment passed. When the pressure finally faded, Goku opened his eyes, and they went wide with shock at the Vegahan before him. Crackle! Blue arcs of electricity flickered and danced while the scorching golden aura distorted the very air. His spiky hair stood upright, gleaming with golden light, with only a single lock of fringe fluttering in the wind, making Beijafan appear even more enigmatic. Super Saiyan 2 Beijafan clenched his fist, glanced at Sun Wukong with confidence, and asked teasingly, "How about it, Kakarot? Can you feel my power? This is only half of my strength, yet it's more than enough to defeat Majin Buu." Sun Wukong looked gravely at the defiant Beijafan and warned Vegeta, "No, Beijafan, although your power is indeed formidable, now never underestimate Majin Buu, or you'll suffer for it." Beijafan chuckled twice. "Is that so?" He gazed at Fat Buu opposite him, and the smile on his face vanished, turning serious. "Then open your eyes wide and witness my power as Super Beijafan." With that, Beijafan vanished and appeared before Fat Buu, throwing a heavy punch. Bang! Fat Buu flew backward, crashing heavily into the ground and leaving another huge crater. "Take this." Beijafan raised both hands, gathered energy, and unleashed a familiar Prince's barrage. Boom! Sand and rocks flew everywhere as the ground trembled violently. The earth cracked for hundreds of miles around. Rivers reversed, mountains collapsed, lava erupted. Earth's health bar was visibly turning red. Exine opened his eyes wide, his face covered with black lines, and said, I had them fused to defeat Majin Buu and save Earth from calamity, not to add fuel to the fire. You're tearing the planet apart. As he finished speaking, the earth at Exine's feet split open, and a jet of lava erupted from the fissure. Exine's figure flashed, and he appeared high in the sky. From above he could see the state of Earth more clearly, battered and broken with natural disasters erupting everywhere in apocalyptic scene. At this rate this planet will explode in at most 10 more minutes. Exine judged, his face darkening. Exine raised his hand ready to subdue those troublemakers himself, but after thinking it over he lowered it. Forget it. This is their home. If they don't cherish it, why should I, an outsider, be anxious? Let nature take its course. Boom. The explosions continued. Beijafan kept up the prince's barrage for a full minute before finally stopping. With a confident smile, Beijafan stared at the billowing dust below. He raised his right hand and slashed it downward abruptly, and a fierce gale howled, scattering the dust. As the dust cleared, a deep pit was revealed, strewn with pieces of Fat Buu's body. Apparently Fat Buu had been smashed to pieces by Beijafan's prince's barrage. If it had been an ordinary enemy, that combo would have certainly killed them. Unfortunately, the one who took it was Majin Buu. Beijafan looked at the shattered Fat Buu below and grinned. Dead. Too fragile. Sun Wukong warned gravely. No, he's not dead. Not only that, Buu's chi hasn't dropped in the slightest. Beijafan shot Sun Wukong an annoyed glare and cursed. Mind your own business. Don't you think I can sense it? Squelch, squelch. In the pit below, Fat Buu's body fragments squirmed and merged together at astonishing speed, reforming into Fat Buu. Fat Buu stretched his body, raised his honest face to the sky, and though he said nothing, the mockery was overwhelming. Beijafan sneered. Useless struggle. Whoosh. Beijafan shot down and unilaterally beat Fat Buu up. Although Fat Buu tried to resist with his strength, speed, and reflexes, all suppressed resistance became a joke. It was only because Fat Buu was tough that he hadn't died 8 or 10 times already. Ag. Fat Buu, enraged, vented white steam from his entire body, his whole form visibly turning red. I hate you. Fat Buu widened his eyes, his innocent face turning ferocious. The antenna on his head glowed pink. Turn into chocolate. The transformation beam shot from Fat Buu's head. Beijafan grinned, raised his hand, and fired an energy wave that forced the beam back, hitting Fat Buu. Ag. Fat Buu screamed, his body blown to tatters again. Even though it healed in the next second, the composure on his face was gone. He was panicking. You. Veins bulged on Fat Buu's forehead, and his chi kept expanding. Sun Wukong, in the air, shouted in alarm. Careful. He's raised his chi to the highest. Mind your own business, Beijafan said impatiently. I hate you the most. Fat Buu roared, his chi expanding to the extreme. H. A pink energy sphere shot out from Fat Buu's mouth. The energy contained within it, even if only a little leaked onto Earth, would be enough to blast the planet beneath their feet to smithereens. Even if the sphere were knocked into outer space, the energy released by its detonation would be enough to scour the entire solar system. Watching the energy sphere hurtling toward him and sensing the terrifying energy inside it, Beijafan's expression turned serious and solemn. Beijafan gave a cold snort and raised both hands. Bang! He caught the energy sphere with his bare hands, but the fierce energy and inertia of the sphere kept pushing him backward, and his feet carved 2 deep trenches in the ground. Vegeta! Sun Wukong shouted loudly. In his panic, he didn't even notice he had called the wrong name. Beijafan reminded him too much of Vegeta. Don't get too carried away. Beijafan snorted. Energy surged from Beijafan as he channeled his power into the solar system, destroying sphere in his hands, eroding and extinguishing it, until only a small mass of energy remained. Seeing this, Beijafan breathed a sigh of relief. Gazing at the tiny pink energy mass in his palm, he snorted, clenched his hand, and crushed it directly. Whoosh! Beijafan appeared before a somewhat flustered Fat Buu, a fierce gleam flashing in his eyes. Bang! He kicked Fat Buu heavily into the sky, then raised his hand and launched an energy sphere. Boom! A violent explosion resounded and Fat Buu's body was blasted into pieces again. Die! Beijafan spread his arms and golden energy gathered in his palms. Final flash. A thick golden beam of energy like a laser cannon shot toward the fractured Fat Buu in the sky. Fat Buu, somewhat panicked, controlled a severed leg and kicked a fragment of his body away. Boom! Fat Buu's body was annihilated, leaving only the chunk of flesh that had been sent flying by the kick. Splat! That chunk of flesh hit the ground and quickly transformed into a miniature Fat Buu. The next instant, Fat Buu fled at top speed in one direction. Whoosh! A cold sneer on his face, Vegafan looked at the miniature Fat Buu before him and lashed out with a kick. Aya! Fat Buu screamed as he was sent flying. Vegafan raised his hand, energy gathering in his palm, and said with a sneer, "Goodbye, Majin Buu." The words had just fallen when the energy sphere shot out and struck the miniature Fat Buu. Boom! With a single blast, the last remnant of Fat Buu's flesh was blown to pieces. Vegafan lowered his hand, his face overflowing with invincibility. Well, Kakarot, this is the power of Super Vegafan. Aren't you scared? Vegefan looked up at Goku in the sky and asked with a smile. Goku descended swiftly and said with a grin, "Wow, you really are amazing. Solving Majin Buu so cleanly." Vegefan lifted his chin haughtily and said, "Of course. I am Super Vegefan, the strongest warrior in this universe." After speaking, Vegefan narrowed his eyes at Goku and said with a cold smile, "Kakarot, I told you before, once I finished Majin Buu you would be next. Now let me see just what your vaunted Super Saiyan 3 is really made of." Goku's expression turned serious. Fixing his gaze on Vegefan, who now looked utterly determined, he grinned. "Alright, then let's give it a try." Bam! Without another word, the two of them immediately clashed. In an instant, heaven and earth were split apart again. "What's wrong, Kakarot? Is the power of Super Saiyan 3 truly so pathetic? How disappointing." Vegefan kicked Goku flying, then immediately followed up with a barrage of Prince-style attacks. Goku raised both arms to block, but the strain was overwhelming. After only a moment, he was almost at his limit. He pressed two fingers to his forehead and activated instant transmission. Whoosh! Goku appeared behind Vegefan and kicked him flying. Vegefan stabilized himself in midair, looked down at Goku with a mocking gaze and grinned. "That's a Kakarot. Now this is interesting." Vegefan raised one hand, energy converging in his palm. Goku's expression changed as he raised a hand to stop him. "What are you planning to do?" "Stop." Big bang attack. Vegefan unleashed the immense energy gathered in his palm and fired it at Goku. Feeling the power of the blast Vegefan released, Goku's face darkened. He absolutely could not let that sphere fall onto the earth. If it did, the planet would explode. Kamehameha. HAA. Goku gathered his energy, charged a Kamehameha with all his strength, and launched it to meet Vegefan's big bang attack. Boom. The two terrifying spheres of energy collided, tearing the air apart, reversing the wind and clouds, and overturning mountains and rivers. Vegefan watched Goku struggling to endure and grinned. Whoosh! Vegefan flashed to Goku's side and drove a heavy punch into Goku's cheek. "Ow!" Goku cried out and was sent flying. With Goku's energy supply cut off, his Kamehameha was instantly pushed back by the Big Bang attack. Seeing this, Vegefan gave a cold snort, raised his hand, and knocked the incoming Big Bang attack away. The terrifying golden energy sphere was swatted into outer space, where it exploded. Boom! A dazzling golden light illuminated half the earth, and the shockwave whipped up gale force winds that swept across the entire world. After that smooth little combo, this already tattered planet was pushed even closer to the brink. Earth's health bar was visibly almost empty. 10,000 meters above the ground, Shin hovered. His divine sense swept across the entire earth, and helplessness spread over his face. This planet's surface has been almost completely destroyed, only the core remains untouched. Most of its living beings have already perished. With you Scions around, I really wonder whether the earth is blessed or cursed. At the lookout, Piccolo trembled with rage. In his perception, every human and every other living creature on Earth was dying at a terrifying speed. Not only that, he could almost hear the Earth moaning. The planet could no longer bear the strain. As Earth's guardian, Din possessed the power to perceive the entire planet. Right now, apart from the Supreme Kai, no one understood the Earth's condition better than he did. Sweating with panic, Din said, "Mr. Piccolo, we have to go stop Goku and Vegeta right away. This planet can't last much longer." Piccolo nodded grimly. "All right, I'm on my way." Meanwhile, at the World Martial Arts Tournament venue, most of the people at the venue had already died in the calamity. Only Bulma and Chi-Chi had been spared thanks to the protection of Krillin, Android 18-0, and the others. Mr. Satan was still alive, spared because his daughter was clutching the back of his collar and flying through the air. What on earth is happening? Is the earth going to be destroyed? Satan's voice trembled, and his whole body shook with fear. Videl looked anxiously in the direction Gohan had gone and whispered softly, "Gohan, what is going on here? The earth is almost done for." Bulma, held by Krillin as he flew through the air, stared down at the disaster raging below and complained in fright. Cold sweat formed on Krillin's forehead. Turning toward the direction of Goku and the others, he murmured, "There are two powerful Ki fighting over there. One is Goku's. The other feels unfamiliar, like Vegeta, yet also like Gohan." "What?" Bulma glared at Krillin. "What's happening? Tell me now. Don't keep anything from me." Krillin had no choice but to tell Bulma everything about Majin Buu. What? Gohan went to fight such a terrifying enemy. After Krillin's explanation, the first to blow up was Chi-Chi. Her face flushed with anger. "Really, Goku? How could he let Gohan do something so dangerous? If anything happens to Gohan, I'll never forgive him." "What's the matter, Kakarot? Is that all the strength you have? How disappointing." Vegefan kept attacking Goku with punches and kicks, never forgetting to mock him. Goku struggled to block Vegefan's onslaught. After the exchange, he understood with brutal clarity how powerful Vegefan was. An opponent he could never defeat, no matter what he did. Even so, Goku had no intention of conceding. "Vegeta, you really are strong. But you won't beat me so easily," said Goku. A vein bulged on Vegefan's forehead as he roared, "My name is Vegefan. Remember that." The words had barely left his mouth when Vegefan slammed a heavy punch into Goku's abdomen. Goku let out a pained cry, coughing up a mouthful of blood. The next moment, pain exploded across his cheek, and he was sent flying. Take this final flash. Vegeta raised both hands and unleashed a super full-power final flash, with 0 charge time. Son Goku was sent hurtling backward, struggling to steady himself in midair when he saw the massive energy wave bearing down on him. Damn it, it's too late. Vegeto's attacks came fast and furious, and Son Goku could no longer dodge or mount a counterattack. With no other option, Son Goku activated instant transmission once more. Vegeta grinned wickedly. I anticipated that. The moment Goku materialized, Vegeto's fist was already waiting for him. Crack. Son Goku was sent flying again. Swoosh. Vegeta reappeared directly above Goku's ascending body, cupped his hands together, and drove them down with devastating force toward the back of Goku's neck. Crack. Oh. The crushing blow shattered Goku's Super Saiyan 3 state outright, forcing him to revert to his base form as he crashed heavily into the ground. Vegeta looked down at the unconscious Goku sprawled on the ground and smirked. Kakarot, you've disappointed me. Super Saiyan 3 isn't anything to write home about. Suddenly Vegeta looked up toward a certain direction. 2 golden streaks were blurring past at tremendous speed. Goten and Trunks. Vegeta recognized the newcomers. The 2 boys zoomed in at full speed and took in the devastated surroundings along with their unconscious father lying on the ground. Dad. Son Goten let out a cry and rushed toward his father. Trunks, however, fixed his gaze on Vegeta with a grave expression, sweat beading on his forehead as he shouted, "Who are you? Did you do this to Earth?" Vegeta cast a casual glance at Trunks and grinned. "And if I did, what are you going to do about it?" Trunks wiped cold sweat from his brow. Though fear gripped his heart, he stubbornly declared, "Then I'll defeat you." Defeat me, eh? As if he'd heard the funniest joke in the world, Vegeta threw his head back and laughed wildly. Ah! Trunks' face darkened. What's so funny? Vegeta stopped laughing and locked eyes with Trunks. In a flash, he appeared right in front of him, looking down from above with a sneer. I'm standing right here. How exactly do you plan to defeat me? Trunks stared up at the towering Vegeta and felt an suffocating pressure radiating from him. His entire body trembled with fear, but the thought of his father Vegeta ignited a spark of courage within his chest. Father, please give me your strength. Trunks whispered softly, though Vegeta still heard him and couldn't help but smile approvingly. Hop. Trunks squeezed his eyes shut and let out a mighty roar as he charged at Vegeta. Vegeta neither attacked nor blocked. He simply dodged. Down below, Son Goten was anxiously checking on his father. No matter how much he shook Goku, there was no response, and before long the sight brought tears to his eyes. Wiping his tears, Goten looked up and saw Trunks bravely launching attacks at the unknown enemy. Yet no matter how hard Trunks struck, he couldn't so much as graze the terrifying opponent's clothing. Seeing this, Goten's whole body shook with fear, but when he glanced down at his unconscious father, a fire of anger and courage burned anew within his heart. Goten sniffled and wiped his face, his expression hardening with determination. Trunks, I'll help you. With that, Goten shot skyward courageously and joined Trunks in attacking Vegeta. Vegeta remained relaxed, effortlessly evading the 2 boys' strikes, as though merely playing with children. After a while, Vegeta grew somewhat impatient and frowned. Trunks, don't close your eyes when you attack. Huh. Trunks froze, just opening his fear-closed eyes when he saw a fist the size of a sandbag swinging straight at him. Whack! Trunks cried out and began plummeting toward the ground. Trunks! Panicked Goten shouted and lunged forward to catch his friend. Whoosh! Vegeta quickly reached out and grabbed Goten by the ankle. Goten's eyes widened in terror as he looked up at Vegeta. At all times, never turn your back on your enemy, Vegeta scolded coldly. Before the words had fully left his mouth, a sharp slap cracked across Goten's face. Slap! Accompanied by Goten's childish wail, he dropped like a stone and landed heavily beside Trunks. Trunks had already crawled to his feet. Clutching his swollen cheek, tears streaming down his face, he glared furiously at Vegeta and snarled. You bastard! How dare you hit my handsome face? Neither of my parents has ever slapped me like this. I'm not done with you. Hardly had he finished speaking when Goten came crashing down. Startled, Trunks rushed to help him up, and then saw Goten's equally swollen cheek marked with a bright red handprint. Seeing this, something strange happened. Trunks suddenly felt much more balanced inside. Vegeta slowly descended, gazing at the 2 boys. You 2 foolish brats don't know the meaning of recklessness. You can sense the gap between us, yet you still dare to strike me. Don't you fear death? Goten trembled with fear and hid behind Trunks. Trunks, acting like an older brother, shielded Goten behind him and stammered defiantly, I am not afraid of you. I'm Trunks. My father is Vegeta. I'm not afraid of you. Oh, commendable spirit. But courage alone cannot defeat an enemy. Vegeta smiled and beckoned with a finger. Come, let me see what you've got. Goten, are you okay? Trunks asked. Goten nodded. Yeah, Trunks, I'm fine. Then let's go. Yeah. The next moment, both boys charged at Vegeta. He smiled approvingly and simply dodged, occasionally raising a hand to block, but never striking back himself. The 2 boys fought with decent coordination, but the power gap between them and Vegeta was simply too vast. No matter what techniques they employed, they couldn't so much as touch his clothes. After a long while, both boys were gasping for breath. Trunks complained, You only know how to dodge right. Have the guts to fight us properly. Vegeta nearly laughed out loud. A faint smile curled his lips. Admirable courage. Swoosh. Vegeta appeared between the two boys in an instant and delivered a sharp slap to each of their faces. Slap. Slap. Both boys clutched their other cheeks, hopping in pain. Now the two boys' faces were perfectly symmetrical, both cheeks swollen on both sides. You bastard. You hit my face again. My parents never. Trunks said tearfully, his voice trembling with defiance. Goten simply held both swollen cheeks, silently, tears continuously falling from his eyes, his expression heartbreakingly pitiful. End of chapter. Vegahin was amusing the two little ones, his mood gradually brightening. Just as he was about to continue playing with them, his brow furrowed, and he turned to look in a certain direction. Piccolo flew toward them at top speed. Piccolo, is it? Looks like the game is over, Vegahin murmured. The two little ones also noticed Piccolo flying over. Their aggrieved eyes instantly lit up like two children who had been bullied outside. Suddenly seeing their parent arrive, they jumped up excitedly. Uncle Piccolo! It's Uncle Piccolo! Trunks shouted in surprise. Son Goten jumped up, waving endlessly toward the sky, and shouted, Uncle Piccolo. We're over here. Over here. Piccolo sped over and landed in front of the two little ones. He glared at them and scolded, What are you two doing here? Do you know how dangerous this place is? The two little ones hung their heads after being scolded, not daring to make a sound. Seeing their wronged expressions, Piccolo sighed, and reluctantly decided to let them off the hook. Piccolo turned and looked gravely at Vegahin. You're Vegahin, aren't you? Piccolo had already learned the entire process of the fusion from Dend, so he recognized Vegahin. Vegahin. His name sounds a lot like my dad's. Trunks suddenly raised his head and said in astonishment. Piccolo explained, Of course it does, because he was created by your father Vegeta and Gohan fusing together. Trunks blinked his mind, unable to turn the corner. What did it mean that the bad guy in front of him had been formed by his father and big brother Gohan, fusing together? Seeing the crystal clear idiocy reflected in the two little ones' eyes, Piccolo knew they hadn't understood. But this was not the time to explain. Piccolo looked at Vegahin and said somewhat angrily, Vegahin, do you know that Earth is already on the verge of destruction? Vegahin shrugged nonchalantly. What does that matter? We can just use the Dragon Balls to fix it later. Piccolo's face darkened. Even the Dragon Balls have their limits. Earth has been destroyed to this extent. Even Shinron may not be able to restore the present Earth. What? Vegahin was dumbfounded. Could the Dragon Balls really not repair Earth? Had he really gone too far? From Vegahin's eyes, Piccolo saw the same clear idiocy as the two little ones. A vein bulged on his forehead. So you didn't know anything at all? Then what were you so high and mighty about? Vegahin started to get anxious. He had remained so composed before, because he knew that no matter how dire Earth's situation became, the Dragon Balls could serve as a fallback. That was why he had let himself go and stopped caring what condition he left Earth in. But now, according to Piccolo's description, the Dragon Balls seemed, perhaps, maybe, not up to the task. Cold sweat broke out on Vegahin's forehead. Piccolo, don't scare me like that. Seeing that Vegahin had finally panicked, Piccolo let out a helpless sigh. These scions were truly a headache. It was then that Shin slowly descended from the sky. At the sight of him, Piccolo immediately straightened up and called out respectfully, Lord Supreme Kai. Shin nodded lightly, his gaze sliding toward Vegahin, who had begun to feel guilty. Shin raised his hand and pointed, separating Vegahin from a distance. A flash of light flickered across Vegahin's body, and the fusion was forcibly undone. Vegeta's face was a little red. He crossed his arms and lifted his head to the sky, looking as if he were above everything around him. In reality, he was too embarrassed to face anyone. His right index finger tapped restlessly against his arm. Son Gohan scratched his head awkwardly, as well smiling apologetically at Piccolo and the two little ones. The two little ones' eyes flew wide open. Having just watched the bad guy from moments ago turn into their father big brother with their own eyes, they were completely dumbfounded. Trunks opened his mouth and pointed at his father, his voice shaking. It's Dad. Son Goten wore the exact same expression, pointing at Son Gohan. Be big brother, it's big brother Gohan. In their minds, the two little ones subconsciously recalled Piccolo's words from earlier. At that moment, they seemed to have a faint understanding of what fusion meant. Sorry, Goten. Sorry, Trunks, Son Gohan said, scratching his head in embarrassment, his face red. Big brother. Son Goten's face suddenly crumpled with grievance, and he rushed into Son Gohan's arms, crying loudly. Son Gohan could only comfort Goten helplessly. Seeing this, Trunks felt a little envious. He looked toward his father Vegeta, but Vegeta kept staring at the sky and did not spare him a single glance, leaving him feeling a little forlorn. Shin did not care about what the people present were thinking. His gaze swept the area and finally locked on his Son Goku. He raised his hand and crooked a finger, and Son Goku instantly teleported in front of him. Shin raised his hand and pointed, and a healing ray shot from his fingertip. The unconscious Son Goku immediately woke up, his energy restored to its peak. Son Goku groggily picked himself up from the ground, then saw everyone before him, his expression dazed. Goku, are you okay? Piccolo asked. Son Goku slowly recalled what had happened before he lost consciousness. His gaze fell on Vegeta, who was acting proud and aloof as he stared at the sky, and on his son Gohan, who dared not look at him. He seemed to guess something, smiled, and said, I'm fine. Of course you're fine, but Earth isn't fine right now, Shin reminded him. Huh. Son Goku was taken aback, then his expression grew serious as he sensed Earth's current state. When he sensed that most of the lives on Earth had already perished and the remaining lives were dying at a rate of tens of thousands per second, his expression turned frantic. How did Earth become like this? Son Goku asked in shock. Shin looked at him at a loss for words. Of course it's all thanks to you. With you people on Earth, I really don't know whether to cry or laugh. But I must still thank you for destroying Majin Buu. Otherwise what would eventually be destroyed would not be just Earth, but the entire universe. Son Goku jumped up anxiously. Not even one Earth is acceptable. He turned to Piccolo and said urgently, Piccolo, let's hurry and gather the Dragon Balls to have Shenron restore Earth. Piccolo sighed helplessly. At this point, that's all we can do. Everyone then returned to the World Martial Arts Tournament venue. By now the venue was nothing but ruins. Krillin and the others were gathered together on some abandoned rubble. When Son Goku and the others arrived, they were greeted by Bulma and Chi-Chi's scolding. The torrent of reprimands was so fierce that Son Goku and Vegeta did not dare say a word in rebuttal. Even Piccolo, who was currently extremely anxious, could only wait until the two furious women had vented their emotions. As for Son Gohan and the two little ones, they kept their heads lowered the entire time, trembling, secretly thinking, once Mom has finished scolding Dad, she can't scold us anymore. Shin found it entertaining to be a bystander watching Son Goku and Vegeta being scolded like children. He snickered to himself, serves you right. Come forth, Eternal Dragon. Grant my wish. Piccolo gazed at the 7 Dragon Balls gathered before him, summoning the celestial serpent with trepidation in his heart. The sky darkened swiftly, accompanied by flashes of lightning and peals of thunder. A pillar of golden radiance surged heavenward, its luminescence twisting and warping in midair before coalescing into a majestic azure dragon that soared gracefully through the heavens. The Z warriors below remained unfazed by the formidable dragon dancing across the sky, but Satan and Videl, witnessing the celestial being for the first time, stood stunned with their mouths agape. It's a dragon. Gohan, is that truly a dragon? Videl tugged at Son Gohan's sleeve, her voice trembling with disbelief. Son Gohan gently patted Videl's small hand, offering reassurance. Calm yourself, Videl. This is the eternal dragon capable of granting our wishes. We shall ask it to restore Earth to its former glory. Videl's eyes widened in astonishment. Restore Earth? Can such a feat be accomplished by a mere dragon? Son Gohan replied with uncertain conviction. I suppose it can. The eternal dragon lowered its colossal head and spoke. State your desire. You may make 3 wishes. So this is the eternal dragon. Xian stepped forward, gazing up at the imposing celestial serpent with curiosity. The dragon's gaze fell upon Xian, and its expression momentarily staggered. Sweat beaded upon its forehead as it spoke with trembling reverence. Could this be Lord Kaizen himself? I offer my most sincere apologies for failing to recognize your presence. I never expected your exalted self would deign to visit Earth, bringing unparalleled honor to this humble world. Witnessing the dragon's reaction, everyone was utterly bewildered. Bulma and Chi-Chi, unaware of Xian's true identity, stared at him in astonishment. Who was this person that could reduce the eternal dragon to such subservience? Xian smiled at the dragon and waved his hand dismissively. Fear not. I am merely an onlooker. There is no need to concern yourself with my presence. Your magnanimity is deeply appreciated. The dragon bowed its proud head in reverent salute to Xian, then turned its gaze toward Piccolo, who had summoned it. Lord Piccolo, pray state your wish. Piccolo shared the dragon's unease, uncertain whether it could truly restore Earth from its ravaged state. Summoning his courage, he declared, Eternal Dragon, I beseech you to restore Earth to its condition prior to the devastation. As his words echoed, everyone anxiously lifted their gaze, gazing hopefully at the dragon soaring through the heavens. The dragon pondered for several moments before speaking apologetically. I profoundly regret to inform you, Lord Piccolo, that this wish lies beyond my power. Earth has been too severely devastated. Even my divine strength cannot restore it. What a... The crowd's jaws dropped in utter shock. Panic seized them all. If even the eternal dragon could not save Earth, then all was lost. Unforgivable. Piccolo's face contorted with anguish as he clenched his fists, an overwhelming sense of powerlessness surging within. Just as despair threatened to consume them all, Xian stepped forward with a gentle smile. Consider this a reward for your valor in saving the universe. The crowd regarded him with bewildered surprise. Raising a single finger, Xian channeled divine power into its tip, gazing skyward toward the dragon. Eternal Dragon, allow me to lend you my strength. With that, Xian extended his hand, channeling the concentrated divine energy directly into the dragon's body. The dragon emitted a blissful sigh as boundless divine power flooded its being. Power 100, even 1,000 times greater than its own innate strength. Moreover, this foreign energy was exceedingly pure and harmonized perfectly with its own divine essence. The dragon felt invincible, capable of accomplishing any feat. A brilliance flashed within the dragon's eyes as it bowed deeply. I extend my deepest gratitude, Lord Kaizen. Xian nodded with a warm smile. Turning to Piccolo, the dragon spoke. Lord Piccolo, your previous wish can now be granted. However, due to its complexity, it shall require the equivalent of 2 wishes. Overjoyed, the crowd erupted in elation. Piccolo eagerly nodded. No objections. As long as Earth is restored, consuming all 3 wishes would be entirely acceptable. The dragon nodded. Then I shall begin. Crimson light ignited within the dragon's eyes. In the next instant, the very earth trembled. Molten lava flowing across the surface reversed its course, retreating deep into the planet's core. Fractured lands sealed themselves with impossible precision, leaving no trace of their former devastation. Collapsed mountain peaks resurrected as though time had reversed, shattered riverbeds healed, and rivers flowed backward from the ocean. In brief, Earth underwent miraculous transformation. A phenomenon transcending all technology, an enigma defying scientific explanation, worthy of nothing less than the word miracle itself. The crimson glow faded from the dragon's eyes. Lord Piccolo, your wish has been fulfilled. You retain one final wish. Pray state your desire. Piccolo had already prepared his 3rd wish. Eternal dragon, resurrect all living beings who perished today in the accident, excluding those of malicious nature. This request is straightforward. The dragon's eyes flared crimson once more. In an instant, another miracle unfolded. Every creature on Earth that had nearly faced extinction, human and animal alike, was miraculously restored to life. As the crimson radiance faded, the dragon proclaimed, Lord Piccolo, your wish has been granted. I must now take my leave. Piccolo smiled and nodded. Indeed, I thank you, Eternal Dragon. The dragon offered a soft hum, then turned toward Xian, bowing reverently. Lord Kaizen, this humble servant departs. I am most grateful for your assistance. Xian chuckled. 'Tis but a trivial matter, no thanks needed. The dragon bowed once more with deep respect, then addressed the crowd below with solemn dignity. I take my leave. The dragon dissolved into golden light. The 7 dragon balls on the ground floated skyward, scattering across the planet at incredible speed in all directions. As the dragon balls departed, the darkened sky brightened once more. Videl gazed blankly at the heavens, her worldview continually shattered within barely a day. She could scarcely believe she was not merely dreaming. Goku, Gohan, Vegeta, join me for a moment, Xian called. The 3 hesitated briefly before emerging from the crowd. Son Goku inquired curiously, Lord Kaizen, is there something you require? Xian smiled. Your valor in defeating Majin Buu was instrumental. As a reward for saving the universe, each of you may make one wish. Provided it does not endanger the cosmos and falls within my capabilities, I shall grant it. A wish. Can Lord Kaizen also grant wishes like the Eternal Dragon? Goku asked, thoroughly intrigued. Precisely so. And I far surpass the Eternal Dragon in power. Many wishes beyond its capability can be fulfilled by me. Incredible. Truly worthy of the title Lord Kaizen. Goku marveled. End of chapter. Xian smiled. You flatter me. Let us drop the pleasantries. Son Goku, you go first. Make your wish. Son Goku scratched his chin, pondering with a slight headache. But I have no wish I particularly desire. Oh, wait. I have a wish. Seeing Son Goku's eyes light up, Xian smiled. Speak, what is your wish? Son Goku gazed intently at Xian. Observing this, those who knew him best, Piccolo, Vegeta, and Son Gohan, felt their hearts sink. Surely this guy wasn't thinking. Lord King Kai, my wish is that you must spar with me, Son Goku stated solemnly. As they feared, everyone thought inwardly. Piccolo trembled with rage, wanting nothing more than to punch through Son Goku's head and see what exactly occupied that mind of his. Old son, Piccolo reprimanded. But Son Goku ignored him, his gaze locked on Xian in eager expectation. Xian chuckled. You wish to spar with me? Is that truly all? Yes, only that, Son Goku declared resolutely. Xian nodded. Very well, I accept. Excellent. Let us begin at once. Son Goku eagerly struck a battle stance, leaving those around him utterly speechless, some even facepalming. Xian raised a hand to halt Son Goku, soothing him gently. Calm yourself, Goku. Your wish is far too modest. Sparring with me shall be merely a complimentary addition. Since you do not know what you desire, then let me decide for you. Xian pointed, and a verdant beam of life energy struck Son Goku. The warrior watched the green light upon his body with curiosity, feeling warmth spread through him, exceedingly comfortable. A hum resonated. Above Son Goku's head, the ring that marked the deceased dissolved away. At this sight, those nearby gaped in astonishment. Son Gohan pointed dumbfoundedly at his father's crown, exclaiming in shock, Papa, Father, your halo. It's gone. Halo. Son Goku curiously touched his head, finding no familiar ring of the dead. Looking up, he saw the halo had truly vanished. That meant he was alive. Xian smiled. Congratulations, Mr. Son Goku. You have been reborn. You are now a living man. Goku. Chi-Chi gazed at him with overwhelming joy, tears welling in her eyes. Overcome with emotion, she disregarded all present and threw herself into Son Goku's arms, weeping uncontrollably. Son Goku awkwardly comforted Chi-Chi before turning to Xian with gratitude. Thank you, Lord King Kai, but if you have simply resurrected me, will Lord Enma not object? Xian replied casually, no issue at all. Should Lord Enma have grievances, let him come to me directly. I shall speak with him. Well, then all is well. I only received permission from Lord Enma to return to the living world for one day, and now I have no intention of returning. I worried I might fail to account for myself. Son Goku said. Rest assured there will be no problem with Lord Enma, Xian reassured him. With that, Son Goku was finally at ease. Having resolved the matter, Xian turned his gaze towards Son Gohan with a smile. Son Gohan, it is your turn. What wish would you make? Son Gohan scratched his head, equally uncertain of what to request. He had little he truly desired. His singular aspiration was to become a scholar, yet he felt such a goal should be earned through his own efforts without needing a wish. Noticing Son Gohan's troubled expression, Xian smiled. Since you two cannot decide, then let me choose for you. Then, if you would be so kind, Lord King Kai, please decide. I truly cannot determine what to wish for, Son Gohan said embarrassingly. How about I bestow upon your family wealth beyond measure for an entire lifetime? Xian proposed. What a wealth that can never be exhausted in a lifetime. Chi-Chi's ears perked up, exclaiming in astonishment. Gohan, make that wish. It is an excellent wish. Chi-Chi approached Son Gohan, placing both hands on his shoulders and shaking him repeatedly, her demeanor trembling with excitement. Son Gohan grew dizzy from his mother's vigorous shaking and hastily said, Very well, that wish. Lord King Kai, I accept this wish. Thank you. No trouble at all, a mere trifle. Xian smiled and raised his hand, activating the divine power of creation. A towering mountain of gold materialized from thin air. The assembled crowd stared at the suddenly appearing mountain of gold in utter disbelief, jaws dropped. Particularly those drawn to wealth, their eyes literally transformed into the shape of coins. Such a massive mountain of gold. Is all of this truly for our family? Chi-Chi gazed at the towering golden peak before her, asking in delighted surprise. But with such an enormous mountain of gold, how shall we transport it home? Son Gohan asked with a headache. That is simple. Xian smiled, raising his hand to activate the divine power of creation, once more forging a spatial ring. Xian held the spatial ring aloft, and with a mere thought the towering mountain of gold was drawn into the ring. Xian handed the spatial ring to Son Gohan. The mountain of gold rests within this ring. Simply wear it upon your hand, and you shall naturally understand its use. Moreover, only you, Son Gohan, may use this ring. Others who grasp it shall be unable to access the wealth within. Additionally, I have enchanted this ring. Should it drift more than 100 meters from your person, it shall return to you of its own accord. Nor need you fear it being destroyed. Even were you to fuse with Vegeta as Vegeto and unleash your full power, you could not leave the slightest scratch upon this ring. Son Gohan reverently accepted the ring with both hands. Thank you, Lord King Kai. Xian smiled. No thanks needed. This is your reward for saving the universe, trifling compared to your deeds. As a final addition to your reward, Son Gohan, I ask you once more, will you accompany me to the Kaioshin realm? I shall instruct you in cultivation. With your potential and proper guidance, your strength shall soon far surpass that of your father. Hearing this, everyone's eyes widened in utter disbelief. The youth had earned such favor from the Lord Kaioshin. His future was truly boundless. Even Piccolo was beside himself with excitement, wishing to accept on Son Gohan's behalf. Gohan, this is a blessing. Hurry and agree. Piccolo urged anxiously. Son Gohan glanced apologetically at Uncle Piccolo, then at his parents and Videl, before finally meeting Xian's gaze. After a moment of hesitation, he steeled himself and replied earnestly, Lord King Kai, I am deeply grateful for your favor, but my answer remains unchanged from last time. I wish to become a scholar. I sincerely apologize for declining your generous offer once more. Saying this, Son Gohan bent forward in a 90-degree bow to express his apology to Xian. Gohan. Piccolo ground his teeth in frustration, his expression one of agonized disappointment. Vegeta's gaze flicked towards Son Gohan, light dancing in his eyes as he contemplated something unknown. End of chapter. Shin was not surprised by Son Gohan's answer. Though somewhat disappointed, he ultimately chose to respect Son Gohan's decision. Gohan, raise your head. Shin raised his hand in a subtle gesture, and an irresistible force lifted Son Gohan from his bowed posture. Gohan, there is no need to apologize. Everyone has their own dreams. To hold fast to your dream unmoved by external distractions, and to strive resolutely toward it, that is truly admirable. Shin turned his gaze toward Vegeta and said, Vegeta, it is your turn. What is your wish? Vegeta pondered for a moment, then replied, My wish is simple. I ask that you, Lord Supreme Kai, instruct both Kakarot and me in your training. Huh, Vegeta, you. Son Goku stared at Vegeta in astonishment, never expecting that Vegeta would include him in his training. This was beyond Goku's wildest imagination. Vegeta clicked his tongue in annoyance and glared at Son Goku. Kakarot, I intend to prove that I am the strongest scion. If I trained alone, it would be unfair to you. I will surpass you through training under identical conditions. Vegeta. Son Goku was somewhat moved. This thoroughly disgusted Vegeta, who cursed, Stop making that sickening expression. It's irritating. Having said that, Vegeta looked at Shin with slight trepidation and asked, Lord Supreme Kai, can my wish be granted? Shin smiled and nodded. No problem. This wish is quite simple. Just now I gave Mr. Goku and Mr. Gohan each a small complimentary gift. If I did not give one to you, it would seem rather unfair. So Mr. Vegeta, you may also make one small additional request of me. A small request. Vegeta frowned in deep thought. Only after a long while did he raise his head and speak with some hesitation. Then I would like to ask you, Lord Supreme Kai, to reinforce the earth. What a... Vegeta's request made those who knew him well widen their eyes in disbelief, staring at him. Could this really be Vegeta? Could it be some imposter? Vegeta, you. As his closest comrade Son Goku looked at him with complicated emotions, momentarily at a loss for words. Seeing everyone looking at him with that strange expression, Vegeta snorted in annoyance and explained, back when I became Vegeto, I nearly destroyed the earth in my battle against Majin Buu because I had no regard for the planet. I do not wish for such a thing to happen again. Besides, the earth has been through far too many calamities. It should have been reinforced long ago. I'm even afraid that one day while training I might lose control and blow up the entire planet. Hearing this, cold sweat dripped down everyone's foreheads. Although Vegeta's joke was dry, it was nonetheless the truth. Not to mention Vegeta, even Krillin and the others could destroy the earth with a mere wave of their hand. They usually suppressed their power, never daring to unleash their chi wantonly, or else the poor planet might not be able to endure it. The earth really had it rough, such a tiny little place, yet inhabited by a group of living legends who loved to scare it by threatening to blow up the planet at the slightest provocation. Vegeta looked at Shin anxiously and asked, Lord Supreme, Kai, can you fulfill my request? Shin gazed at Vegeta with approval, silently commending him, and said, this is quite simple. Shin pointed at the ground, divine power gathering at his fingertip, then abruptly shot it toward the earth. The divine power pierced through the ground without actually damaging it. Imbued with pure essence of creation, it swiftly reached the earth's core and enveloped it, spreading outward from the planet's heart to the entire globe. Shin's fingertip faded and he smiled at everyone, saying, I have reinforced this planet. Now even battles of the caliber we had before will no longer cause severe damage to it, nor will it hinder you Earthlings from normally developing this planet. Hearing this, everyone sighed in relief, gazing at Shin with immense gratitude, their admiration practically overflowing. Thank you, Lord Supreme Kai. Son Goku bowed first. Thank you, Lord Supreme Kai. Son Gohan followed, and then Piccolo, Krillin, Bulma, and all the others also bowed respectfully to Shin. Compared to the wishes of the three Scions before, what Shin had just done was truly a blessing for the entire planet. After all, the earth had indeed been through countless disasters, always dancing on the brink of annihilation. But now with the endorsement of Shin's divine power, the earth no longer had to fear destruction by enemies. Shin raised his hand in a subtle gesture, and a wave of divine power lifted everyone back to their feet. There is no need for such courtesy. If you wish to thank someone, thank Vegeta. It was he who selflessly offered his wish to aid the earth, Shin said. Hearing this, everyone looked at Vegeta with complicated expressions. Only Bulma held her head high, leaning proudly against Vegeta. A faint blush crept onto Vegeta's face, yet he did not push her away, allowing her to lean on him. Shin turned to Son Goku and asked, Mr. Goku, you heard Mr. Vegeta's wish earlier. Are you willing to accompany Mr. Vegeta and return with me to the realm of the Kais for training? Yes, I'll go. I want to go, Son Goku said excitedly. Goku. Chi-Chi looked at him reluctantly, but said no words of dissuasion. Son Goku could hardly bear to meet Chi-Chi's eyes, his expression awkward, yet nothing could shake his inner desire to train and grow stronger. Seeing this, Shin smiled and reassured Mrs. Chi-Chi, there's no need to worry. From now on, every 7 days, I will send them both back to Earth for a day. You need not fear that you won't see them again. Really? Chi-Chi's Son Goku and their children all asked in delight. Shin smiled and nodded. I'm not deceiving you. That's wonderful. Chi-Chi and her two sons let out excited cheers. Bulma, however, did not look too sad. Instead, she encouraged Vegeta, saying, Vegeta, don't lose to Goku, all right? Vegeta nodded solemnly. Rest assured. The strongest Scion will always be me. Shin reminded them, so then Mr. Son Goku, Mr. Vegeta, will you both return to the realm of the Kais with me now? Or would you rather rest a day and come with me tomorrow? Hearing this, Son Goku and Vegeta exchanged glances, different thoughts stirring in each of their eyes. Son Goku naturally wanted to stay and spend a day with his family, while Vegeta was eager and itching to go, unwilling to wait even a single moment. Son Goku tried to negotiate with Vegeta. Vegeta, there's no rush. Why not leave with the Supreme Kai tomorrow? Vegeta let out an annoyed snort, but did not object, nodding in agreement. Seeing this, Shin smiled and said, then I shall come to pick you up tomorrow. Son Goku grinned and suggested, in that case, Lord Supreme Kai, why not stay at my place tonight? Chi-Chi's cooking is absolutely delicious. Bulma added, you could also stay at my place. My house is quite spacious. Shin shook his head. No need. Rest well today, though I shall come for you tomorrow. Farewell. With that, Shin used instant transmission and left. Seeing this, everyone present exchanged smiles. Bulma suggested, it's rare for us all to gather together. How about we throw a party? Great. Everyone answered in unison. Yet just as they were all rejoicing, Goku suddenly let out a piercing scream. Ah! Everyone was startled. Vegeta frowned at Goku and snapped, Kakarot, what are you shrieking about? You're a disgrace to the Saiyans. Piccolo frowned looking at Goku and asked Goku, has something happened? Goku, however, looked utterly stricken and stammered, I, you what? Spit it out. Stop dawdling. Vegeta said irritably. The others also stared at Goku with curiosity. Goku made a mournful face and said, I forgot to challenge Lord Supreme Kai. His words fell. Everyone stared speechlessly at Goku. Is that all? That's a good thing. Piccolo gnashed his teeth and glared at Goku. Goku, you need to change this bad habit of yours. Can't you see the gap between you and Lord Supreme Kai? Give up such an unrealistic idea at once. And don't ever mention it again. Goku looked aggrieved. He truly did want to test his strength against the Supreme Kai. The place where Vegahan had fought Fat Bu. Whoosh. Shin appeared there with instant transmission. The surrounding environment, which had been destroyed earlier, had already been restored by Shinron. Shin's gaze fell downward, and with a sweep of divine sense he locked onto a small lump of pink flesh buried deep underground. Shin raised a finger, and the pink lump buried deep beneath the earth immediately flew up. He gently raised his hand, and the pink lump hovered suspended over his palm. The pink lump was only the size of an adult's fingernail, but its owner's identity was extraordinary. It was none other than Majin Buu, who had been annihilated by Vegahan before. In reality, Majin Buu had not been completely annihilated back then. Using every last bit of his power, he had protected this tiny lump of flesh, but in doing so he had exhausted his energy and sunk into slumber. Whoosh. Shin activated instant transmission. The Supreme Kai world. Whoosh. Shin appeared. Raising his hand, Shin glanced at the pink lump hovering over his palm, then cast a look at Kibito, who lay on the ground in deep sleep. He pointed, and the sleeping spell he had previously placed on Kibito was lifted. Kibito opened his eyes, dazedly confusion in his gaze, but soon his memory recalled what had happened before. Dabura. Kibito bolted upright, looking around in panic. Then he saw the familiar surroundings, and Lord Supreme Kai standing before him. Seeing Shin, Kibito hurriedly scrambled to his feet, brushed the dust off himself, and bowed to Shin. Lord Supreme Kai. Kibito, you've worked hard on your trip to Earth, Shin said. Hearing this, Kibito raised his head abruptly and asked in alarm, oh right. Lord Supreme Kai, what about Dabura, king of the demon realm? And Majin Buu? Have they all been taken care of? Shin explained, during the time you were asleep, both Dabura and Buu have already been resolved. That's good. Kibito breathed a sigh of relief, then lowered his head in shame. I'm truly sorry, Lord Supreme Kai, that I couldn't be of help. It's fine. What matters is that everything is settled, Shin said comfortingly. Kibito raised his head, his gaze unconsciously drawn to Shin's palm, where a fingernail-sized pink lump hovered. Kibito asked curiously, Lord Supreme Kai, what is that pink thing in your palm? Shin smiled and explained, this is Majin Buu's final remnant. He exhausted his power to protect this last piece of flesh, and his consciousness has fallen into slumber. What? Kibito's hair stood on end in terror. He swiftly raised his hand, gathering energy in his palm, and said urgently, Lord Supreme Kai, step aside. Let me destroy Majin Buu's last remnant. Kibito, stay calm. A divine light flashed in Shin's eyes, and the energy Kibito had just gathered dispersed. Kibito stared at the Supreme Kai in shock, unable to understand why he was stopping him from destroying Majin Buu. Shin saw Kibito's confusion and explained with a smile, because Majin Buu absorbed the Grand Supreme Kai's mind is now as innocent as a child's. With proper guidance, he can become a powerful warrior who protects the universe. Majin Buu. Protect the universe. Kibito gaped in astonishment. How could those two concepts possibly go together? Seeing the crystal-clear stupidity in Kibito's eyes, Shin knew he was talking to a brick wall. Shin shook his head, helplessly tossed the flesh lump to the ground, and gathered divine power at his fingertip. Pure divine power, the very essence of life, was infused into Majin Buu's body. Buu, who had fallen into slumber from exhaustion, immediately woke and returned to his prime, now far stronger than when he had fought Vegahan. At the sight, Kibito's jaw dropped, and his pink face turned pale with fright. Lord Supreme Kai, what are you doing? Why would you revive Majin Buu? Kibito was frozen stiff with terror. Indeed, Majin Buu's fearsome reputation was far too great. The Grand Supreme Kai, the Southwest and North Supreme Kais, and countless lives across the universe. These were what forged Majin Buu's fearsome reputation. Who could possibly not fear him? Rather, the more one knew about Majin Buu, the more one feared him, because they understood exactly what kind of terrifying being he was. Kibito, calmed down. A divine light flashed in Shin's eyes as he activated forced calm. A green light flashed over Kibito, and his terrified expression turned indifferent. Yet the moment he saw Majin Buu, who had already woken up, his regained composure exploded again. Lord Supreme Kai, let's run. Seeing Kibito's panic, Shin frowned and used forced calm once more. Kibito calmed down, but his gaze landed on Majin Buu, who had turned around and was looking at him curiously, and forced calm failed once more. Shin covered his face, helpless. Kibito was simply too embarrassing to look at. Kibito calmed down. This time Shin used forced calm, sustained, and only then did Kibito truly become completely calm. Kibito glanced at Majin Buu with an indifferent expression, then at Shin, and asked coolly, Lord Supreme, Kai, do you have some plan in reviving Majin Buu? Seeing that Kibito had finally come to his senses, Shin breathed a sigh of relief. He looked at Fat Buu and explained, I intend to raise Buu into a warrior who guards the universe. Hearing this, Jebet frowned and asked, Is that possible, Lord Supreme Kai? Shin smiled and countered, Jebet, are you doubting my abilities? I wouldn't dare, Jebet said coolly. Fat Buu looked at the two strange people before him in confusion. Just then his stomach growled. Fat Buu patted his belly, glanced at Shin and Jebet, and said casually, I'm hungry. I'm going to turn you two into chocolate and eat you. Jebet remained as indifferent as ever, but his speech quickened slightly as he reminded, Lord Supreme, Kai, shouldn't we be running away? Jebet, don't panic. Things haven't reached that point yet, Shin said. But Majin Buu is already preparing to strike, Jebet said coolly. Shin turned to look and saw the antenna on Fat Buu's head glowing with a pink light. A divine light flashed in Shin's eyes, and the energy gathering at Fat Buu's antenna instantly dispersed. Fat Buu blinked in bewilderment. He tried to look up at his antenna to see what the matter was, but no matter how high he craned his neck, he couldn't see it. At a loss, he could only stretch his antenna out, yank it off with force, and examine it up and down. Watching Fat Buu's simple-minded appearance, Shin curled the corners of his mouth, and a divine light flashed in his eyes. Fat Buu's gaze suddenly turned dull. Moments later, his eyes regained their clarity. He turned his head to look around in confusion, then curiously examined Shin and Jebet before asking doubtfully, Who am I? Where am I? And who are you? Seeing this, Jebet asked indifferently, Lord Supreme, Kai, what has happened to Buu? Shin smiled and explained, I've wiped all of Buu's memories from his mind. He's now like a newborn baby. Jebet praised with an indifferent tone, as expected of the Lord Supreme Kai. You flatter me. Fat Buu stared at Shin and Jebet, who were conversing with each other, and frowned. Hey, are you listening to me? Who am I? Where's this? And who are you? Shin stepped forward and explained, You're Buu. This is the realm of the Kais. I am the Supreme Kai, the master of this realm, and this is my servant Jebet. Buu, you are actually a righteous warrior who defends peace across the universe. Shin launched into his smooth-talking persuasion, bamboozling the naive Fat Buu into utter confusion. Grumble. Fat Buu's stomach rumbled. He lowered his head and poked his belly, then looked at Shin with a wronged expression and said, It hurts here. Shin smiled and explained, You're hungry. Once you eat something, the ache will go away. As he spoke, Shin raised his hand, unleashing the divine power of creation, and conjured a mountain of delicacies made of chocolate candy cakes and various kinds of snacks. Go on, Buu. All this food is prepared for you. Once you eat it, your stomach won't hurt, Shin reminded. Like a little child, Fat Buu sucked on his fingers and ambled up to the mountain of food. He scooped a bit of cream cake onto his hand and tentatively brought it to his mouth. His clear eyes lit up, and in an instant he transformed into a humanoid glutton, devouring the entire mountain with enormous bites. After a long while, Fat Buu looked at Shin with a pitiful expression and said, My stomach still hurts. Shin glanced at Buu's belly, now nearly the size of the food mountain, and said speechlessly, You've eaten too much. When you overeat, your stomach aches as well. With that, a divine light flashed in Shin's eyes, and he manually helped Fat Buu digest the food in his stomach. In no time, Buu's belly, which had been swollen like a hot air balloon, visibly deflated. Fat Buu patted his now comfortable stomach and said to Shin with a smile, My belly feels better now. What's your name? I like you. My name is Shin, Shin replied with a smile. Shin. Fat Buu pointed at Shin, then at himself, and asked, Then what about me? You're Buu, Shin said. Buu Shin, Buu Shin. Hee Buu Shin. Buu like Shin. Buu laughed, spreading his arms wide, ready to give Shin a hug. Shin didn't stop him, letting Buu embrace him tightly. Feeling the power in Buu's arms, Shin thought to himself, if Jebet were being hugged like this, he'd probably already be dead. So Shin said helplessly, Buu, you can't hug others that hard in the future, or you'll crush them to death. Death? What is death? Buu asked curiously. Death is. Shin began to teach Buu the basics of life. As for how much the other could absorb, that was up to fate. Planet Vampa, outer space. Whoosh. Shin teleported in, his gaze falling on the planet below as his divine sense swept across it with practiced ease. Found him. A smile tugged at the corners of Shin's mouth. He had locked onto the most talented mortal in Universe 7, the legendary Super Saiyan who was born only once in a millennium. Broly. A few years ago, Shin had actually planned to come find Broly, but he had felt a bit uncertain back then. The main reason was that Broly's talent was too extraordinary, and he easily went berserk. At that time, Shin only had a 99% certainty of suppressing Broly, which was far too unreliable. Now, however, Shin had 100% absolute certainty. No matter how erratic Broly became, he could easily subdue him. So he came. Whoosh. Shin teleported away. On the desolate earth, a bizarrely shaped monster was battling a human with a diminutive frame. It could hardly be called a battle. It was a one-sided assault. Broly was bare-chested, covered in scars, and exuded wildness from head to toe. He continuously dodged the giant monster's attacks, yet never fought back. He didn't want to kill the big fellow. He just wanted to play a game with him. That's right, in Broly's eyes, the giant monster's attacks were merely a way of playing with him. Elsewhere, Paragus sat on a high mountain watching Broly dodge the monster's attacks below and shouted in fury, "Broly, kill him." Broly was taken aback, turning his head to look at his father. But in that moment of distraction, the giant monster seized its chance. Bang! Broly was sent flying, crashing straight through two mountains before finally stopping. Rumble! Broly pushed off the rocks pressing down on him and burst fiercely out of the debris. He hovered in midair, radiating wildness, yet his gaze remained crystal clear. Despite having just taken a heavy blow from the monster, Broly didn't have a single scratch. He stared at the monster below with hesitant eyes, then looked at his father, a troubled expression on his face, unsure of what to do. Seeing this, Paragus roared furiously, "Broly, are you not going to listen to me? Kill it, Broly." Hearing his father's roar, reluctance flashed through Broly's clear eyes, but he still elevated the energy in his body, his expression turning solemn. He was prepared to follow his father's command and kill the monster below, even though he already considered the creature his friend. Whoosh! At that very moment, Shin teleported over. He looked at Broly, who was flaring his energy, and a divine light flashed in his eyes. The immense power that Broly had just gathered scattered away in a mere instant. Broly stared at the sudden appearance of Shin in astonishment, then looked down at himself and tilted his head in confusion. Why had his energy suddenly dissipated? Paragus looked up at Shin, who had appeared abruptly in the sky. For a moment he was stunned, but then a wild elation flooded his face. A human. Another human. Another human has set foot on this cursed planet. That means I can finally leave this godforsaken world. Ah! Paragus threw back his head and laughed maniacally, then bellowed to Broly, "Broly, capture that man, but do not kill him." Broly glanced at his father, then at the unruffled Shin, and lowered his head. "Forgive me." With those words, Broly launched himself at Shin. Shin sidestepped with a faint smile, offering no counter, just as Broly had been toying with the monster below moments earlier. His gaze swept between Paragus below and the collar around Broly's neck, and a subtle smile tugged at the corners of his mouth. Whoosh! Shin flashed past Broly's attack and reappeared behind him. He reached out and tapped the collar around Broly's neck. Click! The collar snapped open. Broly froze for an instant, then caught the broken collar as it fell. Flustered, he looked down at his father, his expression like a child caught in mischief. Seeing the collar snap around Broly's neck, Paragus gave a start and hastily shouted, "Broly, come back. Come back now." Hearing his father shout, Broly glanced back at the smiling Shin. Seeing that Shin made no move to stop him, he swiftly flew down to his father. Shin cast a cold, indifferent glance at Paragus below. A flicker of pity passed through his eyes as he judged him inwardly, a poor wretch driven mad by hatred and obsession. Broly came before his father and at a loss offered the collar to him. Paragus took it, inspected it closely, and his face soured. "Damn it. It's completely broken." Whoosh! Shin teleported and appeared across from them. Father and son were instantly on guard, as if facing a fearsome enemy. Paragus asked gravely, "Who are you? Do you know a way off this planet?" Shin smiled lightly. "Yes, I know a way to leave this planet." "Do you want to leave?" "Really?" Paragus was overjoyed. "You truly know how to get away from this planet. Wonderful. Please take me away from this horrific place. I can't endure a single second longer here. Is that your wish? Very well, I'll grant it. But before that..." Shin narrowed his eyes and pointed at Paragus. Light flickered at his fingertip. Arg. Paragus let out a mournful wail and stood frozen in a vacant stupor. Seeing this, Broly's face turned fierce. "What did you do to my father?" Whoosh! Shin flashed over and hovered in front of Broly, saying coolly, "Don't get in my way." With that, he raised a hand and flicked his finger. Boom! Arg! Broly screamed and went hurtling backward. After sending Broly flying, Shin turned to the vacant Paragus and said calmly, "I'll be taking your son. But before that, consider this a parting gift, compensation for taking him away." Shin raised both hands, and the vast divine power within him began to surge. He pushed the divine power of creation to its very limit. Under his command, a small world was conjured into existence. "Go now. In this small world, do whatever you wish." With a thought, Shin cast Paragus into it. The small world. Planet Vegeta. Paragus came to his senses and found himself inside a palace. This palace seems vaguely familiar. For a moment, Paragus looked bewildered, then his eyes flew wide open. Wait, isn't this the Scion Royal Palace? Why am I here? King Paragus, the rebellious Vegeta, and his father have been taken down. Please give your orders. How shall we deal with them? A Scion knelt on one knee before Paragus and asked respectfully. Hearing this, Paragus was utterly dumbfounded. "King Paragus, me, and the Vegeta father and son." At the name, a vicious glint flickered in Paragus's eyes. He loathed Vegeta and his father to the very bone. Paragus abruptly rose from the throne. His tattered old-style battle suit had become immaculate, and his aged face was young again. A sovereign's awe radiated from him. He, Paragus, was the new king of planet Vegeta. Execute Vegeta and his father. From this day onward, this planet shall be named Planet Paragus. Paragus issued the decree to the Scions below, who had at some point knelt to fill the hall. In unison, all the Scions on one knee answered reverently, "Yes, King Paragus." Seeing this, Paragus broke into hearty, uninhibited laughter. The memories that had once been his were being quietly rewritten. This small world was a kingdom belonging solely to him, an illusionary realm that Shin, drawing on the infinite Tsukuyami, had crafted especially for him. In this world, everything would revolve around Paragus. He was its protagonist, who every desire he harbored would come true. Shin inspected the operation of the small world. Finding no major bugs, at least the program could hold, he decided not to bother with it any further and simply let Paragus enjoy himself. Yaya! A thunderous roar rang out. It was Broly. He charged with vicious fury, unleashing a ferocious assault upon Shin. Shin remained at ease, toying with Broly as if playing a game. No matter how much power Broly amassed, he could not budge Shin an inch. In contrast, every casual punch or kick Shin threw dealt devastating damage to Broly. Injuries continued to pile up across Broly's body, yet they did nothing to slow him down. More than that, his energy was expanding at an inconceivable rate with every exchange. Yaya! Broly howled. The pupils of his eyes had vanished, leaving only ghastly whites. He's completely berserk now. Shin recognized Broly's condition and shook his head helplessly. There was no denying Broly's terrifying talent, but his mind simply could not keep pace with such heaven-defying aptitude. Without proper guidance, Broly would sooner or later become a slave to his own power. In truth, that Broly had grown to this age without self-destructing was something he owed to his father Paragus. Without Paragus's years of suppression, Broly would have burned himself out long ago under the relentless tide of his own expanding power. Wake up, Broly. Shin raised a hand and pointed. Telekinesis surged forth, binding the rampaging Broly in place. Yaya! Even bound, Broly continued to howl, his violent energy surging outward as he fought to break through Shin's telekinetic restraints. Be still. A divine light flashed in Shin's eyes, and the berserk chi inside Broly dispersed in an instant. Wake up, Broly. Shin reached out and tapped Broly's forehead. Divine power flowed through the boy's brow and into his mind, immediately snapping the frenzied Broly back to clarity. After Broly regained consciousness, he looked around with a dazed expression. When he saw Shin before him, the memories of what had happened came flooding back, and his honest face once again twisted into a ferocious scowl. He roared and struggled ceaselessly, yet he could not shake off the power that bound him. All he could do was rage helplessly. Calm down, Broly. A sharp gleam flashed in Shin's eyes as he activated forced calm. A low hum resonated through the air. Broly froze instantly, then his entire being gradually settled into stillness. Broly shifted his gaze, a look of concern on his face, searching for his father. Shin read Broly's thoughts through telepathy and smiled softly, thinking to himself, what a filial child. Broly, are you looking for your father? He is safe, living a good life now. Shin raised his hand and conjured a screen, which displayed Paragus living contentedly within the miniature world. See, I sent your father to another world. He is very happy there, Shin explained. Broly stared blankly at the screen, at the young-looking father on it, his eyes full of suspicion. Though he was not clever, he was no fool either. He wouldn't be convinced by Shin's words so easily. Reading Broly's thoughts, Shin sighed helplessly and shook his head. Since you don't believe me, I'll send you into that world as well. You can see with your own eyes whether my words are true. Snap! Shin clicked his fingers, and in an instant Broly vanished. He had been cast into the miniature world where Paragus resided. The miniature world. Because this miniature world had been hastily created by Shin, its underlying logic contained a few minor bugs. Namely, time in this world was extremely chaotic. For reference, one could think of the world of Conan, except that time here was even more erratic than that. In this world, one moment it might be broad daylight and the next pitch black night. The passage of time also fluctuated between fast and slow. However, Paragus, who dwelled within, was influenced by the world's spiritual distortions and never noticed its abnormalities. He had perfectly assimilated into its rules. Despite the minor bugs in its operation, the world continued to function normally. By now, 1 or 2 months had already passed since Paragus arrived in this world. Paragus sat in the royal palace, 2 beautiful scion women nestled against him, while the table before him was laden with delicacies. In the center of the hall, a troupe of beauties from various races danced and performed solely for him. Just then Broly appeared. He looked left and right, and when his gaze fell upon the scantily clad young women, his face unconsciously reddened and his body grew warm. Nevertheless, he suppressed his bodily instincts and swept his gaze across the hall, quickly locking onto his father. Broly's eyes lit up, and he hurried over to his father, calling out, "Dad." Paragus was startled, then turned to look at Broly and said with a laugh, "Oh, it's you, Broly. Come sit down and have a drink with your father. Prince Broly, please sit here." A female scion patted a seat and gestured for Broly to come over. Broly sat down stiffly, and a female scion poured wine for him, raising the cup to his lips. The scene before him made him deeply uncomfortable, and his face flushed uncontrollably. Seeing Broly's shy, boyish embarrassment, Paragus burst into laughter. He pushed a gorgeous female scion into Broly's arms and roared with amusement. "As the Prince of Planet Paragus, how can you blush at the mere sight of a woman? This is utterly disgraceful. Today I'm giving you a mission: favor 10 women. Do you hear me, Broly?" Hearing Paragus's words, the scion women around them all looked at Broly with teasing smiles and pressed in close. Broly endured his body's primal urges, his cheeks already burning crimson. After quite some time, Broly could endure no longer and suddenly shot to his feet. Paragus tilted his head in puzzlement and asked, Broly, do these women not please you? Hey, hurry up and bring all the beautiful women here, let Broly take his pick. Paragus turned to a female scion and commanded, Yes, my king. The female scion bowed respectfully, then turned and went to summon more women. Broly's cheeks burned as he looked up at his father and asked earnestly, Are you really my father? Paragus asked puzzled, Broly, what's gotten into you today? You're acting so strangely. Broly fell silent for a moment, then asked again, Dad, are you happy here? Paragus laughed heartily. I thought you were going to ask something serious. Am I happy? Isn't it obvious? And Broly, I've got good news for you. Several women are pregnant with my children. You're going to be a big brother soon. It was plain to see that Paragus was truly happy in this world. Outside the miniature world, Shin silently watched the events unfolding in the miniature world. Seeing that Broly's inner knot had been untied, a smile spread across his face. With a flicker of thought, he drew Broly out of the miniature world. So Broly, your father is living happily, isn't he? He'll spend the rest of his days joyfully in that carefree world. Broly stared blankly at Shin for a moment, then asked in confusion, What do you want? Shin smiled and explained, Broly, you are a genius. You have the potential to become the strongest under heaven. Unfortunately, you cannot control the rapidly surging power within you. In fact, you may even end up being controlled by your own swiftly growing strength. Let me teach you how to properly control your power. I will train you to become the strongest in the world. Come with me, Broly. Broly gazed blankly at the hand Shin extended. His simple mind could not fully grasp Shin's words, yet he could sense the goodwill behind them. Instinctively, he reached out and grasped Shin's hand. Seeing this, Shin smiled with satisfaction. Then let's go, he said, activating instant transmission. The realm of the Supreme Kais. Swoosh. Shin returned with Broly. Kibito, sensing Shin's energy in the distance, immediately flew over. Spotting someone approaching, Broly's honest face turned stern as he fixed his gaze on the incoming Kibito. Kibito cast a curious glance at the filthy, disheveled Broly, then turned to Shin and bowed respectfully. Supreme Kai-sama, welcome back. I'm back, Kibito. While I was away, has you been causing any trouble? Shin asked. Kibito replied, No, Supreme Kai-sama. Majin Buu has been staying in the food mountain you created. He's already eaten almost the whole mountain. Shin smiled and said, No matter. I enchanted that mountain, so the moment the remaining food drops below 10%, it refills itself. It will never run out. End of chapter. Truly worthy of the Supreme Kai, such remarkable techniques, Kibito praised. Kibito, spare me the flattery, Shin chuckled. Then Shin introduced them to each other. Kibito, this is Broly. Broly, this is my attendant Kibito. Broly nodded blankly at Kibito. Kibito looked at Broly with some disdain, but since this person had been brought back by the Supreme Kai, he could only endure it. Kibito, please take Broly to bathe and prepare some clean clothes and food for him, Shin instructed. Yes, Supreme Kai, Kibito replied respectfully. Kibito gave Broly a disdainful glance and said, Come with me. With that, Kibito soared into the air and flew off in a direction. Broly looked at Shin helplessly. Shin smiled and nodded, saying, Broly, go ahead. Broly nodded blankly, then soared into the air and caught up with Kibito. Watching the two leave, Shin silently calculated the time. There are still 6 hours until dawn on Earth. In the meantime, I might as well teach Broly how to control his power. I can't wait to see what expression Son Goku and Vegeta will have when they meet Broly. Kibito brought Broly to a large house that Shin had created, furnished with all kinds of furniture. Kibito led Broly to the bathroom. First, he filled the bathtub with hot water, then he taught Broly how to use the shower nozzle. Got it. After you wash yourself with the nozzle, soak in the bathtub. I'll go prepare some food for you, Kibito said. Broly stared blankly at Kibito, his eyes revealing pure cluelessness. He didn't understand. Kibito was speechless. Forget it. Just stand under the nozzle, rinse yourself clean first, then soak in the bathtub for a while. Don't touch anything else. With that, Kibito ignored Broly, turned around, left the bathroom, and went to prepare food. Broly blankly watched Kibito leave, then curiously looked at the shower nozzle that kept spraying water. He reached out and touched it, then yanked his hand back as if electrified. Hot. Broly stared at the shower nozzle in amazement, just like a child who had found an amusing toy and started playing with it in the bathroom. Kibito spent about 10 minutes preparing food, then realized Broly still hadn't come out. He must be soaking in the bath, Kibito guessed. Another half hour passed. Kibito grew impatient and cursed, Did he fall into the toilet? Come out now. After waiting a little longer, Kibito's patience ran out. He stormed into the bathroom and dragged Broly, who was playing with the shower nozzle as a water gun, out by force. Dry yourself off. Here are your clothes. The food is outside. Hurry up and eat, then we'll go see the Supreme Kai, Kibito urged impatiently. Broly in a daze did as Kibito instructed. Supreme Kai. Kibito brought Broly, who was well fed and dressed in new clothes, before Shin. Shin looked Broly up and down, taking in his renewed appearance, and asked with a smile, Broly, did the meal suit your taste? Broly nodded repeatedly, his eyes sparkling with excitement. The food was delicious, he said eagerly. That's good. Shin smiled, his gaze falling on the beast pelt wrapped around Broly's waist. Kibito followed the Supreme Kai's gaze and saw the dirty beast pelt as well. He frowned in disapproval. Why don't you throw away this filthy thing? Give it to me, I'll throw it away for you. With that, Kibito reached out to yank the beast pelt from Broly's waist. Seeing this, Broly, who had been quiet and still suddenly became stimulated. His ki burst forth violently, and his expression turned fierce. Kibito was startled, retreating repeatedly, cold sweat beading on his forehead. Broly calmed down. A divine light flashed in Shin's eyes. Broly's ki dissipated and his mind was forcibly calmed as well. Broly calmed down, looked at Kibito apologetically, then lowered his head and touched the dirty beast pelt at his waist. Stammering, he explained, this was left to me by my friend. It's very, very important. I see, can't throw it away. Naturally, Shin was well aware of the origin of the beast pelt at Broly's waist. He didn't learn about it through the original story. Rather, he had been constantly watching Vampa Planet, watching Broly and his father. For some reason in the normal course of history, Paragus had only broken off the giant beast's ear without killing it. But in this timeline, Paragus had not only broken off the beast's ear, but had also killed it outright. That giant beast was Broly's first friend in life. Its death had always been an inescapable shadow in Broly's heart, which was why he held the beast pelt at his waist in such high regard. With this in mind, Shin smiled and extended his hand. Broly, would you let me take a look at what you have at your waist? Broly hesitated for a moment, thought it over, and finally untied the beast pelt and handed it to Shin. Shin took the beast pelt with both hands, lowered his head, and examined it, divine light flickering in his eyes. He was reading the information of the beast pelt's original owner, its body shape, scent, blood, memories, living habits, and habitat. Only a few seconds passed. The divine light in Shin's eyes faded. The corners of his mouth curled up as he looked at Broly and said with a smile, Broly, come with me. Shin soared into the air and flew off in a direction. Broly was confused but obediently followed, and Kibito trailed close behind. Shin hovered in midair, scanning the ground below. Soon his gaze stopped at a wide open space. Shin raised his hand and pointed. The open space turned into a muddy swamp. Shin then pointed at the beast pelt in his hand, and it emitted a green glow, a magical energy representing pure life. Under Shin's control, the beast pelt slowly floated up and then descended toward the swamp below. Seeing this, Broly grew anxious and wanted to rush over to take the pelt back. Take it easy, Broly. Shin raised his hand to stop the agitated Broly and said with a smile, watch closely. This is the miracle of life. Shin raised his hand and pointed downward, activating both the power of creation and the power of life creation at the same time. A miracle happened. The beast pelt wriggled as if it had come to life. Soon flesh and blood began to grow from it. Under Broly's shocked gaze, a colossal beast, exactly like the one in his memory, grew out from the pelt. Boom. The giant beast landed in the huge swamp below, sending up a massive wave of water. Splash. After being submerged in the swamp for a few seconds, the beast slowly raised its snake-like head and torrents of water streamed off its body. The beast raised its ferocious-looking head, its crimson gaze fixed on Shin and the other two above. Broly looked down at the towering beast below, his face lighting up with delight as he cried out, it's Xiaoba. He's been resurrected. Is Xiaoba his name? Shin asked. Yes, that's right. Because Xiaoba always likes to make BABA sounds, I named him Xiaoba. He's my friend. Broly explained. Then congratulations to you, Broly, Xian suggested with a smile. Go and greet your friend. Yes. Broly nodded excitedly and dove straight toward the massive beast below. The beast locked eyes on the charging Broly, a flicker of wariness flashing in its gaze. But upon catching the familiar scent on Broly, its vigilance melted away. Xiaoba, it's me, Broly. Broly called out. The beast's scarlet eyes widened as complete recognition dawned upon it, its ferocious countenance softening into warmth. Aha! Broly, gleeful as a child, took to the skies and began playing with Xiaoba among the clouds. Gibbet glared resentfully at the human and beast below, his brows furrowed in confusion. Lord Kaioshin, I understand allowing that mortal to stay, but why permit a mere beast to dwell within the Kaioshin realm? Doesn't this defile the sacred grounds? Xian smiled and gently replied, it is all right, Gibbet. We are deities of the creation lineage destined to cherish all living beings. We must not cast them out or harbor disdain merely because of their race or nature. As expected of Lord Kaioshin, your noble spirit is truly admirable. I feel ashamed of my hasty words, Gibbet said, bowing his head humbly. It is not too late to acknowledge your mistake, Gibbet. From now on, I would like you to look after Xiaoba. You need not do much. Simply ensure his meals are prepared on schedule, Xian instructed. Yes, Lord Kaioshin, Gibbet responded with deep respect. Xian gazed down at Broly, who was frolicking joyfully with Xiaoba, and sighed regretfully. It seems cultivation will have to wait until another day. Very well. I shall instruct them alongside Goku and the others when the time comes. Come, Gibbet. Let us not disturb their reunion. Xian turned and departed with Gibbet following closely behind. The following day on Earth, Goku and the others had thrown a party at Bulma's residence the night before, and everyone had enjoyed themselves immensely until well after dark. Since it was already too late to return home, everyone stayed overnight at Bulma's. As she had remarked, her house was quite spacious and could comfortably accommodate all of them. Whoosh! Xian materialized instantly. Scanning with his divine sense, he quickly located both Goku and Vegeta. A faint smile graced his lips as he murmured, "Living together, are they? That makes things convenient for me." Whoosh! Xian activated instant transmission once more and arrived at the courtyard of Bulma's house. The moment he appeared, both Goku and Vegeta immediately noticed him. The two eagerly rushed toward him. "Good morning, Lord Kaioshin." Goku greeted him in an overly familiar manner. "Old son, watch your attitude." Piccolo swiftly flew over, reprimanding sharply. "Lord Kaioshin, please forgive old son's insolence." He bowed respectfully. "What harm could it do? Besides, Lord Kaioshin, you still owe me a duel," Goku muttered casually. "Old son." Piccolo glared at Goku fiercely as though ready to devour him alive. Under such a withering stare, Goku grew visibly flustered and could only scratch his head in awkward embarrassment. Xian chuckled. "It's quite all right, Mr. Piccolo. There is no need for such formality among us. Simply speak with me as you normally would. As for that duel between you and Mr. Goku, once we reach the Kaioshin realm, we shall have more than ample time." Vegeta shot Goku an impatient glare and snapped, "Kakarot, stop meddling. The only thing that matters right now is training. Put everything else aside. But the duel is also quite important." Vegeta and Piccolo immediately turned and fixed him with murderous glares. Unable to bear it, Goku fell reluctantly silent. Seeing everyone had quieted, Xian asked with a smile, "Mr. Goku, Mr. Vegeta, are you ready? If so, let us depart." "Yes, we are both prepared, Lord Kaioshin." "Thank you for your trouble," Vegeta said. Just then Bulma, Chi-Chi, and the others finally arrived. Seeing this, Goku smiled and addressed the group. "Everyone, Vegeta and I will be leaving now. Take care of yourselves." Chi-Chi gazed longingly at Goku and pleaded, "Goku, please remember to come home and visit." "Father, I am sorry, but I cannot accompany you on your training," Gohan said apologetically. Goku smiled warmly. "Gohan, everyone must walk their own path. Since you wish to become a scholar, then work diligently. I support you, son." "Yes." Gohan nodded, deeply moved. After exchanging farewells with everyone, Goku turned to Xian with an apologetic expression. "I'm sorry, Lord Kaioshin. It appears I have kept you waiting rather long." "No matter. Cultivation need not be rushed," Xian replied. "But Mr. Vegeta, are you not going to bid farewell to your wife and child?" Vegeta snorted coldly. "There is no need. In that case, let us be on our way," Xian said with a smile. With a mere thought, he activated spatial displacement, carrying Goku and Vegeta away from Earth. The Kaioshin realm. Whoosh! Xian appeared alongside Goku and Vegeta. Vegeta's gaze swept swiftly across the surroundings, his expression betraying nothing. Goku, on the other hand, darted around in wonder, a naive look of amazement spreading across his face. "Is this really the Kaioshin realm? It's so enormous." Vegeta's cheeks flushed slightly as he sharply rebuked, "Kakarot, stop making such a spectacle. You're disgracing all Saiyans." At that moment, sensing Xian's presence, Gibbet immediately flew over with Broly. "Lord Kaioshin." Gibbet bowed respectfully. Broly awkwardly mimicked Gibbet's gesture. Upon seeing the two, Goku paused, pointed at Gibbet, and blurted out in shock, "Weren't you dead?" Gibbet's face darkened with fury as he glared at Goku. "You insensitive fool, do you have any idea how rude that is?" "Oh, I get it." Goku clenched his right fist and slammed it against his left palm, his face lighting up with realization. "You must have been brought back to life by the Dragon Balls, right?" Veins bulged on Gibbet's forehead as he turned to Xian and pleaded, "Lord Kaioshin, is it truly wise to keep such an idiot within the Kaioshin realm?" Hey, how dare you insult people like that?" Goku grumbled disapprovingly. Xian stepped forward with a warm smile, easing the tension between both parties. Goku, being a naturally carefree soul, quickly forgot about Gibbet's harsh words and fixed his curious gaze upon Broly. "Lord Kaioshin, who is that?" Goku pointed at Broly and asked. Xian smiled and introduced him. "His name is Broly, the scion I mentioned to you both earlier." Vegeta's gaze shifted over. "Wow, are you that scion? Lord Kaioshin told me you're incredibly powerful, right? How about we spar?" "Wow, are you that scion? Lord Kaioshin spoke highly of your strength, correct? Shall we test each other?" "Son," Goku said excitedly. Broly, unaccustomed to Goku's boisterous nature, could only look to Xian for guidance. Xian smiled as he introduced Broly. "Broly, this is Son Goku. You may also call him Kakarot. That one over there is Vegeta. The two of them like your scions. They are your fellow clansmen." "Clansmen?" Broly seemed puzzled by the term. Xian explained, "They are like your father, your own kin." "Kin?" Broly's eyes lit up. He understood the word, and his gaze toward Goku and Vegeta softened considerably. Vegeta scrutinized Broly from head to toe, thinking to himself, "Is this the scion with the highest talent that Lord Kaioshin mentioned?" Nothing particularly impressive, it seems. His power was quite ordinary. Goku eagerly tried to draw Broly into a spar, but Broly, by nature averse to combat, simply had no desire to fight. Seeing that he couldn't persuade Broly, Goku turned his attention to Xian, his eyes brightening. "Lord Kaioshin, you haven't forgotten our agreement, have you?" Xian smiled at Goku. He didn't even need to read minds. To see that expression was enough to know what Goku wanted. He nodded. Indeed, I haven't forgotten. What? You wish to test yourself against me already? What a... Gibbet's eyes widened. He glared viciously at Goku and scolded. You mortal daring to challenge the mighty Lord Kaioshin. How utterly presumptuous. Lord Kaioshin, there's no need for you to lay a finger on such a fool. Let me deal with him. Xion glanced at Gibbet and kindly warned, Gibbet, if you were to face Mr. Son Goku now, you might be defeated in an instant. Hearing this, Gibbet stiffened. Having exited the story so early during the Buu arc, he was unaware of Goku's true strength. But since Lord Kaioshin himself claimed Gibbet was no match, he accepted that reality. Yet even so, as a servant of Lord Kaioshin, he could not allow such a lowly ant to provoke his master. Gibbet's eyes hardened, and he glared at Goku. Mortal, if you wish to challenge Lord Kaioshin, you'll have to go through my dead body first. Witnessing Gibbet's loyal devotion, Xion chuckled and raised a hand, a mysterious force pulling Gibbet back. Gibbet, hold your temper. Mr. Son Goku and his companions are the heroes who defeated the Demon Buu. As a reward for saving the universe, I promised each of them one wish. Mr. Son Goku's wish is simply to spar with me. As a Kaioshin, I cannot break my word. Step aside, Gibbet, and let me face him. Though still resentful, Gibbet refrained from further interference. He only continued to glare venomously at Goku, whose reputation in his eyes had undoubtedly sunk to its lowest point. Xion walked forward and said with a smile, Mr. Son Goku, you may attack me whenever you're ready. Goku's expression grew serious. A smile played on his lips as he assumed his fighting stance. In that case, Lord Kaioshin, I'm coming. Please. Xion gestured. Here I go. Goku shouted and launched his assault in his base form. Xion smiled, faintly evading with leisurely grace. No matter how Goku attacked, he couldn't even brush Xion's clothing. Seeing this, Goku chuckled softly. Lord Kaioshin, truly formidable. Then, Goku's aura condensed and his power erupted. Swirling golden flames crackled with lightning around him as he transformed directly into Super Saiyan 2. Lord Kaioshin, round 2 begins. Goku called out before launching another barrage of attacks. But the result was unchanged. Vegeta watched intently, and as a bystander, he could clearly perceive the vast gap between Goku and Xion. Goku himself must have known. He was no match for Xion, yet he still mustered the courage to challenge him. Hiya! Goku pummeled Xion with fists, kicks, and energy blasts, yet Xion remained effortlessly relaxed, dodging every strike as though strolling through a garden. Seeing this, Goku's grin widened with excitement. He clenched his fists and roared, drawing even more power. Hiya! As Goku's ki surged, his hair grew wildly, his brow ridge thickened, and his overwhelming presence became terrifying. This was Super Saiyan 3. Super Saiyan 3. Goku regarded Xion with a stern expression and remarked calmly, Lord Kaioshin, round 3 begins. This time will be entirely different. Xion offered a faint smile and extended his hand. Please. Goku narrowed his eyes, flashed forward, and delivered a devastating right punch. Xion calmly raised a single finger and blocked it. Eyes widening in surprise that he'd finally connected, Goku unleashed faster and fiercer strikes. Yet Xion stood motionless, deflecting every brutal attack with just one finger. Gibbet appeared beside Vegeta, sneering. That man is your comrade, isn't he? Daring to challenge Lord Kaioshin, so foolishly arrogant. Watch closely as your companion suffers total defeat. Vegeta replied coldly, I know that without being told. From the start of this fight, Kakarot never stood a chance. Gibbet asked in confusion, then why did he foolishly challenge Lord Kaioshin? Vegeta sneered. This is the nature of the Saiyans, a battle-seeking race. Gibbet narrowed his eyes and mocked, I see. If all Saiyans are as foolish as that moron, then their destruction would be entirely justified. Vegeta's eyes flashed dangerously. He turned his head to glare at Gibbet, his aura subtly flaring. Would you like to experience the power of a Saiyan firsthand? Feeling the icy pressure radiating from Vegeta, Gibbet broke into a cold sweat. He realized Vegeta was just as formidable as Goku. Instantly sober, he ceased his taunts. Vegeta snorted, turned back, and continued watching the battle between Goku and Xion, or rather the game of an adult amusing himself with a child. Hiya! Goku roared, unleashing a flurry of strikes. When punches and kicks proved futile, he stepped back, gathering his energy. Came. Haim. Hyh. A massive blue energy wave shot forth, roaring toward Xion. Xion smiled faintly, rising into the air to sidestep the blast. End of this chapter. Seeing this, Sun Wukong's lips curled into a smile as he said, Lord Supreme Kai, my attacks are not so easily evaded. The energy wave shot straight, then began to curve as it sped toward Shin in the sky. Shin smiled and praised such immense power, yet you control it so effortlessly. Impressive. Shin attempted to dodge at top speed in the sky, but no matter how he moved, the energy wave seemed to have eyes of its own, agile and precise each time, closing in on him flawlessly. Impressive, Shin remarked again, raising his hand and giving a gentle tap. The menacing energy wave immediately dissipated. Damn it. Sun Wukong clenched his fists as energy swirled around his body, then roared and unleashed his prince's fighting style at Shin. Shin watched the sky fill with incoming energy spheres, a smile playing on his lips as he lightly traced a line through the air. A massive rift tore open in space itself, swallowing nearly all the energy blasts before they could reach him without so much as a ripple. However, a few energy spheres slipped through, scattering in all directions. One happened to be heading straight toward the mountain of delicacies that Shin had created for the chubby beau. At that moment, the chubby beau was rolling about on the mountain of delicacies, able to eat delicious food simply by opening his mouth, no matter which direction his face was turned. Just then, a golden energy sphere fell from the sky. The chubby beau curiously looked up and let the energy sphere land on the mountain of delicacies. Boom. The mountain of delicacies exploded outright. The chubby beau wasn't hurt, but he stared blankly at the destroyed mountain with wide eyes, veins bulging on his forehead, white steam erupting from the pores on his body. The chubby beau was furious. He glared upward in anger toward where the energy sphere had come from, then shot off in that direction with tremendous force. Yeah. Sun Wukong continued his assault with energy spheres. The sky practically choked with them as they blocked Shin from every direction. This time Shin couldn't use the same trick to casually withstand Sun Wukong's attacks. Shin glanced at the sky full of energy spheres and commented, "Good momentum, but rather wasteful of energy." H8. Sun Wukong waved his hand, and the energy spheres hovering around Shin all came rocketing toward him at once. Shin didn't try to block it head-on, he simply teleported out of the way. Whoosh. Shin appeared right in front of Sun Wukong with a smile. "Mr. Wukong, I think this battle has gone far enough." Sun Wukong's eyes narrowed sharply, and he immediately threw a punch. Whoosh. Shin flashed away to dodge, then reappeared behind Sun Wukong, raising his hand to press down on Sun Wukong's shoulder. Boom. Sun Wukong was shoved straight into the ground, his golden aura dissipating as he dropped out of Super Saiyan 3 form, reverting to his normal state, and collapsing unconscious in the massive crater. Looking at the unconscious Sun Wukong, Shin chuckled softly. "I may have been a bit too forceful there." Jibiat grinned and turned to Vegeta. "See this, Scion? This is the power of Lord Supreme Kai. An existence your kind of mortals could never hope to defeat no matter what." Vegeta snorted dismissively, barely bothering to glance at Jibiat, but suddenly his expression shifted as his eyes locked onto something in the distance. A pink aura hurtling toward them at incredible speed. That's Majin Buu. Vegeta's eyes widened in disbelief as he shouted. The chubby Buu, veins throbbing on his forehead, charged over and hovered in midair, roaring down at the group below. "Who did this? Who destroyed my food just now?" Shin looked up, smiled, and gave a casual gesture, an irresistible force pulling the chubby Buu down from the sky. "Buu, calm down." Shin's eyes flashed with divine light as the forced calm ability activated. The raging Buu suddenly composed himself, his angry gaze clearing. He looked at Shin with a wronged expression, muttering, "Xian, my food is gone." Shin smiled. "It's alright. If the food is gone, I'll make you more." Yage. The chubby Buu jumped up happily. Vegeta stared at the scene and shook his mouth agape as he asked in confusion, "Why? Why is Majin Buu here? Wait. He should have been killed by Vegeto by now." Jibiat chuckled. Lord Supreme Kai resurrected Majin Buu and erased his past memories. The current Buu is as innocent as a child. Lord Supreme Kai intends to train Buu into a warrior who protects the universe. Train Buu into a warrior who protects the universe. Vegeta found this absurd. What had their previous battles been for then? Shin looked down at the unconscious Sun Wukong and pointed his finger, sending forth a healing ray. Sun Wukong's injuries visibly recovered, his ki replenished to its peak, and even his tattered clothes became brand new. Ugh. Sun Wukong opened his eyes and slowly climbed out of the crater, muttering to himself, "Lord Supreme Kai is so powerful." Standing up, he turned to look at Shin, then noticed the chubby Buu beside him and asked in surprise, "Isn't that Buu?" Shin explained, "Don't worry, Mr. Sun Wukong. The current Buu is harmless. I plan to train him as a peaceful warrior who protects the universe." "Is that so?" Sun Wukong tilted his head, and with his simple mind quickly accepted this premise before excitedly saying to Buu, "Buu, let's have a match. I didn't get enough of a fight against you last time." The chubby Buu glared at Sun Wukong. He sensed a familiar aura from this person. The same energy as the energy sphere that had destroyed his mountain of delicacies. It was this person who destroyed his food. The chubby Buu huffed angrily, turning his head away from Sun Wukong, with an unmistakable expression of displeasure plastered across his face. The chubby Buu pointed at Sun Wukong and told Shin, "Xian, Buu dislikes this person." Dislikes me. Why?" Sun Wukong pointed at himself, asking in confusion. Shin smiled and explained, "Because you just destroyed Buu's food, so he really dislikes you now." "Food, Seeing Sun Wukong still looked puzzled, Shin's eyes flashed with divine light, once more projecting the events of earlier directly into Sun Wukong's mind as vivid imagery. After watching the images in his mind, Sun Wukong immediately understood what had happened and quickly apologized. I'm sorry. It wasn't intentional." "Oomph." The chubby Buu raised his head angrily, refusing to accept Sun Wukong's apology unless he could provide a mountain of delicacies that would never run out of food. Just then, Jibiat walked over with Vegeta and Broly. Lord Supreme Kai. Jibiat bowed to Shin, then looked at Sun Wukong mockingly and taunted, "Well, mortal, did you experience Lord Supreme Kai's power? Any thoughts?" Sun Wukong tilted his head and thought for a moment, then laughed heartily. "Lord Supreme Kai is truly amazing. I stand no chance against him at all." Jibiat huffed. "Mortal, you should thank Lord Supreme Kai for showing mercy, or you'd already be dead." End of chapter. Enough. Shin raised his hand to cut off Kibito's caustic retort. "From now on we'll be spending a lot of time together, so let's all get along peacefully and try not to fight." "Huh, we can't fight?" Goku asked in surprise, his eyes widening. Shin smiled and said sparring is fine, but you can't go all out. "Good, that's fine." Goku was relieved. "Now let me introduce everyone to one another." After Shin made brief introductions among them, he smiled and said, "For the next few years you'll all be staying in the Supreme Kai realm to train. I'll pass on everything I have and turn you into the most powerful warriors in the entire universe." Haha, that really is something to look forward to. Goku scratched his head and laughed. "Humph." Vegeta snorted with amusement, sweeping his gaze over Goku, Fat Bu, and Broly. "Just you wait," he said to himself. "The strongest one will definitely be me." Fat Bu had no interest in growing stronger. He rubbed his belly and said to Shin plaintively, "Shin, Bu wants to eat." Broly meanwhile stood there blankly lost in thought. Looking at the group of distinct personalities before him, Shin laughed to himself. The Supreme Kai realm has been peaceful for millions of years. It's going to get quite lively from now on. I wonder if Kibito can stand it. Time flowed onward like a mighty rushing river. For years passed in the blink of an eye. In the Supreme Kai realm, two crimson figures were locked in combat in the sky. They were Goku and Vegeta. Both were wreathed in red ore as their hair, and eyes turned crimson as well. It was unmistakably the Super God Red form. After 4 years of Shin's tutelage, Goku and Vegeta had mastered godly power and could transform into Super God Red and Super God Blue. Shin leaned against a large tree, smiling as he looked up at the two fiercely fighting in the sky. Beside him, Broly sat cross-legged in quiet meditation. Godly power also swirled around him, though its color was different from that of Goku and Vegeta. Compared with the volatile red and blue godly power of Goku and Vegeta, Broly's godly power had become emerald green after merging with his legendary Super Saiyan form. That emerald godly power no longer carried the violent, destructive aura of his legendary form. It was nothing but calm, radiating life and vitality. Shin glanced at Broly's condition, and a gratified smile spread across his face. Broly could now control his power perfectly and would never fly into a frenzy again. The training progress of the three Saiyans was extremely gratifying. The only regret was Bu. Shin turned to look into the distance where a new mountain of delicious food stood. Fat Bu was happily rolling around on it. His days were a cycle of eating and sleeping with no training at all. Shin didn't like forcing others. Since Fat Bu refused to train, so be it. He would simply treat him as a special pet. As long as Bu didn't go out and cause trouble, Shin could keep him for the rest of his life. Just then Kibito flew over and said respectfully, "Lord Supreme, Kai lunch is ready." Shin smiled and nodded. "Kibito, thank you for your hard work. Please go call Goku and the others to come eat." "Yes, Lord Supreme Kai." Kibito gave a slight bow, then flew off toward where Goku and Vegeta were fighting. Watching Kibito's departing figure, Shin felt a little helpless. Compared with the three Saiyans who had progressed at an astonishing speed, Kibito had made almost no progress. It wasn't that Shin hadn't put his heart into teaching Kibito. It was simply that Kibito's state of being was fundamentally different from that of mortals. Kibito was extremely talented, but because of his race's characteristics, his genetic locks were exceptionally sturdy. Any improvement in power had to be measured on a timescale of centuries. Those with a long lifespan must train on a timescale far beyond that of mortals. This was Shin's assessment of Kibito and of himself. "Goku, Vegeta, time to eat," Kibito called to the two from a distance. He didn't dare get too close. Losing his life to the shockwaves of their fight would be far too unjust. Even if the Supreme Kai could later go to the other world to fish him out and bring him back to life, it would still be humiliating. Hearing this, Goku and Vegeta immediately stopped fighting. Goku's eyes lit up. Food. Food. With that, he abandoned Vegeta and flew downward. Vegeta clicked his tongue in annoyance. "Kakarot, don't sneak ahead." Then he gave chase. Delicious, delicious. Goku and Vegeta wolfed down their food. Even at mealtime, they kept the Super God Red form active, quietly vying to see who could eat more. Shin watched from the side with a smile. He was the one who had made them keep this form. Super God Red consumed very little godly power, making it the best form to maintain as their base, constantly letting them sense godly power. Shin's requirement was that no matter what Goku and Vegeta were doing, even sleeping or unconscious, they must not drop out of Super God Red. It was hard for them at first, but after a year or two of training, they could use Super God Red as their normal state and handle godly power with ease born of familiarity. Even Super God Blue, which devoured godly power at a fearsome rate, could now be maintained for a whole day by Goku and Vegeta when they weren't fighting. With his mouth stuffed with food, Goku still remembered to invite Shin, and Kibito mumbling indistinctly MMPH. MMPH. Though Shin couldn't understand what Goku was saying, he grasped his meaning through mind reading and said with a smile, "No need. You two eat. Kibito and I don't need food." Shin turned to Broly, who was still meditating, and walked over to ask, "Broly, aren't you going to eat?" Broly opened his eyes, which shone with clarity, and said with a simple smile, "I'm not hungry." Shin glanced at the vigorous godly power around Broly, filled with life energy, and could understand why he wasn't hungry. I'm full. Goku patted his round belly and lay contentedly on the grass. Vegeta glanced at Goku, raised the corner of his mouth, stuffed another chicken leg into his mouth, and laughed. "I won this contest." But Goku ignored him, taking away every bit of Vegeta's joy and victory. At that moment, Shin walked over and asked with a smile, "Vegeta, if I remember correctly, tomorrow is Bulma's 38th birthday. I'll give you all 2 days off. You can return to Earth and rest well." Goku's eyes brightened. "Great. I've been wanting to rest for 2 days. Vegeta, however, was displeased. "Kakarot, you're far too slack. You're going to let me surpass you." "But Goku said we train every day. Our bodies and minds won't be able to take it like this. Resting is how you get even better." "TCH. What nonsense," Vegeta said irritably. Shin smiled and explained, "Vegeta, Goku is right. Resting leads to better progress. You're simply wound too tightly, which is why you're always 1 step behind Goku. Go back and rest for 2 days. Rest is also a kind of training, especially good for comprehending godly power." Vegeta frowned, gave a snort, and did not argue any further. "Jebet, please escort the 2 of them back to Earth," Shin said. Jebet replied respectfully, "Yes, Supreme Kaisama." Watching Jebet depart with the 2, the smile on Shin's face gradually faded. He looked up at the sky, divine light flickering in his eyes as he peered through layers of dimensions, witnessing the events unfolding across the universe. Another planet has vanished. It seems that with the approach of the great prophecy, Beerus has already awakened. How restless he is. Having just awoken, he has already destroyed several planets. In the vast expanse of the universe, the god of destruction, Beerus, gazed down at the exploding planet below, his temper flaring. "Why can't I remember? It was right on the tip of my tongue." Beerus felt increasingly irritable. He had dreamt of a super warrior from the universe who could match him in battle. Yet the name of that super warrior, though he remembered it upon waking, slipped away the moment he turned his head. The name was right there on the edge of his thoughts, but he simply could not recall it. This maddening sensation left him seething with frustration. "Beerus-sama, you seem quite agitated since waking this time. Did something happen?" Whis asked. "I had a prophetic dream. A super warrior capable of matching me appeared, but I cannot recall that warrior's name." Beerus explained. "That was merely a dream. In this universe, no warrior exists who can rival you," Whis said. "Is that so?" Beerus stared at the exploding planet below, replaying the dream in his mind. Whether it was an illusion or not, a humanoid silhouette began to emerge amidst the destruction. Beerus's eyes widened slightly, a smile curling at the corners of his mouth. "I think I remember. The name of that super warrior." Whis watched him curiously. Beerus grinned. "Super Saiyan God. Super Saiyan God." Whis echoed, puzzled. Beerus's confident expression wavered once more. "I think that's the name. But then again, maybe not," Whis remarked flatly, then saying it is no different from not saying it. Beerus closed his eyes, shaking his head as he muttered, Super what? Super Saiyan God. Saiyan God. What was it exactly?" Whis suggested. "Perhaps we should return to the realm of the gods of destruction, eat something, and think it over." Beerus's eyes lit up. "That's not a bad idea. Let's do that." As the words fell, Whis employed his divine power, enveloping Beerus and speeding toward the realm of the gods of destruction at the fastest velocity in the universe. Along the way, Beerus kept trying to recall the name of that super warrior, but to no avail. Frustrated, he barked at Whis. "Whis, use your abilities to find that person for me." Whis said helplessly, "Beerus-sama, even I cannot locate a target without a confirmed name. Please ascertain the name first." Beerus grumbled. "I think you're just too lazy to help me." Whis gave an awkward smile. "How could that be? Oh, by the way, I recall there's a limited edition dessert in the fridge back home. Let's head back and enjoy it." "Really? Then hurry back." Beerus's attention was successfully diverted, and he dropped the matter for the time being. In the realm of the gods of destruction, Beerus and Whis savored the limited edition desserts, both wearing expressions of pure contentment. "Beerus-sama, have you remembered the name of the warrior from your dream?" Whis asked. Beerus's face clouded with difficulty as he pondered deeply, still uncertain. "Forget it. Let's ask the oracle fish." Beerus said helplessly. "Oracle fish, are you there?" he called out loudly. After a wait, the oracle fish emerged, and Beerus finally learned the name of the super warrior from his dream. "Super Saiyan God. I knew I hadn't misremembered." "Whis," Beerus shouted. "Understood, Beerus-sama." Whis raised his hand resignedly, and the angel staff materialized in his grasp. He lowered his gaze and began searching the universe for the existence known as Super Saiyan God. After a moment, Whis remarked in surprise, "There truly is such a being, and in fact 2 of them." "2?" Beerus's eyes widened, then excitement spread across his face. "How thrilling. Where are they?" Whis said, "They reside on the green planet 877 in Sector 4032, a world its inhabitants call Earth." "Earth? Super Saiyan gods live there. Fascinating. At last I found you." Whis asked. Beerus-sama, shall we head to Earth now to seek out the two Super Saiyan gods? Beerus lounged lazily on the sofa, waving a hand. No, I'm too tired today. Let's rest for the night and go look for them tomorrow. The next day, age 778, August 18th. It was Bulma's 38th birthday. She had chartered a luxurious cruise liner and invited all her friends to celebrate, including Shin and Jebbit. Supreme Kai-sama, Mr. Jebbit, welcome to my birthday party. Bulma exclaimed excitedly. In previous years she had also invited Shin and Jebbit, but they had always declined. This time she had only sent the extra invitations out of habit, never truly expecting them to come. So when Shin and Jebbit actually arrived, Bulma was genuinely flattered. After all, she now understood Shin's identity, a figure of ultimate stature standing at the apex of the universe. For him to decline an invitation to a mere mortal's birthday party would have been perfectly normal. Shin smiled. I declined your invitations a few times due to prior obligations, Lady Bulma. This time, with such a gracious invitation, we simply couldn't bring ourselves to refuse. Jebbit, Shin called. Yes, Supreme Kai-sama. Jebbit stepped forward and presented the small gift box he had been holding to Bulma. This is a birthday gift from Supreme Kai-sama. Your presence alone is the greatest gift. You shouldn't have brought anything. Bulma demurred. Shin chuckled. It's merely a trifle. Lady Bulma, please don't refuse. Open it and see. Then I won't stand on ceremony. Bulma was not one to fuss. Since Shin had said so, she accepted the gift graciously. Though opening a gift in front of the guest might ordinarily be considered impolite, the giver himself did not mind, so Bulma saw no reason to worry. Bulma untied the wrapping. The box was small, barely the size of a palm, and inside lay a smaller case. When she opened it, she found an exquisite silver necklace. Beholding the delicate silver necklace within its case, Bulma broke into a smile. Supreme Kai-sama, I love this gift. Thank you. Shin smiled and raised his hand, saying, Madam Bulma, why not try it on? All right. Bulma nodded, took the necklace, and put it on. After Bulma put on the necklace, the silver gemstone attached to it emitted a faint glow. Bulma looked down at the shining gemstone, a surprised expression appearing on her face. Shin smiled and explained, Madam Bulma, this necklace is not merely for adornment. It contains a trace of my divine power. When you are attacked, it will protect you from harm. Not only that, as long as you wear it often, it will also keep you forever young. Forever young. Bulma widened her eyes. She cared little for the necklace's other functions, but the effect of eternal youth truly delighted her. Thank you so much, Lord Supreme Kai. You have given me such a precious gift, I don't know how to repay you. Bulma said excitedly. Shin smiled and replied, as long as you like it, Madam Bulma. To me it is merely a trinket, so please don't worry about it. Besides Madam Bulma, other guests have arrived. Won't you go greet them? Bulma looked up and saw Chi-Chi and Gohan arriving as well. She gave Shin an apologetic smile and said, then please excuse me, Lord Supreme Kai, Mr. Kibito. Please enjoy the party to your heart's content. I'll go greet my other friends now. Go ahead, Madam Bulma. Don't mind us, Shin said. Watching Bulma leave, Kibito asked in confusion, Lord Supreme Kai, why did we come to attend a mortal's birthday party? Just because that woman is Mr. Vegeta's wife. Shin smiled and replied, isn't that reason enough? Kibito fell silent, not knowing how to refute that. Yo, Lord Supreme Kai. A voice that was both innocent and familiar called out. Shin turned his head and saw Son Goku in his Super Saiyan God form. Yo, Goku. Shin smiled and greeted him. Son Goku ran up to Shin with a grin and said, Lord Supreme Kai, I never thought you'd come to Bulma's birthday party. I figured you wouldn't show this time either. Shin explained, I already declined Madam Bulma's invitation several times. It would be impolite to refuse again. By the way, where's Vegeta? Son Goku scratched his head, looking troubled. Vegeta? He's at home training. Even though you gave us 2 days off, all he does is train. That's just like Vegeta. Shin chuckled, then added, but training must balance work with rest. Training without moderation like this will only harm the body. Kibito, please go fetch Vegeta. Shin instructed. Yes, Lord Supreme Kai. Kibito gave a slight bow, then vanished using instant transmission. At that moment, Vegeta was training inside the gravity chamber. The instant Kibito appeared, the chamber's gravity pressed down on him. The Patera earring Kibito wore emitted a radiant light, helping him withstand the gravity of the chamber. That Patera earring had been specially created for Kibito by Shin, possessing the same function as the necklace given to Bulma. Vegeta, who was training, frowned the moment he saw Kibito appear. He quickly halted his training and deactivated the gravity system in the chamber. Kibito, is something the matter? Vegeta asked. Kibito replied, Lord Supreme Kai asked me to bring you to him. Lord Supreme Kai. Has he come to Earth? Vegeta asked in surprise. Yes, Mr. Vegeta. Lord Supreme Kai is currently at your wife's birthday party. He instructed me to bring you there. Kibito explained. Lord Supreme Kai actually attending Bulma's birthday party. That's quite a rarity, Vegeta remarked. I think so too, Kibito agreed with a nod. Come give me your hand, and I'll take you there. Kibito raised his hand and gestured. TCH. Vegeta clicked his tongue in annoyance and reached out his hand. Swoosh. Kibito activated instant transmission. On the luxury cruise liner. Swoosh. Kibito appeared together with Vegeta. Vegeta immediately shook off Kibito's hand, then crossly crossed his arms over his chest and tilted his head upward. Lord Supreme Kai, Mr. Vegeta has been brought here, Kibito said. Thank you for your trouble, Kibito. Shin glanced at Vegeta. Seeing that he was slightly out of breath and drenched in sweat, Shin shook his head with a helpless smile. Vegeta, I told you to come back and rest properly. If you keep pushing yourself like this, you'll never surpass Goku. When he finished speaking, Shin raised his hand and used his ability to restore Vegeta's stamina, cleansed him, and even changed him into a fresh set of clothes. Vegeta explained, I know. It's just that I can't stand to be idle, so I found something to do. Shin reminded him, Vegeta, the key to comprehending divine power lies in elevating the state of your mind. At your current level of strength, simply training the physical body is meaningless. Did you hear that, Vegeta? Even Lord Supreme Kai says that resting more helps with training. Son Goku cut in. Vegeta glared at Son Goku, resentfully snorted, and turned to leave. Seeing this, Shin smiled helplessly and said, everyone just relax for now. Today set aside all thoughts of training. In the realm of the gods of destruction, Beerus urged, Whis, isn't the lunchbox ready yet? Whis walked over helplessly, carrying the packed lunchbox. The lunchbox is ready. Honestly, Lord Beerus, there's no need to be so impatient. The Super Saiyan God isn't going to run away. Beerus grinned and said, I can't wait to test myself against the Super Saiyan God. Let's go to Earth. Yes, Lord Beerus. As Beerus placed his hand on Whis's back, a streak of light enveloped them, then shot toward the universe at tremendous speed. Back on Earth, Shin narrowed his eyes. He sensed two vast divine energies flying toward Earth at breakneck speed. It's Beerus and Whis. They're coming to Earth. Shin sat up from his lounge chair and instructed Kibito beside him, Kibito, bring Goku and Vegeta here. Yes, Lord Supreme Kai. Kibito quickly got up from his lounge chair and went to find the two Saiyans. Soon he brought back the pair who had been enjoying their meal. Lord Supreme Kai, did you need us? Son Goku asked while chewing on two large chicken drumsticks, one in each hand. Vegeta was much the same, eating as he looked at Shin curiously. Shin looked at them with a grave expression and said, a troublesome figure is heading toward Earth. A troublesome figure? Who? Son Goku asked curiously. The god of destruction, Beerus. Shin said solemnly. Clatter. The food in Vegeta's hand fell to the ground. He stared at Shin in shock. The god of destruction, Beerus. End of chapter. Huh. Vegeta, do you know that person? Son Goku asked curiously. Vegeta recalled his childhood trauma, his body trembling as he stammered, Lord Beerus, the destroyer god. The deity, said to be on par with Lord Kaioshin. I encountered him when I was a child. On par with Lord Kaioshin. Then he must be incredibly powerful. Goku asked excitedly. Vegeta wiped cold sweat from his brow. Yes. Exceedingly so. No one shares the same rank as Lord Kaioshin without possessing genuine strength. Hearing this, Goku grew even more animated, setting aside his food entirely as he turned to shun. Lord Kaioshin, just how formidable is this destroyer god? Extremely formidable, Shin replied gravely. Even the two of you combined would stand no chance against the destroyer god. Wow, is he really that strong? I can't wait to fight him, Goku said with a grin. Watching such naive and foolish Goku, Vegeta glared at him irritably before turning serious to ask Shin. Lord Kaioshin, you're saying Lord Beerus, the destroyer god, is coming to Earth? What's going on? Who knows? Beerus is the destroyer god. His duty is to annihilate planets and all life within the universe. He's likely come to Earth to destroy it. That won't do. Goku's playful expression hardened as he declared firmly, Earth is my home. No matter how powerful this destroyer god is, I won't let him harm this planet. Commendable courage. Shin nodded appreciatively, then proposed, in about 15 minutes Lord Beerus, the destroyer god, will arrive at Earth. Rather than waiting passively, why don't we take the initiative and seek them out? Hearing this, Goku's eyes lit up, nodding repeatedly. Excellent idea. That's exactly what I was thinking. Vegeta's gaze grew grave. If the destroyer god truly intends to destroy Earth, then confrontation with him is inevitable. I agree with taking the offensive. Then let's set out. But before that, don't you need to say goodbye to your wives? Especially you, Vegeta. After all, today is your wife's birthday. Shin asked. No need for such trouble. Telling those women would only cause unnecessary worry, so I'd rather not inform them. Vegeta said. Goku nodded, repeatedly agreeing with Vegeta's words. In that case, let's go. Divine light flickered around Shin's body, enveloping Goku, Vegeta, and Gibbet, who had been standing beside Shin the entire time, before they shot skyward into the cosmos. This spectacle was witnessed by many, all gaping in astonishment. Krillin, Piccolo, Gohan, the Z fighters alike, gazed at Shun and the others, departing, their faces etched with confusion. Father and Lord Kaioshin. Where are they going? Son Gohan asked, puzzled. Piccolo narrowed his eyes, his expression grave. Something serious must have occurred. Otherwise Lord Kaioshin wouldn't have taken both Old Master Son and Vegeta. Bulma approached, resentfully complaining to everyone. Honestly, today is my birthday, and that bastard Vegeta didn't even deign to say goodbye before leaving. Annoying. Seeing Bulma furious, the group forced awkward smiles. No one dared provoke her at such a moment. In the vast expanse of the cosmos, a streak of light hurtled toward Earth at tremendous speed. Have we arrived yet? Whis say, Lord Beerus complained impatiently. Whis sighed helplessly and explained, 10 more minutes, Lord Beerus. So slow. Can't you go any faster? Beerus grumbled. Whis retorted annoyed, this is already the fastest speed in the universe. TCH. After flying for several more minutes, Whis suddenly made an oh sound, then the glowing aura enveloping him dissipated, and he and Beerus came to a hover in the cosmos. Seeing Whis stop, Beerus asked hopefully, Whis, have we arrived? No, not yet, Lord Beerus. Whis replied. Hearing this, Beerus frowned discontentedly and said, then why stop if you haven't arrived? Whis explained, Lord Beerus, someone is approaching ahead. Someone? Who? Beerus peeked out from behind Whis, and a streak of light at the edge of the cosmos caught his eye. In just a few blinks, the streak that had been at the universe's farthest reaches flew right before them. The streak of light dissipated, revealing 4 figures within, none other than Shun, Gibbet's son Goku, and Vegeta. Whis regarded the 4 across from him, his gaze settling on Shun as a flicker of surprise passed through his eyes. Then he smiled and bowed politely, saying, it's Lord Kaioshin. Have you come specifically to find us? Lord Kaioshin. Beerus paused, narrowing his eyes to examine Shun, realization dawning on his face. Indeed, it is Lord Kaioshin. What brings you here? Shun explained with a smile. I was recently at Earth attending a friend's birthday party when I suddenly sensed your auras heading toward Earth, so I came specifically to welcome you both. Oh, welcome us. But you don't look like you're here to welcome anyone. Beerus squinted, looking at Goku and the other 2 behind Shun, who seemed eager for a fight, his voice grave. Let's assume we're here to welcome you, Mr. Beerus. May I ask what business brings you to Earth? Shun asked. Beerus grinned coldly. And if I told you I'm going to destroy Earth, what would you do? In that case, Vegeta and I will stop you with everything we have. Son Goku communicated telepathically with Beerus through divine power. Oh. Beerus glanced curiously at the red-haired Goku, then sidelong at Vegeta beside him, saying in surprise, you brat. You look somewhat familiar. That fellow just called you Vegeta. Are you that child of King Vegeta? Did you dye your hair? Vegeta gazed gravely at Beerus and also used divine power as a medium to communicate telepathically. Correct, I am Vegeta, Prince of Planet Vegeta. It really is you. You've grown up quite a bit, your appearance has changed. I remember you used to have black hair, Beerus said. Beerus, what is your true purpose for coming to Earth? Vegeta asked solemnly. Oh, you dare speak to me that way? It seems you have no idea of the terror a destroyer god commands. Divine power radiated from Beerus's body, his terrifying pressure oppressive toward the 4. Shun's expression remained unchanged, feeling nothing. Gibbet's Patera earrings glowed faintly, helping him resist Beerus's divine pressure. Goku and Vegeta stood as if facing a formidable enemy, their red divine power boiling within them as they resisted Beerus's oppressive force. Oh, this energy is divine power. Could the 2 of you be those so-called Super Saiyan gods? Beerus asked with keen interest. Yes, Lord Beerus, they are the 2 you were looking for. Whis said. So it really is them. Interesting. Beerus grinned, a glint of eager anticipation flickering in his eyes. Weren't you 2 just asking me what I intended to do on Earth? I'll tell you now. Beerus's purple divine power radiated from him as he said coldly, I came to destroy Earth. Hearing this, Goku and Vegeta's faces turned grim. Goku replied coldly, then we are enemies. I will never let you harm Earth. Vegeta also stared at Beerus, coldly, red divine power seething around him, blazing battle intent burning in his eyes. Oh, you would make an enemy of me. What a ridiculous joke. Beerus snickered, a cold glint in his eyes. Then let me tell you both, a god of destruction is truly terrifying. His words had barely fallen when Beerus raised a hand, gathered purple energy in his palm, and fired an energy blast. Seeing this, Shin teleported Kibito 10,000 miles away, leaving the battlefield to Goku and Vegeta. Vegeta, let's go. Don't give me orders. Their eyes grave, the 2 fired an energy blast together, canceling Beerus's attack. Oh, you have some skill. Excitement flashed in Beerus's eyes as he grinned. Come then. Let me see just how much of that super warrior from my dream, the one who could fight me on equal terms, truly has in the real world. Whoosh. In an instant, Beerus appeared before Goku and Vegeta. Their eyes narrowed in shock. So fast. Boom. Beerus sent Vegeta flying with a punch. Vegeta. Goku shouted in concern. Boom. Beerus's tail lashed out, striking Goku and sending him flying too. Is that all you've got, Super Saiyan God? How disappointing. Goku and Vegeta each steadied themselves, staring at Beerus with grim expressions. Oh, you can still stand after taking my hit. That's interesting. Beerus grinned. Goku and Vegeta exchanged a knowing glance, nodded in unison, and then lunged at Beerus. With his hands behind his back, Beerus calmly dodged Goku and Vegeta's combined attacks, his posture relaxed. How weak. Beerus remarked indifferently, then sent them flying again with a punch and a kick. Beerus raised one hand, energy gathering in his palm, and fired several purple ki blasts in rapid succession. Seeing this, Goku and Vegeta quickly dodged. The purple ki blasts, undiminished in force, slammed into several planets, which lit up and burst like fireworks across the universe. Damn it. Seeing this, Goku clenched his fists and placed his hands at his waist, gathering energy. Kamehameha. Seeing this, Vegeta narrowed his eyes, spread his hands, and gathered energy. Final flash. Huh. A blue and a golden energy wave like two roaring dragons shot toward Beerus. Beerus sneered, gathered energy in his palm, and fired two ki blasts to meet Goku and Vegeta's ultimate attacks. Boom, boom. The two ki blasts Beerus fired seemed tiny, but within them lurked terrifying energy, shoving back the two seemingly ferocious energy waves of Goku and Vegeta. Damn it. Goku gritted his teeth. He had poured all of his energy into the attack, yet he still could not push back the ki blast Beerus had casually fired. Vegeta was in the same predicament. The two struggled desperately, but the ki blast Beerus had casually fired shattered their energy, with unstoppable force threatening to strike them down at any moment. No helping it, Vegeta. Use that technique. Goku warned. Humph. You don't need to tell me. Vegeta said irritably. As the words fell, the two kept up their energy output, while closing their eyes, silently summoning the latent power within their bodies. The red aura burning around them slowly shifted to blue. With a shout, their aura completely transformed from red to blue, and even their hair turned blue. At the same time, the energy around them swelled at a visible speed. Emboldened by the surge of power, Goku and Vegeta let out a loud roar, and their energy waves grew thicker and larger, pushing back the two ki blasts they had been unable to move before. Oh, your energy has increased. You still have hidden power. Interesting. Beerus paid no heed to the two ki blasts being driven back toward him. They were merely two casual shots of energy he had fired, lacking the law of destruction. It was hardly surprising that Goku and Vegeta could send them back. Whoosh. Beerus's figure flickered, evading Goku and Vegeta's energy waves. The next second, he appeared between them. As they turned in astonishment, Beerus grinned and thrust out both fists. Boom, boom. Ow. Goku and Vegeta cried out in pain as they were sent flying backward at incredible speed, smashing through several planets before barely managing to stop. Goku was embedded deep within a planet. Even in Super Saiyan Blue, the attack just now had taken a lot out of him, and his head was spinning. So this is a god of destruction. As expected of a deity on par with Lord Supreme Kai, so strong. Like Lord Supreme Kai, his power is unfathomable. Goku sighed in admiration. What are you muttering about? Beerus appeared in front of him without warning. Goku's eyes flew open as he scrambled to his feet and retreated at high speed. Bang! Goku's retreating body came to an abrupt stop, as though he had hit an extremely hard wall. Where do you think you're going? Beerus's voice came from behind him. Goku was so frightened that his body went numb, and for a moment he could not move. Boom. Beerus kicked out, sending Goku flying into space. Whoosh. Beerus flashed above. Goku clasped his hands together and slammed them down violently. Boom. Ow. Goku let out a pained scream. The blue divine power around him scattered, reverting to red. Boom. 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 Hurtling backward, Goku crashed through several more planets before finally slamming into a rocky planet and carving out a huge crater as he barely came to a stop. Kakarot. On the other side, Vegeta felt Goku's energy plunge to its lowest point and inwardly knew something was wrong. Your turn. Beerus's voice came from behind. Vegeta's body went numb with fear as well, but this time Beerus did not attack, giving him enough time to recover. Damn it. Humiliated and enraged, Vegeta spun around and threw a sweeping punch. Whoosh. Beerus's figure flickered to avoid the blow, then instantly became solid again. Vegeta's eyes widened in shock. Beerus grinned, reached out, and flicked his finger. Bang. Ow. Vegeta screamed as he was sent flying backward. Energy coalesced in Beerus's palm, and with casual ease he fired off an energy sphere. Vegeta fought to steady himself in the vast emptiness of space, only to see an energy sphere hurtling straight toward him. Damn you. Don't underestimate me. Gritting his teeth, Vegeta channeled his power. Final flash. A golden energy wave erupted forth, clashing against the incoming sphere, and for a moment neither side yielded an inch. What? Vegeta's eyes flew wide. The energy wave he had unleashed with all his might was actually stopped by one of Beerus's casual strikes. Could the gap between their powers truly be this vast? You seem to be having a hard time. Beerus's voice drifted from behind him. Vegeta was so startled that his body went numb all over again, and his energy output stuttered to a halt. In that brief lapse, the sphere Beerus had fired tore straight through the final flash and struck Vegeta dead on. Boom. This was the thunderous roar of divine power. Even the laws of the universe bowed beneath this overwhelming force. Vegeta was blasted away by the energy sphere, his blue aura fading as he reverted to his crimson god force. Whoosh. Beerus appeared before Vegeta raised a hand and flicked his finger, dealing one final decisive blow. Bang. Vegeta went hurtling backward once more. This time he couldn't even manage a scream. Boom. Vegeta crashed heavily onto a rocky planet, carving out a deep, massive crater. He lay sprawled at the bottom, unconscious. Beerus let out a bored yawn and muttered, so this is all the Super Saiyan God amounts to. How disappointing. Just as I thought. Dreams are nothing but lies. Meanwhile, on the other side, Kibito sensed the ki of Son Goku and Vegeta plunging one after another and realized they had been defeated. Cold sweat beaded on his forehead as he stammered in panic. Mr. Goku and the others. They've lost. How could this possibly happen? Calm down, Kibito. Lord Beerus, the god of destruction, is a deity who can stand on equal footing with me. It's hardly surprising that he could defeat Goku and the others. Shin reassured him. God of destruction. Beerus. A deity I had never even heard of before. To think that this universe holds a god who can match even you, Lord Supreme Kai. It's truly unbelievable. Kibito exclaimed in astonishment. Beerus, the god of destruction, has lived for hundreds of millions of years, an ancient monster. By comparison, I have only lived a few million years. Before that, Lord, I am but a child. To be named alongside him is an honor I have done little to deserve. Shin explained with a smile. Sweat trickled down Kibito's forehead as he murmured, a deity who has lived for hundreds of millions of years. No wonder he is so overwhelmingly powerful. Lord Supreme Kai, what are we to do now? Kibito asked frantically. Be calm, Kibito. Divine light flashed in Shin's eyes as he activated forced calmness. Kibito was forcibly pacified and asked in a flat tone, Lord Supreme Kai, what should we do next? Shin smiled. Naturally, we go and pay our respects to the elder. With that, Shin transported himself and Kibito to appear directly before Beerus. Beerus watched them materialize out of thin air, eyes narrowing. Instant transmission, is it? A rather convenient ability. Shin smiled and asked Lord Beerus, did you enjoy yourself just now? Beerus stretched lazily, digging a finger into his ear with a languid air. Not in the slightest. That fight just now didn't even count as a warm-up. Shin laughed softly. It's because you were too earnest, Lord Beerus. Against a pair of mortals, you actually brought out a shred of your true power. That's rather like picking on children. Oh, quite the bold tongue. Are you lecturing me then? Beerus's eyes narrowed to dangerous slits as he fixed Shin with an icy glare. Unruffled Shin waved a hand dismissively. Don't take it so seriously, Lord Beerus. You have lived for hundreds of millions of years. It's only natural that two mortals who have cultivated for less than a century cannot defeat you. Beerus bared his teeth in a grin. In my dream I saw a being called the Super Saiyan God, who could match me in battle. But from what I've seen now, dreams are hardly worth believing. As for you, Supreme Kai, you have piqued my interest. I have met many Supreme Kais in my time. They all cowered before me, yet you stand before me with perfect calm and composure. If you were simply an ignorant fool, that would be one thing. But judging by your demeanor, you clearly understand how terrifying I am. So where does your composure come from? Shin gave no answer, a faint smile lingering on his lips. His gaze swept across the cosmos around them and came to rest upon the unconscious Son Goku and Vegeta. He raised a hand and beckoned, and the two unconscious warriors teleported to his side. Even in their comatose state, both maintained their crimson Super Saiyan God forms, the safeguard that allowed them to survive the deadly vacuum of space and the culmination of their years of training. Otherwise, the moment they lost consciousness and reverted to their normal forms, they would have been killed by the harsh environment of space. If that happened, Shin would have to make a trip to the other world to fish out their souls and then revive them. A rather troublesome affair. Shin raised a hand and fired two beams of healing light, restoring Son Goku and Vegeta to their peak condition. Beerus simply watched with narrowed eyes, offering no objection, an amused look of interest playing across his face. So this is the power of a Supreme Kai. Truly wondrous, though in the end merely a minor trick. Beerus remarked. Son Goku and Vegeta groggily regained consciousness, and the first thing they saw was Shin standing face to face with Beerus. The two snapped fully awake in an instant, hurrying back to Shin's side. With reverent tension, they said, Lord Supreme Kai, thank you once again for saving us. You two just had a taste of Lord Beerus's power. How was it? Shin asked. Son Goku's expression turned grim. Incredibly strong. Beyond belief. Vegeta nodded wordlessly, his face equally grave. Lord Beerus was merely playing with you just now. Had he been serious, you would already be dead, and likely your souls wouldn't have survived either. Now hurry up and thank Lord Beerus for holding back. Huh. Son Goku's grim look melted back into childlike innocence. He blinked and asked curiously, is that so? His gaze darted back and forth between Shin and Beerus as though trying to confirm something. Shin smiled and nodded. Isn't it obvious? You fought against Lord Beerus yourself, so you of all people should know. After all, you're still alive. Son Goku blinked, then a naive grin spread across his face. He scratched his head and bowed to Beerus. Lord Beerus, is it? Thank you for holding back. Humph. Beerus gave a cold snort. Shin turned to look at Vegeta. Vegeta's face reddened slightly. With a strained, awkward expression, he bowed and muttered, thank you for holding back. Humph. Beerus let out another light snort, this one tinged with satisfaction. Supreme Kai, what is the meaning of this? Beerus asked, his eyes narrowing. Shin said with a smile, Mr. Beerus, after that bit of exertion, you must be hungry. Why not come back to Earth with me? Earth has a great many delicacies. Beerus froze for a moment, then his eyes flew wide open. Really? He asked in delighted surprise. As his mood shifted, the suffocating pressure emanating from his body dissipated in an instant. It's true. Shin chuckled. Beerus narrowed his eyes and said in a cold, threatening tone, if you dare to lie to me, I'll destroy you as well. Shin smiled and said, Mr. Beerus, the delicacies of Earth will surely satisfy both you and Mr. Whis. Oh really? Whis, who had appeared beside Beerus at some point, covered his mouth and chuckled. That is certainly something to look forward to. So fast. Goku and Vegeta were startled as they watched Whis, who had appeared out of nowhere. Shin turned to Goku and reminded him, Goku, take Vegeta back first, and have Bulma prepare a sumptuous feast. A distinguished guest is about to arrive. In about 5 minutes, Mr. Beerus and I will descend on Earth. Go now. Goku responded with an, oh, then grabbed Vegeta by the shoulder and said, Supreme Kai, I'll head back first. Whoosh. Goku activated instant transmission and returned to Earth with Vegeta. Oh, that Scion can use instant transmission too? Beerus asked in astonishment. Shin chuckled and explained, it's merely a lower-grade version of instant transmission developed by mortals. It has a prerequisite. One must first sense the key of the destination. Otherwise it cannot be used at all, utterly incomparable to the instant transmission employed by the Supreme Kais. Beerus grinned and asked, is that so? Then why didn't you leave together with those two Scions using instant transmission just now, eh? Shin smiled and said, naturally I must accompany you, Mr. Beerus, to Earth. Otherwise it would be far too discourteous to an honored guest. This is the way we receive guests. Oh, hospitality. I like people with manners. Beerus said with a laugh. Enough idle talk. Let us set out. Earth is still quite a distance away. With Shin's suggestion made, Beerus called out Whis. Yes, Lord Beerus. Whis tapped the air lightly with his staff, and a silver stream of light enveloped both Whis and Beerus. Beerus grinned at the Supreme Kai and asked, do you need us to give you a ride? Thank you for the kind offer, but no, I will follow behind you. Shin replied. Bold words indeed. Whis make for Earth at full speed. Don't give them cause to underestimate us. Beerus said. Yes, Lord Beerus. As his words fell, the light surrounding the two shot toward Earth at incredible speed. Seeing this, Shin raised his hand and waved. The same light enveloped him and Kibito, and he chased after them. Oh, how interesting. That Supreme Kai is actually caught up. Beerus turned to look and exclaimed in surprise. Whis looked back as well, a flicker of amazement passing through his eyes, and asked in puzzlement, does the Supreme Kai possess such an ability? This is not the time to talk about that, Whis. Speed up. They're about to catch us. Beerus urged. Whis sighed helplessly. Lord Beerus, this is already the fastest speed in the universe. Damn it. Can't you put in just a little more effort? Beerus complained. Lord Beerus, don't ask for the impossible. Whis also grumbled in protest. Earth. Whoosh. Goku and Vegeta appeared via instant transmission. The moment they appeared, Piccolo and the others sensed them. Piccolo immediately stepped forward and asked, Goku, you two just left. Did something happen? Goku said urgently, this is not the time to explain, Bulma. Bulma came over at the sound and asked curiously, Goku, what's the matter? You look really anxious. Goku replied anxiously, Bulma, quick, prepare plenty of delicious food. An important figure is about to arrive. An important figure. Hearing this, everyone was stunned. After all, even the Supreme Kai had come to this birthday party. What important figure could possibly be more important than the Supreme Kai? Vegeta interjected, Beerus, the god of destruction, a deity equal in standing to the Supreme Kai, is about to descend on Earth. However, unlike the Supreme Kai, the god of destruction is not so good-natured. If something upsets him, he might destroy the planet. What a... Everyone was extremely alarmed. Bulma, realizing the seriousness of the situation, grew solemn and asked, Vegeta, when will that god of destruction arrive? 5 minutes. 5 minutes at most, before the god of destruction reaches Earth. That leaves us very little time. Go prepare every delicacy you can to welcome the god of destruction. Very well, I'll make arrangements immediately. Bulma said gravely. 5 minutes later, 2 brilliant streams of light descended one after another into Earth's outer space. Beerus looked down at this familiar planet and said in surprise, I have a memory of this planet. I seem to have been here before. Whis explained, your last visit to this planet was an extremely long time ago. On that occasion, didn't you wipe out the creatures known as dinosaurs? Oh, I remember now. Those creatures were terribly impolite, so I destroyed them outright. Beerus said with sudden enlightenment. We should also thank you, Mr. Beerus, for not destroying Earth back then. Otherwise the universe would have lost much of its delight. Shin said with a smile. Humph. Beerus snorted coldly and asked, what about the delicacies you spoke of? Where are they? Shin smiled and said, Mr. Beerus, please come with me. I'll take you to the banquet venue. Beerus glanced at Shin and snorted, lead the way. Then in the span of a few breaths, Beerus and Whis followed Shin down from outer space to the luxury cruise ship that Bulma had chartered. Bulma and the others had long prepared the delicacies and were awaiting the god of destruction's arrival. When they saw Shin descending upon the cruise ship with 2 strange-looking fellows, everyone on board swallowed nervously in unison. Then following their rehearsed movements, they bowed in unison toward Shin and the others and shouted, Welcome, Lord God of Destruction, to Earth. At the sight, Beerus nodded with satisfaction. Quite the spectacle. I like courteous people. However, where's the food? Let me tell you, if the food on your planet fails to satisfy me, I will take this planet of yours and destroy it. Hearing Beerus's icy remark, everyone was so tense that no one dared speak for a moment. Shin then stepped forward with a smile to smooth things over. Mr. Beerus, don't frighten these mortals. Lady Bulma. Yes, I'm here, Supreme Kai. Bulma replied somewhat awkwardly. Seeing her nervousness, Shin smiled and said, My lady, is all the food ready? Yes, rest assured, Supreme Kai. All the delicacies are prepared, and they are absolutely the finest food Earth has to offer. Bulma assured him. Beerus frowned. Why only first rate? Shouldn't it be top-tier delicacies? Upon hearing this, Bulma was startled and quickly explained those top-tier delicacies involve intricate culinary techniques, and there simply wasn't enough time to prepare them. But rest assured, Lord Beerus, the dishes I have prepared will surely suit your taste. Beerus narrowed his eyes and studied Bulma, then grinned. You had better not be deceiving me, or else I'll destroy you. Sensing the faint yet looming pressure radiating from Beerus, cold sweat broke out on Bulma's forehead. Vegeta, growing anxious at the sight, moved to stand in front of her. But Shin was a step faster, placing himself in front of Bulma to shield her from Beerus's oppressive aura. Shin gave a helpless smile and said, Lord Beerus, bullying a defenseless woman is not befitting behavior for a deity. It's rather embarrassing. Humph. Beerus snorted coldly, though he stopped trying to frighten the Earthlings. Where is the food? Take me to it. Beerus said. Shin turned to Bulma and gave her a meaningful look. Understanding instantly, Bulma responded with a quick smile, Lord Beerus, please follow me. Bulma then led Beerus to the dining area. When Beerus saw the table piled high with delicious food, his mouth began to water involuntarily at the aroma alone. It looks good and it smells wonderful, but I wonder how it tastes. Beerus murmured, swallowing his saliva. Oh my, these dishes look absolutely delicious. I won't stand on ceremony. Whis was the first to pick up his chopsticks, take a bite, and savor it. Seeing this, Beerus's fur bristled in annoyance. How dare you steal a march on me? He complained. I should be the first to taste it. After a single bite, Whis's eyes shone brightly. Paying no attention to Beerus's reaction, he kept shoveling food into his mouth with gusto. At the sight, Beerus could no longer stay composed. He hurriedly snatched up his chopsticks and served himself a dish. The moment it entered his mouth, his eyes lit up. Delicious! He cried in delight. Then the two Gurmans launched a fierce battle over the feast, each desperately pulling dishes toward himself, both wanting to keep the food for themselves. Seeing this, everyone on Earth breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed Earth's cuisine had conquered the appetites of the two deities. Shin smiled and reminded Ms. Bulma, please prepare another portion for Lord Beerus and Mr. Whis to take back to the realm of the gods of destruction so they may savor it at their leisure. Be very well, Lord Supreme Kai. Bulma finally let out a long sigh of relief and a smile appeared on her tense face. After a long while, Beerus and Whis at last finished their meal, both wearing expressions of complete satisfaction. Well then, Lord Beerus, did Earth's cuisine suit your taste? Shin walked over with a smile and asked. Beerus cast a glance at Shin, stretched, and said coolly it was passable. Shin smiled and reminded him, I had Ms. Bulma prepare another packaged meal for you and Mr. Whis. You may take it back to the realm of the gods of destruction and enjoy it slowly. Really? Beerus's feigned calm collapsed and sheer delight visibly spread across his face. Oh ho ho, in that case, many thanks to Lord Supreme Kai and Ms. Bulma. We are most grateful. Whis covered his mouth and chuckled. Compared with Beerus, who pretended to be nonchalant, Whis was far more carefree. When he was happy, he showed it openly and concealed nothing. Finally, Whis said with a smile, Thank you, Ms. Bulma, for preparing this meal for us. Now we shall take our leave. Bulma returned the smile, saying, If you two ever want more delicious food, you may come to Earth anytime and find me. I'll definitely prepare plenty for you both. Is that so? How delightful that sounds. Then everyone, and Lord Supreme Kai, we shall take our leave. Whis bowed slightly and said politely to all present. Beerus gave a cold snort. Less chatter. Let's hurry back. I'm sleepy. Hearing Beerus's urging, Whis smiled and said, Then we shall take our leave. As his words faded, Whis lightly tapped the ground with his staff. A streak of flowing light enveloped Whis and Beerus, then shot into the cosmos at tremendous speed. Only after watching Beerus and the others leave did the people of Earth truly relax. Exhausted, they all collapsed limply to the ground. We survived. I really thought we were done for. Thank goodness Earth's cuisine saved the planet. Everyone vented the emotions they had been holding in. Shin's gaze swept over the crowd before finally settling on Bulma. I truly apologize, Ms. Bulma, for making today's birthday party so unpleasant, he said regretfully. Bulma shook her head. No, it is I who should thank Lord Supreme Kai on behalf of Earth. Without your help, I'm afraid that God of Destruction wouldn't have left Earth so readily. Shin smiled. I merely acted as a buffer in between. What truly protected Earth was its cuisine. This was a victory achieved by Earth's civilization, not through the protection of outsiders. That is truly remarkable. Hearing this, all the Earthlings unconsciously straightened their backs as a wave of pride welled up within them. Their Earth's cuisine had conquered gods. That was definitely something to be proud of. Even across the entire universe, it was enough for Earthlings to boast about for a lifetime. TCH. Vegeta turned his head away in annoyance. Don't be like that, Vegeta. This time it's Earth's victory. In the past, we protected Earth many times. This time it was Earth's turn to protect us. Isn't that wonderful? Son Goku said with a smile. Humph. Vegeta gave a cold snort, but in his heart he concurred with Goku's words. Shin smiled and said, All right, everyone. The crisis is over, and today is Ms. Bulma's birthday. Cheer up. Let's continue the party. Hooray. Everyone cheered in unison. The interrupted birthday party resumed, and for a moment all seemed to forget the recent crisis, losing themselves once more in joy. All except Vegeta. Watching the joyful scene before him, Vegeta felt deeply restless. He recalled his battle with Beerus, an utter defeat. A defeat in which he had been utterly powerless to fight back. Damn it. I'm still too weak. The power of Super Saiyan Blue alone isn't enough. Just then Shin walked over and asked with a smile, Vegeta, you don't seem very happy. Vegeta gave a bitter smile. The god of destruction Beerus is truly a terrifying opponent. Shin comforted him. Lord Beerus has lived for hundreds of millions of years. The time you have spent training isn't even a fraction of his. Losing to him is only natural. If anything, winning would be the real impossibility. And not just Lord Beerus. Even I have lived for millions of years. The time we have devoted to training is utterly beyond comparison with ordinary mortals like you. We stand on completely different time scales. To fight against gods is inherently unfair, so you need not dwell on a single defeat. Supreme Kai, Vegeta said, my heart is not so fragile. I am merely unsatisfied. Supreme Kai, please train me even more rigorously. I want to become strong enough that if something like today ever happens again, I won't be left helpless watching my life be decided by another's whims. I feel the same. Son Goku appeared beside them, laughing heartily. Vegeta shot him an annoyed glare. Kakarot, don't you dare hold me back. Ha, don't worry about that, Goku chuckled. Seeing the two men before him refusing to concede, Shin smiled with satisfaction. Very well. I was planning to let you rest another day, but since you're so eager, come back to the sacred world of the Kai with me after today, and continue your training. Oof. I can start training right now. Vegeta said impatiently. Goku patted him on the shoulder and grinned. Vegeta, don't be so tense. There's plenty of time for training. Let's just relax today. Goku's right, Vegeta. Forget training for today, and enjoy this birthday party, Shin chimed in. Hearing them both say so, reluctant as he was, Vegeta allowed Goku to drag him into the festivities. Happy times always pass all too quickly. The day soon came to an end. Shin took Goku and Vegeta back to the sacred world of the Kai, where their training resumed. The sacred world of the Kai. Supreme Kai, is there a transformation even more powerful than Super Saiyan Blue? I want to become stronger. Vegeta blurted out eagerly. Me too. Goku said. Shin smiled. You two calm down. The truth is both of you are already very strong. You simply don't yet know how to properly wield the divine power within you. As for a more powerful transformation, you don't need anything so flashy. Do you know why I've had you maintain the Super Saiyan God form all this time? At that, Vegeta frowned thoughtfully and answered, it's to make us accustomed to divine power, so that in battle we can minimize how much of it we consume. Shin smiled, neither confirming nor denying it. He turned to Goku. And what do you think? Goku thought for a moment. I think the same. I've done similar training before. Against Cell, I maintained my Super Saiyan form the whole time, and that let me use my energy to the utmost in battle. Shin shook his head. No, that's not it. The reason I keep you in your divine forms is so that you can completely merge divine power into your very being, not treat it as something external. Do you know why I still call you mortals, even when you're in a divine form? Because you've been treating divine power as an external force, never truly accepting it. Right now, the divine power inside you is merely a tool you use to transform into a god. Once it's depleted, you can't transform at all. For warriors like you, that's a fatal weakness. Take a look at Broly. Shin turned toward Broly, who was sitting cross-legged beneath a great tree, eyes closed in meditation. Goku and Vegeta followed his gaze. A faint green radiance shimmered around Broly's body, and his black hair gradually took on a subtle green tint. Shin explained, Broly has maintained this state for an entire month. In that time, he hasn't eaten or drunk a drop of water, yet his life force hasn't weakened at all. It's actually growing at an incredible rate. Do you know why? Goku shook his head, curious. Vegeta furrowed his brow in deep thought, a flash of insight darting through his mind, but vanishing before he could grasp it. Shin didn't keep them in suspense. Because Broly is truly fusing divine power into his body. He is transforming from a mortal into a deity. Once he completely merges divine power into himself, he will be able to maintain the Super Saiyan God state without even transforming. No, rather at that point the Super Saiyan God state will be Broly's true form, and he will never revert to his original one again. As for you two, Shin glanced at Goku and Vegeta, offering a cool assessment. You've only ever treated divine power as a tool, never truly understanding or embracing it. That's why despite possessing tenfold strength, you can only unleash 4 or 5 parts of it at best. Once you fully accept and comprehend divine power, you could unleash 12-fold, even 20-fold, your current strength and never again have to worry about energy depletion. Right now you are merely mortals draped in the garb of gods. How could you possibly unleash the true might of divine power? After Shin's explanation, Vegeta fell into pensive thought. As for Goku, judging by the clear blank look in his eyes, Shin could tell he hadn't understood a word. Shin sighed and offered a helpless smile. It seems you two still have a long road ahead before you can truly transform from mortals into gods. But that's all right. The cultivation of gods is measured in centuries and millennia. You've already done quite well. During your battle with Beerus, even after being knocked unconscious, you never dropped out of Super Saiyan God form. That was excellent. Proof that your training hasn't been in vain. Now then, transform into Super Saiyan Blue and train in that form. Got it. Although Goku hadn't understood a single word Shin had said before, he certainly understood that last part. And so Goku channeled the energy within him, and the crimson divine power around his body shifted into blue. Seeing this, Vegeta closed his eyes as well, drawing on the divine power hidden inside him, and transformed into Super Saiyan Blue. Super Saiyan Blue's amplification far surpassed Super Saiyan God's, but the energy it consumed was equally enormous. Merely maintaining this form was exhausting for Goku and Vegeta. At most, the state would last a single day before automatically giving out. Do you feel it? Just by maintaining this state, your divine power is visibly leaking away outward. How could you ever defeat a truly powerful opponent like this? This approach can only overcome those weaker than yourselves. It's meaningless, Shin remarked coolly. Now just like Broly, sit down and meditate. Let your minds become completely still and lock in the divine power radiating from you. You must sustain Super Saiyan Blue for at least 3 days, otherwise no food. Shin instructed. Huh, we can't eat. Then won't me and Vegeta starve to death? Goku panicked. Shin smiled. Eating merely replenishes the energy your body burns through. Divine power is the highest quality energy in the entire universe. As long as you keep it contained and stop it from leaking away, you won't need to eat or drink. Just like Broly. He hasn't eaten or drunk anything for a month, yet he's still as energetic as ever. Don't worry. Even if the two of you really do starve to death, I'll just go down to the underworld and fish you back out. Shin finished speaking with a smile, raised his hand, and drew a circle on the ground. This circle is meant to confine you, he explained. Until you complete the task I have assigned, it will be absolutely impossible for you to leave this circle. Now then, Wukong Vegeta, your training begins. Do your best. With that, Shin smiled and turned to leave. After Shin left, Wukong looked at the circle with curiosity and scratched his head. Just a circle like this can keep us trapped. I don't believe it. Then Wukong tried to step out of the circle only to be stopped by an invisible wall. Curious, Wukong reached out to touch it and exclaimed in surprise, Vegeta, come look. There's an invisible wall here. Vegeta also walked over curiously and reached out to touch it. Indeed, a layer of invisible wall was holding them inside the circle. Alright, let me see how hard this wall really is. Wukong grinned. He first loosened up his hands and feet, then assumed a fighting stance, and began to gather power. Vegeta slowly stepped back, leaving the stage to Wukong, while narrowing his eyes to observe closely. Huh. Wukong shouted, and threw a heavy punch wrapped in powerful energy at the invisible wall. It was not the sound of solid impact, but the soft sound of rippling water. The invisible wall was like a sponge, absorbing and draining away all the tremendous force of Wukong's fist. Wukong's eyes widened in amazement. Then his expression turned serious as he yelled and threw punch after punch, relentlessly striking the invisible wall before him. No matter how much strength Wukong used, the invisible wall before him stayed utterly motionless, and the fierce power he sent out was eerily absorbed and dispersed, barely stirring so much as a ripple. It had a kind of unruffled poise, as if to say, let him be fierce as he may, how a clear breeze still brushes the mountain ridge. Damn it. Wukong retreated 2 steps, crouched down, and began to gather energy. Huh. Me. Huh. Me. Huh. Huh. As Wukong roared, he unleashed a fully charged ultimate technique. Yet the result was the same. Even the Kamehameha, an energy wave that could destroy planets or even galaxies, was devoured and cleaned out, as if it had fallen into the mouth of a Taoya, without making the slightest stir. Seeing this, Wukong was not discouraged. Instead, a smile appeared on his face. Amazing. As expected of the Lord Supreme Kai's methods. I can't do anything about this circle at all. Vegeta, who had watched the entire process from the side, now had a general understanding of the circle Shin had used to trap them. This was not something that could be solved through brute force. Vegeta's gaze turned to the sky and the ground, wondering whether they could bypass the circle with tricks like flying or burrowing through the earth. At that thought, Vegeta narrowed his eyes and shot into the air. Bang! After flying only 2 or 3 meters, he collided with an invisible wall. Clearly flying was not going to work. What about the ground? Vegeta raised his hand and fired an energy sphere, blasting a deep crater in the ground. Whoa, that was close. You almost hit me. Vegeta, what are you doing? Wukong asked in dissatisfaction. Shut up, Kakarot. Vegeta snapped. Then he jumped into the crater to examine it, but the result was the same. Underground there was also an invisible wall. They seemed to have been sealed inside an invisible spherical chamber about 2 or 3 meters in diameter, one that could not be broken by force. Kakarot, it seems that with our current strength we cannot break what the Lord Supreme Kai left behind. Then we can only do as the Lord Supreme Kai said and quietly master the divine power. Otherwise the two of us really might starve to death in this circle. Then what are we waiting for? Let's start training, Wukong said urgently. Scions feared nothing under heaven or earth except hunger. After all, their appetites were huge. So Wukong and Vegeta calmed down, and imitating Broly not far away sat cross-legged, closed their eyes and meditated, trying hard to control the blue divine power within their bodies. A day later Shin came to visit Wukong and Vegeta. The two had already dropped out of Super Saiyan Blue and reverted to Super Saiyan God, and both looked somewhat haggard. After all, they had gone a day without food. Lord Supreme Kai, it seems we failed, Wukong said with an embarrassed smile. Shin reminded them, the circle I left can not only trap you, but it can also lock your divine power. Right now this circle is nearly overflowing with the divine power you have leaked. Absorb it back and return to Super Saiyan Blue. Well, Wukong gave a helpless smile and explained, Lord Supreme Kai, we actually discovered that already. It's just that we cannot seem to absorb the scattered divine power back. Then that is your problem. If you don't want to starve to death, find a way to absorb the divine power back. With that, Shin left once more. Another day passed. Shin came to see Wukong and Vegeta again. The two were still in their Super Saiyan God forms, and their expressions were noticeably more haggard, but both were sitting cross-legged in meditation, trying hard to absorb the divine power scattered around the circle. It seems they still need a little more time. This time Shin did not return to see Wukong and Vegeta until a full 7 days had passed. Counting the time, the two had now been trapped in the circle for 9 days without food or water, far beyond the limit at which an ordinary person could survive. Oh my, you're still alive. Shin looked at the two meditating with closed eyes and smiled with relief. At that moment Wukong and Vegeta had already returned to their Super Saiyan Blue forms, and the divine power around them was locked within their bodies. Seeing this, Shin raised his hand and snapped his fingers, dissolving the barrier imprisoning the two. You two did well. Time to wake up, Shin said with a smile. He waited for a while. Shin did not receive any response. He paused and carefully observed their life signs. These two are about to die, held up entirely by a thread of divine power. At this rate, they really would be dead in another day. Shin judged. You've worked hard. Wake up. Shin raised his hand and fired 2 beams of recovery light, restoring Wukong's and Vegeta's life energy to their peak. Wukong and Vegeta suddenly opened their eyes and gasped heavily for breath. They really had nearly starved to death. Lord Supreme Kai, in the future, can we have less of this kind of training? Vegeta and I. We were almost starved to death. Although Wukong's complexion was ruddy and robust, his voice was hoarse and weak. Vegeta did not speak, but the look in his eyes clearly echoed Wukong's words. Shin shook his head helplessly and pointed at Broly. Look at Broly. He has maintained that form for a month and a half. This is the proper way to cultivate divinity. Wukong and Vegeta looked at Broly, suspicion flashing in their eyes. Wukong muttered quietly, Lord Supreme Kai, is there a possibility that Broly is also just about to starve to death? Bang! Shin flicked Goku on the forehead. Ow! Goku clutched his head, writhing on the ground in pain. Shin explained, Broly is different from the two of you. You are still adapting to divine power, while Broly has already begun to accept it. Right now 1% of Broly's body has been fully deified. The gap between you and Broly is no longer a small matter. If you want to reach Broly's current state, you still have a very long road ahead. Shin looked at the two and said with a smile, let's eat first. After the meal, return to Earth and rest for a day, then continue your previous training. However, this time the difficulty has increased. You are required to maintain Super Saiyan Blue for 5 days. What? Shin's words were like a demon's whisper, causing Goku and Vegeta's vision to darken. As time went on, Goku and Vegeta struggled to survive in the Supreme Kai realm, making desperate progress. They did not dare relax for even a single moment, because even a brief lapse could mean starving to death. The two brothers in misery had already begun calling Shin tyrant or demon in private. After all, for science you can hit them and scold them and they won't care, but you absolutely cannot starve them. That is truly unbearable. In the vast cosmos, 2 figures stood on a planet. Lord Kampa, we have arrived, Vados reminded him. Kampa, the god of destruction of Universe 6, looked down at the planet below with a serious expression. That's right, this is it. It must be right this time. Lord Kampa, that is exactly what you said last time, Vados said. Stop your blabbering, Vados. Get to work, Kampa ordered. Vados complained again. Lord Kampa, why not stretch your legs a little yourself? It's too troublesome. You do it, hurry. Kampa urged her on. What a pain. Vados grumbled, tapping the void lightly with her staff. An invisible surge of divine power spread outward. The next second the planet below suddenly bloomed like fireworks. Watching the planet below turn into fireworks, Kampa said irritably, tch. Wrong again. See, wrong again, as expected, Vados said. Kampa said with annoyance, Vados, did you know all along and deliberately watch me make a fool of myself? Humph. Vados smiled slightly. Even if I had told you, you wouldn't have listened, would you? Kampa cast a glance at Vados, clicked his tongue in displeasure, and said, let's go. To the next place. In the Supreme Kai realm, Shin abruptly looked up and frowned. Another lifeless planet has been destroyed. Who is it? Beerus. No, he wouldn't be bored enough to destroy those lifeless dead worlds. Shin narrowed his eyes, divine light flickering within them, as he pierced through layer after layer of dimensions. Then he saw 2 familiar figures. Shin was startled for a moment, then immediately understood. So it's them, he murmured. Now that I've seen it, I can't just pretend nothing happened. Whoosh. Shin teleported away. Let's go, Vados. Kampa urged. Okay, Lord Kampa. Vados raised her staff, just about to use her divine power to take Kampa away, when she suddenly let out an "eh" and turned to look aside. Whoosh. Shin appeared in a flash. Oh my Lord Kampa, it looks like we've been discovered, Vados said with a smile. Kampa was stunned for a moment. Following Vados's gaze, he saw Shin, who had appeared at some unknown point. You are the Supreme Kai of this universe, right? Kampa asked with narrowed eyes. Shin turned to glance at the exploding planet below. Even if it was only a lifeless dead world, Kampa's behavior had already crossed the line. Shin swept an indifferent glance over Kampa and Vados, then nodded. I am Shin, the Supreme Kai of Universe 7. If I'm not mistaken, you are Mr. Kampa, the god of destruction of Universe 6, and Ms. Vados, the angel. You know us. Then this is easy. I have some matters to attend to in Universe 7. Could you please pretend you didn't see us? Kampa said. Shin responded calmly, I don't care what you are doing, but destroying the planets of Universe 7, even lifeless dead worlds, already counts as crossing the line. Mr. Kampa, you owe me an explanation. Explanation? Huh. Let alone that you're only a Supreme Kai. Even if Beerus were here, I wouldn't give a damn about him. You want an explanation from me? How laughable. Is that so? Then it seems I'll need to report this to the Grand Priest and the Omni King and let them pass judgment on this matter, Shin said calmly. What? Kampa froze, then his fur stood on end in fright. All right. I'm sorry, is that good enough? You Supreme Kais have no other skill except tattling to the higher-ups. Kampa chose to yield to his fear. Vados, Kampa called. What is it, Lord Kampa? Vados asked. Kampa clenched his teeth. Don't play dumb. Restore the planet you just blew up. The command was issued by Lord Kampa, so the responsibility should be borne by Lord Kampa himself, Vados said, deflecting the blame. What did you say? Kampa's eyes bulged and he said furiously, don't you forget. You're the one who blew up the planet. You're half responsible too. Vados sighed helplessly. What a pain. With that, she tapped lightly at the void with her staff, and a miracle occurred. As if time were flowing backward, the planet Vados had just destroyed was miraculously restored to its original state. Seeing this, Kampa said irritably, see, the planet's been restored. Now you've got nothing to say. Earlier I also sensed several lifeless planets being destroyed. At first I thought it was only natural, but the successive destruction of several planets made me realize it wasn't so simple, so I came to investigate. Mr. Kampa, you understand what I mean, Shin said calmly. Fine. Before I leave, I'll restore those planets for you. You're so stingy. Kampa yelled. It was only a few of your dead planets I blew up. Why keep making such a fuss? A faint smile appeared on Shin's face. That's good then. Mr. Kampa, welcome to Universe 7 for a visit, but please behave yourself and don't break other people's belongings. I know. Stingy. Kampa stuck out his tongue at Shin and said impatiently. Unbothered by Kampa's childlike attitude, Shin teleported back to the Supreme Kai realm. After Shin left, Kampa huffed. Vados, let's go. Vados asked where to. Are we going to restore those destroyed planets? Restore my ass. They're just a few dead planets. What's there to restore? I was just fooling that kid. Oh my Lord Kampa, you actually managed to use your brain. Vados said in surprise. Kampa glared at her displeased and asked gruffly, what do you mean by that? Are you treating me like an idiot? Vados's gaze drifted. No, of course not. Kampa gritted his teeth. Say that again while looking me in the eyes. Lord Kampa, don't be silly. We still have proper business to do, don't we? Vados said, changing the subject. Don't change the subject. Say it clearly. What did you mean just now? Kampa refused to let it go. What a pain. Vados was getting a headache. How is she going to coax this fool later? I'm so exhausted. I wish I could change jobs. I can't stand this lousy job for even one more day. Time slipped away like a white colt darting through a crack. In the blink of an eye, months had passed. On Earth, a spaceship landed at Bulma's house. With a creak, the hatch opened, and Galactic Patrolman Jocko stepped out. Jocko looked at the two little boys beneath the spaceship and asked, is this Bulma's house? Son Goten and Trunks exchanged a glance. Trunks looked up and replied, yes, this is my mother's house. What do you want with my mother? Mom, you're Bulma's child? Jocko asked, somewhat surprised. Trunks looked at the strange-looking Jocko with suspicion and asked, weird-looking guy, what exactly do you want with my mother? Weird-looking. Jocko glared at Trunks in annoyance. You little brat, didn't your mother ever teach you what manners are? A vein bulged on Trunks' forehead. Just as he was about to teach Jocko a lesson, Bulma happened to walk out of the house and saw the spaceship and Jocko. Bulma recognized Jocko and waved with delighted surprise. Hey Jocko. Hearing Bulma's voice, Jocko looked up and saw her walking over. Jocko immediately jumped down from the spaceship and walked toward Bulma. Jocko, long time no see, Bulma said with a smile. Jocko, however, looked serious. Bulma, Earth is in danger. Bulma was startled. What happened? Jocko explained, a few months ago, Frisia, the tyrant known as the Emperor of Evil, was revived and he is already on his way to Earth with his men. Earth is in danger. What? Frisia. Bulma's eyes flew wide open and she immediately realized how serious this was. How soon will Frisia and the others arrive? 3 days, 7 days, or 10 days? Jocko said flatly, 1 hour. Bulma was speechless. I've told you what I needed to say. I'm leaving this planet before Frisia's army arrives. After saying that, Jocko turned to leave, but Bulma grabbed him firmly. Let go of me, Bulma. Jocko said. Bulma said fiercely, you're trying to run away, aren't you? Aren't you a super elite of the Galactic Patrol? Do you deserve that title? Jocko retorted, Bulma, I may be a super elite of the Galactic Patrol, but this is Frisia, the one they call the Emperor of Evil. Even I cannot resolve the crisis Frisia brings. Don't leave yet. A friend of mine is someone who once defeated Frisia. Things haven't reached the worst point yet. Huh. The one who once defeated Frisia is a friend of yours. Jocko said in surprise. That's right. So you don't need to run away. The one who should be afraid is Frisia. Bulma replied. Jocko quickly asked, then where is that friend of yours now? Bulma said, Goku and my husband are currently training in the realm of the Supreme Kais. The realm of the Supreme Kais. The legendary residence of the Supreme Kais. Jocko asked with a puzzled expression. That's right, Bulma nodded. Impossible. The Supreme Kais are nothing but a legend. Although there are rumors across the universe that the Galactic Patrol is protected by the Supreme Kais, that's sheer nonsense. I've worked in the Galactic Patrol for so many years, and I've never seen a Supreme Kai. This must be a rumor deliberately spread by Lord Galactic King to scare the other aliens in the universe. Jocko insisted stubbornly. Is that so? Then today I'll open your eyes. Bulma giggled behind her hand, crooked her finger, and turned to walk into the house. Jocko was puzzled, but he still followed her. The two little boys meanwhile were playing around inside his spaceship. Back inside Bulma's house. Bulma led Jocko to a safe. She glanced back at Jocko, and he took the hint, quickly looking away. Bulma smiled in satisfaction, entered the combination, opened the safe, and inside was a small box. Bulma opened the small box. Inside lay a Patera earring, perfectly still. See, this is the communication device Lord Supreme Kai left with me. Chi-Chi and I each have one. If an emergency happens, Chi-Chi and I can contact Lord Supreme Kai through this earring. Bulma said proudly. Jocko studied the earring closely. Bulma, I hate to disappoint you, but I have to tell you. You've most likely been deceived. Based on my experience as a super elite, this earring is most likely fake. Bulma giggled. Then just watch. She held the earring to her lips and called out, Lord Supreme Kai, are you there? Lord Supreme Kai. Meanwhile, in the realm of the Supreme Kai, Shin looked at Goku and Vegeta before him with great satisfaction. After months of his devilish training, the two had finally attained mastered Super Saiyan Blue. Phew. At last it's done. Lord Supreme Kai, can you give us something to eat now? Vegeta and I haven't eaten in a month. My stomach is about to cave in. Goku complained, clutching his stomach. Kakarot, you idiot. Don't say that out loud. Vegeta said hastily. Oh. Hungry. It seems the training still isn't enough. How about we continue? Shin's face wore a smile, but his words were like a demon's whisper. Goku trembled with fright and hastily lowered his head. I was wrong, Lord Supreme Kai. I'm not hungry. I'm not hungry at all now. Seeing Goku so flustered, Shin covered his mouth and chuckled. Just kidding. I've already asked Kibito to prepare a sumptuous meal for you two. Let's return to the castle and eat. Hooray. Goku cheered happily. Buzz. 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 Suddenly the Patera earring on Shin's right ear lit up. Shin glanced at the Patera earring on his right ear and murmured, right side. It's Bulma calling. Then he closed his eyes. His consciousness crossed countless dimensions and linked minds with Bulma far away on Earth. Ms. Bulma, you're contacting me. Did something happen? Shin asked. Back on Earth, Bulma received Shin's call and breathed a sigh of relief. Lord Supreme Kai, please listen. Frisia has been revived, and he's leading an army to Earth for revenge. Please hurry and send Goku and Vegeta back. Jocko stared blankly at Bulma, who was talking to herself, and a flicker of pity crossed his eyes. Bulma, I didn't expect. It's all right. You're still young. The universe's technology is highly advanced. Mental illness can be cured. Bulma shot Jocko a glare and raised her hand to hit him. Wham! Jocko yelped as his forehead turned red from the blow. What kind of person suddenly hit someone like that? Jocko cried out in pain, clutching his head. In the realm of the Supreme Kais, Bulma's voice transmitted through the Patera earring on Shin's right ear rang out in Goku's and Vegeta's ears. Vegeta's eyes narrowed and he let out a cold snort inwardly. Goku was stunned for a moment, then an eager look spread across his face. Frisia, huh? So he's revived. I'm really looking forward to this. I wonder how strong he is now. If he dares to come all the way to Earth for revenge, he must be pretty confident. Goku said with a smile. Shin glanced at the excited son Wukong and chuckled. Wukong, calm down first. Let me assess Frisia's current strength. With that, Shin closed his eyes and activated the universe perception ability, swiftly locating Frisia's spaceship. His divine sense invaded the craft and locked onto Frisia in his first form, seated in a baby carriage. Shin then activated life perception, thoroughly gauging Frisia's true power. Interesting, Shin remarked with a faint smile. Son Wukong was taken aback and asked, Lord Supreme Kai, what's interesting? Shin smiled and said, that Frisia, his current strength is about the same as yours a few months ago before you attained Super Saiyan God Blue in your base form. No, in raw power alone, he might even surpass you from back then. Oomph. Vegeta's expression hardened, astonishment flashing in his eyes. That Frisia, has he become this strong? Unlike the shocked Vegeta, son Wukong was thrilled and asked eagerly, really? Frisia has gotten this strong. Excellent. I can hardly wait to fight him. Shin chuckled and said, then let's head to Earth. Meanwhile, at Bulma's place on Earth. Shink. Shin teleported in with Sun Wukong and Vegeta. Off. The sudden appearance of the trio startled Jocko, and his face looked as if he had seen a ghost in broad daylight. Lord Supreme Kai, you're here. Bulma exclaimed joyfully. Shin smiled and said, Ms. Bulma, it's been a while. Yes, it has, Lord Supreme Kai. Listen, Frieza will reach Earth in about an hour. Wukong, Vegeta, when that bastard arrives, he's all yours. Make sure you beat him to a pulp. Bulma gestured fiercely as she spoke. Jocko, standing nearby, broke into a cold sweat. He felt Bulma was even more dangerous than Frieza. Wait a second. What did Bulma just call the man before them? Supreme Kai. Jocko was stunned for a moment, then stared at Shin with a serious expression and demanded, Hey, are you really the Supreme Kai? You're not a fake, are you? The Supreme Kai is a legendary deity. If you're impersonating him, you'll bring divine punishment upon yourself. Shin glanced at Jocko, his gaze lingering on the Galactic Patrol badge on Jocko's chest, and said, You're a Galactic Patrolman, aren't you? No. Jocko shook his head, then struck a peculiar pose and declared seriously, I am Jocko, elite member of the Galactic Patrol. Shin said, Whether I am the Supreme Kai or not doesn't matter. What matters is resolving the imminent crisis. Jocko pointed at Shin and shouted, So you are a fake. Vegeta clicked his tongue in annoyance and asked, Bulma, who is this weird-looking guy? Can I kill him? As he spoke, Vegeta raised his hand, energy gathering in his palm. Seeing this, Jocko was so terrified his fur stood on end. He immediately ducked behind Bulma, trembling and stammering, I am sorry. I was wrong. Please forgive me. Bulma interjected, Vegeta, Jocko is my friend. Stop scaring him. TCH. Vegeta dispersed the energy in his palm, looking displeased. Sun Wukong meanwhile laughed heartily and said to Jocko, This really is the legendary Lord Supreme Kai. The genuine article 100%. He's not deceiving you. Jocko peeked out and said skeptically, Even though you guys are strong, impersonating the Supreme Kai really could bring down divine punishment, you know. I'm not kidding. Fine, let's just kill him after all, Vegeta said, raising his hand once more as energy gathered in his palm again. Jocko, terror-stricken, hastily retreated behind Bulma and refused to come out no matter what. Shin said calmly, Enough, Vegeta. He who knows not shall not be blamed. Put away your energy and stop frightening him. Vegeta gave a cold snort, but obediently lowered his hand and dispelled the gathered energy. Frieza will arrive very soon. The current Frieza is perfect for testing your strength. So which of you two will take him on? Shin asked. Me. Sun Wukong and Vegeta declared in unison. Both furrowed their brows and stared each other down, neither willing to yield. Kakarot, you already defeated Frieza once before. This time it's my turn. Vegeta, Frieza came to Earth to get revenge on me, so it's only right that I handle him. The two clashed like needle against thread, their words sharp and unyielding. Jocko, standing nearby, cautiously suggested, Frieza is extremely powerful. Why don't you both go together? That would be safer. Sun Wukong and Vegeta both shot Jocko a glare, scaring him into shrinking back behind Bulma once again. Kakarot, it seems neither of us can convince the other. Yeah, Vegeta? Looks like we'll have to use the old method. Winner takes the fight. Watching the two as though they were about to throw down, Jocko grew extremely nervous. He wanted to advise them against wasting their strength when a formidable enemy was approaching. But what they did next nearly threw him for a loop. Scissors. Rock. Paper. Jocko. What the heck? They looked like they were about to fight, but in the end it was just rock, paper, scissors. How childish. Kakarot, I told you. I'll be the one to fight Frieza. Vegeta withdrew his fist with excitement. Sun Wukong stared at his own scissors, utterly dejected, and tried to ask, Can I be the one to fight Frieza? I really want to face him. Get lost. Seeing that the two had settled the order of battle, Bulma asked him, Since Frieza is coming, do we need to notify everyone about this? Vegeta scoffed, There's no need for that. I'll send Frieza straight to hell. Sun Wukong also nodded and said, Yeah, we'll handle Frieza. No need to disturb other people's lives. I see. Alright then. Vegeta, when you get the chance, make sure to punch Frieza an extra couple of times for me. He gave me absolute hell back on Namek. Bulma said fiercely. Don't worry. I have a score to settle with Frieza as well, Vegeta said coldly. Meanwhile, aboard Frieza's spaceship. Lord Frieza, we've reached Earth, one of the henchmen reported. Frieza, seated in his baby carriage, smiled upon hearing this. His gaze fixed on the blue planet beyond the ship, murderous intent flickering in his eyes. Stupid monkeys. Your Lord Frieza has come to see you. Prepare to embrace despair. Oh ho ho. As the spaceship descended through Earth's atmosphere, Frieza's unbridled malevolent energy was detected by the Z fighters across the planet. At Gohan's home, Gohan, buried in his research and looking every bit the bookworm, and Piccolo, who was watching the baby in the yard, both suddenly snapped their heads toward the sky. There's an evil energy approaching Earth, Gohan said gravely. Gohan. Piccolo rushed into the house holding baby Pan, calling seriously to Gohan. Uncle Piccolo, you sensed it too? Gohan asked solemnly. An evil aura was approaching, and that aura felt so familiar. Sweat beaded on Piccolo's forehead as he searched his memory for the owner of that presence, then a demonic figure flashed through his mind. It's Frieza, Piccolo said in alarm. Bulma, who was cooking in the kitchen, heard the commotion and curiously stepped out. Seeing her husband and Piccolo with grave expressions, she asked worriedly, Gohan, Uncle Piccolo, is something wrong? Gohan looked at Videl, his stern expression softening as he reassured her, it's nothing, Videl. Could you look after Pan for us? Uncle Piccolo, and I need to step out for a moment. Videl sensed Gohan was holding something back, but chose not to press him. Instead, she smiled as she took Pan from Piccolo's arms and said to Gohan, Gohan, I made dinner. Remember to come back early to eat. Yes, I will. Gohan said earnestly. Then Gohan and Piccolo flew into the sky, heading toward where Frieza was descending. Krillin was already drenched in cold sweat from Frieza's pressure, a terrifying evil aura he would never forget in his lifetime. What should we do? Should we go stop Frieza? The thought barely crossed his mind before his entire body shook with fear. His trembling hands dialed Bulma's number. The call was quickly answered. Bulma, listen to me, Frieza has arrived. Krillin said in alarm. How did you know Frieza was coming? Bulma on the other end paused, surprised. Hearing this, Krillin was taken aback. Bulma, did you already know Frieza was coming? I'm sorry I didn't notify you in time. It was Goku and the others who asked me not to tell you, saying they didn't want to disturb your normal lives. Is Goku on Earth right now? Krillin asked hopefully. Yes, that's right. Both Goku and Vegeta are here. With them around, you don't need to worry. Earth will be fine, Bulma reassured him. Krillin finally felt relieved. Then I can rest assured. I'm really sorry, but I can't help with anything like this. Don't worry about it, Krillin. Just focus on your work. You don't need to trouble yourself with what's happening here, Bulma said. Yeah. Then I'll hang up. Krillin hung up the phone, feeling a hollow emptiness inside, mixed with frustration, relief, and a hint of unwillingness to accept his current powerlessness. It seems my decision to retire from the martial arts world was the right one. The current me can't help with anything at all, Krillin said dejectedly. The expected landing site of Frieza. Goku and Vegeta had already been waiting there in advance for Frieza's arrival. Hey, this pressure is Gohan, Piccolo, and Tien. Goku looked up in one direction. 3 familiar pressures were traveling together and flying toward this place at an extremely fast speed. Hey, Piccolo, Gohan, Tien, over here, over here. Goku waved to the 3 people flying in the sky. Vegeta glanced at them, snorted coldly, and said, they're no use coming over. They're just going to be a burden. Piccolo and Gohan had met Tien halfway and were traveling together. The 3 of them were now gazing in surprise at Goku below, then descended. Goku, what's with this appearance of yours? Piccolo asked curiously, looking at Goku's blue hair and blue eyes. Oh, this is the Super Saiyan God Blue transformation. It's even more powerful than the red form, Goku explained. Super Saiyan God Blue. Dad, you're only getting stronger and stronger. Congratulations, Gohan said excitedly. Goku glanced at his son. In his divine form, his perception was extremely sharp. He could immediately see his son's current state. Raising an eyebrow, he said, Gohan, your body is practically rusting. I support your desire to become a scholar, but don't forget to train appropriately. With your current condition, I'm afraid even transforming into a Super Saiyan would be a struggle. Hearing this, Gohan lowered his head in shame. Dad, I'm really sorry. I have indeed been slack. I'll be more careful from now on. Goku nodded, then turned to Tien, greeting him with a smile and a raised hand. Hey Tien, long time no see. Tien replied, yes, it has been a long time. Goku, you're only getting stronger. The gap between us is growing wider and wider. Goku smiled. Training isn't just about surpassing others. What's important is surpassing yourself. Piccolo chuckled softly. After visiting the Supreme Kai's realm, your way of speaking has changed. You wouldn't have said something like that before. Haha, this is mainly thanks to the Supreme Kai's excellent teaching, Goku said. Hearing this, Piccolo asked, by the way, where is the Supreme Kai? Did he come to Earth with us? Well, because 2 guests suddenly arrived, Bulma and the Supreme Kai are currently hosting them. Vegeta and I came ahead first, Goku said. Guests? Piccolo was puzzled. Let's save the small talk for later. The enemy has arrived, Vegeta reminded them. Everyone looked up and saw a massive disc-shaped spaceship slowly descending. Creak. The spaceship's hatch opened, and a large number of Frieza army soldiers flew out. At Bulma's house. Delicious. Beerus and Whis were enjoying a table full of delicious food, their eyes shining brightly. Meanwhile, Bulma beside them seemed somewhat anxious. She had originally wanted to go watch the battle between Vegeta and Frieza, but unfortunately at a critical moment Whis had brought Beerus down to Earth, forcing her to stay behind and host them. Ever since Beerus first visited Earth last time and discovered the various delicacies here, he and Whis have frequently come to Earth to enjoy free meals. Each time Whis and Beerus came to Earth, Bulma was the one responsible for hosting them. Over time, the 2 parties grew familiar with each other. Lady Bulma, you seem quite anxious. Has something happened? Noticing Bulma's anxious behavior, was feeling obligated after eating her food, kindly asked. Bulma explained, Frieza has come to Earth. Goku and Vegeta want to deal with him. I originally wanted to go see the fight, but now that's impossible. Oh, Frieza, isn't that guy dead? Beerus asked curiously. He's been revived? Through the Dragon Balls on our Earth. Bulma explained. Interesting. Hearing you say that, I'm somewhat curious to see this too, Whis, Beerus called out. Yes, Lord Beerus. Whis understood and raised his hand. The angel's staff appeared out of thin air in his hand, and a beam of light shot from the top of the staff, projecting into the void. Bulma looked up and saw the image projected into the void, showing a massive spaceship slowly landing on Earth. As numerous Frieza army soldiers flew out of the spaceship, Frieza appeared on screen seated in his iconic baby carriage-style spaceship, surrounded by his subordinates. Shintu looked up and said to Bulma with a smile, "Madam Bulma, this is Frieza." "This is Frieza. He's so small," Bulma said in astonishment. "Do not judge by appearances. Frieza may be small, but his power is nothing to scoff at. Across the entire universe there are but a handful of mortals who could defeat him." Shin cautioned. "Oh, is Frieza really that strong? Then Vegeta and the others, will they be all right?" Bulma asked anxiously. Shin reassured her, "Have no fear, Madam Bulma. The mortals of this universe able to vanquish Frieza can be counted on one hand, and Earth happens to possess two of them." At those words, Bulma instantly guessed that the two Shin meant were Goku and Vegeta, and her expression relaxed of its own accord. Beerus, partaking of fine cuisine, all the while watched Frieza on the screen, and said with keen amusement, "Frieza was it. A tiny insect in days gone by, now grown into a sizable one." Jocko cowered in the corner of the room, trembling as he stared at the crowd within. Through Bulma's introductions, he made the acquaintance of a fool who styled himself the god of destruction, and just as he had doubted Shin before, he doubted Beerus's identity. Beerus, unlike Shin, was not so even-tempered. A single slap nearly sent Jocko to meet his ancestors. Had Shin not out of sheer kindness healed him, he would likely have reported to King Yama by now. But then again, to have been personally sent down to the netherworld by a single slap from Beerus, the god of destruction, was a feat Jocko could likely boast about in the underworld for the remainder of his days. In his heart of hearts, Jocko still refused to accept that the two before him were the legendary deities. Yet having scampered back from death's threshold, he had learned to be wise, keeping his doubts buried deep and saying nothing. Little did he know that Shin and the others could hear those thoughts all along. They simply considered it beneath them to trouble a common mortal. Frieza maneuvered the baby carriage and slowly drew up before Goku and Vegeta. His gaze fixed unblinkingly upon Goku, and he smiled. "Mr. Goku, it has been a while since we last met. Your appearance, though, has changed considerably. When did your hair turn blue?" "Isn't Super Saiyan supposed to have golden hair?" "This is Super Saiyan Blue, a new transformation that surpasses Super Saiyan," Goku explained. "A transformation surpassing Super Saiyan. Quite the mouthful. But before me, Lord Frieza, no transformation of yours amounts to anything. And since you happen to be together with Vegeta, you've saved me the trouble of hunting him down. Today I'll send you two monkeys to hell together." "Such arrogance. Who will be sending whom to hell remains to be seen," Vegeta retorted with a snort. "Oh my Vegeta, you certainly have nerve speaking to me in such a manner. Do you wish to arrive in hell before Goku does?" Frieza said icily. Vegeta split into a wide grin, raised his hand, and crooked a finger, a gesture steeped in provocation. Frieza's eyes clouded with bloodshot rage as he snarled, "I have returned from hell itself, and I came for one purpose alone, to take my vengeance upon you damned monkeys. Vegeta, since you yearn to die first, I, the great Lord Frieza, shall grant your wish." "Great Lord Frieza, there is no need for you to soil your hands with such riffraff. Allow me to Goma to obliterate them on your behalf." A tall, gaunt, bald man, with a complexion identical to Shin's, stepped forward to address Frieza. Vegeta's gaze hardened. "Where did that piece of trash crawl out from? What right do you have to speak here?" he snorted. "Die." Vegeta raised his hand and pointed. A beam of energy lanced out and pierced Tagoma's heart. And so Tagoma, who shared Shin's exact complexion, had for the sin of a single interjection secured himself an early grave, checking in at the underworld one step ahead of everyone else. Frieza cared nothing for Tagoma's life or death. His gaze rested on Vegeta, and he laughed. "Interesting. Vegeta, it seems you've made some strides over the years. But before me, the great Lord Frieza, such measly power is still not enough. Come, allow me to remind you of the terror of Lord Frieza." Slowly, Frieza rose from the baby carriage, levitating until he stood opposite Goku and Vegeta. "Last time it was my own carelessness that let you monkeys steal victory. This time I shall go straight into my final form and slaughter every last one of you." "Eha!" With Frieza's earth-shaking roar, the aura around him swelled at a rate beyond comprehension. Torrents of nightmarish power poured from Frieza's frame, and savage winds roared in every direction, hurling the skyborn soldiers of Frieza's army into chaotic disarray. "Eha!" Frieza's energy kept expanding. An ill premonition surged through Goku's heart, and he whirled around to shout at his comrades, "Everyone run!" No warning from Goku was necessary. Piccolo and the others had already sensed the danger and were fleeing at once. Boom! A pillar of violet energy shot into the sky. The colossal energy billowed outward in all directions, and a great many soldiers of Frieza's army were incinerated to ash in the blast. The diminutive Sorbet forced his eyes open and swept his gaze over the scene. His face instantly drained white with fright. "My soldiers. The soldiers of Frieza's army. So many elite warriors, all thrown away in vain." Frieza, utterly indifferent to the slaughter of his own troops, sneered at Goku and Vegeta before him. "Well now, you have felt my power, haven't you? Tremble, you monkeys. This day shall be your last." A smirk curled at the corner of Vegeta's mouth. Frieza, is that truly all you've got? If that is all, then today you die for certain. What? Frieza's eyes bulged as he glared viciously at Vegeta. Then he broke into a light chuckle. Vegeta, have you lost your wits from sheer terror of my strength? It is only natural, I suppose. I myself am in awe of my own power. Your nonsensical blathering is quite understandable. Drop the conceit. If this is the extent of your strength, I'll send you to hell this instant. The moment the words fell, Vegeta vanished with a whoosh and rematerialized before Frieza, his fist crashing forward. Bang! God! Frieza screamed in agony as his entire body went hurtling into the distance. Whoosh! Vegeta flashed before the mid-flight Frieza and delivered a ferocious kick. Bang! Frieza was booted into the sky with a shriek. Vegeta spread his hands wide, gathering energy. Final flash. Huh. A golden energy wave blazed forth, streaking toward Frieza above. Frieza stared at the incoming wave, sensing the power coiled within it, and his expression darkened, for if he were struck, he would most likely not survive. Vile monkey. Veins burst in Frieza's eyes. He no longer held back his true might. The vast energy slumbering in his body roared to life. Eha! A brilliant golden aura blazed around Frieza, his white skin shifting into a radiant gold, and his overwhelming pressure surged to new heights. After his transformation, Frieza's power was on an entirely different plane from before. The incoming wave, the very attack that could have destroyed his final form, now appeared as nothing in his eyes. Huh. Golden Frieza thrust both hands forward, unleashing an energy wave of his own that collided violently with Vegeta's. Oh, so you've transformed. Vegeta curled his lips into a smirk. Frieza, this is more like it. This is what makes it interesting. This is the result of the desperate training I undertook in order to kill you. I have you to thank for it, for the first real training of my life. All thanks to the humiliation you brought upon me. Frieza smiled. That gave me all the motivation I needed. Huh. With a thunderous roar, Frieza intensified his energy output. Refusing to be outdone, Vegeta also roared and surged his own energy to match. The two held their energy beams in a stalemate until the power at the center went out of control and exploded in every direction. Boom. With a single deafening blast, wild winds raged across the land. Oh. Even though they had already retreated far away, Piccolo and the others were still overwhelmed by the aftershocks of Vegeta and Frieza's battle, forcing them to defend themselves with their ki. Unbelievable. How have they already become this strong? Tien Shinhan's body trembled as he struggled to withstand the energy shockwaves. Piccolo clicked his tongue. They're both monsters. They're probably still warming up and haven't even shown their true strength yet. After a long moment, the rampaging energy finally dispersed. Vegeta looked up at Frieza and Frieza gazed down at Vegeta. A faint smile appeared on both their faces. Oh my Vegeta. What a surprise. The wild monkey who once could only kneel before me trembling in fear is now able to match me. I suppose I'll offer you a word of praise. Frieza slowly landed across from Vegeta, speaking with a light laugh. Humph. Frieza, times have changed. The humiliation you brought upon the Scions and the blood debt between us. I, Vegeta, will settle it all with you today. Vegeta said coldly. Haha. Frieza sneered twice, then his face contorted with fury. You damn monkey. Don't get cocky. Do you have any idea with what state of mind I crawled up from hell? The humiliation you Scions caused me is what truly makes my blood boil. I, the great Emperor Frieza, was disgraced by a pack of wild monkeys. Unforgivable. I came back from hell and trained desperately for the first time in my life. All to wash away that humiliation. Die, Scion. Frieza howled as he charged forward. With a cold snort, Vegeta rushed straight at him, and the two clashed in battle. The two fought in the most primal way, venting the humiliation and hatred in their hearts. Every punch and every kick was filled with killing intent, and the unshakable will to slay the other. Boom, boom, boom. High in the sky, one deafening boom after another sent visibly expanding shockwaves across the battlefield. These aftershocks carried terrifying force, reducing hard rock and soil to fragile froth at the slightest touch. At Bulma's house, Bulma watched the screen and murmured anxiously, Vegeta. Oh ho, both that Frieza fellow and Vegeta have some real strength. Looks like this is going to be an evenly matched battle. Beerus laughed. Perhaps. Whis said nonchalantly. Whis, do you have a different view? Beerus asked with narrowed eyes. Oh ho ho, not at all, Lord Beerus. Whis smiled. Shin smiled and explained, Mr. Beerus, Vegeta and Frieza are indeed equally matched in strength. But if this fight continues along its current course, Frieza will end up the loser. Beerus was startled and asked with interest, oh, why are you so sure? Shin smiled. Because I'm the one who trained Vegeta. I have faith in him. That's all. Then that's blind confidence. I say Frieza will be the one to win in the end, said Beerus. Is that so? Then let's wait and see, Mr. Beerus, said Shin. Oh my Lord Beerus. That statement was a little rash. Whis murmured. Beerus glanced sideways at Whis and asked, what? Do you also think Frieza will lose? Who knows? Whis said flatly. Beerus pursed his lips in annoyance. The thing he hated most was this kind of Riddler who never spoke plainly. Frieza, is that all you've got? If so, you didn't come to Earth for revenge. You came to die. Vegeta bellowed, sending Frieza flying with a punch. Frisia's face twisted savagely as he steadied himself in midair and fired a death beam from his raised hand. Humph! Vegeta knocked the death beam aside, then immediately launched a ki blast in return. Whoosh! Frisia flashed out of the way and appeared behind Vegeta, ready to ambush him. But Vegeta had foreseen it. He reacted first, spun around, and kicked Frisia hard in the stomach, sending him flying. Whoosh! Vegeta caught up to Frisia, unleashing a savage barrage of punches full of killing intent. Frisia howled, his face twisting ever more grotesquely until he suddenly bellowed Yaya. Yaya! Letting out that roar, Frisia erupted with terrifying energy from his entire body, forcing the ferocious Vegeta back. Not daring to take it head-on, Vegeta hastily retreated. Huff, huff, huff. Gasping heavily, Frisia glared fiercely at the composed Vegeta opposite him, bloodshot, veins bulging in his eyes. You look quite ragged now, Frisia. I acknowledge your determination to come to Earth for revenge, but your actions are the height of stupidity. You're only throwing your life away. Vegeta mocked. You damn monkey. Bloodshot veins filled Frisia's bulging eyes. His pearly teeth were nearly ground to dust, and blood seeped from between his tightly clenched fists. Don't get too full of yourself. Frisia roared and lifted both hands, immense energy converging as a visibly swelling sphere of energy began to form. Fool! Vegeta snorted coldly, raised his hand, and sent a ki blast into the energy sphere Frisia was condensing, setting it off prematurely. Boom! The earth quaked, gale force winds lashed out, and thick black smoke blotted out all vision. At the center of the explosion, Frisia's face was twisted like a demon's. Golden aura blazed around his body as he let out a furious roar. Hiya! As energy rampaged around Frisia, the black smoke was blown away, revealing the enormous hemispherical crater beneath. Vegeta hovered high above, watching Frisia, gathering energy unceasingly below. He raised his right hand, and energy began to condense in his palm. Die, Frisia! Big bang attack! Boom! An energy sphere shot from Vegeta's palm and hurtled toward Frisia below. Frisia narrowed his eyes at the incoming blast, the corner of his mouth curling upward. Gathering all the energy around him, he roared and charged straight at it. Boom! The explosion kicked up a sky full of dust. Though his vision was blocked, Vegeta could clearly sense Frisia charging toward him at tremendous speed with ferocious momentum. His previous attack had failed. Humph! Vegeta snorted and adopted his signature charging stance. Gallic Gun. Purple energy entwined with blue divine power converged around Vegeta's body. Die, Vegeta! Frisia roared as he charged forward like a humanoid nuclear warhead in flight. Vegeta narrowed his eyes at Frisia. By the time Frisia reached him, his energy had finished gathering, and he unleashed it in a sudden fierce blast. A violet energy wave wreathed in blue godly ki and carrying the power to annihilate everything in its path hurtled toward Frisia. Boom! The Gallic Gun collided with Frisia, who had thrown himself into a suicidal charge. They strained against each other for a moment. Then Frisia tore straight through the Gallic Gun's attack with overwhelming momentum. What? Vegeta's eyes flew wide open in disbelief. Bang! With unstoppable force, Frisia rammed into Vegeta's abdomen, carrying a terrifying aura. Oh! Vegeta let out a scream and spat out a mouthful of blood. The blue godly ki surrounding him dissipated, and he reverted to red godly ki. He had been gravely wounded by that strike. Then Vegeta! Bulma cried out in alarm, her eyes wide. Shin saw this and shook his head in disappointment, thinking to himself, it seems his training is still insufficient. When we return, I will have to make it more demanding. Beerus leaned back in his chair, his legs propped idly on the table, one hand picking his teeth with a toothpick. When he saw Vegeta gravely wounded, his eyes lit up, and he chuckled. How about it? Supreme Kai, do you still think Vegeta can defeat Frisia? Before Shin could answer, Bulma whipped her head around and glared at Beerus with fierce hostility. She strode over, slammed the table in front of him, and shouted, What do you mean? Are you cursing Vegeta to lose? Feeling the spittle spraying onto his face, Beerus grew so angry that veins bulged on his forehead, and he shouted back, Earthwoman, mind your tone. Bang! Bulma slammed the table again, completely unafraid of Beerus, and shot back, You're the one who should mind your tone. If Vegeta loses, Earth will be destroyed. Then you'll never get to taste Earth's delicious food again. For a moment, Beerus was cowed, and even his gaze became a little shifty. Shin walked over to placate her. Ms. Bulma, please calm down. As I said, the Frisia of now is absolutely no match for Vegeta. Really, Lord Supreme Kai? Bulma asked hopefully. Shin smiled and nodded. Ms. Bulma, raise your head and watch your husband defeat Frisia. Hearing this, Bulma raised her head hopefully and looked at the screen projected in midair. Lord Beerus, please wipe your face. Whis considerately handed him a handkerchief. Beerus snatched it irritably and wiped the spittle from his face, but his gaze remained fixed unblinkingly on the screen in midair. Oh ho ho, Vegeta, this is what happens when you provoke me, Emperor Frisia. Frisia laughed uproariously as he watched Vegeta slowly fall toward the ground, then raised his hand and fired an energy blast. Vegeta! Goku below cried out in concern and raised his hand ready to help Vegeta. Stop, Kakarot. Don't interfere in my battle. Vegeta's voice rang out in Goku's mind. Vegeta. Stunned for a moment, Goku then smiled and dispersed the energy he had gathered in his hand. Seeing this, Piccolo and the others asked anxiously, Goku, what are you standing there for? Hurry and help Vegeta, he's about to die. Piccolo, don't worry. Vegeta is fine. Even if I did save him, he wouldn't thank me. He'd only complain that I meddled. This isn't the time to worry about that, is it? Vegeta is about to be killed. Piccolo shouted. Piccolo, just watch. Watch Vegeta's battle. Goku said seriously. Hearing this, the group that had been worried moments ago immediately focused their attention on the battlefield. Vegeta in his red Super Saiyan God form slowly fell from the sky. His body was slightly curled, both hands clutching his agonized abdomen, his eyes fixed on the energy blast descending from above, and his teeth clenched tightly. Vegeta, how could I possibly lose to you, Frieza? Vegeta said through gritted teeth, closing his eyes to gather the godly ki around him. The red godly ki was once again replaced by blue godly ki as Vegeta transformed back into his Super Saiyan blue form. He opened his eyes, rage blazing within them, and roared Frieza. Hearing Vegeta's roar, Frieza was taken aback only to see his own fired energy blast being pushed back toward him. You cursed wretched monkey. Die. Frieza raised his hand and fired an energy wave, shoving the blast back. Vegeta stopped struggling. Now obediently die for your emperor. Frieza roared and increased his energy output. Vegeta struggled to hold on. His condition was far from good and his energy output had become sluggish. Frieza, don't underestimate me. Gritting his teeth, Vegeta forced his weakened body to continue and bellowed as he increased his energy output. Boom. The energy collided, spiraled out of control, and exploded. Frieza braved the shockwave and dove straight toward Vegeta. Gritting his teeth, Vegeta circled around Frieza rather than engaging head-on. He was waiting for his condition to recover. That earlier strike from Frieza had indeed done serious damage. He had been careless. He should never have taken it directly. Vegeta is running away, all you can do. Where's all that bravado from before? Right now you really are a sorry wretched monkey. Oh ho ho. Frieza kept overwhelming Vegeta while ceaselessly taunting him, and Vegeta's fury continued to build. Bastard. Enraged, Vegeta stopped evading and chose to clash with Frieza head-on. The two traded blows, wrestling in the most primitive and brutal way. At first Vegeta was completely on the defensive, but gradually he recovered, stabilizing his momentum and even beginning to suppress Frieza in turn. Why won't you just die? Die. Frieza roared and threw a punch. Vegeta sidestepped and delivered a heavy kick to Frieza's abdomen, sending him flying and slamming him hard into the ground, carving out a large crater. Frieza climbed to his feet and looked up at Vegeta with fierce hatred, panting heavily. Vegeta in the sky, by contrast, was breathing steadily. The wounds he had just suffered had already mostly healed through the restoration of godly ki, and he was in good shape. Vegeta looked down at Frieza. He could sense that Frieza was no longer as ferocious as he had been at the start. His ki was visibly weakening. Seeing this, Vegeta curled his lips into a cold smile. Frieza, you've lost this battle. Whoosh. Vegeta flashed before Frieza and stared at him provocatively. Frieza was startled and instinctively took a step back. But when he realized what he had done, humiliation crossed his face. He brought his retreating foot back forward and glared fiercely at Vegeta. Wretched monkey. Die. As of now, the majority of readers agree to release the Elder Kai. Very well, then let him out. Right after the battle between the two universes concludes. As for the Grand Supreme Kai that some readers mentioned, allow me to consider it. The Grand Supreme Kai appeared far too rarely in the story with insufficient information. He only has a noble and righteous image, which makes his daily characterization difficult to grasp. Even if the Grand Supreme Kai were released, his personality would probably have to lean toward fat views, making the character feel somewhat overlapping. However, he could also be set free and assigned to work for the protagonist, as some readers have suggested. By the way, old Shin has been the Supreme Kai for over a decade, yet it seems he hasn't done a single day of real work. How enviable. Frieza roared in fury and threw a heavy punch, only for Vegeta to casually raise his hand and catch it firmly. Frieza, why has your fist become so feeble? Let me teach you how to throw a proper punch. When you hit someone, this is how it should be done. Vegeta clenched his fist, as big as a sandbag, and slammed it heavily into Frieza's face. Frieza's body was sent flying backward from the blow, yet because Vegeta was gripping his fist, he couldn't fly away. Not only that, Vegeta merely gave a slight tug, yanking the airborne Frieza back, and then greeted him with another crushing punch. Bang. Off. This time Vegeta let go, sending Frieza screaming as he tumbled backward. Frieza barely managed to steady himself, but the moment he opened his eyes, he saw a sickeningly smug face. How pathetic, Frieza. Vegeta pressed his palm against Frieza's chest, and energy blasted forth from his hand. Boom. Frieza let out an agonized cry, spat out a mouthful of blood, and his barely stabilized body went flying once more. Thud. Frieza's body crashed onto the ground, but due to immense momentum tumbled and scraped across the earth non-stop, carving a long, deep trench into the ground with sheer force. Ugh. A feeble sound escaped Frieza's throat. He struggled to rise from the ground, his face twisted with fury, and growled, "You damn monkey." Shun. Vegeta appeared right before him. Frieza, still on the ground, looked up and glared at Vegeta with venomous hatred. He opened his mouth, ready to fire a ki blast in a sneak attack. With lightning-fast reflexes, Vegeta clamped his hand over Frieza's mouth. Startled Frisia's gathering energy detonated inside his own mouth. Boom. A muffled explosion rang out and blood trickled from Frisia's eyes, mouth, and nose. His aura visibly withered. Hep. Vegeta sneered while the hand covering Frisia's mouth slowly gathered energy. Flash. An energy sphere was unleashed, blasting Frisia far away once more. His body tumbled endlessly across the ground from the momentum, and the golden flame around him gradually faded. He reverted to his final form. Seeing this, Vegeta revealed a smug smile and taunted, "Frisia, traveling all the way from the depths of the universe to Earth just to die. How very arduous of you." At Bulma's house. "Well done, Vegeta. Quick, give that wretched Frisia another 2 punches for me." Bulma cheered excitedly, swinging her fists in the air as if she were landing invisible blows on Frisia. Beerus clicked his tongue in annoyance. "That Frisia fellow is truly useless." Whis chuckled. Actually, Frisia's strength is not inferior to Vegeta's. However, he was too impatient. He must have only just mastered his new power and rushed straight to Earth for revenge. If Frisia had time to adapt to his new strength, the outcome of this battle would be uncertain. Beerus scoffed, "A loss is a loss. Don't make excuses for that waste. Besides, he won't get the chance to adapt to that new power anyway. That Vegeta will surely kill him." Whis smiled indeed. "But Mr. Vegeta had better finish it quickly. Delays breed danger. If Frisia is pushed into a corner, who knows what he might do, such as destroying the Earth." "Oh no, wouldn't that be terrible? No, we must notify Vegeta right away," Bulma said anxiously. Shin smiled and reassured her. "Miss Bulma, calm down. Have you forgotten? Vegeta once made a wish to me, asking to reinforce the Earth. Now within the planet's core rests a protective ward infused with my divine power. With Frisia's current strength, he is nowhere near capable of destroying the Earth." Vegeta, teach Frisia a good lesson. Bulma shouted at the floating screen. Beerus narrowed his eyes and studied Shin with a smile. "Oh, Supreme Kai, you actually meddled in the affairs of mortals. How interesting." Shin smiled faintly. "Last time Goku and Vegeta once saved the universe. As a reward, I granted each of them one opportunity to make a wish to me. So my intervention here is entirely justified." "Oh, save the universe? That Vegeta fellow. I'm surprised he would do such a thing," Beerus remarked with astonishment. Shin smiled. Although saving the universe was not Vegeta's intention, his actions at that time did indeed save this universe. Otherwise, without my intervention or Lord Beerus's, every planet and all life in the universe would have faced destruction. Oh, a disaster of that magnitude happened in the universe. Whis, why haven't I heard of this? Beerus turned and asked. Whis covered his mouth and chuckled. There's no need to mention a catastrophe that has already passed. Besides, Lord Beerus, you probably wouldn't be interested in such matters anyway. You have a point, Beerus said. Jocko, cowering in the corner, listened to the other's grand declarations, and the expression on his face grew stranger and stranger. A ridiculous thought even surfaced in his mind. Could these two really be the Supreme Kai and the God of Destruction? No. Impossible. They are legendary deities. How could they all gather on a tiny planet like Earth? They must be imposters. With that thought, Jocko nodded, reaffirming his conviction. Although Jocko's inner voice resonated in the hearts of the three deities, no one paid any attention to his trivial thoughts, nor did they have any intention of correcting him. After all, the whim of a mere mortal meant nothing to gods, just as humans pay no heed to the thoughts of ants on the ground. Frisia struggled to his feet, glaring up at Vegeta with bloodshot eyes. Why am I losing? This shouldn't be how it ends. Vegeta snorted. Take your questions and go straight to hell. Vegeta raised his hand, energy condensing in his palm, ready to end Frisia's life. At the brink of death, Frisia instead grew eerily calm. The corner of his mouth curled, a mocking glint flashed in his eyes, and he whispered, Vegeta, you may have won this battle, but no one ever said the victor is guaranteed to survive. Frisia's trembling hand pressed tightly against the ground, while energy secretly gathered within his palm. Vegeta, you and this planet shall both be reduced to cosmic dust. Frisia roared. What? Vegeta was startled, then saw Frisia's hands braced against the ground flare with light. At that sight, Vegeta instantly understood exactly what Frisia intended to do. Frisia, stop. Vegeta shouted in panic. Oh ho, Vegeta, go to hell with regret, and all the Earthlings along with you. Frisia cackled as twin beams of energy shot from his palms toward the Earth's core. Frisia! Vegeta's anguished, panicked cry rang out, and to Frisia's ears it sounded like heavenly music. Oh ho, die you filthy monkeys! Frisia cackled triumphantly. Boom! The ground shattered like soft tofu under the energy Frisia had fired, tearing through everything with unstoppable force. This is bad. Earth is doomed. Piccolo and the others in the distance witnessed the same sight, every face turning ashen in despair. Goku was frantic too. At this critical moment, not a single person remembered that Shin had once reinforced the Earth, or perhaps some did remember, but Frisia's overwhelming power made even their faith in the Supreme Kai's abilities crumble. Deep within Earth's core, a trace of Shin's divine power remained. Sensing the violent energy surging toward it, the divine power responded of its own accord. Shin's divine power rose to meet the energy Frisia had fired into the depths and effortlessly neutralized his raging blast. Turning the tables, that divine power surged upward, repairing the shattered earth all along its path. Only when it was 100 meters from the surface did it halt. Its restoration slowly withdraw into Earth's core and lie dormant in silence. Oh ho ho ho. Vegeta, Goku, you and this planet will be reduced to cosmic dust together. Oh ho ho ho. Frisia laughed triumphantly, but as his laughter continued he froze. Why had Earth still not exploded? Frisia looked down and saw a pit 100 meters deep, almost bottomless yet far from deep enough to cause any real harm to Earth. Impossible. Has my power really declined to this extent? Frisia said in disbelief. Seeing this, only then did Vegeta snap back to reality. A sharp glint flashed in his eyes, and the corner of his mouth curled upward in contempt. Frisia, you miscalculated. This planet was once reinforced by Lord Supreme Kai. With that paltry power of yours, it is absolutely impossible for you to destroy Earth. What? The Supreme Kai? Frisia's eyes went wide, shock spreading across his face. Goku, Piccolo, and the others in the distance finally recalled that the Earth had once been reinforced. They breathed sighs of relief, but their hearts were filled with lingering fear. Had the Earth not been reinforced back then, Frisia's scheme just now would have succeeded, and the entire planet along with every life on it would have been reduced to cosmic dust. Despicable wretch. Gohan's body was still trembling. When Frisia had been about to destroy the Earth, what occupied Gohan's mind was not the safety of the planet or his own life, but his wife and daughter. Just imagining them being killed made his heart ache until he could hardly breathe, a pain 10,000 times worse than dying himself. That bastard is unforgivable. Gohan clenched his fists and said through gritted teeth. As his emotions surged violently, the ki inside his body spilled out uncontrollably. Sensing his son's agitation, Goku tried to comfort him. Gohan, calm down. Earth is fine, isn't it? He assumed Gohan's fury was because the planet had nearly been destroyed. Yet Piccolo knew that Earth's near destruction was not the real reason for Gohan's anger. What truly enraged the boy was that his wife and daughter had just been threatened with death. The lingering terror, the suffocating dread, the crushing helplessness, these were the true causes of Gohan's fury. You just said this planet was reinforced by the Supreme Kai. How is that possible? Frisia demanded through gritted teeth. Vegeta was also seized by lingering fear. In response to Frisia's question, he gave a cold snort. Frisia, take your doubts and go to hell. Vegeta raised both hands and energy gathered around him. Final flash. Wait. Vegeta, wait. Frisia panicked, raising a hand to stop him. But Vegeta was no Goku. He had not the slightest shred of mercy for Frisia. Die, Frisia. Huh. With a furious roar, Vegeta launched a ki blast laden with rage. Frisia watched the oncoming blast in despair as his body was bathed in its light. The overwhelming energy gradually disintegrated and vaporized him. Damn it. Frisia let out a defiant roar, and in the next instant he was utterly obliterated, not even a trace left behind. With Frisia annihilated, Vegeta let out a sigh of relief. Then he turned his gaze to the underlings Frisia had brought. Earlier, when Frisia transformed into his final form, the overflowing energy had killed most of the Frisia Force soldiers, but a fair number of lucky survivors remained. The current commander of the Freeze Force, a short alien named Sorbet, was scared out of his wits when he noticed Vegeta staring at them. Quick, run! Sorbet was the first to dash toward the spaceship. The surviving Frisia Force soldiers hurried along behind him. The group rushed into the spaceship, and before long it lifted off, shooting toward space. Vegeta watched the rising ship, a smirk curling on his lips, and gathered a ball of energy in his palm. Die! Seeing this from afar, Goku immediately realized what Vegeta intended and shouted urgently, Vegeta, stop! Kakarot, you're too naive. Vegeta replied coldly, then casually hurled the energy sphere he had gathered at the spaceship in the sky. Swoosh! The energy sphere sliced through the air, caught up to the spaceship at incredible speed, and then, boom! The ship burst into fireworks blooming in the sky. Goku stared blankly up at the fireworks overhead, then demanded, his voice tinged with anger, Vegeta, was there any need to kill them? Vegeta snorted coldly and flashed in front of Goku. Kakarot, when are you ever going to get rid of that annoying, naive habit? When dealing with enemies, you can never give them a chance. But they clearly had no strength to resist anymore. Even if we let them go, it should be fine, right? Goku argued. A vein bulged on Vegeta's forehead as he snapped, don't forget how Frisia was revived. If we don't kill them, they can revive Frisia once, and they can revive him twice. Keeping them alive will only bring disaster in the end. Piccolo agreed with Vegeta as well. Vegeta is right, Goku. Your way of thinking is still too naive. Not every evil person can be reformed into a good person. Seeing that both of his friends disagreed with him, Goku instantly deflated like a punctured ball. Vegeta, well done. Bulma had watched everything Vegeta did through the screen. Unlike Goku, she did not blame Vegeta for killing without mercy, instead she cheered him on. She too thought Vegeta had done nothing wrong. After all, those enemies had come right to their doorstep to kill them. If you didn't kill such enemies, were you supposed to keep them around for the new year? Decisive and ruthless, just as expected of Vegeta. He truly has his father's bearing. Beerus remarked. Was covered her mouth and chuckled indeed. Moreover, Lord Vegeta possesses considerable potential to become a destroyer god. Beerus glanced at Whis and waved his hand dismissively. No. That fellow is still too inexperienced to serve as a destroyer god. Besides, I have no intention of stepping down yet. Whis smiled and replied, however, you could make Lord Vegeta a candidate for the position first. Beerus narrowed his eyes, his lazy expression turning serious as he asked, Whis, are you being serious? After all, in this universe, there is no one more suitable to be a candidate for destroyer god than Lord Vegeta, Whis stated. Hearing their conversation, Bulma asked in astonishment, make Vegeta a candidate for destroyer god. Shouldn't only gods be able to become destroyer gods? Shin explained, Lady Bulma, the position of destroyer god is special. Almost every destroyer god has ascended from a mortal who assumed the divine authority. As Lord Whis mentioned, in this universe, there should be no one more fitting to become the next destroyer god than Vegeta. However, Lord Beerus is also correct. Vegeta is still too immature at present. The position of destroyer god is too premature for him, so being a candidate would be quite suitable. Is that so? Bulma suddenly understood, then seemed to think of something, and asked, Lord King Kai, are you training Goku to become a King Kai? Shin explained, the role of King Kai differs from that of destroyer god. Nearly every King Kai is a born deity. Of course, exceptions are possible. After all, Mr. Goku's personality is indeed well suited for the position of King Kai. Oh, King Kai. From your tone, it seems you have high regard for that scion named Son Goku, said Beerus. Shin smiled and replied, after all, I have personally trained him. However, in my heart, Goku is not the first choice to succeed me as King Kai. Furthermore, given Goku's personality, he himself probably wouldn't care to become a King Kai. Beerus asked in surprise, oh, a King Kai is one of the greatest deities in the universe. Does he not even desire the position? Although I have never formally asked for Goku's opinion based on the years I have spent with him and my understanding of his character, he would most likely decline the position of King Kai, Shin stated. While everyone was conversing, a figure suddenly appeared in the room. They turned their heads and saw that it was Son Goku, who had returned via instant transmission. Goku, why are you alone? Where's Vegeta? Bulma asked, puzzled. Son Goku scratched his head awkwardly and said, Vegeta said he wanted to fly back on his own, so I returned ahead of him. After speaking, Son Goku looked toward Shin and Beerus and raised his hand to greet them. Yo, Lord King Kai, Lord Beerus. I'm back. Shin smiled and said, welcome back, Goku. Beerus, however, curled his lip and ignored Goku. Goku was not embarrassed by this. Instead, he stepped forward and asked without any sense of boundaries, Lord Beerus, my strength is now greater than before. How about we have a sparring match? Beerus glanced at Goku and said coldly, you fool. It seems the last lesson did not make you realize the terror of a destroyer god. Goku was not intimidated at all and replied, Lord Beerus, I sincerely wish to spar with you. Goku, show some respect. Shin reminded him mildly. Goku gave an awkward laugh, but did not persist in wanting to challenge Beerus. After years of training under Shin, Goku had developed a deep-seated apprehension toward him. He was somewhat afraid of Shin the King Kai. The fact that Goku had not mentioned challenging Shin for many years served as the best evidence. During this brief exchange, Vegeta flew back from outside. Vegeta, Bulma called out joyfully. Vegeta gave a cool nod. Shin stepped forward and said with a smile, Vegeta, thank you for your efforts this time. You and Goku should rest on Earth for one day and return to the King Kai's world tomorrow. Vegeta replied, it was merely defeating Frieza. I do not need rest, Lord King Kai. We can return to the King Kai's world right now. I agree. Lord King Kai, I didn't fight at all during the trip to Earth. I don't need rest whatsoever. Let's return to the King Kai's world. Son Goku chimed in. Seeing this, Beerus sneered. King Kai, if these two troublemakers stay at your realm, be careful they don't tear your King Kai's world apart. Shin smiled and said, thank you for the reminder, Lord Beerus. I will keep that in mind. Then, everyone farewell. Whoosh. Shin, accompanied by Goku and Vegeta, instantly disappeared from Earth. Seeing the three depart, Beerus turned his head and asked, Whis, didn't you say you wanted to make Vegeta a candidate for Destroyer God? Why didn't you mention it just now? Whis covered her mouth and giggled. It is still too early. Let us wait until Lord Vegeta grows a bit more, and then we shall discuss it. King Kai's world. Whoosh. As Shin and the others returned, Kibit immediately sensed their arrival and flew over to welcome them. Lord King Kai, welcome back. Kibit said respectfully. We are back, Kibit, Shin replied with a smile. Shin turned around looking at Goku and Vegeta and asked, do you two really not need any rest? The training ahead will not be as gentle as before. You might actually die. These words startled Goku and Vegeta. Was the previous training gentle? They hadn't noticed. Both Scion's hearts sank, but they still mustered the courage to say, Lord King Kai, we are fine. We can start training immediately. Shin squinted and stared at the two for a long while, then smiled and said, very well. Just don't regret it. Shin raised his hand and drew another circle on the ground. At the sight of this circle, Goku and Vegeta felt a pang in their teeth. Even with their combined strength now, they could not break through the circle's confinement. Lord King Kai, you wouldn't want us to undergo that kind of fasting training again, would you? Son Goku asked with a bitter face. Shin rolled his eyes at Goku and said, "Don't harbor such fantasies. The previous training was merely a warm-up. Now we truly begin." Shin's words frightened both Goku and Vegeta greatly. A sense of foreboding arose in their hearts. Shin explained with a smile, "With your current strength, merely training the physical body is no longer useful. What you must do now is completely master the divine power. Of course, completely mastering divine power is still too difficult for you at present. Therefore, we shall proceed step by step. The first phase of training is simple, just survive." Although Shin said this with a smile, that smiling face now looked no different from a demon's in the eyes of Goku and Vegeta. Goku asked nervously, "Lord King Kai, survive? What does that mean?" "It means exactly what it says. This circle is no longer as gentle as before. It will no longer merely contain you. It will now devour you," Shin explained with a smile. "Devour? Devour us?" Goku and Vegeta both looked confused and horrified. Shin shook his head in disappointment. "Haven't you sensed it yet? The godly power within you is being devoured." "Huh?" The two were startled. They then focused their senses carefully, and their faces turned pale with shock. After their training, the godly power in their bodies should no longer have leaked outward. But at this moment, both Goku and Vegeta could feel their godly power spilling out uncontrollably. "Lord Supreme Kai, what's going on?" Goku asked in a panic. "Didn't I tell you? This ring will ceaselessly devour the godly power within you. Besides, there is nothing to eat inside this ring. You have no means of replenishment. If you don't find a way to suppress the leaking godly power, the ring will drain you dry." Shin's eyes glinted coldly as he warned, "If you don't want to die, condense the godly power in your bodies. Make the scattered power into an integrated whole, so this ring cannot suck it out. Then you will live. Otherwise, I can only go to the underworld and fish you out. So Goku, Vegeta, do your best. I'll come back in 3 days. I hope you're still alive by then." Shin raised a hand and waved it casually, then turned with a smile and left, taking Kibito, who was soaked in cold sweat, with him. Kibito glanced back at Goku and Vegeta and asked, cold sweat streaming down his face, "Lord Supreme Kai, is this kind of intense training really all right?" Shin smiled. "Only at the brink of life and death can a person's potential be stimulated to the greatest degree. I believe they won't die so easily. Besides, even if they really do die, it doesn't matter. I'll simply go to the underworld myself and bring them back." Hearing this, Kibito swallowed hard and silently mourned for Goku and Vegeta. They would have to look out for themselves. "Damn it, this ring is absorbing the godly power faster and faster." Goku gritted his teeth. Vegeta was also gritting his teeth and enduring, squeezing out a single sentence, "Don't talk. Concentrate." The two sat cross-legged inside the ring, desperately trying to stabilize the godly power in their bodies. But the ring seemed to be growing. The speed of its devouring only increased. "This won't do. At this rate, we can't even last a day." Goku gritted out. "Then what can we do?" "Grit your teeth and hold on," Vegeta growled. After a while, both of their faces had turned pale. "Damn it. This time we might really die," Goku said weakly. "Kakarot, don't say such discouraging things." "Hold on," Vegeta growled. Under the large tree, Broly, who had been meditating, opened his eyes and slowly rose to his feet. Whoosh. Broly's form flickered as he appeared outside the ring. He glanced at the two struggling desperately inside, then shook his head. "What you're doing won't work. You'll die." With that, Broly stepped into the ring. The barrier didn't stop him. It simply allowed him to enter. "Broly, you." Goku looked up in confusion, not understanding what he was trying to do. Broly raised both hands and placed them on Goku's and Vegeta's shoulders. Under Broly's control, the emerald green godly power slowly flowed into their bodies. A faint layer of emerald light wrapped around Goku and Vegeta. Then, to their astonishment, the godly power leaking from their bodies was locked in place. Not only that, the emerald godly power remaining in their bodies was filled with life and vitality, quickly restoring the weakened Goku and Vegeta's strength and energy. "Broly, you've already become this powerful?" Goku asked in astonishment. Broly's expression was calm as he reminded them, "Don't resist. That's meaningless. Try to condense the godly power in your bodies, making it heavy and viscous. Then the ring won't be able to absorb it." Prodded by Broly's reminder, Vegeta was the first to close his eyes and carefully sensed the remaining emerald godly power in his body. Although it was only residual power, Vegeta felt it was so dense, enduring, and full of vitality, on a completely different level from his own restless, scattered godly power. On a distant hilltop, Shin watched approvingly. "It seems I won't need to get involved. And Broly, I never thought that in just a few years you would leave Goku and Vegeta far behind. You've grown to an incredible level. I truly wonder, Broly, how high will you rise?" 3 days later, Shin looked at the two still struggling to hold on in the ring and smiled with satisfaction. "Congratulations. You survived. Lord Supreme Kai, can you remove this ring first? It's unbearable." Goku cried out with difficulty. Shin smiled, raised a hand, and dispelled the ring's barrier. As soon as the barrier was removed, Goku and Vegeta let out a sigh of relief. At that very moment, Shin appeared behind them and struck each of them with a punch. Thud, thud. Looking at the two, who immediately reverted to their super god red state after being knocked out, Shin shook his head in disappointment and murmured, "Still not good enough. It seems there's still a long way to go if I want them to maintain their super blue transformation while unconscious. Broly was also sitting cross-legged in the ring. Hearing Shin's words, he spoke up for his companions. That's because too much godly power was drained from their bodies, so they can't maintain the transformation while unconscious. If they were in good condition, they would definitely be able to keep it even when unconscious. Shin shook his head. That would be meaningless. They must be able to maintain their strongest state even at their most vulnerable moment. Only then is this training worthwhile. With that, Shin raised his hand and shot out 2 restorative rays of light, helping Goku and Vegeta recover to their peak condition. After the 2 regained consciousness, Shin said, "Go to the castle and have a good meal, then return to Earth and rest for a day. After that, continue the training. You were able to survive this time thanks entirely to Broly's help. Next time you can't use such an easy way out." Goku climbed to his feet and said sulkily, "Lord Supreme, Kai, what's the use of this training? I don't feel my power improving at all. Training is not achieved in a single day, it requires a long accumulation of time. You two are still too inexperienced," Shin explained. "But Broly has only trained for a few years, and yet I feel the gap between him and me growing wider and wider." Goku said. Shin explained, "Broly is different from you two. His talent is the greatest in the universe. As long as he receives proper guidance, surpassing even the god of destruction will not be difficult in the future. But you don't have his talent, so train honestly and diligently." "Yes," Goku said feebly. Vegeta glanced at Goku and snorted, "Kakarot, don't embarrass the Saiyans. Pull yourself together." A day later in the Supreme Kai realm, Gohan looked at Shin awkwardly and scratched his head. Lord Supreme Kai, could you let me stay in the Supreme Kai realm to train too?" "It's like this, Lord Supreme Kai," Goku explained. "Yesterday Gohan came to me and said he also wanted to train with us, so I brought him here to the Supreme Kai realm. Sorry for bringing him along without your permission." Shin smiled. "It's fine. Besides, I'm glad you've come around, Gohan. It may be a little late, but with your potential, I think you'll soon surpass your father under my tutelage." "Really, Lord Supreme Kai?" Goku asked curiously. Shin nodded. "I can't be sure about others, but Gohan really does have that kind of potential." Goku, Vegeta, don't be lazy in your training. If Gohan catches up from behind and easily surpasses you, it would be quite embarrassing. I hope this brat won't be half-hearted again this time. Otherwise, all that talent will truly be wasted." Vegeta snorted. "Exactly, Gohan. Wanting to be a scholar and increasing your strength don't have to conflict. I heard from Lord Supreme Kai that once you fully master divine power, our lifespans will be greatly extended. Then you'll have plenty of time to fulfill your dream." Goku reminded him. Gohan nodded solemnly and promised, "Yes, Dad, Uncle Vegeta, Lord Supreme Kai. I won't let any of you down." Recalling the suffocating helplessness he had felt a few days earlier when he had nearly lost his wife and daughter, a fire blazed in Gohan's heart. He would never allow that feeling of powerlessness to seize him again. "That's a good resolve, Gohan. But before we start training, you need to change into a training GI." Shin pointed at the green casual clothes Gohan was wearing and reminded him. Gohan glanced down at his casual clothes and scratched his head awkwardly. I don't know where my training GI went. I really couldn't find it, so I had to come in this." "No problem. Let me help you." A divine flash shone in Shin's eyes, and Gohan's green casual clothes transformed into an orange training GI, identical to his father's. "Gohan, you look much better this way." Goku laughed heartily. Gohan lowered his head and examined the familiar orange training GI on him, a smile spreading across his face. He said gratefully to Shin, "Thank you, Lord Supreme Kai." Shin smiled and said it was no trouble. "All right, enough idle talk. Let's begin training," Shin reminded. Goku asked Lord Supreme Kai, "Gohan just arrived. You're not going to make him undergo the same training as Vegeta and me, are you?" Shin was at a loss for words. "If you want your son to die, just say so." Die? Is it that serious?" Gohan was startled. Wasn't this supposed to be training? How had it come to death? Kakarot, think before you speak. How embarrassing." Vegeta snapped. Goku scratched his head awkwardly and let out a sheepish laugh. Shin shook his head. "Gohan, come over here." "Oh." Gohan nodded and quickly walked to Shin's side. Shin raised his hand and drew another circle on the ground. Gohan looked at the circle glowing with golden light, puzzled. "Goku, Vegeta, training begins now. Without Broly's help this time, don't die." Shin reminded him with a smile. We can die," Gohan cried out. Inside the circle, Goku and Vegeta were extremely confident. Goku even thumped his chest. "With last time's experience, Vegeta and I may not be able to completely stop our divine power from being absorbed, but we've already managed to greatly reduce the rate of absorption. There's absolutely no problem holding out for 3 days. Is that so?" Shin lowered his head and thought for a moment, then smiled. "Then let's make it 7 days this time." Goku was dumbfounded and his expression began to turn panicked. Cold sweat also appeared on Vegeta's forehead as he glared at Goku with fury. "You two do your best. I'm going to train Gohan now. I'll come back in 7 days to see you. Don't die." After saying this with a smile, Shin turned to Gohan. "Let's go, Gohan. I need to train you one-on-one. Your current foundation is far too poor." "Oh, okay." Gohan nodded instinctively and followed Shin, looking back worriedly every few steps. "Lord Supreme Kai, Dad, and Uncle Vegeta. They won't be in danger, will they?" Gohan asked anxiously. Shin soothed him, "Don't worry. You need to have confidence in your father and Uncle Vegeta. And even if the worst really happens, it doesn't matter. I'm the Supreme Kai. Pulling two people out of the other world is easy for me. King Yama is very easygoing. Gohan did not feel relieved at these words, instead more cold sweat formed on his forehead. Just what kind of training were his father and Uncle Vegeta going through? Time flowed like water, and several months passed in the blink of an eye. One day, two guests arrived at the sacred realm. Whoosh! A streak of light descended upon the Supreme Kai realm at breakneck speed. As the light faded, it revealed two figures, Whis and Beerus. Shin sensed their presences from afar, so he brought Gohan and Kibito to wait early at the expected landing spot. As for Goku and Vegeta, they were of course training. Mr. Beerus, Mr. Whis, welcome to the Supreme Kai realm. Shin greeted them with a smile. Whis smiled and said, Lord Supreme Kai, I apologize for dropping by unannounced, but we truly do have something important. Whis turned to Beerus. Lord Beerus, quickly greet Lord Supreme Kai. You must not be so rude. TCH. Beerus sneered. Long time no see, Supreme Kai. Who's that person behind you? A new face I haven't seen before. Shin smiled and introduced him. This is Gohan, Goku's son. He is currently training here under me. Gohan stood up straight. After Shin introduced him, he bowed courteously to Beerus. Hello, I'm Gohan, Goku's son. He is better mannered than that reckless fool. So is he also a scion? Beerus asked. Yes, that's right, Shin nodded. Beerus laughed scornfully. Supreme Kai, your Supreme Kai realm is almost turning into a shelter for scions. I think just about every scion in the universe is at your place now. Shin smiled. Mr. Beerus, you didn't come all this way to the Supreme Kai realm just to mock me, did you? Of course not. It's too troublesome to explain, Whis. Beerus called out. Whis replied, yes, Lord Beerus. Whis gave a helpless smile, then explained, for everyone it's like this. Whis then told the Supreme Kai and the others in full detail about Kampa's visit and the agreement between Kampa and Beerus. That is how the matter stands. Due to Lord Beerus, a duel has been arranged between universes 7 and 6. Converting to Earth's reckoning of time, it is roughly 5 days hence. Each universe will send forth 5 warriors to battle in a stage defense format. Whichever side has all of its warriors eliminated first shall be declared the loser. The victorious side shall obtain the Super Dragon Balls. Having listened to Whis' account, Shin nodded and said, I more or less understand the situation. Each side sends 5 warriors, does it? As it happens, there are exactly 5 warriors in the Supreme Kai realm. At that, Shin looked toward Beerus and smiled. Of course, if Lord Beerus has better candidates, you are welcome to propose them. I am willing to yield 1 or 2 slots. Beerus curled his lip and said, Whis has already apprised me of your situation. I have no need for additional warriors. Simply have the 5 warriors from your Supreme Kai realm fight. Should we win, you may keep all of the Super Dragon Balls as well. I have only one request. His expression turned grim and he declared fiercely, and that is, you must win. That is how it stands. Shin then informed Goku and Vegeta, who were immersed in training, of the battle between the two universes. The two sat cross-legged within the ring, its mechanism ceaselessly drawing out their divine power. Moreover, the environment inside was utterly brutal. Scorching heat one instant, bone-piercing cold the next, as all manner of radiation rays, meteor showers, and other calamities assailed them in a chaotic yet orderly rotation. Immersion in it left Goku and Vegeta gritting their teeth and enduring with great difficulty their misery profound. Had it been the two of them in the past, merely surviving a minute in this environment would have been a stunning achievement. A battle between two universes. Interesting. In 5 days. Truly, something to look forward to. Goku forced out. Vegeta gritted his teeth. Kakarot. Stop talking. Concentrate. Beside Shin, Gohan watched his father and Vegeta's training, cold sweat streaming unceasingly down his forehead. Gohan thought to himself that if he were thrown in there, he might not last even 1 day. I have told you what needs to be told. Train for 3 more days, then rest for 2 to build up your strength. Really? Supreme Kai? Goku asked in delighted surprise. Even Vegeta, the training fanatic, looked at Shin with anticipation. Heaven only knew what hellish torments the two had suffered over the past few months. Even these two men, unyielding in spirit, were nearly at their limit. 3 days from now, the ring will disappear on its own. Afterwards, whether you stay in the Supreme Kai realm to rest or return to Earth is entirely up to you. With that, Shin turned and said, Let us go, Gohan. You do not get to rest yet. Oh, all right. Gohan hastened after Shin and left. On a broad open field, Gohan stood stiff with tension, facing Shin, who observed him quietly. Shin smiled and said, Gohan, relax. Don't be nervous. Although Shin had said this, Gohan remained unable to relax. Seeing this, Shin shook his head. Gohan, over the past several months, I have been giving you rehabilitative training. Let me now inspect the results. Transform into a Super Saiyan 2 and show me. Super Saiyan 2. Gohan blinked, then nodded. Clenching his fists, he let out a roar as the energy around him swelled explosively. Boom. Gohan's body was bathed in brilliant golden radiance as arcs of electricity spiraled around him. He had become a Super Saiyan 2. Not bad. It seems you have recovered the power you once lost. I remember that when you first arrived at the Supreme Kai realm, even turning Super Saiyan carried the risk of your body breaking down. Shin nodded approvingly. Gohan scratched his head in embarrassment. He had grown far too accustomed to an easy life, and his body had become thoroughly rusted. Since you have recovered your lost power, let us begin the true training. Shin smiled. Huh. Gohan was taken aback. Wasn't that training before? Shin shook his head. No. Didn't I just say so? What came before was merely rehabilitation, training nowhere close to the intensity of true cultivation. The real training officially begins today. Gohan, the training will be extremely painful. Do you have the confidence to persevere? Gohan recalled the training methods of his father and the others, and could not help but shudder. Even so, he gathered his courage and nodded. Supreme Kai, do your worst. I can hold on. That is the spirit, Gohan. In the next 3 years I shall train you well, Shin said. Yes. Supreme Kai. Wait. 3 years. But didn't we just say that the duel with Universe 6 is 5 days away? Gohan asked in bewilderment. Gohan, this is not your concern. The only thing you need to think about right now is how to survive the training, Shin cautioned. Yes, Supreme Kai. Time flowed by, and 3 days passed. Boom. The ring left behind by Shin vanished, and Goku and Vegeta, who had been enduring with all their might, finally let out a breath of relief. The two lay disheveled on the ground, panting heavily. Although they had long reached a level where breathing was no longer necessary for survival, doing so still served to considerably alleviate their fatigue psychologically. Soft footsteps approached. Goku and Vegeta turned toward the sound, paying little heed at first. But upon recognizing who it was, their eyes bulged, and they shot upright. Is that Gohan? Vegeta gasped, his jaw agape. Is that Super Saiyan Blue? Goku too stared wide-eyed in disbelief as Shin and Gohan walked over slowly. Noticing their stunned expressions, Shin smiled. Surprised too. Goku and Vegeta's gazes both rested upon Gohan, who was in his Super Saiyan Blue state. Is that Super Saiyan Blue? In a constantly active state. That is a state that Kakarot and I spent years mastering. Even with that brat's incredible talent, how could he possibly master it in 3 days? Vegeta exclaimed in astonishment. Goku staggered to his feet, hurried over to Shin, and pointed at Gohan in shock. Supreme Kai, is Gohan like this? In the always active Super Saiyan Blue? Shin nodded. Indeed. Whoa. Goku started in alarm, asking in disbelief, it has only been 3 days. How did Gohan reach such a level? This is way too absurd. Shin chuckled and explained, I created an independent pocket space for Gohan similar to the hyperbolic time chamber on your Earth. I trained Gohan inside it for a solid 3 years, which brought him to his current level. Incidentally, although Shin had likewise stayed in the special space with Gohan for 3 years, the system's daily check-in had only been completed 3 times. As the system was bound to the time of the greater universe, it could only check in once 24 hours passed in the greater universe. Shin had thought of using the hyperbolic time chamber to exploit a bug in the system not long after obtaining it. Unfortunately, the system ruthlessly put him in his place, so from then on he had no choice but to check in faithfully. Returning to the main topic. After hearing Shin's explanation, both Goku and Vegeta breathed a sigh of relief. Also, he had only reached this level after 3 years of training. That had scared them half to death. For a moment, they had believed Gohan attained his present level in a mere 3 days, and if so, the Tao hearts of these two men would likely have shattered. There are still 2 days before the battle with Universe 6. You 3 should return to Earth for these 2 days, and take a good rest, Shin said with a smile. Hearing this, Goku, Vegeta, and even Gohan all revealed excited smiles. Gohan especially, having struggled through 3 arduous years under Shin's tutelage, had long been craving a rest. Great. When I get back this time, I'm going to sleep until 6 in the morning before getting up, and I'll turn in at 10 at night. Gohan said fervently. Hearing Gohan's words, Goku and Vegeta exchanged a glance, and a flicker of sympathy passed through both their eyes. They could well imagine how Gohan had endured these 3 years. It must have been terribly hard. 2 days later, in the realm of the gods, Whis and Beerus descended. Beerus called out, Hey Supreme Kai, time is almost up. Bring your people. We're leaving. Whis coughed twice and reminded him, Lord Beerus, mind your manners. Oomph. Beerus curled his lip. At that moment, Shin walked over with Broly, Bu, and Kibito. Seeing this, Beerus frowned and asked, Didn't we agree on 5 warriors? Why are there only 3? Where are those Saiyans? Shin explained, I gave Goku and the others 2 days off. I reckon they should be back soon. Speak of the devil. No sooner had Shin said this than Goku and the others returned to the realm of the gods. Everyone turned to look. Shock flickered across Shin's face. Kibito gnashed his teeth and Beerus wore an amused expression. Goku scratched his head awkwardly and said, Sorry about this, Supreme Kai. Everyone was just too curious about people from other universes, so. Kibito was the first to explode, pointing at Goku and snarling, Goku, do you think the realm of the gods is your own home? You dare bring just anyone here? Behind Goku, apart from Vegeta and Gohan, there was an entire entourage, all of Goku's family and friends. Seeing Kibito furious, Goku, knowing he was in the wrong, scratched his head awkwardly and did not dare to retort. Shin smiled and tried to calm him down. Kibito, take it easy. This matter concerns 2 universes after all, and since they are participants, bringing their families along to watch is perfectly reasonable. Since everyone is here, let's all go and witness this grand spectacle together. Shin turned to Whis and asked, Mr. Whis, is it all right for us to bring this many people? Whis nodded with a smile. Don't worry, Supreme Kai. Bringing this many people is no problem at all. With that, Whis lightly tapped the ground with his staff, and a giant cube appeared. Whis raised his hand, conjured a loudspeaker, and announced to the crowd, Hello everyone. I am Whis. Please quiet down and listen to me. In a moment, please enter this cube in an orderly fashion. I will take you all to the tournament venue. At Whis's instruction, the large group Goku had brought all curiously stepped into the cube. Then Shin, Beerus, and the others entered as well. Seeing everyone was present, Whis flew to the top of the cube, lightly tapped his staff, and a dazzling stream of light enveloped the entire cube, shooting skyward and beyond the universe. The cosmic rift between universes 6 and 7. Here floated 6 super Dragon Balls, each as enormous as a planet. At their center lay a nameless planet, barren and utterly desolate. That planet was the tournament venue Kampa had chosen. Due to the harsh environment of the nameless planet, Kampa had Vados transform a section of it into a habitable area, complete with a fighting ring, spectator stands, and many food stalls. Under Whis's control, the cosmic cube slowly descended into the barrier Vados had set up. Beerus glanced at the tournament venue and sneered, What a tacky backwater sense of taste. I can't let those words slide. Kampa's voice rang out. Following the sound, they saw Kampa flying over slowly with Vados by his side. Seeing this, Beerus let out a cold snort and slowly rose into the air to face off against Kampa. Who were you just calling tacky and backwater? Kampa demanded fiercely. Beerus sneered, You have the nerve to ask. Look at the junk you built. We came all this way, and you expect us to sit on these hard, stiff seats. Whis. Yes, Lord Beerus. Whis waved his angelic staff and transformed the spectator seats around the tournament ring into floating hemispherical platforms, each furnished with plush, comfortable sofas. See, this is more like it, Beerus said. TCH. All show and no substance. Function over flash, Kampa retorted with a pout. That's exactly why I said your taste is hopelessly tacky, Beerus mocked. Kampa stuck out his tongue and grinned. Too bad. All this was made by Vados. If it's tacky, then she's the tacky one. Lord Kampa, I built all of this according to your tastes, Vados reminded him. Nonsense. Kampa insisted stubbornly. Beerus chuckled scornfully. She merely catered to your aesthetic level. I'm sure you were quite satisfied with the things she made before. Otherwise you would have had her replace them long ago. What a remarkable attendant you have. Kampa was left speechless, then fumed, Beerus. Enough meaningless talk. Let me tell you, this tournament today, our 6th universe will crush your 7th universe into absolute defeat. Oh, is that so? I look forward to it. I just hope your 5 fighters don't lose to even one of our people. That would be truly embarrassing. Beerus taunted. Damn you, Beerus. We'll see about that. Kampa snarled in frustration. At that moment, Shin flew up, as well, his gaze landing on Kampa and Vados. He smiled and said, We meet again, Mr. Kampa, Miss. Vados. When Kampa saw Shin, his ferocious expression turned awkward and his eyes began to dart around guiltily. Last time he had promised Shin that he would restore the planets he had destroyed, but he had never kept his word. Now that he stood before Shin again, guilt gnawed at him. Vados, by contrast, wore an amused expression and greeted him. My, it has been quite a long time, Supreme Kai of the 7th universe. Lord Kampa, when you meet an old acquaintance, you should greet them properly. Being so rude is most impolite. Shut up, Kampa bellowed. Oh. Beerus narrowed his eyes and turned to Shin. You two have met before. Oh. Kampa hastily interrupted Beerus's question and changed the subject. Time is running short. Save the small talk for later. Let's get this tournament started right away. Beerus squinted at Kampa and murmured, You look very suspicious. What are you hiding from me? Don't change the subject. Are we fighting or not? What's the matter, Beerus? Are you scared? Kampa taunted. Beerus's gaze sharpened and he snorted. Fine, let's fight. When you lose, don't come crying. Oof. I'll say the same to you. When you lose, don't you dare blubber. Kampa shot back, sticking out his tongue. The two brothers locked eyes, sparks practically flying between them. Then by mutual instinct, they turned away in unison, each letting out a humph before leading their own people back to their respective camps. Kampa lounged back onto the sofa and breathed a quiet sigh of relief, glad that he had managed to brush the matter aside. If Beerus ever found out that he had come to the 7th universe to wreck things, who knew how much mockery and bullying he would have to endure? He wasn't afraid, but it would be a huge headache, and he hated headaches more than anything. Shin watched Kampa across the way with amusement. In truth, he had long known that Kampa had deceived him. He simply didn't care. Just as Kampa had said last time, the planets he destroyed were nothing more than lifeless dead stars. To the 7th universe, it was not a loss at all. It even eased Beerus's workload. So it was a good thing, really. But matters couldn't simply be weighed like that. If you break into someone's home and start tearing things apart, even if it's just worthless clutter, the owner still loses face. Thus all Shin truly wanted was an attitude from Kampa. Once Kampa had softened and conceded, Shin stopped caring about what happened afterward. The very name, divine power, strikes one as formidable. It should not be confined to mere numerical enhancement. Bolstering stats will be but one surface-level function with far deeper capabilities yet to be unearthed. Thanks to this arranged match with no Son Goku to interject, the competition between the two universes began directly, omitting the written examination entirely. Although the proceedings differed somewhat, the competition rules remained largely unchanged from the original, and the participants from Universe 6 were identical to those in the source material. A towering yellow bear and an ironclad warrior. From Universe 6, the Scion Kaba and Frost, one of Frisia's race. And the 6th universe's ace assassin hit. Without the written exam, the competitors' first encounter was also omitted and the match began directly. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for your patience. I am the referee and host of this event. Up next, we will witness a friendly combat match between Universe 6 and Universe 7. Now please take your positions, competitors. On the competition platform stood a green-skinned humanoid alien with antenna-like growths atop his head, holding a microphone. His voice resonated throughout the entire venue. Did you hear that? You lot, who's going first? Beerus asked. Let me go first. Son Goku volunteered eagerly. Don't be cheeky, Kakarot. Let's decide the order with rock, paper, scissors. Vegeta said. Shin smiled, turned to Gohan, and said, Gohan, you're up first. Huh. Gohan paused, pointed at himself in confusion, and asked me. Son Goku and Vegeta, who had been arguing, also cast their gazes over. Their eyes flickered with thought, yet neither voiced any objection, a silent understanding passing between them. Shin nodded, and said, Yes, Gohan, you're up first. Let me see the fruits of your 3 years of training. Upon hearing this, Gohan's simple expression grew serious. He nodded earnestly and replied, Yes, Lord Kaioshin. I will not disappoint you. Once both sides had decided the order of their warriors' appearances, the ringmaster on the platform also received the information through the antennae on his head. Then the first combat match begins now. First to enter the ring is the warrior from Universe 6, the competitor Batamo. And representing Universe 7, the warrior's son Gohan. In the audience stands. Hearing her son's name, Chi-Chi exclaimed in surprise, sending Gohan up for the first match. Wouldn't that be dangerous? Bulma reassured, it's just a competition. It should be fine. Piccolo's gaze grew solemn as his eyes remained fixed on Gohan. He mused, Gohan, let me see the results of your training in the Kaioshin realm. As the announcer's voice spread throughout the venue, both sides' competitors took their places and climbed onto the battle ring. Gohan looked at the massive yellow bear across from him, took a deep breath, his eyes resolute beyond measure, and roared, Come on. The massive yellow bear grinned, widely poised and ready. Seeing this, the announcer shouted into his microphone, Then the first combat match now. Begin. Almost before the announcer's words had finished echoing, the yellow bear launched itself into the air, then came crashing down toward Gohan with the force of a mountain collapsing. Gohan's eyes narrowed, and with a single backward leap, he easily dodged the attack. But the yellow bear's body was like an elastic ball. The moment it landed, it rapidly rebounded up to the barrier at the top, then immediately bounced back down toward Gohan. Gohan leaped backward once more, effortlessly evading the attack. Although the yellow bear's body was enormous, it moved with extraordinary lightness. Within this enclosed barrier space, its massive form continuously bounced back and forth, launching successive attacks at Gohan. Gohan focused his attention and easily dodged the yellow bear's continuous assaults. After a round of probing, Gohan had roughly assessed the yellow bear's capabilities. A smile played at the corners of his lips as he watched the bear bounce back once more. This time, instead of dodging, he extended both hands, prepared to face the beast head-on. The yellow bear's colossal body, like a fast-moving hill, surged toward Gohan with earth-shattering momentum. Boom! Gohan caught the rebounding yellow bear with both hands, his body forced backward by the tremendous inertia, just as he was about to fall out of the ring. Gohan, fight on. From the audience stands Chi-Chi, cried out nervously upon witnessing the scene. Hearing his mother's encouragement, a brighter smile spread across Gohan's face. His expression then grew resolute, and his fighting spirit surged. Crack! The tiles beneath Gohan's feet shattered on the platform, and his continually retreating body came to a halt. Hiya! With a mighty shout, Gohan delivered a powerful kick that sent the yellow bear flying. The yellow bear bounced twice within the barrier before landing on the opposite side of the ring, grinning at Gohan. Impressive. Representing Universe 6, the competitor Batamo has launched a fierce assault against Gohan from Universe 7, temporarily overwhelming him with no means of counterattack. Gohan is in danger, the announcer declared with passionate enthusiasm. Nice work. Batamo, that's it. Take him down. Paragus roared excitedly from the audience stands. Across from him, Beerus rose from his seat with an annoyed expression and bellowed at Gohan below, What in the world are you doing, kid? Hurry up and finish that opponent. Upon hearing their respective universe destroyers' words, the two fighters on the platform displayed contrasting expressions. The yellow bear's grin grew even more smug while Gohan scratched his head awkwardly before fixing his gaze sternly upon his opponent. Watch out, I'm coming at you. Gohan warned. The yellow bear grinned and tauntingly beckoned with its claw. Witnessing this, Gohan's eyes narrowed. In a flash, he appeared before the yellow bear and unleashed a devastating punch. Boom! It was not the sound of flesh colliding, but rather resembled ripples spreading across water after a stone was cast in. The The commotion was minimal and Gohan as the attacker could distinctly feel his strike being neutralized by some peculiar force, dealing virtually no damage to his opponent. Heh. The yellow bear looked down at the diminutive Gohan with a mocking smile. Raising a fist larger than a sandbag, it hammered down toward Gohan. Gohan performed a swift backward leap, effortlessly evading the attack. He glanced at the attacking fist, then at the yellow bear that had taken his punch unscathed. A slight smile curved his lips as he murmured, "I see. So you can transfer my attacks to another dimension? It closely resembles the methods Lord Kaioshin employed during my training. With such an ability, defeating you would indeed prove troublesome. However, this is a competition, and one of the rules is clear: being pushed out of the ring means defeat. Then the method to deal with you is quite simple." With that, Gohan's figure flickered, and he reappeared before the yellow bear, following the same motion as before. He threw a punch. Seeing this, the yellow bear sneered and made no attempt to defend, allowing Gohan's attack to land. Boom. The same faint sound. Gohan's attack dealt no damage to the yellow bear. But this time Gohan's intent was not to knock out his opponent. It was to send him flying out of the ring. Whoosh. Huh. The yellow bear looked utterly bewildered. Why had it suddenly been launched into the air? The yellow giant bear was struck by Son Gohan's attack. Though unharmed, his body was launched skyward, hurtling beyond the arena boundary. It crashed onto the ground outside. This sight left everyone from both sides dumbfounded. Inside Kampa's camp, what is going on? Wasn't that guy's attack supposed to have no effect? How could the same attack send Batamo flying? No, there's something fishy about this. The folks from the 7th universe must be cheating. Kampa roared in indignation. Vados explained, "No, Lord Kampa. The people of the 7th universe did not cheat. Although the two attacks appeared identical, their essence was completely different. In the first attack, that Son Gohan merely intended to knock Batamo down. But in the second, his purpose was clear, to expel his opponent from the arena. And though it seemed he was attacking Batamo directly, he was not." Whis' camp. Gohan's recent strike appeared to land on Batamo's body, but in truth it struck the very space surrounding him. Batamo himself never moved, only the space he occupied shifted throughout. Whis explained calmly to the assembled crowd. Bill's eyes widened in astonishment as he blankly asked, "Attack the very fabric of space?" "Indeed, my Lord Bills. As Lord Kampa stated, Son Gohan displaced the space around Batamo rather than striking him directly," was clarified. Bills gaped in utter shock, stupefied. That brat managed such a feat. Whis smiled gently. "It is hardly an unparalleled technique. Lord Bills possesses the capability as well. However, with your immense power, achieving spatial displacement without causing destruction poses a considerable challenge." "That boy Gohan has truly grown," said Son Goku with evident pride. "Umph. Mere parlor tricks," sneered Vegeta. On the arena floor, the announcer, momentarily stunned by the yellow bear tumbling out of bounds, quickly recovered and bellowed into the microphone, "Contestant Batamo has fallen outside the arena. The victor of this match, representing the 7th universe, is Son Gohan." "Damn it." Kampa bellowed furiously, his gaze then shifting maliciously toward the second competitor, Frost. "Hey, I don't care what methods you employ, but you must defeat that brat in the next round. Do you hear me? Or I'll destroy you." Frost, whose appearance closely resembled Frieza, albeit with a duller hue, nodded with a smile. "For the sake of the 6th universe's peace, for those suffering children, I shall not lose. I trust you will honor your commitment to fund my endeavors afterward, Lord Kampa." "Indeed, so long as you emerge victorious," said Kampa. A warm smile graced Frost's face as he ascended into the air and descended toward the arena below. Son Gohan locked eyes with Frost, whose resemblance to Frieza was unmistakable. His god power whispered the same truth, that this opponent, like Frieza, was a being steeped in pure evil. He sensed overwhelming malice. "That face of yours sickens me," Gohan said coldly. "Oh my, have I frightened you with my countenance?" "I apologize most sincerely," Frost replied with feigned contrition. Gohan's eyes hardened. "Even your voice is identical. Spare me that hypocritical tone. It makes me nauseous." Frost feigned surprise. "Though we meet for the first time, you harbor such profound hostility toward me. Why? TCH. The evil radiating from you is so potent, it's almost visible. What an unbearable presence. Especially that face. It brings back dreadful memories. Cut the chatter and let us begin." Gohan retorted icily. Frost narrowed his eyes, wearing a counterfeit smile. "You seem to misunderstand me. I am no villain. Words may deceive, but he cannot." Gohan declared coldly. "Referee, let us commence." The announcer acknowledged with an "oh," and then roared into the microphone. "Then for the second match, representing the 6th universe, Frost versus Son Gohan. Fight." Before the announcer's voice had even faded, Gohan vanished and reappeared before Frost, delivering a devastating punch to the midsection. F. Frost screamed, blood spurting from his mouth as agony seized his abdomen. He retreated shakily, body curled, hands clutching his stomach as tremors racked his frame. With a thud, Frost collapsed to his knees, his face contorted in excruciating pain. Gohan stared coldly at Frost, showing no pity whatsoever, and kicked him squarely in the face. F. Frost was launched skyward, barely stabilizing himself midair and narrowly avoiding falling outside the arena. Inside Compa's camp, Compa glared down at the wretched Frost and roared furiously, "What in the world are you doing? Counterattack immediately. Defeat that brat, or so help me I'll destroy you." Kabasa the Scion from the 6th universe watched Frost's plight with visible concern. "Mr. Frost, please don't come to any harm." Inside Bill's camp, Bill shouted with elation, "That's it. Put some backbone into it, kid. Finish him off. Show no mercy." Beside him, Goku and Vegeta stood together. Goku spoke earnestly. "Vegeta, do you sense it too?" Vegeta nodded grimly. "Yes. That Frieza-like creature radiates malice not unlike Frieza himself. Pure disgust. I suppose Gohan felt it as well, which explains why he held back none of his force," Goku observed. On the arena floor, Gohan gazed at Frost as he soared back, his expression unyielding. "It would have been better for you if you'd fallen outside the arena just now." Frost gasped for breath, abdominal agony still rampant, his stinging cheeks nearly forcing him to drop his facade and curse aloud. Yet he restrained himself, panting between words, "I don't know what grievances you harbor against me, but for the sake of the 6th universe, for those suffering children, I cannot lose this fight. I apologize. Ever since I mistakenly killed someone because of this form last time, I have abstained from using it. But now I see that without it I stand no chance. Be careful. What comes next, my power will exceed even my own control. Try not to die." After uttering these hollow words, Frost clenched his fists and roared, his pressure escalating steadily. Gohan made no move to interfere, simply watching Frost's power ascend. After a brief moment, Frost's pressure dissipated. He skipped 2 transformation stages entirely, assuming his final form instantly. Seeing Frost transform into a final form resembling Frieza's son, Gohan felt even more disgusted. He sneered and asked, "So this is the so-called power you claimed was too great to control? Is this all it amounts to?" "What?" Frost was taken aback, then chuckled. "It seems you still don't understand the true might of this form. My current power is countless times greater than before." Son Gohan snorted coldly. "It's only a few hundred times stronger. To me, whether it's 1 or 200 makes no difference at all." Frost remarked in surprise, "Such arrogance. Then let me see whether your strength can match that arrogant tongue of yours." "Oomph." Son Gohan gave a cold snort, raised his hand, and curled his finger in provocation. "Come." That arrogant bearing made a glint of murderous intent flash across Frost's eyes. Although the killing intent was faint and Frost believed he had concealed it well, it was still detected by Son Gohan in his Super Saiyan God Super Saiyan form. The perception of a divine form was not to be underestimated. Sensing the killing intent, Son Gohan grew even more certain of his judgment, and a chill deepened in his gaze. Swish! Frost raised his hand and fired a death beam. Seeing that familiar technique, the disgust on Son Gohan's face only intensified. In a flash, he evaded the attack and closed in on Frost, then drove a punch forward. Bang! Off! Frost let out a shrill scream and spewed a mouthful of blood. Once again struck hard in the abdomen, the searing pain in his gut was utterly agonizing. Frost staggered back 2 steps, collapsing feebly to his knees and curling up in agony. Son Gohan loomed over him, coldly looking down and taunting, "See, the situation hasn't changed at all from before." Enduring the excruciating pain, Frost raised his head and glared fiercely at Son Gohan, grinding his teeth. "Don't get too cocky, you brat." Frost roared as he rose and threw a heavy punch at Son Gohan. Son Gohan casually raised his hand and caught Frost's furious punch. Seeing this, a cunning smile of triumph crept across Frost's twisted face. "My." Son Gohan's expression sharpened as he felt something unusual from the fist he had caught. This sensation. Poison. Son Gohan quickly made his judgment, his face curling into a look of disdain. "You're just like Frieza, a loathsome creature who relies on underhanded tricks." Seeing that Son Gohan remained fully conscious even after being poisoned, Frost's eyes widened in utter disbelief. His previous composure collapsed and panic seized his heart. "Why you? How can you be fine?" "Impossible," Frost shouted in a panic. Son Gohan gripped Frost's hand and slowly tightened his hold. Frost's face twisted in pain, and as Gohan's grip intensified, he could hear the creaking of his own bones. Unable to bear it any longer, he screamed miserably, "Ah! Stop! Stop it!" Frost struggled desperately to pull his hand free, but Gohan's grasp was like a vice, clamping down relentlessly and squeezing tighter and tighter. "Compared to the various cosmic radiation rays the Supreme Kai released while training me, your filthy poison is so faint I can barely feel it," Son Gohan said coldly, then raised his other hand as energy converged in his palm. Frost was utterly panicked now, raising his other hand and crying out, "Wait. Hold on. This is a match. You can't kill me. Indeed, I can't kill you. But crippling you shouldn't be against the rules, should it?" Son Gohan said with a cold smile. "Wait. Please don't do this. I was wrong. Spare me. I'm really a good person. In Universe 6I, enough lies utterly nauseating." The energy gathered in Son Gohan's palm struck Frost dead on. Under Son Gohan's control, that massive surge of energy invaded Frost's body, destroying his internal functions almost completely. For a normal person, having one's bodily functions destroyed that thoroughly would leave almost no chance of survival. But Frost belonged to the same race as Frieza. Even if his body were cut to pieces, he could still survive. Thus, merely fatal wounds would never cost Frost his life. Gaia! Frost screamed as the energy blast sent him flying. At the same time, he clearly felt that energy invading his body, churning everything inside him into chaos. He had been utterly ruined. No! Frost let out a despairing cry. Thud! Frost landed outside the ring, drenched in blood, his body motionless, looking for all the world as if he might be dead. The announcer stared at the scene in shock, only snapping back to his senses after a long moment. He quickly jumped off the stage to check Frost's condition. If Frost were dead, Son Gohan would have committed a foul and been disqualified from the remaining matches. The announcer carefully examined Frost's state, then stood up and shouted into the microphone, "Frost has fallen out of the ring and is still alive. Son Gohan has not committed a foul, so the winner of this match is Son Gohan." In the audience stands the group, led by Chi-Chi, erupted into cheers. On Kampa's side, Kampa roared furiously, "Useless! You worthless piece of trash! Why didn't you just die? At least then you might have had some value. Useless thing! Why didn't you just die right there? At least then you might have had some value." Hearing this, Kaba protested on Frost's behalf. "Lord Kampa, there's no need to say such harsh things. Lord Frost is a very good person. He has done many good deeds in Universe 6. Kampa glanced at Kaba and sneered, "Fools. You've all been deceived by that guy. He's no good person. Most of the wars and disasters in Universe 6 were stirred up by him, and then he would hypocritically step in to resolve them. Afterward, he would buy up the severely devastated planets at low prices, rebuild them, and sell them at high prices to aliens who had lost their homes, raking in enormous profits. You idiots were sold by him, and still counting the money for him." What? Kaba's eyes flew wide, his face filled with disbelief. "Lord Kampa, is what you're saying true?" Kaba pressed urgently. Kampa sneered, "Do you think I would bother lying to a mere mortal like you? Originally, if that guy had won this match, I wouldn't have minded secretly supporting his activities. But he lost. At first I wanted to destroy him outright, but now it seems that would be too merciful for him. We can't let him off that easily. I've got it. Vados reveal that guy's true nature and the evil deeds he has committed to the entire Universe 6. I want that bastard to taste what happens when he offends me, a god of destruction." Vados said calmly, "Yes, Lord Kampa." With that, she gave her staff a light tap, and the true information about Frost rapidly spread throughout the entire network of Universe 6. No one in the 7th universe knew anything about Frost's past deeds, but just the sight of his repulsive face was enough to make everyone instinctively dismiss him as evil. After all, prejudice is a mountain in people's hearts. So when the crowd saw Frost defeated, not a single person felt sorry for him. They all erupted in cheers, applauding Son Gohan's victory. In the Kampa camp, Whis gazed at the broken Frost and asked, "My Lord Kampa, how shall we deal with this man?" Kampa pondered for a moment and replied, "Killing him outright would be letting him off too easily. Heal him, but do not restore his strength, and then just dump him back in the 6th universe. His enemies will find him soon enough." Whis chuckled softly, covering her mouth. My Lord Kampa occasionally does things befitting a destroyer. What do you mean by that?" Kampa pointed at Whis, anger in his voice. "Are you mocking me?" "No, I am complimenting you, my Lord Kampa," Whis replied with a smile. "So that's it. Yeah, right. You're clearly mocking me." Kampa's mind raced as he realized he had been toyed with, and his anger only grew. TCH. Whis silently scowled to herself, thinking, why has this fat guy gotten so much smarter lately? He's not so easy to fool anymore. "You definitely clicked your tongue just now, didn't you?" Kampa glared fiercely at Whis. "No," Whis lied without so much as a flicker of guilt. "You totally did, I heard it." Kampa pressed his face right up to Whis and bellowed. Whis tilted her head back slightly and said with composure, "My Lord Kampa, stop this nonsense. The 3rd round is about to begin." Hearing this, Kampa steeled himself, his gaze cold as it landed on the ironclad warriors slated for the 3rd match. "Hey, big guy," he said in a chilling tone. "If you lose this bout, I'll take you apart piece by piece. Do you hear me?" Magetta shuddered and nodded frantically, his steel-like face somehow twisting into an expression of sheer pitiable fear. Whis warned, "My Lord Kampa, Magetta may not stand a chance against that fighter below." Kampa was startled and immediately demanded, "Then what do we do? We've already lost 2 rounds in a row. If we lose this one too, where will we save face as the 6th universe?" Whis offered a faint smile and suggested, "How about this? Let's modify the competition rules to give Magetta a more favorable condition. We might actually win." Kampa hesitated. "Isn't that a bit despicable?" Whis replied coldly, "My Lord Kampa, you are a god of destruction. You shouldn't speak such words." Kampa wavered until he heard Bill's impatient voice from across the arena. "Hey, Kampa, have you picked your 3rd round fighter yet? Are you even going to compete? If not, just throw in the towel already, ha ha ha." "Damn it." Kampa's forehead veins bulged as he made up his mind. "Do it, Whis." "Yes, my Lord Kampa," Whis said with a smile. On the arena stage, the announcer's antennae flickered to life. He had received information from the outside world. The announcer read the message, paused for a moment, and then shouted into the microphone, "Ladies and gentlemen, I sincerely apologize. We have just received word that Lord Kampa, one of the organizers of this tournament, has decided to temporarily modify the competition rules." As the announcer's voice faded, a square barrier rose around the arena, completely enclosing it. Bills stared at the barrier materializing below in astonishment. What's going on? The announcer explained, a three-dimensional barrier has been erected. Touching it is equivalent to stepping out of bounds and will result in an immediate loss. Competitors, please be advised not to touch the barrier. Hold on. Stop right there. Are you treating me like I don't exist? Blatantly changing the rules. Bills roared at Compa across the way. Compa fired back. Cut the complaints. This new rule doesn't single you out. Our fighters would lose eligibility just the same if they touched it. So this rule is fair and impartial, it's not favoritism. What did you say? Bill's eyes widened as he glared viciously at Compa across the arena. What, you want to fight the tofu head? Compa didn't flinch in the slightest. Losing a fight was one thing, but he wouldn't lose momentum, and he doubted Bills dared engage for the Angels would surely intervene. He feared neither. You smug fat pig. Do you want to die? Bills thundered. Naya Naya. Compa stuck out his tongue and made a mocking face. Try and catch me, you fool. I'll come over there and take your life right now. Bills feigned rolling up his sleeves ready to charge across and settle this. Shin chuckled helplessly. Lord Beerus, please calm yourself. As Mr. Compa said, the new rule applies equally to both sides and is not biased. Our side can accept these conditions. Bills growled. This rule is clearly targeting us. How can it not be biased? Great King Kai, could you possibly be a spy sent by the other side? Shin rubbed his temples in exasperation and reassured him. Lord Beerus, rest assured. Gohan was personally trained by me. A limitation on this scale means nothing to him. Just watch and see how he brings victory to the 7th universe. Bills leaned in close to Shin and snarled. If that brat loses, I'll destroy him. Shin smiled. Lord Beerus, please trust Gohan just this once. Bills narrowed his eyes at Shin, stared for a long while, and finally let out a dismissive tch before sitting back down. Then he bellowed across the arena at Compa, you fat pig. Don't get cocky. Keep your eyes wide open and watch closely. Even if the rules favor you, our warriors from the 7th universe will still claim victory. Seeing Beerus back down, Compa's lips curled upward. He then turned and glared coldly at Magetta, threatening. Go out there. And you are not allowed to lose, or else. Haha. Magetta nodded frantically in panic. On the arena stage, the announcer shouted at the top of his lungs, now beginning the third combat match representing the 6th universe, the warrior Veda Magetta. Both fighters, take your positions. Begin. As the announcer's voice fell silent, Magetta pounded his chest like a great ape, emitting strange guttural cries from his mouth as he lumbered forward with heavy ground-shaking steps towards Son Gohan. Gohan watched the approaching Magetta, and a faint smile touched his lips. Bring it on. Magetta stopped before Gohan raised his massive iron arm and brought it crashing down with terrifying force. Gohan raised his hand, his seemingly fragile flesh and blood body forcefully blocking the steel arm. With a deafening crash, the floor tiles beneath Gohan's feet could not withstand the tremendous impact and shattered instantly. Gohan grinned. Big guy, your punch is awfully light. Magetta staggered back 2 steps and white steam erupted from the train like vents on his head. The fellow seemed genuinely furious. Boom, boom, boom. The iron lump continuously pounded his chest. Through 2 transparent windows on his chest, one could clearly see flames burning fiercely within his body. Whoosh. A sound resembling a train horn emitted from the top of the iron lump's head, and white steam mixed with flames shot out from above. Whoosh. The iron lump raised his fist once more, the fist slicing through the air as it descended heavily towards Son Gohan. Son Gohan remained calm, lifting his hand to block. Bang. The floor tiles beneath Son Gohan's feet cracked and shattered, half of his lower legs sinking into the floor. Oh, your strength has increased. Son Gohan said with interest, then kicked out, sending the iron lump's iron arm flying. Clang clang, the iron lump's iron arm was kicked back by Son Gohan, and the tremendous force sent his massive body staggering backward. If this is all your strength, then I win this fight. Son Gohan's lips curled up, a faint smile appearing. Fury. The flames within the iron lump burned fiercely, turning his body's surface crimson, a literally red-hot state. Whoosh. The iron lump spread his arms wide and began spinning like a tornado, charging at Son Gohan. Son Gohan narrowed his eyes, questioning. Are you looking down on me with this childish trick? Son Gohan didn't dodge. He lightly tapped the ground with his foot, and divine power surged through the ground toward the iron lump. Slip. The spinning iron lump suddenly lost his footing, and his massive body crashed heavily to the ground. Even some of the magma within him seeped out through the vents on top of his head. At Papaya's camp, Papaya watched the arena below in shock, asking in confusion, why did that big fellow suddenly fall? Seeing Papaya's ignorant look, Beerus's attendant covered her face and sighed helplessly as she explained, it was that person named Son Gohan just now. By channeling divine power through the ground, he made the surface where Magetta stood extremely slippery, which is why Magetta fell. Can even a mortal accomplish something like this? Papaya asked in surprise. Beerus's attendant explained, it's merely a use of divine power, a minor technique that barely affects combat. Lord Papaya doesn't need to learn such things. Damn it. Papaya gritted his teeth, staring at the arena below and roaring loudly, hey, big guy, get up quickly or I'll take you apart piece by piece. Upon hearing Papaya's warning, the iron lump on the arena floor tried to stand up, but as soon as his feet touched the ground, it was like there was no friction at all. He slipped and fell down again. The iron lump refused to believe it, trying repeatedly, but the ground beneath him was too smooth. No matter how he tried, his feet would slip, and his massive body simply couldn't stand upright. Witnessing this, Son Gohan asked the referee, "He's fallen. Aren't you going to count?" The host paused for a moment, then explained, "The competition rules don't state that falling and not getting up counts as a loss. Only when a competitor is defeated, knocked out of the arena, or touches the outer barrier. That's when they lose." "I see. Then I'll have to trouble myself to send him down." Son Gohan spoke while slowly raising his hand, energy gathering in his palm. Papaya watched the scene below and jumped with anxiety, cursing viciously, "Useless thing. Hurry up and get up." Woo. The iron lump let out a war cry, opening his mouth and continuously spewing scorching magma. The magma slowly flowed onto the ground, dissolving a large pit in the floor tiles. Woo. The iron lump stepped onto the magma rock he had expelled and finally managed to stand up, spreading his arms wide and roaring to the sky. "Oh, interesting." Son Gohan's lips curled into a smile, and the energy gathered in his palm slowly dissipated. "Looks like you still have some tricks up your sleeve. Show me what else you've got, or you won't get the chance." The iron lump glared fiercely at Son Gohan, flames literally erupting from his eyes. He opened his mouth, and a massive amount of heat sprayed from both his mouth and the vents on top of his head. Woo! The iron lump continuously pounded his chest, heat steadily accumulating in his mouth. Son Gohan's gaze sharpened, and he beckoned with his finger, "Come on." Woo! The iron lump opened his mouth wide, and a waterfall of molten lava like a Kamehameha wave surged towards Son Gohan. Son Gohan calmly raised his hand, and a protective barrier formed from divine power surrounded him, effortlessly blocking the iron lump's magma attack. Woo! Seeing his attack blocked, the iron lump didn't lose heart, but instead increased his energy output. As heat continuously radiated from the iron lump, the temperature on the arena rose higher and higher, and the air became increasingly thin. In the audience stands. Seeing this scene, Piccolo furrowed his brows and said, "This isn't good, Gohan. Hurry and finish off your opponent. The longer this drags on, the worse it becomes for you." Those around heard Piccolo's muttering, and Chi-Chi couldn't hold back the longest, asking, "Piccolo, what's wrong? Isn't Gohan having the upper hand all along? How has the situation suddenly turned against him?" Piccolo explained, "Look carefully. That big guy's attacks may seem ineffective against Gohan, but his actions keep raising the temperature on the arena. As the temperature rises, oxygen levels drop. If Gohan doesn't defeat his opponent quickly, his body will suffer from oxygen deprivation due to difficulty breathing, making him unable to move, and then Gohan will definitely lose." Hearing this, everyone was suddenly awakened. Chi-Chi showed the most anxiety and urgently shouted toward the arena below, "Gohan, that iron monster is trying to make you suffocate from oxygen deprivation. Hurry and finish him off. The longer it drags on, the worse it becomes for you." At Beerus's camp. Hearing Chi-Chi's words, Beerus also reacted and suddenly realized why Papaya had added an extra rule to achieve this very purpose. "Too despicable. Supreme Kai, it's all your fault, otherwise I wouldn't have agreed to such an unreasonable rule," Beerus said indignantly. Shin remained calm, smiling as he said, "Mr. Beerus, please stay composed. Gohan was trained by me personally. Such tricks won't affect him." "Oh ho ho, Lord Beerus, you're being too hasty. Throughout this match, Mr. Gohan has held absolute advantage the entire time. If he wished, he could end the fight in an instant and claim victory." Whis chuckled behind his hand. "Is that so?" Beerus calmed down, narrowing his eyes at the arena below, grinning widely. "Then I'll wait and see." At Papaya's camp, Beerus's attendant said, "Oh my, the plan has been exposed, Lord Papaya." Papaya grinned and replied, "It doesn't matter. The objective has already been achieved. Hey, big guy, that's it. Release all your heat and roast that brat to death." On the arena, Son Gohan remained unmoved by external factors, only calmly staring at the iron lump opposite him. A slow smile curled his lips as he murmured, "So that's the plan you're counting on. But what a pity. 2 years ago, I no longer needed to breathe to survive. As for this slight heat around me, it's actually quite refreshing." Son Gohan's other hand slowly opened as energy gathered. "I've got a general idea of your tricks now. How dull. Let me put an end to this battle." The energy in Son Gohan's palm finished condensing, then he abruptly slammed the sphere of energy toward the ground. Boom. The ground shattered as the spheres sank into it. Wow. The hunk of iron still spewed magma, while the vents atop its head released searing heat in an attempt to roast Son Gohan alive. Rumble. Suddenly the ground beneath the iron lump broke apart, and an energy sphere shot up from below. Boom. It struck the iron monster, which let out a mournful cry as its massive body was blasted into the air. "Since you went to the trouble of preparing such a fine stage, allow me to give you a present." A smirk curling at the corner of his mouth, Son Gohan slowly assumed a classic stance. Hum. Blue energy converged and compressed steadily between Son Gohan's palms. "Me?" Kampa was so startled that he shouted frantically, "W8. Hold on. Pause right there." Son Gohan remained unmoved. "I told you to stop. Are you listening?" Kampa bellowed in exasperation. What are you doing, you lard for brains, eh? Act like I'm already dead. Beerus roared back at Kampa. Me. A sharp glint flickered in Son Gohan's eyes as he roared and unleashed his ultimate technique. Huh. The blue energy wave tore through the air with overwhelming momentum, hurtling straight toward the iron monster that had been blasted into the sky. Staring at the oncoming energy wave, the iron monster's eyes filled with despair. Boom. The blue energy wave shattered the block barrier and dome barrier Vados had created, pushing the iron monster out into the void beyond the planet. Witnessing this, Vados' eyes flickered with surprise. She then lightly tapped her staff on the ground, unleashing divine power to rapidly repair the enormous hole torn through the barrier. As the energy wave gradually faded, Son Gohan slowly exhaled and said to the dumbfounded referee, "Sir, you may announce the result now." Snapping back to his senses, the announcer stumbled over his words. This match. The winner is Son Gohan. Well done. Cheers erupted not only from the audience, but also from Beerus' camp. No one was more delighted than Beerus. Grinning smugly at Kampa, he taunted, "Hey, you lard tub, your Universe 6 fighters aren't cutting it. You've already lost 3 straight. Are you telling me all 5 of you can't defeat even one of us? Why you? Damn it." Kampa stamped his feet in a rage and shouted back at Beerus, "You bag of bones, don't get cocky. In the next match, Universe 6 will claim victory." With that, Kampa shot a vicious glare at the 2 remaining fighters, the Scion Cab and the Ace Assassin Hit. Kampa's gaze finally settled on Hit. Gnashing his teeth, he said, "I'd planned to keep my ace for last. Hit, you're up next. I'm telling you now, win by any means necessary. If you win this match, then even if you lose afterward, everything I promised you will still be fulfilled." Hit, who had been silent with his eyes closed, snapped them open. "Really?" Kampa grinned and said, "I'm a god of destruction. Would I stoop to lie to a mere mortal? But let me make myself clear, if you lose." Kampa's expression turned savage as he said coldly, "I'll destroy you." Hit remained indifferent and replied with unruffled pride, "If this match permits killing, then I definitely will not lose." At that, Kampa's eyes lit up and a cunning smile spread across his face. "Vados, how about we tweak the rules again?" Kampa suggested. My lord Kampa, now that's more like a god of destruction." "Regrettably, given what happened last match, Lord Beerus will most likely refuse this request," said Vados. Kampa grinned. "Don't you worry. Leave it to me to persuade Beerus. We're brothers. I know him all too well." On the arena, the announcer's antenna began to glow as he received a message from outside. Huh. After reading the message, the announcer was taken aback for a moment, then awkwardly announced, "Everyone, I have a special bulletin to share. Lord Kampa has just decided to amend another rule on the spot. Originally, killing an opponent during the match would result in disqualification even for the victor. That rule is now void. From this point onward." He swallowed hard before declaring loudly, "In the coming matches, killing your opponent is no longer a foul." "What a..." Both the audience and Beerus' camp cried out in shock. Clenching his teeth, Beerus roared, "I object. I absolutely will not allow this arbitrarily changed rule. The original rule stands. If you kill, you lose. Continue the match as it was." Across from him, Kampa revealed a sly grin and sneered, "What's the matter, Beerus? Surely you're not afraid of our Universe 6, are you?" "Oh, I see. It must be that brat down there. He's Universe 7's strongest warrior. Once he falls, the rest of you are nothing but cowards, right?" Ooh, I never imagined there was anything in this universe that could scare Beerus. This really is an eye-opener. I'm going to write this down and send it to all the gods of destruction so they'll all know just what a coward Beerus is. In Beerus' camp, Beerus' face turned visibly red and the aura around him became icy, oppressive, and heavy. Was calmly cautioned, "Lord Beerus, he is provoking you deliberately." No. Beerus gnashed his teeth, fully aware he was being baited, yet the fire in his heart simply would not subside. "Hey, Supreme Kai. That brat you personally trained. Can he win?" Beerus turned and asked. Shin smiled faintly. "Without question." "Good." Beerus rose to his feet, violet divine power flaring all over his body as the ground crumbled beneath him under the crushing pressure. "You lard tub, I'll make you understand what despair really is," Beerus said in a cold voice. Though not loud, his words were carried clearly by divine power to everyone present. Every mortal who heard that voice felt as if they had been plunged into an icy abyss. Even Broly, who was already half divine, felt every hair on his body stand on end as a chill ran through his heart. Broly stared at Beerus in awe. This man was terrifying. The second person aside from the Supreme Kai to make him feel so utterly powerless. Hearing Beerus' words, Kampa grinned, a look of triumph flashing across his face. Vados asked, "Is it really wise to provoke Lord Beerus like this?" "TCH, the goal has been achieved," Kampa said with a dismissive pout, then turned his gaze to Hit. "I've done everything I could. Don't disappoint me from here on. You know the consequences if you do." Hit remained composed and said calmly, "Relax. As long as killing is allowed, I will never lose." "Excellent." Kampa grinned. "Then let us now begin the 4th match. Next, please welcome the Ace Warrior from Universe 6 Hit," the announcer bellowed. Audience stance. "An Ace Warrior? Is this Universe 6's strongest fighter?" sending out their ace in the fourth match. It seems they're truly desperate. Piccolo's gaze grew somber as it fixed upon Hit. Merely looking at him caused a subtle stinging in his eyes. A formidable foe. Piccolo immediately made his judgment. Piccolo's crossed arms clenched instinctively into fists. With a grave expression, he projected his voice to Son Gohan. Gohan, this opponent, is on an entirely different level from the previous ones, and they've specifically permitted lethal force. You must be careful. Son Gohan's lips curled into a smile as he projected his reply. Don't worry, Uncle Piccolo. I've become terrifyingly strong. Piccolo's eyes widened in disbelief. When had Gohan learned telepathy? Wait, no? That tone. Piccolo seemed to glimpse the arrogant youth who had first awakened his Super Saiyan 2 form. Gohan, do not let your guard down. Piccolo warned with concern. Son Gohan's lips curled into a confident smile as he projected his response, rest assured, Uncle Piccolo. Yet even hearing those words brought Piccolo no peace of mind. Whoosh. Suddenly Hit materialized upon the arena. Son Gohan's expression hardened. Too fast, he hadn't seen him move at all. Hit stood motionless, hands casually tucked into his pockets, posture relaxed. Yet that relaxed demeanor alone felt like facing an overwhelming threat. Son Gohan studied Hit, a slow smile spreading across his face. Merely looking at you sends my blood racing. You must be quite the powerhouse, Hit, correct? I am Son Gohan. I look forward to this. After a pause, Hit responded coolly, I do not speak to the dead. What? Son Gohan blinked in surprise, then laughed. So that's it. You've come prepared to kill me. But we're barely acquainted, there's no need for such intensity. This is merely a match. Hit remained silent. Clearly he already regarded Son Gohan as dead, and why waste words on a corpse? Son Gohan's eyes narrowed, a smirk curling his lips. You seem very confident in your abilities. How convenient. I feel the same way. Enough of this nonsense, both of you. Referee, get this started now. Gaspar's impatient voice rang out. The announcer faltered, then quickly bellowed, T, the fourth match. Begin. The words fell silent. Yet neither combatant on the arena moved. Son Gohan continued to stare at Hit across from him, showing no intention of striking first. He wanted to see just how capable this confident fighter truly was. Whoosh. Squelch. A dull sound echoed. Son Gohan's eyes flew wide open as he stared in utter disbelief at Hit appearing right before him. In the audience stands, Gohan. Chi-Chi gazed down at the arena, her eyes rolling back in terror as she fainted. Piccolo stood with his mouth agape, trembling all over, muttering in disbelief. How is this possible? Gohan. Beerus's camp. Beerus's eyes bulged as he glared at Shin, gritting his teeth furiously. You Supreme Kai? What's going on? Didn't you tell me that brat would be fine? Shin offered a faint smile. Not so fast, Lord Beerus. The real show is only beginning. Son Goku gazed intently at the arena below and asked Vegeta, did you see it? Vegeta ground his teeth. No. Too fast. I couldn't see how that guy got in front of Gohan at all. Broly, what about you? Son Goku asked. Broly slowly shook his head. I didn't see it either. Son Goku's gaze sharpened. If even you couldn't see it, then it's not about speed. Vegeta finally caught on a flash of insight crossing his mind. He grinned. It's not space. It's some kind of time-based ability. Shin smiled approvingly. An astute deduction. Truly befitting a warrior, I train myself. Gaspar's camp. Hit, wonderful work. We've won. Gaspar laughed boisterously. Batamo quickly dampened his enthusiasm. Lord Gaspar, don't celebrate just yet. The outcome hasn't been decided. Gaspar paused, then scowled. Hey Batamo, are you blind? That brat down there has been impaled through the heart. How could he possibly still fight? He's lucky to be alive at all. On the arena, as Gaspar had said, Son Gohan's heart was currently pierced clean through by Hit's arm from the front. Son Gohan looked down at his impaled heart, staring at Hit in utter disbelief, muttering, How did you get here? Squelch. Hit withdrew his arm without responding. The Son Gohan before him was already a dead man. Thud. Son Gohan collapsed to his knees, raising a hand to cover his pierced left chest, where a gaping wound revealed his missing heart. Referee, you can announce the winner now, Hit reminded the stunned announcer. The announcer snapped back to attention, let out an "oh," and immediately shouted into the microphone, the winner of this match is... Hold on. Son Gohan spoke up, cutting off the announcer. Hit paused, staring in genuine surprise at the still-living Son Gohan. You're human, aren't you? Not some grotesque monster. Your heart was clearly pierced through. How are you still alive? Huh. Wait, where's your heart? Son Gohan slowly rose to his feet, cold sweat trickling down his forehead, yet that confident smile still lingered on his face. Witnessing this, Hit's eyes narrowed as he glanced toward Son Gohan's unblemished right side, his mind racing. Could his heart be on the right? You're incredibly powerful. I couldn't see that attack at all. Is it purely about speed? Son Gohan murmured, divine energy swirling around him and surging rapidly toward the punctured left side of his chest. What? Hit's eyes widened in shock as he watched Son Gohan across from him. The chest cavity he had just impaled was visibly knitting back together. So that's it. You're a monster wearing human flesh, Hit said. Son Gohan grinned. Took you long enough to talk to me. Let me warn you. The same trick won't work twice. Gaspar's camp. What's going on? That guy's human, right? He's definitely human, right? How is a human capable of something like that? Is this even reasonable? No way. There's a fix. This match has to be rigged. That human cheated. Gaspar roared in fury. Batamo explained, Lord Gaspar, that human wasn't cheating. He used his own abilities to heal the wound. Gaspar ground his teeth. Impossible. How can a mere human possibly heal from a fatal heart wound on his own? That defies all logic. Batamo clarified, Lord Gaspar, this is simply one application of divine power, similar to the healing abilities of a supreme Kai. Quite convenient for mortals, isn't it? Then why have you never taught me? If that is merely one application of divine power, I should be able to learn it as well. Kaba asked through gritted teeth. Bardos replied stoutly, first, as a god of destruction, no one in the sixth universe can harm you, so you have no need to learn such flashy little tricks. Second, I am willing to teach, but are you willing to learn? Kaba was stumped, opening his mouth, but finding no rebuttal. In the arena, Hit gazed gravely at Son Gohan. For an assassin who pursued one-strike kills an opponent like Gohan, who could self-heal fatal wounds in a short time, was the most troublesome kind. Gohan grinned, raising his hand to beckon, and taunted. Your movements just now were too fast. I couldn't see how you attacked at all. How about another round? As you wish. The next instant, Hit suddenly appeared before Gohan, using the same attack method as before, except this time, he aimed for Gohan's right chest. Hit's arm pierced through Gohan's chest once more, yet there was no triumph on Hit's face. Only a deeply grave expression. This sensation. Is it an afterimage? Hit narrowed his eyes as the Gohan before him slowly dissolved into an afterimage and faded away. I see. So that is your attack method. Gohan's voice came from beside him. Hit turned his head to see Gohan wearing a confident smile, and his expression grew entirely grave. As expected, I still cannot see it. The first time may have been my carelessness, but the second time I was fully focused, yet I still could not perceive you. I refuse to believe your speed is this fast. A gleam of wisdom flashed in Gohan's eyes as he recalled knowledge once taught to him by the Kais. Space. Or perhaps a time-based ability. Truly troublesome, Gohan murmured. Hit's eyes widened slightly, unable to believe his power had been deduced after only 2 uses. The Gohan before him was a monster. Hey Hit, is your ability spatial movement or time skipping? Which one? Gohan asked. Hit responded coldly, do you think I would tell you? True then. Let me figure out your ability through combat. Gohan curled his lips, his confident smile, never fading, and assumed his fighting stance. Both their bodies vanished from the arena simultaneously, followed by ceaseless rushing winds and the trembling and shattering of the arena floor tiles. After some 10 rounds, the disappearing figures reappeared on the arena. Gohan looked at Hit across from him and smiled confidently. I have already guessed your ability. It's time skipping, correct? As for the duration, approximately 0.1 seconds, right? Hit gazed gravely at Gohan. His own ability had been completely deciphered, and although those 10+ rounds had appeared fierce, each side had merely countered the other's moves without landing a single blow. Every one of Hit's attacks struck only afterimages, and every counterattack from Gohan was evaded through time skip. For a time, neither could gain the upper hand. I now understand your ability, and my power far exceeds yours. I win this match, Gohan said with a confident smile. Hit spoke grimly. It is far too early to speak of victory. Gohan chuckled, raising his hand to beckon provocatively. Come on. A cold gleam flashed in Hit's eyes as he activated time skip, once more instantly appearing before Gohan, and raised his sword-sharp arm to pierce toward Gohan's right chest. Hit's arm pierced through Gohan's right chest. This sensation is a real body. Hit's lips curled. This match was his. Hit's eyes widened in disbelief as he gazed at Gohan. His arm had actually been grabbed. Got you. My strength far exceeds yours. Unless you sever this arm, there is absolutely no way to break free. And even if you endure the pain to cut off your arm, you are only delaying your defeat, Gohan said, gripping Hit's arm tightly with a confident smile. Hit looked at Gohan, then at the wound he had inflicted on Gohan's chest, and asked, aren't your vital organs on the right side? Gohan smiled. What a pity, my heart is on the left. Earlier, I merely shifted my organs slightly. When I saw you straining so hard to attack my right chest, I gave you this opportunity. But this match ends here. Gohan slowly raised his fist, smiling. I will not stop attacking until you surrender. Hit's eyes narrowed, and before Gohan could strike, he used his free hand to pierce Gohan's left chest first. Blood spilled from Gohan's lips as he glanced down at the 2 wounds, his mouth curling upward, his eyes flashing with excitement. Now this is interesting. Gohan's fist smashed brutally into Hit's face. Another punch drove hard into Hit's chest. Hit spat a mouthful of blood, a ruthless look flashing in his eyes as he withdrew his ungrasped arm and began trading blows with Gohan. Gohan landed a punch on Hit. Hit raised his arm and tore another gaping wound through Gohan's body. The two tested each other's ruthlessness, seeing who would break first. At Beerus's camp, Son Goku held his forehead helplessly, saying, that boy Gohan. Let his emotions get the better of him. There were plainly simpler ways to win, yet he chose the most ferocious approach. Vegeta snorted. If it were me, I would use that method as well. Edge. Son Goku's eyes widened in surprise. Vegeta, you. Humph. What is there to be surprised about? Facing a troublesome opponent who can skip time when one can rapidly self-heal, this method of mutual harm is precisely the simplest and most direct approach. Vegeta huffed. Beerus watched the two trading blows in the arena and casually remarked, like two frenzied beasts. Whis smiled. Although the methods are somewhat intense, Mr. Vegeta is indeed correct. This is the simplest and most direct approach. This match belongs to Mr. Gohan. Xion listened to the conversation and smiled faintly. The real show has only just begun. This battle may not end so simply. Edge. Everyone turned to Xion in surprise. Xion gave them a mysterious smile. Everyone just wait and see. Gohan landed 2 more consecutive punches on Hit, but Hit no longer had the strength to counterattack. Seeing this, Gohan smiled. What's wrong, Hit? Have you run out of energy? Then this death match is mine. As the words fell, Gohan's eyes hardened. He gathered his strength and drove a devastating punch into Hit's abdomen. Hit spat a mouthful of blood and was sent flying. He crashed heavily to the ground, motionless, as if completely spent. Phew. Seeing this, Son Gohan exhaled heavily, then controlled the divine power to restore his concealed heart before mobilizing all the divine power in his body to heal his wounds. If I hadn't undergone training specifically designed by the Angel of Gods, I wouldn't have won this match so easily. Hit, you are truly a remarkable opponent. Son Gohan praised. Campa's camp. Campa was so furious he nearly ground his teeth to dust. A purple divine power flared around his body, and the surrounding air grew oppressive, heavy, and chillingly cold. Hit, if you lose, you know what awaits you. Campa said coldly, his voice not loud, but clearly spreading throughout the arena through his diffusion of divine power. Hearing Campa's threatening words, both the tourists in the stands and the members of Beerus's camp opposite, including Son Goku, glared at him dissatisfied. However, due to the terrifying pressure radiating from Campa, no one dared to speak up for the moment. Lord Beerus, aren't you going to say something about that guy? He's gone too far. Son Goku said angrily. Beerus sneered disdainfully and replied, that's a matter for the 6th universe. It has nothing to do with us. Seeing Beerus act as if it were none of his business, Son Goku immediately turned to look at Shin and called out, Lord Kaioshin. Shin sighed and said, after this match ends I'll talk to Campa. But don't expect too much. After all, even destroyers are difficult to reason with. With you stepping in, there's definitely no problem. Son Goku said excitedly. Beerus glanced at them and chuckled derisively naive. On the ring, Son Gohan cast a cold glance toward Campa's position, then turned his gaze to Hit, who lay fallen on the opposite side. Hit struggled to open his eyes. At this moment, covered in wounds, and even standing up was extremely difficult. Ugh. Hit tried hard to get back on his feet, but his injuries were far too severe. After several consecutive attempts, he failed every time. Son Gohan reminded him, Hit, your injuries are too severe. Don't try to stand up again. Even if you manage to rise, what can you possibly accomplish in your current state? You can't defeat me. Hit lay on the ground, gasping for breath. He knew very well that Son Gohan's warning was correct. Even if he truly managed to stand, he still wouldn't be able to win. It would merely prolong the moment of his defeat. But, don't underestimate me. Hit clenched his teeth and struggled to his feet, staggering. Son Gohan's eyes narrowed. Watching the unsteady Hit, he asked, why are you getting up again? You can barely stand as it is, and you still want to fight. Hit panted, trembling as he raised his hands and smiled bitterly. Is this the taste of defeat? It hurts. It hurts so much. Is this what pain feels like? How many years has it been since I experienced such a sensation in my 1,000-year life? Phew. Hit took a deep breath and slowly clenched his fist, his internal energy steadily condensing. Son Gohan's eyes narrowed, and he thought to himself, his power level has risen. Could there be hidden strength after all? No. He had clearly reached his limit. Son Gohan asked, Hit, what do you intend to do? Your body should already be at its limit. Hit answered solemnly, I know I can't defeat you, but I won't lose that easily. Son Gohan, thank you. You've let me experience once again the taste of growth. Hit tightened his fists and warned, experience this, the weight of my growth. Whoosh. Hit appeared in front of Son Gohan. Son Gohan's eyes narrowed and he raised his hand to block. Thwack. Son Gohan's eyes widened in disbelief as he looked down to see Hit's fist strike his abdomen. Ha ha ha. Hit panted heavily. As Son Gohan had said, his body had indeed reached its limit. Even though his ability's growth had allowed his body to recover a little energy, it was still barely enough, and the punches he threw were weak and feeble. Son Gohan gazed at Hit, who continued to pant uncontrollably, so much so that the punches landing on his body were almost painless. Yet a look of admiration flickered in his eyes as he said, Hit, you've grown. I can feel that weight. Before, you would never have been able to land a single blow on me. Hit staggered backward 2 steps, gasping for breath, and replied, this is all thanks to you. It was you who made me realize my shortcomings, forcing both my body and abilities to grow. But my body really has reached its limit. Saying this, a despondent expression crossed Hit's face. He gave up resistance, closed his eyes, and smiled. Son Gohan, you won this match. But I won't concede defeat. Kill me. Seeing this, Son Gohan's expression turned serious. He slowly raised his right hand, gathering energy in his palm. Campa's camp. Hit. Campa roared unwillingly. Era Lord Campa, we've lost this round as well. We've now lost 4 matches in a row. I don't think it's necessary to continue the final one. Let's just surrender. Vados said rather gleefully. Hearing this, Cabell's face showed embarrassment, but he made no rebuttal. He was fully aware of his own limitations. He had come along merely to pad the numbers. Entering the ring would only be throwing himself away. There was no point in continuing. Shut up. Kampa roared viciously at Vados, then turned his gaze back, staring fixedly at the arena below with an expression of unwillingness. Beerus's camp. Beerus let out a yawn and said indifferently, the outcome is already decided. Kaioshin, is this the exciting show you spoke of? Shin smiled faintly and replied, Lord Beerus, don't be in such a hurry. The real performance has only just begun. The second round is about to start. Hearing this, everyone around looked over in surprise. Son Goku asked. Lord Kaioshin Hit had clearly reached his limit. Could he have some hidden power left? Vegeta meanwhile stared dead at Hit on the arena below, who appeared ready to die courageously. No matter how he looked at it, he couldn't see any remaining trump cards. This match had clearly already ended. Oh, Lord Kaioshin, even I cannot see how Hit could possibly turn the tide. Could you be mistaken? Was also asked curiously. Shin smiled mysteriously and said, the answer will soon be revealed. Pay close attention. The second round will be quite spectacular. Hearing this, everyone sat up straight and watched attentively. Even Beerus's face showed an expression of keen interest as he said, then I shall watch carefully. Let us see what this so-called second round is all about. On the ring, Son Gohan's palm had already condensed the energy into shape. With merely a thought, he could unleash it and end this match. But Son Gohan slowly lowered his raised hand, and the energy gathered in his palm gradually dissipated. Hit opened his eyes, furrowing his brows as he looked at Son Gohan. Confused, he asked, Son Gohan, what do you mean by this? Son Gohan smiled and said, I'm certain now that you've truly grown. You are no longer the same as before. This match hasn't been fully satisfying for me yet. Unfortunately, your body has already reached its limit and cannot unleash the true power of your growth. It would be a pity to defeat you like this, Gohan said. Hit asked, puzzled, Gohan, what exactly are you trying to do? Gohan smiled. I want a fair rematch with the man you have become. Hit snorted. But my body is already at its limit. I can't continue fighting. Well, that's true, but recovering is easily done, Gohan said with a smile. What? Hit seemed to have guessed something. His pupils constricted slightly, but he still asked in disbelief, what exactly do you mean? You'll find out soon enough. Gohan smiled, turned to the platform where Beerus's camp was, and called out to Shin, who was seated above Lord Supreme Kai, you can create Senzu beans, can't you? Shin nodded and smiled. That's right. Huh. Everyone was stunned. Goku's eyes lit up as he realized the truth. He smacked his right fist into his left palm. I see. So that's it. That's right. As expected of my son. If it were me, I'd do the same. Vegeta clicked his tongue, thinking to himself, if it were me, I'd probably do the same. What? Beerus looked utterly bewildered. What are you all talking about? Whis explained, Senzu beans are a special healing item. Once you eat one, as long as you still have a breath of life left in you, your stamina and energy are completely restored. Is that so? That's quite convenient. Wait, that's not right. Beerus's eyes bulged. He turned his head sharply and glared at the others. Are you planning to give that Hit a Senzu bean? I won't allow it. Shin smiled. What does it matter, Lord Beerus? Even if Hit recovers, he can't beat Gohan. And even if he somehow manages to win, his stamina will be exhausted. We still have 4 fighters on our side. Hearing this, Beerus narrowed his eyes in thought, then snorted, do as you please as long as we win. Seeing that Beerus was no longer obstructing them, Shin raised his hand and used his creation ability to conjure 2 Senzu beans. Shin explained these 2 Senzu beans are no ordinary Senzu beans. They can cure all wounds and illnesses, regenerate severed limbs, and even restore divine power. Really, as expected of the Supreme Kai. From now on, we'll never be short of Senzu beans. Goku said excitedly. Gohan, catch. Shin called out as a reminder, then tossed the beans down. Gohan raised his hand and caught both Senzu beans. The corners of his mouth lifted. He took one out. Hit, catch. At Gohan's prompting, Hit raised his hand and caught the Senzu bean that had been tossed to him, then looked it over. This is a Senzu bean. Eat it, and it will restore your wounds and stamina. Go ahead, then we'll have a fair duel. When he finished speaking, Gohan ate his Senzu bean first, and in an instant all the divine power he had expended was restored. Seeing this, Hit opened his mouth and ate his Senzu bean as well. Hit's eyes flew wide open. He stared down at his hands in disbelief and said in a trembling voice, my energy restored. My injuries are healed too. Amazing, isn't it? Now we can have round 2, Gohan said. Heh. Hit curled his lips into a smile. Gohan, you really are an unusual man. I'll be blunt, I'm not going to hold back. I'll use all my strength to kill you. That's how a battle should be. If you go easy, it won't be any fun, Gohan said with a smile. Kampa's camp. Hey, what's going on? Hit seems to have recovered. Kampa asked, startled. Vados explained it was the bean Hit just ate. It restored his wounds and energy. Congratulations, Lord Kampa. Universe 6 still has a chance. Hearing this, Kampa roared with laughter and shouted toward Beerus across the way, Beerus, don't call me underhanded. The beans were given by you, so it doesn't count as us cheating. The match continues. Hit, give it everything you've got and take down that little brat. Kampa shouted. On Beerus's side, Beerus was so enraged by Kampa that his face flushed red. He turned to glare at Shin. Supreme Kai, all because of you I was mocked by Kampa. Shin smiled. What does it matter? When we win, Lord Beerus can just laugh at him in return. Beerus thought for a moment, found it quite reasonable, and let the matter drop. Wait, that's not right. Beerus suddenly realized something, turned to Shin, and asked curiously, Supreme Kai, you seem to know this would happen long ago. How did you know? Shin smiled, and explained, I merely foresaw the future a little. It's nothing much. Beerus's eyes widened. If I remember correctly, Supreme Kais are only permitted to observe future time, aren't they? Shin chuckled. Foreseeing the future is observing future time, isn't it? I haven't broken the rules among deities. Besides, it isn't as if there are no mortals or races in the universe with the power to foresee the future. Once you know the principle, foreseeing the future is not such a hard skill to master. While these are minor matters and not worth dwelling on, let's watch the match, Lord Beerus. The next round is about to begin. What's coming will be quite the spectacle, don't miss it. Seeing Shin change the subject, Beerus did not pry further. After all, as a god of destruction, he could not touch the power of time. Knowing too much would only invite more vexation. A spectacular match. Then I'll wait and see. I only hope that arrogant brat doesn't lose. If he disgraces me, I'll never forgive him. Beerus said with a cold snort. Gohan won't disappoint Lord Beerus. Goku spoke up for his son. Let's hope so. Beerus curled his lip. On the arena, Gohan looked at Hit, who had recovered his full strength, and smiled. Let's begin round 2. Hit assumed his fighting stance. Come on, he said in a low voice. Seeing this, Gohan did not make a move at once. Instead, he asked Hit, can you survive in outer space? Hit was startled. I can. Why do you ask? Gohan flashed a grin. Then it's simple. Wait a moment. Gohan turned to Shin and called out, Lord Supreme Kai, can you abolish all the rules of this match? I want to have an utterly fair and just contest with Hit. Shin rose from the sofa and walked unhurriedly to the edge of the platform with his hands clasped behind his back. I permit it. Great. Gohan grinned and raised a hand, pointing his thumb toward the universe outside the barrier. This place is too small to really let loose. Let's go. We'll fight in space. With that, Gohan shot into the sky, shattered the barrier above with a single punch, and flew toward outer space. Seeing this, Hit narrowed his eyes. Without the slightest hesitation, he gave chase, passing through the gap Gohan had opened and flying into the universe. The actions of Sun Wukong and Zeit left the surrounding spectators utterly stunned. In Bai Lucy's camp, Supreme Kai, Xiangpa and I are the hosts of this tournament. What right do you have to make such a decision on your own? Bai Lucy rose to his feet and demanded angrily. Xiangpa flew over from across the way and glared at Xian with equal hostility, bellowing, Supreme Kai of the 7th universe, what right do you have to make such a decision on your own? Are you looking down on me and Bai Lucy? Xian clasped his hands behind his back, ignoring the two furious gods of destruction, and said with a composed smile, there will be a splendid match ahead. I ask all spectators to return to their seats and watch in silence. As he spoke, Xian slowly extended one hand and gently closed his palm. With a low hum, a mysterious power surged into motion. The next moment, the shattered barrier overhead was restored, the escaping air was regenerated, the arena beneath their feet vanished, and the floating hemispherical platforms around them merged and shrank together under the pull of a mysterious force. Everyone stared at one another in astonishment. Those who had been scattered across different platforms were now all gathered on one platform. Beneath each person rose a single-seat sofa. In front of each rose a personal low table upon which snacks and drinks materialized on their own. Even Bai Lucy and Xiangpa, who had originally been standing, had somehow been relocated to the center of the crowd, occupying the most important positions, and both were seated on the only 2 double sofas in the venue. Xian glanced at the 2 angels, the only ones besides himself who were still standing, and smiled. Lord Weishi, Lady Bajuosi, please take your seats. Weishi and Bajuosi exchanged a glance, and surprise flickered in their eyes. This Supreme Kai of the 7th universe was rather remarkable indeed. Oh ho ho, sister, since the Supreme Kai has already been so gracious as to invite us, let us sit, Weishi said. Bajuosi glanced at Xian, a smile spreading across her face, and replied, very well. Thereupon the 2 angels took their seats beside their respective gods of destruction, which was precisely why Xian had deliberately arranged double sofas for them. Seeing that everyone was seated, Xian smiled, and asked everyone should be present now. Yes. Jiabe, the obscure nobody from the 6th universe, timidly raised his hand, and said, Mr. Magaida hasn't come back yet, and fool you a sight. That guy was sent back to the 6th universe ahead of time by Lady Bajuosi through some means or other. Xian was momentarily taken aback, then smiled. Sorry, I forgot about him. Snap. Xian snapped his fingers. The Iron Hulk that had been drifting silently through the rift between universes, already on the verge of despair, found itself back in the tournament venue in the blink of an eye for no reason it could comprehend. Welcome back, Mr. Magaida, Jiabe said cheerfully. Magaida looked at the assembled crowd and scratched his head in puzzlement. Xian raised a finger and a huge sofa rose from the floor. Magaida was guided by an invisible force to sit down upon it. Now everyone should be here. So then everyone, let me announce something. The rules of this match will be slightly adjusted. From this point on, there are no rules at all. The fight will end only when one side is killed, verbally surrenders, or is knocked unconscious from severe wounds. And since the two fighters have gone out into space, I will personally provide a live broadcast of the battle for everyone to watch. Xian turned around facing away from the crowd and raised a hand to point at the sky. A colossal screen appeared in the void. At the same time, a pair of 3D glasses materialized on every spectator's table. Xian turned back to face everyone and explained the glasses that have just appeared allow you to switch freely among three perspectives: Wufan, Zeitz, and God's Eye. Once you put them on, you'll know how to use them. A friendly reminder: those of lesser strength are advised not to watch through the glasses as it may make you sick. So it is best to look up at the big screen in the sky. Lucy paid no attention to the screen above. Instead, with a grave expression, he fixed his eyes on the unruffled Xian and demanded through gritted teeth, "Supreme Kai, just who in the world are you?" Xian smiled in silence. Xianpa's mouth fell open. He was thoroughly shaken. Did the Supreme Kai of the 7th universe truly possess such horrifying ability? Such means were nothing short of turning over a hand to summon clouds and turning it back to summon rain. Absolute dominion over all things. And that was not all. Xianpa tried to rise only to discover that he seemed to have fused with the sofa beneath him. He simply could not get up. He tried to draw upon the power of destruction, but the moment a trace of divine power gathered inside him, it inexplicably dispersed. Are you kidding? A Supreme Kai is a mechanics-based monster. When a mechanics-based monster's stats exceed those of a stat-based monster, the stat-based monster can expect only one outcome: being thrashed. So at this moment, Xianpa felt like a chicken or duck waiting for the butcher's knife, utterly devoid of any ability to resist. Cold sweat broke out all over Xianpa. He turned his head stiffly, gazed blankly at the Supreme Kai of the 6th universe sitting beside him, and asked in a trembling voice, "Do you have this kind of power too?" The Supreme Kai of the 6th universe was named Fua, a plump, round-bodied man with green skin. He wore the same hairstyle as Xian. At this moment, cold sweat streamed down his pudgy face. Fua was stunned for a moment, then hastily shook his head. What are you saying? This is the first time I've learned that a Supreme Kai can do something like this. Compared with the startled crowd, the people Xian had brought along were perfectly composed. Jaibite was a devout champion of the Supreme Kai. Any power displayed by his lord would never surprise him. He simply regarded it as a matter of course. Peng Boyu had no interest in the match. He had been sleeping ever since he sat down, and he had still not woken up. Sun Wukong and Baijita could not even do anything about a circle that Xian casually drew on the ground. Thus they understood well the terror of a Supreme Kai, and their minds were not greatly disturbed. Boyuoli was the same. In all his life, only two people had ever made him feel helpless: Xian and Lucy. Hence, no matter what earth-shattering deed Xian performed, Boyuoli found it neither strange nor surprising. Sun Wukong and Baijita looked at the 3D glasses on the table and chose to put them on at once. Once they put them on, the glasses operation manual automatically surfaced in their minds. Then, as if by unspoken agreement, the two chose to enter Wufan's perspective. Although Baik noticed the strange atmosphere in the venue, he was also half a devotee of the gods. He marveled at the power Xian had displayed, yet he likewise considered it only natural. Therefore he quickly steadied himself, picked up the 3D glasses, put them on, and switched to Wufan's perspective. Out in space. To be precise, this was the rift between the 6th and 7th universes. Sun Wufan looked at Zeit across from him and curled the corners of his mouth slightly. He activated telepathy, linking his mind with Zeit's. Zeit, the coming battle has no rules. Come, let us fight to our heart's content. Sun Wufan beckoned with his finger. Zeit smiled faintly and replied through the telepathic link Sun Wufan had opened. Sun Wufan, I won't hold back. Don't die on me. That's my line. I haven't shown my true ability at all before, but now, as a sign of sincerity, I will fight you with 100% of my strength. Sun Wufan laughed. Zeit assumed a fighting stance and warned Sun Wufan, I'm about to make my move. Watch yourself. Sun Wufan also assumed a fighting stance and said with confidence, come. Whoosh. In the next instant, Hit's figure vanished. Oomph. Gohan's eyes widened as he looked down at his chest where several large holes had suddenly appeared. Hit reappeared a short distance away, saying calmly, I know this injury is nothing to you. This was merely a greeting, a reminder that I am no longer the same as before. Gohan turned to face Hit with a smile. Hit, your abilities have certainly improved. By the way, I still don't know the name of your technique. Would you mind telling me? Flash Step, Hit replied. Flash Step. An impressive name. But you should also understand that this ability alone is not enough to defeat me. Gohan said. Who knows? Hit grinned. Indeed, your regenerative ability is astonishing. However, from my observations, even with such incredible recovery, you have a clear weakness. Your brain and your heart, correct? I don't know where you've hidden your heart within your body, but your brain should be in its usual place, right? I'm curious. If I crushed your brain, could you still survive? Hit asked. That would be quite troublesome. Gohan grinned, beckoning with his finger in a taunting manner. Go ahead and try. Hit's lips curled slightly. Immediately, the surrounding time came to a complete standstill. Hit gazed at the frozen Gohan and swiftly closed the distance, his arm striking like a razor-sharp blade toward Gohan's brain. Hit's eyes tightened. This sensation. was an afterimage. In the next instant, the effect of flash step expired. Whoosh, a fierce wind came from beside him. Startled, Hit immediately activated flash step again, stopping time around him once more. Hit turned his head and saw Gohan's fist already upon him. Had he been even a fraction of a second slower, he would have been sent flying. Cold sweat beaded on Hit's forehead, but his gaze remained sharp. Instead of dodging, he stood his ground and countered, aiming straight for Gohan's brain. Slash, another afterimage. Shock flashed across Hit's eyes. Gohan's reaction was simply too fast. Every time he activated flash step, Gohan had already created an afterimage at that spot, while his true body was nowhere to be found. Hit's flash step had already evolved to the half-second realm, yet that fleeting moment was insufficient for him to locate Gohan's real body. I'll have to evade. The thought crossed Hit's mind, and almost simultaneously with realizing the target was an afterimage, he activated flash step again. Whoosh. Hit swiftly retreated. Glancing back, he thought as expected. Gohan's figure appeared at the spot where Hit had just been standing, locked in an attacking posture. But it remained unclear whether this was the real Gohan or another afterimage. Whoa, Gohan's attack missed. Sweeping with his divine sense, he immediately pinpointed Hit's location, turned his head, and wore a confident smile. Hit, although our exchange was brief, I think I now have a good understanding of how far your abilities have grown. Wisdom gleamed in Gohan's eyes as he smiled. Your flash step has been active for at least 0.3 seconds or more, hasn't it? Hit remained silent, responding only with a faint smile. How troublesome. No wonder Lord Gala said that opponents with spatial or temporal abilities are the most difficult to deal with. His words hold truth. Gohan smiled. Hit, do you regret giving me that strange bean? Gohan shook his head. Even if I had known in advance that you would kill me, even if I were to live this 10,000 times over, I would still have given you the Senzu bean. Hit found Gohan's reasoning completely incomprehensible. In his mindset as a killer, this was utterly unreasonable. It utterly shattered his worldview. Still, not bad, Hit thought to himself with a quiet smile. Enough warm-up. Hit, your abilities after growth should far exceed what I've seen so far, right? Gohan assumed a fighting stance and asked with a smile. Hit returned the smile and assumed his own fighting stance. I'll let you experience it shortly. But first let me show you my full power. Gohan's smile faded, replaced by a serious expression as energy slowly gathered within his body. Hiya! With a wave of his hand, Gohan's divine power erupted like a raging hurricane, surging straight toward Hit. Hit's eyes narrowed as he felt the torrential force battering against him. Even from a distance, these winds carved stinging pain into his body as though being sliced apart. I cannot be hit. The thought flashed through Hit's mind, and he immediately activated flash step to dodge. Useless. Gohan roared, transforming his divine power into a relentless storm that rained blows in every direction, nearly sealing off all possible evasion routes. Sweat poured down Hit's face as he continuously activated flash step, skillfully seeking gaps in Gohan's barrage to narrowly evade each attack. Seeing this, Gohan's lips curled upward. He murmured, Hit, you've walked right into my trap. Gohan condensed energy in his palm and fired an energy blast in one direction. But in the direction Gohan attacked, there was nothing. However, whoosh. Hit suddenly appeared at that exact location, right as Gohan's energy blast was barreling toward him. From an observer's perspective, it looked as though Hit had charged straight into the blast. Pure suicide. Staring at the oncoming energy blast, cold sweat drenched Hit's forehead, recalling the seemingly perilous yet smoothly executed evasion sequence. He had been tricked. Hit immediately realized that his entire evasion trajectory had been deliberately designed by Gohan, all leading to this very moment. A faint laugh escaped Hit's lips. Thought he, Gohan, you're clever. Then I can't hold back anymore. Hit's eyes flared, and the ferocious energy blast hurtling toward him was suddenly frozen in midair. Seeing this, Gohan's eyes widened in astonishment. This is... Whoosh. Hit swiftly evaded, and the frozen energy blast resumed its trajectory, but having lost its target, it flew off into the depths of space. It was that time stopped just now? Gohan asked. Hit smiled without answering. Seeing this, Gohan also broke into a smile. Of course. There's no way I'd tell my opponent my abilities. In that case, let me experience it firsthand. I'm curious, besides your flash step improving, what other new abilities have you learned? Without another word, Gohan charged at Hit. The two clashed fiercely, yet the battle appeared intense only on the surface. Each exchanged moves with the other, countering them, neither landing a single blow. Whoosh, Gohan's punch missed, and he pouted. TCH, another projection. This new ability to hide your true body in another dimension is disgusting. Whoosh. Gohan swiftly evaded, leaving an afterimage behind. The afterimage was cleaved in two. Hit materialized and smiled. Same to you.